by spells and monsters.
Your move, your move!
Thousands of years have passed, and the world needs a new champion. Who will be crowned champion? We will know your name.
Hello and welcome, duelists from around the world, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! NAWCQ Day 2. It's been a fantastic weekend with Friday's points playoffs earning world spots for Julian Cajon and James Markowitz. And yesterday, 2,799 duelists competed to join them for the opportunity to represent our region at the WCS.
Yes, it has been an incredible weekend packed with duels, public events, hanging out with friends, family. While a fraction of competitors remain, many sticking around to cheer on those who survived Swiss. The competition heating up though, thousands eliminated. Who has what it takes to be our champion? I'm Jackie Jing with Kangas. How you feeling?
I'm feeling ready. I think the duelists behind me are ready to go as well, Jackie.
Are y'all ready? I see people waving to mom. The atmosphere absolutely electric in here. I can sense the tension. They're ready to go.
Can't believe that it is already day 2. We will have our world's representatives by the end of today, but that's it from us here on the stage floor. Let's start over the casters to kick off the show.
Great and wild, and this is it. This is the whole. Again, they still have 3 more rounds of Swiss left. Crazy so far, right, Stephen?
Oh, it has been, and everyone, as you can tell from the tension outside that Jackie was talking about, are fighting for those top 4 spots.
It's like
Yeah, just wanted to say welcome again, guys, to the duelists watching from all over. It's going to be a really impactful day. Let's go ahead and go over the format specifically for today. As always, we have 3 more rounds of Swiss in day 2, adding to the 9 that we had yesterday for a total of 12. These rounds are going to be 45 minutes, best of 3, with some time at the end of the day in case there hasn't been a winner decided yet. After that's done, we're going to cut top 64, and all the way through top 16, we're still going to have that 45 minutes, best of 3. But once we get to the top 8 and top 4 for our single elimination, those will be 55-minute rounds, and then, of course, the final to decide the grand champion will be a nice 65 minutes, best 2 out of 3.
absolutely right there. And sorry about the technical difficulties earlier. Looks like we are back in charge. But again, what an incredible set of duels that we are going to be seeing today. So let's talk about what happened on day 1, because those of you who missed out on the broadcast, you missed some amazing, incredible dueling action here. So
Well, we all know it started with some really great dueling between you and I, piloting some of the brand new Rivalry Warlords decks, but once we got into the real meat and potatoes of the main event, we saw all things from Art Mage to Vanquish Soul to the classics like Malice and Ryzeal, and it's been a really fun showing, I think, for the Duelist Advanced format that NAWCQ is currently playing in.
I think that's what's most exciting about this event is that while it is the end of the season, it's also the beginning of a new competitive season, right, with all the new Duelist Advanced cards and new things on the way. But we've also seen that some of the existing decks from prior sets are still making it, with great duelists like Ariel up there being able to shout out to her mother. And again, so many people want to be on this coveted stage, but there's only so many people we can send forward. So every single duel is going to count today.
Yep, and there's only 4 spots available to go to Paris today. Like Steven mentioned earlier, we have Julian and we have James. I wonder who our other 4 are going to be.
Oh, goodness. Any one of the duelists we've seen here would be a proud representative of North America. But again, just like you said, only 4 of them can go up there. We've seen some incredible duels up there, just like you saw Darian yesterday, just being able to point out to his opponent, that's what we're going to do. He didn't win that duel, but he's still in contention there. So we really don't know. It's anybody's game.
It's going to be really exciting to see how these things shake up. And I'm really excited to showcase you guys round 10. It's going to be a really exciting match for you guys. I don't want to spoil quite yet what duelists are playing, but let's just say you're in for some treats.
And these duelists aren't just competing for a title. There's some amazing prizes that they're going to be able to earn too as well. So let's take a look at those top cut prizes. Get your top 4 prize pool is stacked. You get the WCQ trophy, 2 super rare YCS cards from another Versalaria. You get 18 booster packs each of the Infinite Forbidden, Rage of the Abyss, Supreme Darkness, and Alliance Insight. Complete sets with quarter century secret rares of Supreme Darkness and Alliance Insight. Invite, travel, accommodations to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship in Paris, France. A Steam Deck OLED, a code to get the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Great game, by the way. An ultra rare copy for the top 16 WCQ qualifiers. They're going to get an effect veiler with that WCQ stamp on it and a super rare for the top 32 for Card Trooper, as well as a WCQ Top Cut game mat and 1 WCQ promo card.
Wow. Just wow, looking at that list of prizes, you can tell these players are playing for more than just the hype, the privilege of going to Worlds. They're fighting for so many amazing prizes that represent what it means to be a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
And these duelists, you know they're going to go back to their locals at some point. Can you imagine being at your official tournament store and being able to show pictures of this trophy or slap down that effect bill, or maybe you're playing in a Time Wizard tournament, you want to go ahead and use the Card Trooper. Just gorgeous, but they're not just competing for prizes. They want that trophy to be the coveted World Champion.
You know, you're right. And many times Effect Veiler has ended my turns, but if it was a WCQ Effect Veiler, I'll give him a pass. That was pretty cool.
I'm
losing, but that was awesome.
But the excitement, the vibes here, it's a little bit different. Yesterday was this huge festival, but now it's a little bit quieter. Everybody really locked in, and there's also a lot of public events too. So again, if you're in the area and maybe you can get the drive on, go ahead and head over here because we have plenty of things to do if you are not just here to compete in the main event.
Yeah, I often like to think of day one as sort of setting the tone for what the rest of the event is going to be, and now today is all about succeeding and continuing what that tone is, and then also ending it. And that can lead to a bit of intensity, a bit of nervousness that we can maybe feel in these opening rounds. But once we get closer and closer to that actual finals, to those top 4 being announced, you're going to see a lot of hype happening here. It's going to be pretty awesome.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where I just cannot believe we made it this far. We are in a 3-day event and it's the last day. How could we get here?
I got here on a plane. I'm not sure how you got here.
No, I mean going through the duels. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. I was just joking. It's going to be a fun time to watch these people play, but I think we're going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a break here and come back with round 10. It's going to be really exciting.
See you soon. Well, we promised you a duel, and it's time to pay up. Again, there are still so many competitors here. We'll be tuning in soon, but the show must go on for these duelists because there are still 3 rounds of Swiss. Let's talk about how many duelists are still here and who still has an undefeated record, because again, that's going to be very important as we figure out who gets in with X1, who gets in with X2, right? Those tournament records are important. So we started with 2,799, but we ended up with, after late registration, 2,838 duelists, but only 6 remain as undefeated duelists. A wild time and a successful tournament run indeed.
Yep, and I know all my fellow competitive players out there are doing the math of what does it take to get top 64. I think for right now, we can worry a little less about that and worry more about who is doing the best so far, because they're the ones with the most momentum going forwards towards that ultimate win. But just between you and me, we have X2 as a pretty safe bet. Let's go ahead, throw to the stage, and introduce our duelists for round 10.
Thanks, casters. Hey, Indianapolis. Yes, how you doing? Good. Love to see the smiles. Are you ready for day 2? Let's go. Let's get to our competitors now. We begin with the blue chair. Hailing from Santa Maria, California, we have Conrado C. They've been playing since elementary school, and their favorite food, sausage pizza. Now to the red chair. Coming to us from Levington, New York, we have Sean K. Some cheers there. They actually won a last chance qualifier on Friday here. It's the first time on stage for both of them. Are you ready for the 10th round of Swiss? Casters, handing it over to you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. It is good to see Sean and Conrado just ready to go. It's a bright and early morning for them, but they are as serious as ever to get this duel started. And we have Regenesis versus Luna Light for you guys today.
Both decks getting recent support out of Duelist Advance. I'll be curious to see if Conrado included some of those new highlights, but Sean very serious there. But that Luna Light deck, certainly a smile there from Luna Light. Leo Gold. Great card, really put this deck into a power class of its own.
Yeah, I imagine Sean is so serious because he is someone that came in on last chance qualifiers this weekend. That is as stressful as it gets for competing in the main event here. And to make it 8-1 after doing that is, I think, pretty impressive, and I think shows that he has what it takes to compete with the best of them.
Yeah, there's no shade on coming in the tournament from the last chance qualifiers. You know, some duelists say, oh, well, I haven't gotten my invite yet. I'm not going to compete in the main event. Sean is a great testament to the fact that you really can show up to your World Championship qualifiers, qualify then, and get this far. He may be going to Paris before he knows it.
Oh, yes, but let's not count out Conrado either. I'm sure he worked equally as hard to get here, just maybe a little less stressful when it comes to the actual timing of everything.
Now, certainly nice if you've already got your invite. You can relax, you know, just kind of play as the format continues to evolve. Figure out what deck you want to use and then show up to the NAWCQ. But it's anybody's game here. Both duelists with a very good record. A loss here would not keep you out of contention, but it wouldn't be the best vibe, right? You want to keep going as close as you can so you can get seated well and get those coveted top 64 spots.
As the resident Regenesis expert, how do you see this matchup going for them?
So Regenesis has a built-in answer to Luna Light's best combos, right? We know that Liger Dancer is unaffected by card effects, but it can still be tributed, and Regenesis monsters do not require you to have a 2,500 attack or defense monster on your field to meet their summoning requirements, just on the field. And what has 2,500 defense? Lava Golem. So Lava Golem has been this archetype out. It's weird because it's not really a Regenesis card, but it has that sacred number of 2,500. So if your opponent goes first, they pop off with Luna Lights. Maybe they put in number 41 Baguska, the terribly tired tapir. That's okay. Lava Golem, Regenesis time. So
that would be a really impressive thing to see if Conrado is playing it in his main deck, which some Regenesis players may or may not be doing. Again, we're not spoiling anything about particular lists.
Total guess here.
We're just saying what's possible to happen here today. And because it's really interesting to see kind of how invincible it feels like Luna Light is after Duels Advance, what with the release of Liger Dancer, that when they go first, it's kind of hard for most decks to interact. But Game 1 will tell us everything we need to know between Conrado and Sean.
Well, speaking of going first, it's time for a dice roll. Let's find out who is going to go first.
Sean rolls a 10. Pretty good start. But a 12 from Conrado is going to open up our tournament today.
Let's see if his opening move is as strong as his dice roll.
So it's looking like he's going to open up here right into his main phase with a special summon of Kashtira Fenrir, the most honorary monster of all archetypes. Not just Kashtira Fenrir, but he could be Vanquish Soul Fenrir. He could be Regenesis Fenrir if he needs to.
It certainly helps to get you to another 2,500 attack monster. Oh, got a little bit of information out there. Joel and Lockbird is in the deck somewhere, but Kashtira Unicorn, Sacred, 2,500 attack.
Yeah, he showed the wrong wind monster there for a second. Also, I just wanted to give a shout out to Conrado, being a fellow left-handed duelist there. Just making sure that you guys understand his deck's on the left and his extra deck and field zone are on the right.
So we're really just going to go for the Kashtira Fenrir. Obviously, if we start off with Kashtira, Unicorn would have had the 2500 attack. Certainly a way to get back in for Conrado, but right now he's just relying on his set card and Kashtira Fenrir. But that set card may not last. Let's see what he's going to play here on Sean's side.
It is worth noting that that Fenrir is a special summoned monster, so a Liger Dancer would be able to get rid of it, or even a Leo Dancer too.
Sean thinking about activating that Lunalight Masquerade, but besides not to, it's a little difficult because you don't want to fall into the pit trap of Kashtira Fenrir.
Basically getting as many names in your graveyard and proccing all their effects as possible is what Lunalight wants to do to set up its engine, and then being able to fusion summon multiple times, either using normal poly effects or things like Lunalight Wolf and Twilight Masquerade to fusion from your graveyard is really important. That Gold Leer will be met with an infinite impermanence, though, negating its effect on summon.
Conrado lightly grimacing when he saw that there was a Lunalight Duelist, but decided to use the infinite impermanence there to stop Lunalight Gold Leo.
And this is actually a really important thing that happens a lot in this format right now. You know, people normally favor the big blowout interactions like Fuelos or Droll and Lockbird, but cards like Infinite Impermanence and Ash Blossom, the more one-for-one interactions, are more useful against decks like Lunalight. They're trying to have a very specific combo go off, rather than just try to generate as much advantage as possible.
Oh, okay.
Definitely helps, and I see that Conrado has really held it off with just this Kashtira Fenrir. Sean seems stopped in his tracks, trying to determine what his next move is. Looks like we did not activate the effect of Kashtira Fenrir, and that's smart, right? The Gold Leo has already used its effect, so there's not really anything else going on with it. So it's very difficult as Sean tries to determine if I activate a monster effect, lose a monster. That could be rough.
And I think something that happened here is I believe I just got a peek in Sean's hand that he has Yellow Martin already in his hand, which is normally a really big target to send with Masquerade. Normally you'd send something like one of the other names that also dumps the Yellow Martin, so you have as many names as possible, and then you proc Yellow Martin's effect to search for a Lunalight spell card. But right now he feels a little locked into doing so because he has no idea how to get that card in the graveyard. Making sure we know where the Infirm column was, we're going to activate Lunalight Masquerade in a safe column, and then on activation we'll be able to send a Lunalight monster, if we wish, from the deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. You do have to ask your opponent. There's no bubbles here, but Masquerade, such a powerful card, really pushing this deck to the limits. Looks like we're about to play another Lunalight card here. Activating the effect of Lunalight Masquerade then.
We're going to go ahead and send one from our deck to the graveyard. Again, I'm not sure how he's going to be able to access things like Lunalight Fusion without that Yellow Martin going to the graveyard here. I believe he's eyeing up, is that Silverhound? Yeah, that looks like Silverhound to me.
Silverhound's such a strong option getting that to the graveyard. Regenesis does rely on spells and traps, so being able to have that spell and trap negation effect is very strong.
You're the head judge, or?
Oh, looks like we may be pausing here.
I can appeal.
We are appealing a decision here. Didn't catch what the ruling was, but it looks like we may be taking a moment.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I'm not sure exactly what the conversation is going to be with the head judge there, but I'm imagining it has something to do with the series of actions he did before he activated Twilight Masquerade, before resolving it. Maybe just took a little long, slow play type
Yeah,
caution.
it did seem like he was trying to figure out what to do, and the problem is this still is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition with rules. I feel like I need to make a YouTube video just reading the tournament policy guidelines, right? Because you have to keep that pace of play. That's the thing. It is a competitive tournament, and because of that, I mean, with a ticket to Paris online, you have to be following every single rule, so we'll find out soon a ruling from our judges.
Yeah, it's always interesting, too, making sure that the game state is maintained not only by the players, but by the judges around us as well. They're always keeping a watchful eye for anything that we think could be going on and trying to make sure that the game is as fair and as seamless as possible.
That certainly is, but with that in mind, we get to kind of theorize what we feel about the Lunalight matchup and the Regenesis matchup, because we're so early on into it, right? We do know that there's that Kashtira Unicorn in hand. Well, most duelists are running multiple copies of Liger Dancer, but you think the combo might be stunted if you just picked one of those out and banished it face down?
I mean, yeah, it's interesting to think like the overall power would definitely be weakened if you got rid of one of the Liger Dancers, but I would say the big thing for Sean that's kind of keeping him here is that Yellow Martin being in hand. I believe that is for sure in his hand, and without a solid way to get that to the grave, like with Emerald Bird or something, there's really no way for him to access Lunalight Fusion and get Perfume Dancer and then turn on the rest of the Lunalight combos with Perfume and whatnot.
That is difficult. I think that Leo was meant to go ahead and discard that Yellow Martin so the combo could continue, but unfortunately that is not going to happen, at least for now. Duelists are still waiting here for results, so we're just kind of hanging out with you for now. But again, it just goes to show you that even at the highest levels of competitive play, great duelists still succumb to the pitfalls of, oh my goodness, I'm up on stage. And there's no reason to be nervous, but you do still have to be locked in and play the best of your ability.
And on the flip side, too, I think Conrado's hand we saw had no Regenesis engine, because if he did, he would have been able to use the Unicorn as the sort of unlocker for all those Regenesis cards. So he probably needs some more time himself. So it's not like this game is just one way or the other. We might be in for a bit of a grind here because people are stymieing each other.
No, absolutely there. And I think what's interesting is you can almost read the hand if you're a Regenesis stan like I am, because if he added that 2500 sacred number but didn't reveal anything, then you know he likely doesn't have Regenesis Archfiend in the hand, because the only condition is 25 and then you can summon it. It's fun in a lot of different decks, and hopefully we get to see that gameplay, but again, we're just waiting here. But this weekend is just going to be stacked when you think about it. 3 more rounds of Swiss for these competitors, whether they win or lose. Then top 64, which is going to be single elimination. We're going to have to say goodbye to some of the best and brightest in North America. But then we've also got all the public events and everything else going on. There's some crazy stuff today.
Oh yeah, 100%. And not to mention the different kinds of decks we've been seeing. All the different flavors of Ryzeal, Malice, Lunalight, Regenesis, Art Mage has been around too. Like, it's going to be really interesting to see what actually ends up taking the whole thing down. I'm not sure if I have any bets placed anywhere yet, but it's going to be really exciting to see no matter what.
I'm not a betting man, but I'll have to say some of the surprises that were cool. Seeing that there are Gem Knight duelists in the tournament,
That's
too.
true. That was a surprise.
And it's not the type of Gem Knight deck we're thinking we're not going to give away their strategy, but just literally seeing Gem Knights out there is just very, very flattering, very good for the duelist soul.
It's not that Gem Knight deck. It's a very unique and different one.
Well, we got a lot of new support from Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem, and I know some duelists are very eager to see high-level gameplay of that, so maybe we'll get to see it later on. But, again, we are still waiting here in round 10, just trying to find out what's going on, but just amazing atmosphere. I feel bad that it's the end of the season, right? Some of these duelists, you know, this is the biggest gathering of North American duelists every single year. But then they dissipate that diaspora to all the little OTS shops and everything in between. So it'll be hard to say goodbye to everybody when the end of the day comes.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think it's said enough that for a lot of duelists, this is the end of their competitive season. And for a lot of duelists, it could be that reward, going to Worlds, that opportunity to be the best duelist, like Ruben was last year. But for some people, it's like this is where the end of the road was. You worked as hard as you could, and you couldn't make it there. That's going to be pretty sombering, but hopefully it'll actually end up with driving you to come back again next year. You're like, I did it once. I just need to get a little farther next time.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is that, you know, some people talk about duelists with these amazing records, and you know who I'm talking about, where they have tournament top after tournament top after tournament top. But those tops came from the fact that they continue to enter tournament after tournament after tournament. So you shouldn't feel bad if for some reason you entered the NAWCQ and maybe you're watching from home or the hotel room and you're like, oh no, I'm just going to sleep in today. No, that's just the beginning of your journey, right? And the way that you get up to those top spots, the way you make it to the World Championship, hard work, determination, and entering tournaments.
Oh, yeah. And also, it doesn't matter if you are a veteran duelist or not. We saw Dueling in his first year of competitive play become a World's representative.
Yeah,
That's
he's already
exciting.
going. It's incredible. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he's still competing in day 2 of this tournament today, right?
Last time I checked, he had at least 18 points, and I think that was around round 7 or 8, which is a pretty good record. So he's probably here for day 2.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but regardless, we already know he's going there, so he might just be passing off his invite to somebody else if he goes all the way to the top 4, which would be kind of sweet.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely gives you a lot of practice, too, because playing against duelists is the way to get experience playing against duelists. You can't just sit there and play solitaire games to yourself. You really have to engage with other people, and Julian's certainly a great example of how you could level up your game plan just so fast in 1 year, being able to go to the World Championship. If you have never, ever even gone to locals, you could still be our world champion next year.
That'd be
insane.
That'd be a fun story.
Good. So, can you imagine? But let's stop imagining. Why don't we throw it back to the stage, because it looks like we're ready to go back into our game.
All right, last time we checked in on here, it was Sean's turn. He was in the middle of resolving his Twilight Masquerade. And I think pretty sure we're going to get some information for you guys on what the actual ruling was from the judge. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and send that Silverhound like we thought to the yard, then activate its effect. Now it's been sent there to, I believe, summon a copy of Black Sheep, that is, from the deck.
Yeah.
Certainly wild to see it, and no wonder to read it. I do not think that Black Sheep has been reprinted since Shining Victories in 2016. So it shows you the new Lunalight support busting out some cards that haven't been seen for a while. But even though we did activate that monster effect, looks like we're going to go ahead and banish that Black Sheep face down.
Because we're going to be using that Fenrir there on res, and I believe that will be able to stop him from using the ignition effect of Black Sheep to add. We're going to activate the effect of Yellow Martin here, revealing a card to summon itself to the field.
Finally managed to get that Yellow Martin out somehow.
Yeah, we return the Masquerade to our hand. We can't use it again this turn, unfortunately, but we can actually save it for next turn. I believe we do have the effect to let us banish if we use something like Polymerization or whatever to fusion summon. We'll have to see later if Sean's able to go for that.
Such a cool way to fusion summon too, and that is what Lunalights are all about. But we haven't seen a fusion yet. Looks like we're going to Xyz summon instead, build the overlay network, and I wonder if it's just going to be Baguska. And it is.
Yeah, usually when you have a deck that just has really powerful rank 4 capabilities like the Lunalight deck does, whenever they get really stymied, like that Infinite Impermanence did on Gold Leo, they'll just go Babuska and be like, I'm going to try again next turn. Because this deck has so much explosivity that you can totally afford to do so. And this would put the Yellow Martin in the graveyard, which I believe Babuska detaches for effect, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, so that'd be very important because that would proc the Yellow Martin.
So now we're just going to normal summon.
Normal summon Puolos is a very exciting play here. I believe we're going to send it to the... Oh, we're going to link summon into Almirage here because it was a normal summon monster with 1,000 or less attack. And now we're going to link 2 here into... Is that going to be SP Little Knight?
I would imagine so. I mean, we did include a link monster there, so it would be able to banish, and that's a strong way to get rid of that card and be able to play your other monsters. And yep, there's the SP Little Knight.
Banishing the Baguska, that's really huge. And if we do chain anything here, we'll have the opportunity to get rid of our own SP, which will let us summon our Unicorn if our board's empty again. So Sean's is going to let that Babuska get banished, it looks like.
Very smart that even though we had that interruption play, he did not forget about the Cashier Unicorn and did not attempt to activate anything.
And we're going to go ahead and set there. And this SP Little Knight unfortunately cannot attack directly and does not have 2,500 or more attack. So I imagine if he has any Regenesis monsters in hand that are not Archfiend, they're not going to get summoned anyway.
I did get a peek at his hand. I at least saw Regenesis Dragon for Conado, so I think he is just waiting to get rid of the SP Little Knight or for something to happen to it. But if he passes play back over to Sean, that could be a very difficult turn for him because all Lunalight needs is one solid turn of fusion summoning.
And all Conrado needs is one monster with 2,500 attack points, and he can summon a whole bunch of them.
I don't think there's any 2,500 attack or defense monsters in the Lunalight deck, are there?
Exactly, I don't think so. I think like randomly they're all like 24, 28, 2,000. Like they're all like the opposite numbers that you would need. But
just taking a look just to make sure there's no backdoor pilot into Regenesis here. No, I do not see anything. 3,500, what a great number. Oh, actually, Lunalight Panther Dancer has 2,500 defense. I wonder if we'll see it.
Sometimes Panther Dancer is just used with Kaleido Chick to get that extra number so you can summon Leo Dancer and whatnot. Normally you're not hard making because I believe it requires Cat Dancer to be summoned.
That's true, and I don't think I've seen a single one of those left on the field. Even then, you would still end your combo with some great Liger Dancers instead. Speaking of combos, looks like Sean is going through the extra deck, figuring out where to go next here, with just a Martin on the field for now.
Yeah, it was really cool. He activated the Lunalight Masquerade in hand to bring back the Yellow Martin to the board, and now he's going to normal summon the Emerald Bird here on summon. That'll give him the option to discard a Lunalight card and draw one. I don't think he's going to do that. Looks like he's just eyeing up his extra deck again, seeing what he can make here. I think he's eyeing up, is that Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Tiger King?
I mean, it's a great way to get Fire Formation Tenki to your hand. Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness, is that like the Platinum Rare from way back in the day?
From Fist of the Gadget, right? Is that not a Platinum Rare, right?
I guess we're about to find out.
That could be... Oh, that's just Dugaris.
Really? So maybe just trying to draw 2 and discard 1 in order to put more Lunalights in the graveyard?
It does proc the effects of any Lunalights that are sent to the graveyard by effect, which would be useful. I don't believe it'll proc the Yellow Martin or the Emerald Bird by the detach here, but we do have another Infinite Impermanence as Conrado to stop that, and that's a lot of resources from Sean, getting no value out of it. That is a big trade.
Up.
Sure. Thing.
And I believe because he's activated the effect, is he still under the same condition that he would not be able to draw on his next turn for Dugaris, or do you have to resolve the effect?
I believe you're still locked out. It reminds me of Pada Prosperity being negated. So.
Yeah, it's like a part of the activation cost, not just the actual resolving of the effect.
Well, it may be unclassified, but...
We'll know later if he doesn't draw for his next turn.
Looks like Sean's trying to figure out what to do next. Been very difficult here. Again, just having a single monster in defense mode there with no Xyz materials. Dugaris is just going to make him pass. So Conrado draws for turn.
Now, normally, being a Regenesis player, you want a game like this. You know, every single turn is getting more and more turn cycles of adding back your Regenesis monsters, but he hasn't been able to summon one as Conrado. We're going to attack the Dugaris with SP Little Knight just to clear it off the board, because why not? And are we just holding a grip of monsters we can't summon as Conrado, and we're passing? Both players are just sitting here staring at each other, not being able to actually duel. It's intense.
And that's the thing, the second that SP Little Knight is cleared out, if Sean does not finish all of Conrado's life points, that's a problem, because Regenesis will just crawl on in, starting with Cashier Unicorn, getting that Sacred 2,500. Now we're seeing the Foolish Burial Goods.
Oh, and this is going to be crazy. We're going to be able to send Perfume. Perfume will be able to reborn our Gold Leo. Or we can send off Serenade Dance and get coming out of the deck, actually, and get even more resources. I love that play from Sean because you can always access Perfume via Perfume Dancer in his extra deck. He just needs a way to fusion summon.
Let's see if he finds it now.
So we're going to be sending the Droll and Lockbird for the Serenade Dance's cost. They're banishing it from the graveyard. I wonder who we're going to summon here. Gold Leo seems pretty good if he has another copy of that in his deck. Something like Black Sheep again if he has another one wouldn't be too bad to automatically get Poly. I think he's eyeing that Gold Leo. Yeah, the beautiful secret rare from Duelist Advance. Gold Leo is going to be coming down on special summon. He'll be able to add any Lunalight monster from his deck to his hand. Classic effect.
Now he may regret getting rid of the Droll and Lockbird because that does mean that after Regenesis Archfiend activates its effect, you can grab Regenesis and perform additional searches of the deck to add cards from your deck to your hand. But at this point, I think he's just trying to get started, so anything will do at this point.
I do want to point out that Sean has no idea Colorado is playing with Genesis. He's just seen Kashtira, Fenrir, and Unicorn, and SP Little Knight, and Puelos. So yeah, I think Sean's like, I wonder what I am playing. He probably doesn't think the Droll and Lockbird's even that valuable, maybe compared to the other cards he has in his hand. And there we see Lunalight World. Like I said, all he needs is a way to fusion summon here, and he can get off to the races.
Kind of wild. He may be thinking that this is the slowest Vanquish Soul opponent he's ever gone against, right? Because Kashtira's sometimes do show up, although Kashtira Unicorn a win, not one of these sacred 3 attributes that Vanquish Soul is looking for. But he really doesn't have any information unless he just susses out the fact that it's like, Kashtira hasn't played yet. Maybe Regenesis?
Yeah, it'll be funny to see if he gets surprised by what happens.
Well, certainly Conrado, the second he saw that first Lunalight monster come down, he was like, oh, okay, that's what this is. But I am curious to see Sean, who's so steely, so just locked into the duel, if we can get a reaction out of him too.
Yeah, he was just in the waiting room really for a lot of his good Lunalight cards because he drew a lot of the normal one-ups that you use to sort of make your combos more resilient. But here we have Wolf and I believe Masqueraded Hand, which is going to be a lot of really good resources for him. Getting that extra send, and then of course activating the Lunalight Wolf Pendulum effect to perform a fusion summon. Here we're going to be banishing material from the graveyard to summon here. We see Emerald Bird, and I believe that was a copy of Gold Leo. This is probably going to go for that Perfume Dancer that I was talking about to unlock the most powerful Luna Light card.
That's true, right? Because Lunalight Perfume isn't a Lunalight card, it's a Luna Light card, right? Wow.
This to me has been the big unlock for the deck since Duelist Advance. Normally, Yellow Martin is able to search for really powerful cards like Lunalight Fusion or Lunalight Serenade Dance or other really cool cards. But being able to search Lunalight Perfume, the in-archetype Monster Reborn and Reinforcement of the Army in the same turn if you want is just so powerful. And having more ways in the deck to also discard for effect can just turn on all your Lunalight effects because they want to hit the graveyard, but they want that to be via effect.
I feel like Lunalight's almost famous for having powerful effects that you can just keep using over and over and over again.
They invented the soft once per turn, I'll tell you that much.
Well, looks like finally seeing the fusion summon. We're going to activate the Lunalight Masquerade here. It was activated this turn, so you could use the other effect. Looks like we are going to do that now.
Yeah, this will let us send maybe another copy of Silverhound if we have it. It could let us get access to another Yellow Martin if we have it, but earlier he probably showed that he didn't. He only had the one that he drew. I think he's eyeing up Kaleido Chick here just to have it in the graveyard so he can use it for the battle phase effect for protection. That seems pretty cool.
Sure.
And then we're going to use the effect of Gold Leo because the card was sent to add it to our hand, actually. And we haven't done our normal summon yet. And Kaleido Chick, as I'm sure we are aware, is one of the best normal summons in the Lunalight deck, being able to have that Neptupus-like send for cost secret effect. And then being able to have that extra ability to be a fusion material if you need it.
No, it is kind of insane the fact that no matter what, that monster is going to the graveyard, and that is where Lunalights tend to be. It's almost like a little circus dance, right? They go into the graveyard, they come out of the graveyard. They go into the graveyard, they come out. But the deck is kind of unmatched in terms of its power ceiling. It's some wild stuff.
I mean, being able to summon 2 Liger Dancers potentially is, that'll get the job done, as they say.
Liger Dancers alongside of Baguska, which we saw earlier in the tournament yesterday. There's some cool stuff you can do, but now we've got another Gold Leo on the field.
Yep, just clarifying how everything was summoned. Gold Leo was not normal summoned, it was special summoned from the grave from the deck using Serenade Dance. We're going to be sending the Leo Dancer to the grave using Kaleido Chick, and then we're going to be changing its name. But we're going to be chained to that effect, SP Little Knight, banishing both. That is really huge because that is denying the Leo Dancer material that Sean desperately needs to summon his Liger Dancer. It needs to be made with Leo Dancer specifically.
So certainly smart on Conrado's end, and he did get rid of the SP Little Knight. However, it is going to come back, so that may lock him up again. It almost would have been more worth it to lose it by battle. However, you don't want your opponent to fuse that hard. So sort of darned if you do, darned if you don't. But now we're going back in here. Looks like we're activating the effects to fusion summon.
Yeah, because we were able to bounce the Lunalight Wolf back to our hand using Perfume Dancer, and like I said, soft once per turn effects here. That includes the fusion summons. We're going to go ahead and banish the Leo Dancer that's in our graveyard. We can still use that as material to summon the Liger Dancer.
Yep.
And now we're going to be able to attack twice.
Okay.
First, we're going to hit for 2K, and it's going to be a total of 76. That is 9,600 life points. Sean Killian has the W here.
He made it. He made it. So off to a slow start, but was able to finally get it done. About a 15-minute game there, so plenty of time left on the clock. But interesting, Coronado did not play a single Regenesis card. So as the side decking happens, he kind of has the advantage because Sean really doesn't have a guarantee, unless he knows Coronado, what is happening.
It's going to be really interesting to see sort of how the adaptation from Conrado goes, because he kind of didn't get to suss out how powerful his engine really is against the Lunalight stuff. We just saw Sean and Conrado both struggle to actually get their plays going, and Sean was able to draw out of it quick enough because his engine is a bit more robust and doesn't require more than just what the individual cards do. Like does that make sense? Like, basically, Conrado needed a 2,500 attack point monster and the right Regenesis monsters, whereas Sean just needed specific Lunalight cards, like a spell card or a trap card or a fusion spell, and he would have been off to the races.
There is certainly a lot more ways to jump in on Lunalight than on Regenesis. Jerome McHale famously said, the hardest Regenesis to summon is the first Regenesis, because you do have to get that 2,500 attack on the field, whether it's your opponent's side of the field or, well, 2,500 defense if it's a Lava Golem. But we'll see if maybe Coronado's running it. It certainly is a popular option, and we did see that in yesterday. It's a great option to include there, but Coronado just trying to figure out his side deck options, has a little bit of mystery on his side, likely to go first, has certainly a lot of options there, but also knows his opponent's on Joel and Lockbird, powerful card in the format, but discarded, so maybe he's safe. Maybe he can search those cards out and get everything he needs.
I mean, and we saw how powerful just the one-for-one interaction was from Conrado to be able to stymie Sean and give him as much time as possible to draw out of the funk that he was currently in. Going first, though, what are some of the interruptions you think Regenesis could put up that could really interrupt the Lunalight combos?
So my favorite is Regenesis Sage for sure, because
Yes.
Regenesis Sage has the ability to negate the activation of a card and destroy it by sending a Regenesis card from the hand or field to the graveyard, which is great because if it's sent during your opponent's turn, that comes back for additional recursive resources. However, in this particular matchup, Regenesis Dragon is very strong because it's able to tribute itself to banish a spell or trap on the field, and that would be a way to deal with Lunalight Masquerade.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Having those, like, in archetype one-for-one interactions on top of whatever else you might draw, like an Ash Blossom, like an Imperm or whatever, can, I think, really interrupt what Sean is trying to do. And all you need is one or two turns attacking with big 2,500 boys to win the game, right?
And I just thought of another one. The Kaleido Chick would need to stay on the field in order to keep its fusion substitute effect.
Right.
So Regenesis Warrior also could be used, tribute it to bounce it off the field before you have to deal with Liger Dancers too.
Good luck.
Right, but being able to stop one Liger Dancer, because the Leo Dancer goes to the graveyard, as we saw. That can get another one.
That's true. And I can't think of a Regenesis option out of that unless you're running something like maybe...
Oh,
no, because it would be affected by card effects. So you can get rid of one Liger Dancer guaranteed. The rest is up to Coronado.
Well, you can always just Sage, negate and destroy the Wolf, or negate and destroy the Fusion spell. That would also get rid of one.
Oh, that's true. Get it before it happens. Well, speaking of happening, it's time to go to Game 2 here. At the first round, we've got Round 10, Day 2 of the NAWCQ.
Yep, we got Sean on the right, Conrado on the left. Sean's currently up one. Conrado has some work to do, but I think I saw the name of the deck, Regenesis, in his hand, so it'll be fun to see that pop up. But first, we have Unicorn, which is the fun start for this deck because it makes any interaction Sean might have a lot less appealing because we're going to lose some cards in our extra deck.
That is another way to get rid of the Liger Dancer. Excuse me, when we see the extra deck, okay, it's just one of those I don't have to deal with. Banish face down, but we are going to go into the deck here, activating the effect of Keshtira, Unicorn, grabbing Keshtira, Birth.
Now, I was going to say something that could be interesting. You mentioned earlier, like, if Unicorn can really interrupt Sean. Depending on how his extra deck is built, getting rid of copies of Leo Dancer could be pretty huge. Because if he doesn't have access to those, he also doesn't have access to Liger Dancer.
So Sean didn't know his opponent was playing Regenesis, but it seems like maybe he has not played against Regenesis as he takes that card out. He's going to add a Regenesis monster if he already controlled one. He could go ahead and add a 2,500 monster, but that's not relevant when Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring comes down. Now, Regenesis in the graveyard, without having its effect resolve, is still okay because it is basically a monster reborn on later turns. It can be banished to get back one of your Regenesis monsters from the graveyard if it happens to still be there.
And we do see the Leo Dancer being banished there from Unicorn, denying it definitely a potential option for him in the future, because now if Sean activates any monster effect on his turn, he'll lose his second copy of Leo Dancer, thus turning off all Liger Dancers in the future. That's going to be pretty big.
That could be really scary. Getting rid of the fusion materials is also a heads-up way to prevent that from being summoned in the first place.
Yep, and there we see the Birth coming down, and then Fenrir being able to be normal summoned thanks to the Birth. And then we have Regenesis Warrior being able to special summon itself because we have the Unicorn. And now we got a pretty controlling board all of a sudden. You know, we have the Birth, which can banish cards from Sean's graveyard. We have Unicorn, which can banish cards from his extra deck. We have Fenrir, which can banish cards from the board. And we have Warrior, who can bounce cards back to his hand.
But there's more. Did you catch that face down trap card?
What was it?
Skill Drain.
Oh my goodness.
And you can tribute the Regenesis Warrior, still get the monster returned to the hand because the monster won't be face up on the field when its effect is resolving. So Skill Drain, perfect combination here. Get some of those Kashtira effects out of the way, surprise your opponent with the Skill Drain, and still have big, beefy 2,500 boys, as you said.
Yeah, and Sean's in a really interesting position because the second he activates a monster effect, Unicorn will get rid of his last Leo Dancer, potentially, and Fenrir will banish whatever monster he played. But there we see the activation of Gold Leo being totally fine. Everything for the Kashtiras happens on res. So we're going to go ahead and add a Lunalight monster from our deck to our hand and then discard a card. All part of the effect too, so any effects like Yellow Martin or whatever would trigger, which is pretty exciting to see.
So managing to get in there somehow, but still activating a monster effect, so this might be difficult. We also still have the Skill Drain. It looks like we're going to let this resolve because we want to get those Kashtira effects, and I then think we'll see Skill Drain, but imagine that, getting to banish a card off the field, banish a card from the extra deck, that's pretty good.
So here we see on a resolution, we have the activated Unicorn. We're going to be chaining Silverhound's effect from the hand, chaining to Unicorn there. That'll be allowing it to banish this card at one. Oh, no, sorry, no. We're discarding Silverhound at resolution of Gold Leo's effect, and then Unicorn was proccing. I was like, well, how'd that get sent to the graveyard, actually? Okay.
Sometimes the players get ahead of themselves. They don't wait for their opponent to fully resolve their effect because they're so excited, but you got to slow down here, especially if you're going to punch that ticket to Paris. It looks like we are going through the extra deck here, and it looks like we will take out another Lunalight Fusion name.
And if I saw Sean's extra deck correctly, like Conrado did, I believe that's the only other copy of Leo Dancer, which means I have no idea how he summons Liger Dancer without King of the Swamp in his deck somewhere.
Fusion substitutes are fun for a reason, and this may be a lesson to some duelists. You need to side deck them. But the Lunalight deck was strong before any of those cards, so let's see if Sean can pull it out here.
We can always just summon Saber Dancer, which has a very similar, like, unaffected effect that Liger Dancer has, but it doesn't attack nearly as much, and I don't believe it has any ways to clear monsters.
And that could be very difficult considering we're still staring down Kashtira, Fenrir, and Regenesis Warrior.
So here we have Kaleido Chick coming down because of the Silverhound's effect after being discarded. Because the Silverhound's effect was what was used to summon this thing, we're now going to use Fenrir on resolution of that to now banish that card face down. And because Kaleido Chick is at Ignition, we won't be able to activate its effect to dump anything and get that fusion substitute anyway. And like I said, 1-for-1 interactions are really good against Lunalight, and Kashtira is the king of those.
And it's funny, too, because Regenesis has all those 1-for-1 interactions, too, but I feel that many decks have given up their 1-for-1 interactions, right? Yesterday, we talked about how people are losing copies of Ash Blossom, sometimes Infinite Impermanence, because they want those big global effects. So it's nice to see that you can kind of slip on by, maybe exploit other decks' weaknesses because you're playing your own style.
Yeah, but Sean, I think, is still powering through plenty. We have Tenki coming down, going to be adding Black Sheep to the hand. We do know we have the Wolf in hand, which can get us a Fusion Summon. You know, we can still make plenty of plays here. We're going to be using the effect of the Sheep in our hand to add either a Lunalight monster or Lunalight or a Polymerization. I'm not sure what he declared he was adding. I think you need to declare which one you're going to get before you search, but my assumption would be it's a Poly if he needs a way to Fusion Summon, and there is the beautiful red and blue Polymerization.
Nice to see all the different arts this weekend. I think everybody has activated at least one different art of Polymerization, and looks like we're going to add those cards back. I love holding on to the Skill Drain there. Conrado, you know, hasn't revealed the sort of surprise, and maybe there's a version of this where he gets out of this duel without even having to reveal that he is main decking or side decking Skill Drain.
I mean, there's a world here where, you know, he's waiting all the way until Sean commits a Fusion Summon, because Fusion Summoning famously is a big commitment of resources, and when you punish that commitment of resources by just canceling what it was all trying to do in the first place, that can be really scary for players to deal with.
Looks like we're going to be dropping one more card here. Sean, considering his options, needs to make some kind of move to get through this sort of glut there, but we're going to Polymerization. It's Fusion Summon time.
And it looks like imagine he, you know, goes for a really powerful fusion monster and he just goes flip Skill Drain, activate Warrior on a separate chain later, bounce it back to your extra deck. What are you going to do now? There is the Perfume Dancer coming down. We're going to be chaining Kashtira Birth at resolution of the spell card to banish 3 monsters from his graveyard. Targeting Wolf, Sheep, and Hound, I think.
And then I think it's a Skill Drain time.
Chainlink 4, pay 1,000 life points and activate Skill Drain. This will once resolved, stop the Perfume Dancer from being played. We'll still have access to the Warrior, like you said, because it tributes for cost, deactivates its effect to bounce. And then I'm not sure what Sean will have left. His entire graveyard will be gone on top of that as well.
Now we're going to lose those cards. Lunalight loves having a full graveyard of great materials and card effects that activate in the grave, but that seems to be the first damage in this game. Again, 7,000 to 8,000 now. Clock ticking on at 20 minutes to go. I think Conrado may be able to clear this out, so we'll have a little bit for game 3, but still, Sean's in the driver's seat as he thumbs that Lunalight Masquerade, thinking about what to do next.
Yeah, Lunalight Masquerade can probably send something like Yellow Martin, which can get you Lunalight Fusion, but again, with that skill drain and with that Regenesis Warrior, I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do, and Sean, he's going to be scooping up his cards here. He wants as much time as possible to get into that game 3. And we saw Conrado, once he was actually able to use some of his Regenesis cards and the rest of his Kashtira engine, it was smooth sailing.
That was just one Regenesis Warrior was enough to threaten that. And each of the Regenesis monsters alone are very threatening. Didn't see the full pop off, if you will, right? Going from Regenesis Archfiend to Sage, etc. But Conrado has this slow, grindy strategy, and that's why he's our Game 2 winner, managing to beat out one of the biggest blowout decks in the room, Lunalight.
Oh, yes. And it's going to be really interesting to see how the tides can shift a little bit because, you know, as powerful as Lunalight is, at the end of the day, it's just summoning, you know, really powerful monsters. I think if Sean is able to establish a Liger Dancer, that'll be more than enough to just pretty much obliterate all of what Conrado is trying to do, unless he has some really awesome side deck options like Lava Golem or whatever you mentioned earlier. Could be really interesting to see if that's happening, and a weird way to punish Sean if he does try to go for that full double Liger Dancer board, being like, can you out this? And the answer is, yeah, I can. Just get him off the board, please. That'll be really interesting to see. But I think what Sean's going to hope for is a game where he goes unfettered. Because we haven't really seen him, like you said earlier, pop off, as it were, because he's been stymied either by his deck not giving him the right cards or by Conrado just stopping him at every single turn.
Yeah, bad luck against the stun deck is just a wild situation to be in because the deck is trying to play against your strengths, right? No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. But if your deck's already saying, you know, I don't know what's going on, but here's a couple of cards that don't work together. It's your move. That can be a really difficult situation. So Sean, I think, was right to concede, conserve as much of that time left on the clock as possible, and get to go first, and hopefully just the heart of the cards be with him. He'll get his Lunalight combo going.
Yeah, we haven't really seen, like, to me, the big selling point of the Regenesis deck, which is if you force a game into having multiple turn cycles, you will almost always win because your ability to grind out advantage is better than almost any other deck, barring maybe Vanquish Soul or Sky Strikers, you know, have that conversation title as well. And Lunalight is very much a big explosive deck. Like, if you get caught in a grinder as a Lunalight player and you're not able to establish your big, powerful boss monsters, it's over. Also, one Unicorn can apparently shut down your entire big fusion strategy.
The Kashtira Birth alone did so much damage,
True.
right? Pulling all those different Lunalight cards out of the graveyard, and they want to be there so they can protect their Lunalight family, but unfortunately the circus was shut down by Kashtira Birth and Unicorn alone. But we didn't get to see the full thing, and remember that Sean did pick up that Regenesis card. Doesn't mean he doesn't know what it does, but it's just one of those things where if you don't know the explosive power of the deck, you may be thinking, okay, maybe I can put this modest board together. That'll be enough to have this on the field, but if Regenesis gets going, it may be able to clean the clock in no time at all. So it's going to be a match. I mean, Game 3, you always say, is the most important game. I definitely think this is one of those important Game 3s.
It's the game with the most information, most at stake. Some players are in rhythm, some players are out of rhythm. It all depends on really how the cards draw at the end of the day. You know, I think someone, I forget what player said it. Oh, Mario did, I believe. He's like, I'm just a pilot. Whatever my hand is, that's what I'm going to drive, and we're going to go.
Certainly a good philosophy to have, right? Let the cards do the talking.
You cut it or cut if you want. Yep.
Making sure everything is fair, shuffle and cut. This is destiny being made here. Neither one of these duelists could still make it to the top cut. And likely both of them can, but this is the experience you live for as a duelist. You want to play good people, feeling their best, and just see if you are ready to show it, because you have to earn that invite, but you also have to be ready for it too, one duel at a time.
All right, here we go. I believe I heard Sean say he is going first very proudly. Let's see if that'll be enough for him as we get ready for this Game 3. It'll be really exciting to see how it ends up shaping up in the first round of Day 2 of the NAWCQ, as both these players are eyeing for that top 4 spot. Game 3 begins now.
Good luck.
It's time to duel. Some great sportsmanship, wishing each other good luck. Now we enter the draw phase, and Sean goes through the draw and standby phase. I see a lot of green and pink. I don't see any orange cards. Maybe no monster cards at all, but we can fix that by activating Foolish Burial.
Foolish Burial, that's definitely pretty much anything he wants to be really going on there. That is the king of sending cards to the graveyard by effect.
Activate.
Yep, Silverhound, that's going to be equaling a monster. We're going to ash the Silverhound. Like you said, that might be the only monster he had access to. Let's see if he has any more.
Very clever, too, to save the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for the first activated monster effect. We are going to see the Fire Formation Tenki, though.
And now we can get Gold Leo normal summon, get everything else we wanted. That's going to be pretty huge, but we are denying a body on board. That's worth noting. Silverhound is probably one of the cool ways that this deck, without using Lunalight Tiger, can do rank 4 plays or even access other parts of the engine. So now we're going to see what Gold Leo can do all by itself without access to Silverhound.
And I don't see any points of interaction from Conrado. I see a lot of gas, done a lot of breaks as multiple Regenesis monsters and a copy of Regenesis itself. So he may be staring this field down as you should have to determine how can I play through it. But if the combo goes unfettered and we see multiple Liger Dancers, how can he play through it?
Right. It can be very difficult to affect monsters that are unaffected. You know, they just are staring at you and you have to stare back. That's all you can do.
They're in their lane. They got everything going their way.
So we're adding Black Sheep, and then we're going to be discarding a copy of Dominus Impulse. That's actually a really cool card.
Activate. Add Poly.
And then we're going to be adding Polymerization using this Black Sheep's effect. That's going to be pretty huge here, but again, I don't remember seeing any monsters in his hand. Maybe he has Twilight Masquerade, which let him fusion summon using the graveyard. Oh, Black Sheep will be added back to the hand thanks to the Gold Leo's effect, of course. That's why he was able to get the extra monster.
So slowly but surely accumulating monster cards, activating Polymerization now.
So we got Black Sheep as one of the materials, and Gold Leo. This, I believe, will summon Perfume Dancer, and then we'll get access to the most powerful card in Lunalight, and that is Luna Light Perfume.
Chainlink 1, Black Sheep, Chainlink 2.
Yep, Chainlink 2 Black Sheep because it was used as fusion material. You could add one Lunalight Pendulum monster from your extra deck or one Lunalight monster from your graveyard to your hand. We're going to be adding, that was Gold Leo, yeah? Yeah.
Believe so. Since I still see the Black Sheep on the graveyard there. But now we're going back in the deck, speaking of Lunalight cards. And I see him looking at the Luna Light Perfume.
Oh yeah, that card is going to be pretty useful here. Maybe even going to be summoning back that Silverhound could be pretty interesting.
Oh, we activate it.
Black Sheep.
We're targeting Black Sheep to summon itself to the field.
Results.
And now we could, if we wanted to, use the Lunalight Perfume's effect in the graveyard to basically discard a card and search for another Lunalight monster. I think what he's going to try to hope for here is some kind of Kaleido Chick out, or Leo Dancer out, or Wolf could be cool here. Lots of fun options. Honestly, what we could probably see is Yellow Martin too, because that's another free body potentially.
Search Kaleido Chick.
But it's going to be Kaleido Chick. That's like the thing he needs to get access to the first Liger Dancer, no problem, by sort of copying his Leo Dancer in the extra deck.
It would be the first Liger Dancer to actually appear on the field. We are in Game 3, and we actually haven't seen the thing that makes this deck so reliable and able to get you this far in the tournament. So let's go ahead and put the Black Sheep back in the hand, bring out the Kaleido Chick, and I think we're going to activate its effect next.
Oh, yes. And by the effect, you mean the real part of the effect, which is the cost, right?
Yes, the cost.
Send a card to the graveyard. Interesting, he's going for the main deck here, not the extra deck. He's feeling a bit more confident here. Maybe Conrado's all out of interaction. That is something that a lot of top players will do as they do certain plays. They're going, oh, I now know you don't have this or this in your hand because if you did, you would have used it earlier in the turn, meaning I can play a bit more aggressively. So there we see the Tiger going to the graveyard for Kaleido Chick's effect, and now we're going to activate the effect of Black Sheep to add Tiger back to the hand. That is a really heads-up play right there because now he has access to a non-once per turn, sorry, I should say a soft once per turn monster reborn with that pendulum effect of Lunalight Tiger.
Civilly once per turn, but every time you want to. Just, this is a once per turn, but no, this is a different card. I trust me.
Be like, I swear to you, this Tiger is different than the other one. They're just twins. They get this all the time. Everyone says they look alike. It happens.
But jokes aside, Sean definitely getting a very serious field here as he continues to play. And it's nice to see on the Lunalight side, right? How did Duelists get this far with this deck? You might be wondering, like, it hasn't done anything. Well, it's about to.
Ooh, we're going to see some really fun stuff here. We're going for this Cross Sheep. This will basically allow Sean to get extra bodies, extra material. Here is the Lunalight Tiger. First time we're going to be resolving the effect to summon. This is going to bring back the Kaleido Chick. We're actually going to bring back the Perfume Dancer. Oh, don't tell me Perfume Dancer is also a soft once per turn to summon by bouncing, right?
It is the Lunalight special.
Activate Kaleido Chick. Send.
No, each effect is once per turn. Okay, great. And it's named as Perfume. But it is a fusion monster, which can be very useful.
Tiger.
Speaking of useful, looks like we got our Yellow Martin back on the field finally.
Yeah, we summoned it back because we used Cross Sheep to bring back Kaleido Chick and just get the extra body that way. And then Yellow Martin bounces back to Tiger, and now we can use Tiger again if we so wish. And we can use Kaleido Chick again to copy Leo Dancer if we wish. But instead, it looks like we're going to be going for a rank 4 play. Maybe he's not choosing to Liger Dancer or already has access to it.
Well, with his tournament life on the line, I know we're still in Swiss. It could be a Baguska here.
No.
Oh, interesting.
Oh my gosh, is that Outer Entity Azathoth?
It is Outer Entity Azathoth.
Touch.
We're going to go ahead and...
Sorry, no, that's Nyarla.
Oh, Nyarla. Okay.
Azathoth's the rank 5 one.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry, it was upside down.
I was like, there's always a card that's associated with this one that I know is a little primordial, a little evil for people at home.
Certainly an interesting play there. A great way to detach. Now we're going back into the deck.
Yeah, we're using the effect of, I think, Yellow Martin here to add a Lunalight spell card. This could get us Twilight Masquerade because we were able to add back Poly. Now we can use the Masquerade as a way to fusion summon from the graveyard without the need for Lunalight Wolf. Plus, we can even send more cards to the graveyard that we need. Can Masquerade send from the extra deck? Let me just double check here. From your deck to the graveyard. So no, you cannot send from the extra deck with Masquerade.
It's good, but it's not that good.
That would be wild if you could just like send Leo Dancer to the graveyard and then fusion with it. That'd be so crazy.
Like the Masquerade.
Enough talking about Masquerade. It's time to activate it.
Just assessing here what other names we might want to see in the graveyard. I could see something like Yellowbird being pretty, so Emerald Bird being pretty cool here.
Yep.
Maybe depends on if he has more copies of, or sorry, I should say access to things like Lunalight Wolf could be interesting for him. But yeah, it is going to be Emerald Bird who has the effect when it's into the graveyard to, I believe, summon a level 4 or lower that is banished or in your graveyard. That'll bring back the Kaleido Trick that he discarded with the Outer Entity. And now this one can definitely go for the Leo Dancer, Liger Dancer line, which I believe we're going to be doing here. Activating Kaleido Chick 3 times in a single turn, no big deal, no big deal. Pay no attention to the tiny bird lady.
Just another day in Sean's dueling career, and it seems like he is putting up a very impressive field. If you were skeptic of Lunalights, having seen the first 2 duels, I hope you understand now why this deck is so strong.
Yeah, being able to like essentially fusion summon by skipping steps is really interesting and fun to see. Here we see the SP Little Knight coming down, just banishing all cards from the graveyard because why not deny Conrado of all resources possible? No reason not to do so.
Probably not going to be too much out of that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but now that it's banished, I think about Regenesis and Cashier. They don't do a lot with low-level monsters in the graveyard, but hey, you never know.
So we see the Tiger's Pendulum Effect being activated again to summon back a Gold Leo. This will give us another rank 4 if we want it, but we probably don't want to give up our quote-unquote Leo Dancer that's in play right now as Kaleido Chick is cosplaying right now.
Little name tag on there. It's like, hi, my name is Leo Dancer.
Is it? Are you sure? Okay.
Read the name tag.
I'll believe you.
Okay.
Polymerization? I'll believe you. I'm playing the part of polymerization in that story. Yeah.
Just scans her credentials at the polymerization game like, yeah, okay, you're close enough. Get him.
Sean's just thinking, how much more value can I extract here? Because I do think he's thinking to himself, once I summon my first Liger Dancer, it's probably just a hop, skip, and a jump to summon the second one. I'm just trying to make sure I'm doing everything else beforehand as possible. Because I think that the line of questioning is going to be is we go Poly here, and then we fusion with what's on field. Yep, we're going to use those 2, Leo Dancer plus another Lunalight, to go into the first Liger Dancer. And if he has a way to fusion something using the graveyard, which Masquerade would let him do.
Yep.
Oh!
Interesting.
I see. We're using the Perfume Dancer to bring back the Poly. Now we're going to discard thanks to the Perfume Dancer's full effect. But now we're going to Poly using Masquerade to let us use our graveyard. That'll dump the Leo Dancer. I really like this. Gives him access to another body and probably wasn't the big power we may be expecting. But we're still going to have Liger Dancer plus a whole board of monsters that can trigger during Conrado's turn. Seems like more than enough.
Yeah, looks like those are our materials, so it is time to finally fusion summon this massive monster.
Boom, there it is. 3,800 attack. You can attack twice, and once per turn quick effect, you can banish the Ludolite monster to destroy all special summon monsters your opponent controls. That is one heck of a card.
I mean, if you had never seen it before and you were sitting across from the table, just looking at the art and the stars across it alone, you know that is going to be a good card.
You know that card's built different. All right, let's see what Conrado do. I'm not sure what outs he has available to him. I have either his main deck or side deck for outing a Liger Dancer, but let's see.
So Liger Dancer's attack, you said, was 3,800, right?
Yes, currently 39, but yeah.
39. So technically, if he's running Regenesis Lord, and not everybody runs Regenesis Lord, it gains 2,500 attack during the battle phase. 5,000.
There is big monsters in this deck. But unfortunately, is there a way for him to go into Lord while it being destroyed because of Liger Dancer?
Sure.
Because Sage will not be able to negate Liger
Definitely
Dancer's
unicorn.
effect.
Oh, that's right, because it's unaffected, so it is difficult. Maybe just pressing to get the Liger Dancer to use its effects sooner, that might be the option. And then, surprise, here comes Regenesis Lord.
Okay.
But it's not always making it to every deck list, so we'll have to see how this pans out. I am seeing a number of Regenesis cards there, but we're going to grab Kashtira Birth with the effects of Kashtira Unicorn.
We could see a rank 7 play here, because I believe Sage is a level 7, correct?
It is.
Ooh, but there's the Regenesis you were talking about. This will let him get access to Archfiend if he doesn't already have it.
Yeah, it's your specials.
It'll just add.
It adds from the deck to the hand or sends to the graveyard a Regenesis monster, or if you control one
good.
already, you can grab a
Okay,
2500
sure.
attack or 2500 defense monster instead.
So here our target is going to be
Archfiend.
Regenesis Archfiend. That'll be good because that'll let him access the rest of his Regenesis engine if he has access to another 2500 attack point monster in his hand.
Let me read that guy.
Perhaps this is how we get to Regenesis Lord?
If we have
Okay,
it.
Sure.
If we have it, if we have it. It's difficult because sometimes you do draw Regenesis Lord at the wrong time and you're like, man, and then all of a sudden the Lord shines his rays on you and Regenesis Lord is exactly what you need to get out of the duel, so we'll see what happens here.
I see Conrado eyeing up things like Big Eye, things like Draco Slayer, Draco Sack, but unfortunately, none of those are really going to answer a Liger Dancer. Imagine if you could just Big Eye take it. That'd be a fun way to win the game.
That's an interesting way to do it. Okay, so we're going to Xyz summon. Ooh, interesting.
Dark Arm
Summon.
Dragon, the Dragon of Annihilation, right?
Pops a card.
That is one way to do it. There's a lot of rank 7 toolbox access in the Regenesis deck, and also rank 8 because there are a lot of rank
Target.
8s as well. The Dragon of Annihilation is here.
Looks like we want to force out the SP Little Knight.
What are you detaching? Yeah, it's cost, right? Or
So detaching Kashtira Unicorn, smart because we have the Regenesis, or excuse me, Kashtira Birth.
Chain.
There is a Regenesis Birth, but that's not on the field yet.
So we're going to chain the SP to make sure that it stays protected and to banish the Dark Armed.
Is it still banished or it didn't pop or no?
I believe because
no,
Dark Arm's going to be
has
Chain
to
Link 1.
destroy it.
Yeah. And because the monster is dodge Chain Link 2, there's no destruction happening in Chain Link 1.
Oh, Thunder?
But we do have a
Sure.
special
Thunder effect?
Fenrir. Going to be using the effect there to search for another copy of Unicorn. With the birth that we already added to hand, we can then normal summon that, which is pretty good.
Slowly but surely pushing as much as he can, and then we'll see. Because I don't think he's activated the Regenesis Archfiend yet, so I'm very curious to see what he searches.
Well, now he has the guaranteed 2500 attack point monster, which is going to be very
First.
useful for him. But the thing that's a little unfortunate here is I think Conrado's heading down a path that'll let him deal with everything Sean Killian has, except for Liger Dancer. Liger Dancer will still be there at the end of the day, I think, and that's going to be the thing that's really he has to worry about.
What happened?
The Silverhand, do you have Silverhand on the graveyard?
Yeah,
Does she negate
it negates
effects?
activations.
Activations. I'll use Birth Effect to special.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's using the Birth Effect special of the Unicorn from the graveyard. Silverhound is available in the graveyard to negate the activation of a card when a spell or trap is activated by banishing itself, and one Lunalight Fusion monster in your graveyard.
Interesting deciding not to stop the Kashtira Birth, maybe thinking there's a power spell somewhere secretly hidden in the hand.
Very heads up. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Regenesis card, too. Maybe he's just like more afraid of big blowout cards like Thrust or Talent or whatever.
I think with Liger Dancer, that is the privilege you enjoy, that you're like, I will negate something when you actually scare me.
Oh boy, so here we go, Big Eye with our 2 Kashtira monsters. Sean's like, yeah, that's fine.
Attach the tape.
We're going to detach, and we're going to take Perfumed Dancer, it looks like.
Anything here?
No.
Apparently not doing anything there with the graveyard. Sean loaded up there, but not activating any effects. Looks like now we're going to Link Summon, getting rid of the Perfume Dancer and the number 11 Big Eye to combine for...
This feels like an SP Gambit here, maybe getting rid of the Tiger. Like I said, it feels like Conrado's going to be able to break apart all of Sean's board, sans the Liger Dancer, which is the big threat, as it were.
Reveal?
Yep, so here we have the Archfiend revealing the Unicorn that we know about to
Yep.
summon and search. Again, this is everything you want to be doing.
All right, let's see if the Regenesis Lord is there or not. Ah,
That's
just
a
the Regenesis Dragon. And Lord is a difficult pick in the deck for sure, but it might have been the way to get out of this
thank you.
jam. But I think
Put it in
Conrado has
hands.
another way out.
Just Unicorn.
He would have had a way to protect it too, thanks to his SP Null Knight being in play. He can just banish the Lord if he tries to use Liger Dancer's effect. But again, that's potentially not in his deck.
Some for cost?
So we have Dragon coming
Yeah.
down instead. We're going to be sending the Saber Dancer for cost here to, I believe, activate the effect of Liger Dancer to destroy all special summon monsters. I believe the effect we are using.
Yep.
Oh, chaining SP Lilith to protect the Regenesis Dragon and SP Lilith itself. Losing Regenesis Archfiend, which is okay.
Not for long. You know, he'll be back.
Ooh, putting that in defense mode. I think that means we are burning up Sean's resources, but do not intend to try to win this turn.
I mean, we have done a lot, and we have broken through a lot of what Sean had available to him, but it just so far has not been enough to really do much else.
So as a reminder for Duelists at home, when you see the clock strike 0, don't panic. There'll be 3 minutes added. There was a slow
Pass,
play
I guess.
penalty issued to Sean earlier in the tournament there.
Pass,
And that's
back.
fine. It's just a warning, but it does
back.
mean that the clock's a little bit further than you know.
Draw.
And now this board got a whole lot bigger
Oh,
here. We
sorry.
have 4 monsters coming back due to SP effects. We have a Liger Dancer, and of course we still have that outer entity
Can
in
you
play.
choose
It
the
is
card
Sean's
effects?
turn,
Yeah.
and Sean's
Okay.
having the question now of how do I go for lethal amounts of damage? It'll be interesting to see that
Falcus.
math sort of shake out.
Activate.
You read the effect of Liger Dancer being procced to try to destroy all monsters, and we're not even going to attempt to stop it. And
Oh,
Conrado
that's
scoops
it.
it up. There it is.
An
Liger
ex-
Dancer was enough.
Excellent performance from Conrado, but he could only hold off Sean's threatening presence. Look at the aura on that Duelist, because that's the privilege you enjoy with Lunalight. You are going to get to that Liger Dancer eventually, and when you do, my goodness, it is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it's really interesting, you know. A lot of the classic combo decks we're seeing right now in the current Yu-Gi-Oh! Format are things like Rise Deal or Malice. These things that as their combo gets bigger and bigger and bigger, they just balloon up to massive amounts of advantage that no deck could hope to overcome. Whereas in Liger Dancer, you have one goal, summon this monster, and it's the same thing as having +10 on your opponent. It's just this one card.
I think what's neat about the Lunalight deck, too, is there's no one route to it, right? Some
Yes.
decks, when they summon that one big monster, like Regenesis Lord that we were talking about, you're into it is search it, get it. And if that gets stopped, that's the end of your turn. But with Lunalights, you can go this way or that way. It's this wonderful circus, and eventually the Ringmaster there showed us how it's done, so Liger Dancer showed up for Sean.
Yeah, and in that first game, we kind of saw, too, that, like, even though this deck is very consistent, it can also be a little stymied by itself sometimes by drawing the wrong cards or getting sort of impermed or ashed at the wrong time. You know, one-for-one interactions are really powerful against Lunalights, and it might be a smart meta call for this event because most people are not playing that many of those in their decks. They're playing things like Draw and Lockbird, which you can easily play around by sending your cards instead, or things like Fua or Perulia, because who cares how many cards they have in their hand? I have a Liger Dancer. If none of those cards are out, I don't care how many cards you have.
I think what I loved about that duel is both duelists won with the engine. They won with the cards that they intend to label as their deck. Regenesis, Lunalight, etc. And Sean actually was just ditching all the options. Discard Dominus Impulse, discard Droll and Lockbird. I don't need these cards. I'm a Lunalight duelist. And that really paid off in the end. Once he was able to break through, and just excellent play, especially through that last hand where it was just spell after spell after spell. Did have a few interruptions there, but really did manage to clinch it out.
And with 2 rounds to go, I think he just needs one more win to really secure himself. So let's go ahead, stop hearing from us, and hear from the man himself. Let's go ahead and throw over to the stage to see what he has to say.
Thanks, Steven. Sean, you won. Your first time on stage. Describe your emotions for me.
I had fun. I had fun. It was fun being on stream. Yeah.
Okay, and I see your friends in the front row, and they were cheering for you. Aw, all the smiles and waves. Aw. Is there anything you want to say to them?
No.
Okay, let's ask you a little bit about the duel. So what was your reaction when you saw Regenesis? I saw you reading some of the cards.
Yeah, I was very happy. I was playing versus that and not like meta. So yeah.
Okay, cool. And then talk to me about Lunalights. Why did you pick that deck?
I just enjoy the play style. I played like boring decks for the past like 9 months, so I just wanted something that I actually enjoy playing. So yeah.
Okay, and Michael Kohanam told me you are the best Yu-Gi-Oh player that he knows. What do you think of that statement?
I confirm that it's true. Yeah.
Okay, he challenged you to a show match, so do you accept the challenge?
I do accept the challenge.
Who's winning?
Obviously me.
All right, and my last thing, is there anything you want to say to the chat at home?
No.
All right, I'll send it back to our casters. Congratulations again.
Oh, I love seeing a man who's all business, all dueling. I'm just here to
All
win and go
business.
home. But he is playing a deck that he loves. I really like that. You know, playing a deck that he enjoys the play style of to sort of drive him and motivate him to play his best in a big and complicated tournament like this one.
I love the short answers. No. Yes. Obviously me. But when you really look past how short-spoken he was, you see the smile on his face. You're not fooling anyone, Sean. You're having a good time, and good luck in the rest of your tournament run. Whew. Wow. Now, speaking of the tournament run, if they make it to those top spots, they are going to get some cool prizes, huh?
Oh, yeah. We saw a little bit about the actual prize breakdown of what you were getting, but let's go ahead and see it with our eyes. The beautiful new promo cards that are available for WCQ Duelists that finish in the top 64, 128, and 256. Because we hit that magic 2,800 number, the top 256 will receive one pack of these promo cards. You can get any one of them, whether it's Blue Eyes White Dragon, Cyber Dragon, Gaga Magician, Pot of Desires, or Arrival at Ignister.
You've also got Charge of the Light Brigade there. You've got Triple D Wave High King Caesar. There's so many cool cards. Shadow Fusion. Black World. So many cool stuff. But gotta ask you, of any of those cards, which would you hope to get out of your pack?
I'm a bit partial to Gaga Magician. I just love the look of that card so much. I love the vibe of Zexal. The cards that are released in it are some of my favorites of all time. That's the one I'm hoping for the most.
Probably a Blue Eyes fan myself, but tell you what, why don't we take a break and we'll find out which duelists are going to get closer to that. And you don't have to go anywhere because we'll have a bonus feature in the meantime.
Draw, stand by me. Graveyard or banish if I draw. I'll Ash. Romaine. Light Twins any such? Sure. I'll add Light Twin Kisiko. Resolution good. I will normal summon Light Twin Kisiko, effect special. Good here. Go into Evil Twin Kisiko deal. Effect to send for cause for the rose. Are you familiar with the effect? Yeah. Okay. I'll activate Leela Suite to special summon from the graveyard. Go into Requiem. Requiem effect. Yep. Just on the top, I got scared. Effect to send. I'll do Requiem effect to click. Fuse. Into Mega Blood Princess. I'll link these two off. Into Evil Twin Leela. Unsummon effect. Unsummon, I'm using the quick effect priority. Effect. Double sending? Double sending effect. Do Evil Twin Kisiko effect to drop. This roll, swing shall not miss it. No. Wow, cool. I'll do Engraver, Artifact, Shuffle back as a kill deal for cost. Overlay. Make Wave Hiking Season. Let's do a Bow Effect, which will cost. Like Twin Kiss a kill. Finish the special.
Yep.
Set 1, set 2, and then end phase returns. And then it's your turn.
Anything in draw phase?
Nothing in draw phase.
Probably charges, is it?
That's fine. Yeah. Correct?
F4, yeah.
Okay. This is my hand, by the way, so there's no confusion.
Why could you not open this card? Open up, it's so annoying. 200, 200 every time. My normal or special.
Yeah. As long as I control an evil twin monster.
Such a pain. Just the life points is so annoying.
Yeah.
I will almost summon. Minus 200, unless, well, I guess if you judgment it, then I don't take 200.
Yeah, so -2, +2. And then that one is effect 2.
Yeah, on summon, search memento monster.
Sure.
No resolution?
Yes. I'll activate Lacrima in the graveyard effect. Shuffle back. Special summon Requiem. Then Requiem effect. Special summon the Lacrima. Lacrima effect to sign. Semifinals in Paradise.
I'll activate the special.
Can read him. He's an ignition effect. Yeah. Yes.
Anything on summon?
You have 2?
200.
Yeah, 2. But you have 2 or 3 cards in hand?
I have 3 cards.
Okay. I'll do Fiendsmith in Paradise.
First once.
Sun Desiree. I'll do Desiree effect. Target. I think I target the card that I return also.
I think return just cost.
I just target. Yeah, I'll do Requiem.
Memento Bone Party.
It's destroy 1.
Destroy 1 hand or field, and then add or summon with a different name.
Destroy 1 hand hero, add or summon with a different name. Take 1 to 1 with a deck of different highlights or hands in defense position. Do your main phase with the magic spell. You're not also control. You can control face of monster, then mental monster. You can special this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can control one mental monster. You control and send and remove guy. You can take a destroy a monster. Give a destroy a monster. That's fine. That one is when it's added to hand. You can special summon immediately.
If a monster in my possession was destroyed this turn by card effect, then I can summon it from hand.
Okay.
Each turn, attempt to summon it from hand.
Yes.
I'll declare the effect on summon, diffusion summon using my hand or field.
This is good. Does this do something if it gets destroyed?
Yeah.
Yeah, this gets destroyed.
Yeah, it dumps one.
From your deck to the graveyard. I'll activate Imperm.
Yep. Anything else?
No, I'm good here.
I'll activate.
Oh, let me see it. Can I be destroyed by monster effects? You can use each of the following. Each of the following effect breaks once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place a spell check as your face will contain a spell. While this contains 0, you can either pay 2,000 life points or reveal a Millennium Ankh from your hand. Special summon this card, then you can add a Millennium Monster from your deck to your hand. Okay, so you're activating it to place it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question. I don't know if it can be answered. While it is a spell card, are its monster effects active?
Gabriel Vincent Padilla and Roman Outlaw. Please report.
I'll activate Troubles on it.
Your next round is about to begin.
Special summon. Special summon. I'll do Chain Link 1 to draw, Chain Link 2 to destroy. Did I go through my deck?
You did with Paradise.
Where? Okay. You wanna shuffle just to be safe?
Paradise, Lack of
Okay. One card in hand, right?
Yep. I'll attempt to go to battle.
800 and 800. This one gets destroyed. You get to Sun, or is that the other one?
It's this one that
Okay.
destroys its sin.
You can add a mental. You can start level 2. If this card's number special summon, you can add a mental from your deck to your hand. Except mental anguish. You can take one level 2 level mental. You destroy one momentum monster you control. You do special target a monster. And use this effect. Okay, so the other one is an ignition effect. It's not on destruction. Okay, that is fine.
I'll declare attack on this one.
Okay,
I'll
you
take
take
300.
300. Yes.
71.
71 to 86.
Back to send one.
This is destroyed by card effect. You can send a monster and deck to your graveyard. That's fine. Fusion spell is banished to search for a memento card.
Spell trap, yeah.
The spell trap. Okay.
Maybe this too.
Yes.
I'll attempt to use effect.
Yes.
I'll add a copy of itself. Anything else?
No.
I will attempt to fuse.
Close to it.
And game 1, not having any playable cards.
Yeah.
So it's so annoying. And your hand is only gas.
Yeah. Okay, guys, man.
A better idea to start with the same surgeon.
Because he has pops already. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
gonna
fine. Yeah, it's fine. Just bait it out immediately. You need to start baiting out.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at round 11, finally, of 12 rounds of Swiss here in day 2 at the 2025 NAWCQ in Indianapolis, Indiana, here at the Indiana Convention Center. It's been a long weekend so far, an early start to day number 2, but lots of exciting decks and excited duelists playing those decks here. And we only have this round of Swiss, one more round after this before we cut to top 64. And eventually, after that single elimination portion of the tournament, we're going to find out who is going to join our first 2 players who qualified and representing North America at the World Championship.
It's going to be a fun day. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ahead of us and a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! already played so far. We have a lot of attendance at this event this weekend. 2,838 is the total going into day 2 here as the grand total. So incredible stuff. I love to see this many duelists showing up.
That's right. And only 4 undefeated duelists remain.
Ooh.
That means after this round, there will be 2 and potentially only 1 undefeated duelist after the Swiss rounds will conclude. But we're going to find out who our feature match is going to be here for round number 11. Jackie, take it away and introduce our players.
Thanks, casters. Now to Swiss round 11. We start with the blue chair. Hailing from Buena Vista, Colorado, we have Sean S. They won 2 regionals and topped a YCS just this year with White Forest. Now to the red chair. Coming to us from Orlando, Florida, we have Jean-Paul A. They topped YCS Orlando, and these two actually played each other in Orlando. Jean-Paul won, but who wins the rematch? Send it back to you, Stevens.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's incredible that these two
I've
duelists have
multiplied.
actually played each other before.
Yeah, and the rematch is awesome to see here. YCS Orlando, great event.
3 draws for Jean-Paul this weekend.
Whoa.
Oh, wow, we didn't even realize that looking at the points. So undefeated, technically? That's so funny.
That is a wild journey in NAWCQ, having 3 draws. Still in a good position to make it into that top 64, depending on how these next 2 rounds go. But definitely, I think Jean-Paul on a bit of a hot seat because of that.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that was interesting. Like when Jackie was reading the fact, because like the players tell, like Jackie, their fun fact about them, and the fun fact there being that he topped all those regionals and doing well with White Forest. I was like, wait, is he giving away the deck he's playing to his opponent? But now that we know they've faced each other before, there's a chance that he already knows that his opponent is on that White Forest strategy because he was probably using it when they played in Orlando.
Yeah, that in the back of his mind, Jean-Paul probably sits down and thinks, is this the guy that I played with White Forest not too long ago? Like, do you think he'd run it back this weekend?
Yeah.
The format's different. The card releases have come out. Well, there are sometimes just enthusiasts of certain decks, and if Sean has been playing White Forest this long, he's a clear enthusiast of what I think is a really interesting deck.
Yes, it is a very fascinating deck. Synchro climbs incredibly well, utilizes its graveyard interaction too. And my personal experience with the deck is losing to it horribly at the LA Regional when I matched up against it. It's one of those ones where you see the cards and you're like, okay, I understand the concept of this deck, but there's so many layered interactions you have to watch out for that if you truly master it, you can do a lot of damage and it can be very difficult to play against.
Yeah, we saw Rahan use it at the last YCS, and it was probably one of the coolest feature matches we had of the weekend, seeing all the things that the White Forest deck can do. Unfortunately, it does have some downsides, something like cards like Duel and Lockbird, but his opponent, on the other hand, is playing a 58-card Orca Bestial Mitsurugi deck.
That's what I like to see, man.
Beansmith also, yeah, it's all in there. You have 58 cards, but that might benefit Sean here. 58 cards is going to be harder to see that Duel and Lockbird, which can be absolutely detrimental to the White Forest strategy.
Yeah, exactly. But the 58 card big pile decks, very fun to see. We haven't really seen any on Feature Match so far, but the Fiendsmith engine just kind of goes into everything. The cool thing is the Orcus plus the Mitsurugi. There's actually a fun bridge between these 2 decks with the new Orcus cards coming out in the latest Battles of Legends set. So hopefully we get to see them. We tried to feature Orcus earlier in a feature match yesterday, and they didn't summon any Orcus cards.
Yeah,
so hopefully that changes today.
It's tough when you don't see your main engine for your deck, but hopefully we get to see it here.
It's a little disappointing. 58 cards, you can't just bump that up to 60.
I know.
I mean, at that
yeah,
point, I think you're just kind of fully committed.
Like, is it that to put like a...
I'm happy
like
somebody said it.
Yeah,
Somebody
we're
was
like you could just throw in like, that grass looks greener or something, go to 59
I
at
mean,
least.
that actually would not be that bad in the Orcus deck.
I'm a little surprised that he just doesn't have a single copy because why not, right?
Yeah.
It would be interesting.
Maybe
but,
forgot it at home, Yeah.
So is it, but still in this tournament, undefeated technically,
Sort of.
7-0-3. But that's enough points.
I don't see a number under that L category there, Billy. That counts.
That still counts a little bit there, but looks like our players are shuffled up and ready. It's time to duel. It's game number 1, round 11, NAWCQ 2025. Let's duel.
Game 1 coming up right here.
High roll?
Let's see who's able to get the die roll win. Playing Orcus. I've been playing a lot of the Orcus deck myself with Fiendsmith. I paired it with the Azamina engine as opposed to the Mitsurugi.
I'll take first. Good luck.
And it does look like Sean is taking this one. I do obviously like going first with this, but it does not have like no options going second, especially the Mitsurugi engine, very strong at just being able to keep playing a lot of cards. And actually, I think I might have been wrong there. It is Jean-Paul going first.
Nope, I think it is Sean.
Oh, no, never mind.
But John Paul is going to be the first to act there
Yes.
with a Mulcharmy Perilia. And a Mulcharmy Perilia.
Yep, the double.
Okay,
There
when
we
your
go.
opponent does double Perilia, Joe, is that, do you consider maybe your opponent's down to 3 cards? Do you just pass if you're going to summon a monster, or avoid summoning a monster from your hand at all costs?
I am definitely incentivized not to summon if it's an option, if it's even a remote option.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, and there are definitely some strategies that if they can special summon from the deck, can actually somewhat circumvent that. I'm not sure that that's really going to be the case here.
Oh, the beautiful variant artwork of Diabellstar. I love to see it. But yeah, wanted into a couple Perilias, not great. Diabellstar's a beautiful card, but you definitely don't want to have to summon that from your hand.
Theoretically, if you have things like a Deception, I mean, obviously the Witch is usually what gets you to Deception, but you can always summon from the extra deck, from the deck, things like that. So Instant Fusion coming out here to start things off.
Might summon out the Millennium Eyes if he thinks that he wants a piece of interruption.
Oh, called
there.
it. Millennium Eyes Shit can negate like those cards that you can discard from your hand to the graveyard.
Kind of like the second called by the grave.
All right, going to send the Forbidden Droplet to summon Diabell's the White Witch. That's going to give Jean-Paul 2 fresh cards.
And
So
then
he's
if it's normal or special, you can send a Sinful Spoils or Diabell card from your deck to the graveyard.
He's sending Curse, the Diabell, to the graveyard.
That's going to let him add Phila Diabell to the hand. Phila Diabell is going to let him access a level 8 Diabell monster from the deck.
But clearly he has made the decision that he will push through the 2 Perilias. I wonder if he's only going to summon one time, though, and make it so that it's basically just a trade, 2 for 2.
Yeah, I would say maybe at least 2, because he'll summon the Black Witch. That'll give him 2 more cards.
Yep.
But putting the Vengeance in the graveyard means it'll be able to summon itself back from the graveyard and not from the hand, so he won't be giving his opponent 6 cards. Like, at some point, you're going to give him so many cards, it's going to activate, like, the other part of Perilia, where he's going to have to shuffle some cards back. Because it's going to be, like, how many cards on the field plus 6.
I mean, Diabellstar Vengeance also is great interaction in 2 ways on your opponent's turn here. So we should be able to still make at least something here. Like we're not going to allow Jean-Paul to play too many cards. We're going to have multiple negates. We're going to have destructions. We're going to have things to do.
So he sends a Droll and Lockbird there with the Deception.
That's rough.
I'd be really incentivized if I had Droll
to
just pass into double Perilia.
Oh, yeah.
Or Droll yourself, so you don't give your opponent an infinite amount of cards. But like as I said before the game started, Droll and Lockbird is one of the best cards against the White Forest strategy.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to use Droll and Lockbird to cut off a Mulcharmy. But you know, after drawing 4 fresh cards, Jean-Paul does have a Bestial Magnet in his hand, but he looks like he might be going after that Diabellstar Vengeance.
This is just the rough part, that when you're playing into double Mulcharmy, their odds of drawing these hand interactions, especially ones like Magnamut that can be just so backbreaking, and just increase with every one of those, just 2 draws off the top, 2 draws off the top.
So it looks like he used the Millenniumizer stick here to equip the Perilia.
Discards effects and activated effects on the field.
So
okay, I'll activate Magnum.
Magnum's going to activate, so the Infinite Jean-Paul will be able to add a dragon. Hallowed Azamina is going to come up next, sending Deception of the Sinful Spells to the graveyard. You have to reveal, but just going to go ahead and summon out anyway.
Resliago will then search for another Sinful Spoils card.
He's trying to spoil Jean-Paul's day here in the morning. It's going to add LZ Azamina of the White Forest, which is also always treated as a Sinful Spoil.
Sure.
And then Magistus Chorizo.
Yep.
Chorizo.
So I'll draw 2.
It's good to summon to the field.
Chorizo.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it's early.
Now.
It's breakfast. You know, get some chorizo and eggs, and that's what Sean is cooking up here on his first turn. But Nibiru, the primal being, is going to come
that's
down,
rough.
sending everything to the graveyard and going to hand Sean a token.
And even with the Diabellstar Vengeance banished, there's just nothing, I think, left for Sean here. I don't see any cards in hand.
And meanwhile, John Paul has an incredible amount of cards in hand. I think he's going to have to shuffle back. If he has more than 7.
Target Deception.
Okay, so so you could just go to end phase, let the Deception reset itself, but we're going to try and draw something here. So Sean is going to put that back.
Where did all his cards go?
Yeah. And it looks like a Wanted was just drawn. I think that's what I saw.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's not what he wanted.
That, ironically.
Oh, and maybe it is what he wanted, because it is a Sinful Spoil. So
wait a minute.
It does let him use the Hallowed Azamina to return a Sinful Spoil card to add it back to his hand.
He did already activate one this turn, but he can still at least get into like a Sylvia here.
That Nibiru was huge. I mean, really what was huge was the double Perilia and deciding to just play into it, but with no other. I mean, you mentioned he had the Duel and Lockbridge, so he kind of had the chance to
Just
maybe
pass.
pass and hope they're not playing Malice or something like that.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of have to risk it at that point.
Oh, it's the ultimate rare Azumina Illicivia.
Nice.
Very pretty.
So this card, if you're unaware of what the Azumina or White Forest do, you can quick effect tribute this card to negate a card or effect that your opponent activates. Doesn't destroy, just negates the effect. Doesn't negate the activation either.
Definitely, and it's important to see that he's resolving the Perilius first, so after he adds, even though that would put him to 8, he still wouldn't have to shuffle back anyway, but smart stuff to resolve those anyway first.
Yeah, so for those of you who are playing decks with Magnamut and Perilia, which are quite a few of the decks this weekend, it is important to see that really ideal sequencing just to maintain his cards in hand.
So this is one negate and a very large Nibiru token, but I will say I don't think that's a problem for Jean-Paul's deck to get through, especially with this. Yeah, you just have to Sylvia and hope that there's nothing else.
Pre-preparation.
Okay, pre-preparation of rights means that we are getting into the Mitsurugis regardless.
Yep, it's going to be able to add Mitsurugi Mirror along with, looks like Ame no Murakamo.
Yeah, Ame is a fantastic way of clearing a Nibiru token.
Yep. And then, I mean, you know that there's no interaction on Sean's side, so it's as simple as get to 8,000 damage. Yeah, it should not be that difficult to do. And in moments like this, Sean, when you're playing to the time, you could always just, as soon as you see that, just say, all right, I'm done, you know, let's go into game 2. But he is waiting around, seeing if Jean-Paul does have enough.
I think the other thing is he wants to see what the complementary engine is with
That's
the
a good
Mitsurugi,
point,
or if
actually.
it's just pure Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no way he had Orcus cards in his deck when they played back at Wyceris and Orlando.
Yeah,
Because
true.
if you're wondering why Orcus is back on the scene, maybe you haven't familiar, but Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem did release some brand new cards for the Orcus strategy that really put him back on the map.
One in particular, Galatea I, the Link one, which the deck has been begging for years now, really has brought it back into relevance. I've been loving that deck so much lately.
Link ones are pretty good, I hear.
Searches the field spell, did you know?
No, Link one that searches the field spell, never heard of that before.
Yeah, the
Revolutionary.
The Angling Gear Sue is, when you first read it, it doesn't like surprise you too much, it doesn't shock you, but it does come up a lot that it's very helpful. And there we go. So not going to show any of the Orcas. Jean-Paul will just take game 1 win. Just with Mitsurugi and a Nibiru.
I feel like whenever we put Orcus in the feature match area, they either lose and never play them or win and never play them. I'm really waiting for some Orcus monsters to actually get the field.
With the
like
Link one, it only takes one Orcus.
It does. It just takes one.
It's like the lore. It's hiding in the tower, the Babel. You know, we're going there. We're gonna get there eventually. We will meet up with the Orcus, but for now, we're in a different part of the story.
Yeah, maybe game number 2 we'll get to see them. But
Yeah.
Mitsurugi really cleaning up there. I mean, it was really on the back of those 2 Multarmi Perilias, and that's why if my opponent starts with 2 of those, I don't even want to give them 2 cards one time, let alone 3 separate occasions.
Especially when you have that droll, like you were saying, Joe.
It's almost like your opponent gives you the chance to delinquent duo them, and you're just, well, you know what? I'm happy with that. You can just go.
I know it can be scary, though. I understand why duelists choose to play into it because so many decks, unless you know how many cards your opponent has in their deck, which you can't ask. I didn't hear if he did check or not, but like Ryzeal just needs 1. Malice, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, but like decks like Orcus just needs 1. Mitsurugi needs 1. So even if they're down to 4 cards at the start of their turn, like there's a lot of options for them to have.
I will
starters.
say, it's a good point talking about deck size. If you ask your opponent, they have 58 cards in their deck. Number 1, you might be upset that they do double Perilia in a 58-card deck, but once you get over that, then you might question, people that play 58 cards tend to play very combo-centric decks, which do tend to be weak to Duel and Lockbird.
Yes.
That's a clear indication that you're playing against a strategy that probably is, and then that would allow you to rule out Malice as the deck, which would actually make it so that Duel and Lockbird may be single-handedly enough to at least buy you another turn, and then your opponent's playing with just 4 cards because they use double Perilia on the opening turn.
Yeah.
So I think utilizing the fact that you're playing against a deck that's so large, 58 cards, may have been enough to use that Duel and Lockbird.
Yeah, you really have to take everything into consideration when you're playing your game. And like, it's pretty obvious, too, that he has, like, you don't have to always ask. Like, you can kind of, it's a 58-card double-sleeve deck. I'm sure it looks like a massive mountain there when it's on the dueling table. You can see him shuffling it here. It's not difficult.
He's having some difficulty, yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to play, like, almost 60 cards, but when they're double-sleeved on top of that, that is a hard deck to shuffle.
That's a massive Yu-Gi-Oh! Right there.
What was worse, drawing the 1 Maxi out of 60 or drawing the double Perilia out of 58?
Oh, it's probably.
I think Maxi always feels bad.
Yeah. Remember those stories, though?
Yeah,
You drew the 1 out of 60.
So lucky.
Oh.
No, we're going to have to reshuffle those decks.
Oh, yeah. And
like how it's just. No, reshuffle it. No. No.
Oh.
Come on. We got to get a better shuffle of the deck. I mean, Jean Paul's cool with it. He doesn't want to draw.
I guess.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know. And that is the crazy thing is that was a card that.
Can we reshuffle that deck? It's going to be a PE minor on accident for revealing of information from the opponent's deck. Not a big deal. It was on accident. But we should at least at minimum reshuffle the deck. It's happened plenty of times when I'm playing. My opponents accidentally like drop the card while they're shuffling. And
all right.
Nope, it's game number 2. We're ready to go. We were here till 11 p.m. last night. We're going to keep this show going. Time to draw. I think it's just hilarious that John Paul didn't want to reshuffle.
I know, yeah.
Because every time that happens, I immediately grab my deck back and I'm like, I'm just going to give it another shuffle. It's all good.
Oh my gosh.
Go.
Look at this. He has 2
Clearly
Beltramis again.
No way.
I think he has 3.
Oh, so Perilli is going to start things off here again for John Paul. Sean can't be happy about that.
Jean Paul is very happy that there was no reshuffle there. Wow.
So I guess the lesson is if you're at home and you're not drawing your Beltramis enough going second, just play more cards in your deck. Apparently that's really the trick.
I've never thought of it that way, but I'll give it a shot.
Just go to 60. You'll
Here
open double every time.
Here I am trying to get to 92%.
Percentages and efficiency only takes you so far.
Yeah.
All right, so Diabell Star, the Black Witch, is going to lead things off, discarding the Witch of the White Forest.
Okay.
I do love seeing all of these White Forest, Azamina, Sinful Spoil cards in Quarter Century Secret
They're
Rare.
beautiful. And like Deception and Sinful Spoil is, to believe it or not, one of my favorite cards.
Activate Field Spell?
I really like the Azamina cards and what they do and how they look. And also that new variant artwork for Diabell Star might be one of the best variant artworks of all time.
Yeah, it's up there. I kind of like the Classic myself personally, but you actually see the beautiful Classic on some of the banners around the arena today. It's just magnificent to see it.
Definitely.
Anything on red?
It's going to add
Also,
LZ of the White Forest. So this is going to be a second draw. An Ash Blossom was there used as well. Another Molcharmi. These cards are just coming out of Jean Paul's hand and ruining Sean's morning.
Right, first thing in the day. Only a second round of the day.
I think it was Jean Paul that had won their previous match at YCS Orlando.
He's looking to do it again here.
I know.
But Sylvie's going to come down and add Tales of the White Forest.
And I will say, very impressive winning 2 games. If this is a second win, 2 going second into Azamina White Forest. The White Forest deck, when it gets going, is terrifying. The type of fields it can set up, very, very powerful.
Which make this a tuner?
Right, so it looks like Tails added the other LZ, Azamina the White Forest.
Yep.
You can use Witch White Forest to turn the other LZ into a tuner, and then summon LZ Azamina the White Forest. Or sorry, this is the other. It's a Stellar and LZ the White Forest, and now he's adding the LZ Azamina the White Forest to the hand.
But this is just netting card after card after card. We saw in the previous game, this could lead into a Nibiru.
Yes.
Well,
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Herald of the Arclight has hit the field, and now there's
draw
a
from Fualos. Here's another draw.
Yeah.
John Paul has just been drawing non-stop.
What are the odds in a 58 card deck you can deck out your opponent under?
Not high. Not high.
Okay, all right.
Oh, he had
and he has a cross out, but no Molcharmis.
Probably, yeah, no Molcharmis.
Oh, that's why I always keep one of each in if you're running the crossout designator, just in case.
Tough with just one crossout designator nowadays.
It is, yeah.
That's
but
gonna
moments
work.
like this, man, it really hurts.
I just like how Sean, he hasn't even hesitated. He's
Oh,
like,
no.
You're gonna draw cards. I'm okay with that every
Trigger a
time.
Stellar to special summon.
He is taking the Molcharmi challenge this weekend, that is for sure.
All right, so Stellar is gonna summon herself back from the graveyard.
And lucky there's no Meows active, but there is a Druis Worm.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep drawing into more and more interruptions as you go.
You see, if your deck has an incredibly high ceiling like Lunalight, I can actually understand taking the Molcharmi challenge. If you know you're playing against one of the strategies this weekend that's using the kind of slim 9-hand interaction package of 6 Molcharmis and Droll, because you know they're not going to draw into something like Nibiru or Druis Worm or Magnabot as likely. But here, we already saw in the previous game that Jean Paul is in fact playing Nibiru and the Bestial. So when you try to take the Molcharmi challenges in these types of matchups where there's so many more hand interactions, you see what we're exactly seeing here, where the highest ceiling of what you think your deck can do is just not going to happen because your opponent's drawing so many additional cards.
Yep, that Curse of Diabell is going to add Philodiabell, and then Philodiabell is going to add the Diabell Star Vengeance. He's just going to keep summoning and keep giving Jean Paul more cards.
How many do you think he's at right now? I have not been keeping track. I'm going to guess 12.
I mean, he's used 4 cards from his hand and drawn like 3, so.
Oh, okay.
So he's drawn way more than 3.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like at 7 or
like
8, maybe.
Yeah.
Effective.
I draw one.
He summoned it from
Yeah.
hand.
He's drawing one every few seconds at this point. Just, I do like though that he's got a Droll and Lockbird in the back.
Watch him still not summon an Orcus monster.
Oh, I know. He draws 25 cards
Yeah.
and no Orcus in
I
sight.
like how you're reverse jinxing.
I am. I'm trying to. Well, with
manifesting it.
58 cards, I mean, there's only so many Orcus that you run, so it's not unlikely that you wouldn't draw any. Or
I think that was the
with this
sin-
many, you're probably going to draw one. But like in a normal opener of 5 or 6 cards.
So I think you just reset the Sinful Spoils
End
of Slumber,
phase?
which is an
Is that what you
interaction.
said
It's
it
essentially a Book of Moon-esque effect.
For special summon monsters.
special
I
summon
like
monster.
it a lot.
No, it's great.
I'll oversold them all Charmies. I have 9.
So if you're playing anything with Diabell Stars, that is something you want to include in your deck as an option.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. So he gets to keep all 9.
Yep.
So
He goes 4, 6.
Deception.
6 plus 6 is 12.
Morian is Book of Moon. And I know in the one in hand is
Unknown.
Unknown.
At least he has a card in hand this time. He's already doing better than he did in the last game.
And a lot of interaction on the field because the Nibiru was not used. Herald would have protected against that, of course, but.
Oh yeah.
And also important to note, Herald has a lingering effect on the field. Any monster sent from the hand or main deck to the graveyard is banished instead. That's actually very good against both Mitsurugi and Orcust. So if we think about that card alone, Jean-Paul's going to have to find a way to deal with that because sending a monster from your deck to the graveyard...
We have an Orcust monster.
Yes, on field, but it's going to get banished, right?
Yeah, it's Herald of the Arclight hand.
Yeah,
Or,
it
field.
says a monster sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard.
Oh, it's everything but the field. That's right.
Yeah.
It's banished.
Yep.
Looks like he didn't realize that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it really hurts. And, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still go into Galatea Eye and then maybe go into, like, an SP to try and clear the Herald and then play from there, but...
Yeah, it's pretty clear that he was not aware that that was going to happen.
Exactly. Everyone knows about the negation effect of Herald. You contribute it to negate the activation of a spell trap or monster effect, but the lingering effect on field takes people by surprise.
Yeah, I remember this is several nationals ago, or several NAWCQ seasons ago, but there were some variations of the Adventure combo deck that utilized the artifacts that would go into Herald on field to actually play around Forbidden Droplet, which was one of the main odes to the kind of Halifrabrax artifact Lancia combo TG Wonder Magician that would go on. But you would have Herald out, so you would just play through Droplet, because if you use your kind of turn player priority right there in the draw phase of your opponent's turn, they're not going to have anything on the field for Droplet, so they would just have to have cards in hand.
All right, so we're going to see Poplar of the White Forest come out here. Pretty sure it has a quick effect to Synchro Summon.
I'll activate Galatea. I'll banish.
So Galatea, this is the new Link 1 monster. Obviously, one Orcus monster goes into it, and then it has a effect on the field. You can discard a card from your hand to search for either the Babel field spell or for a World Legacy card. And then also a graveyard effect. You can banish an Orcus from the graveyard to bring it back from the graveyard. Really, really powerful Link 1.
And a lot of Orcus players are electing to play the World Chalice World Crown.
Yep.
Which essentially allows you to special summon it to a zone a Link monster points to, which is a way that you can turn one Orcus monster into 2 essentially Link material.
Exactly. You can also search for World Wand, much less, high priority, but the idea here is it's just another Link body on field to go SB and then the Druid Swarm as well.
So the Druid Swarm will be able to handle the Herald of Arclight. It looks like the SP Knight's going after the Sinful Spoils of Slumber Morian.
And this is a really interesting position for Sean, because if he uses... I mean, there's no reason to use the Herald to negate, but if he uses anything, SB can then get more cards removed from the field, chaining the second effect. So, looks like Chain will just resolve.
And this quick effect is
We have normal summon for Jean-Paul, but with the Mitsurugi engine in particular, you can do a lot of stuff without your normal summon.
I'll activate Havoc here.
All right, Habakiri
There we go.
called it. Going to be able to reveal itself to special summon a Mitsurugi from the deck and then tribute to the graveyard.
I mean, he drew 10 cards. I kind of expected that we're going to see all the engines here. And remember, we still have Fiendsmith. He didn't use anything like Engraver or Fiendsmith Tract to get rolling on that engine yet. So It's rare that you wait for that one. Typically, you would lead with that, but maybe going in second, he's not as high priority. He wants to go for this.
This SP Little Knight's kind of like a double-edged sword here. Not only was it able to take out the Moran, it's going to check the Poplar or the White Force as well, because Poplar White Force lets you quick synchro, but you have to use itself as
good point.
Part of the cards you control. And that's why I think Sean is checking right now if this SP Little Knight is going to be able to have to handle the Poplar, and it does.
So at that point, it's really just the Diabell's
Vengeance?
Vengeance, yeah, Diabell's Vengeance. That's going to be our kind of interaction here. Unless we threaten the SP with that. Yeah, Sean's got a tough kind of decision tree here ahead of him, depending on what Sean Paul does.
Droll and Lockbird.
Droll does
decent
help
against
a lot.
when now
Really
that you've already
helps.
used the Orcus cards and you're relying on the Mitsurugi engine, Droll can help out a lot.
And it shuts down, if there is Fiendsmith engine in John Paul's hand, you're not going to be able to start off with that. You're going to have to go into like, we've already normal summoned, so you can't just normal summon Lacrima. It'd have to be like Link into Moon to get into the line that way.
Having drawn so many cards, though, from that first turn Perulia Wallows combination, you know, there's a chance that he's just drawn so many different engine pieces that he might not need to search as much. You know, he might just have enough gas remaining in the tank here. But we did see cards like pre-preparation right in the first game, so Droll and Lockbird, which is usually the case against 58 card decks, has a high leverage hand interaction.
Yeah.
So this is the Duel. Okay.
Reading the cards, it's always important to do this, especially in a feature match. Make sure that you know what your opponent's cards do. Azamina White Forest has many, many layered effects, many effects that are lingering on field and then can activate. Even graveyard effects you have to watch out for too.
I look at your graveyard.
Yeah, and that's important as well, because you need, you know, some of these are going to come back. They're going to return synchros to re-special summon. Although, I believe some have been banished already, because I know we hit one with the Druid Swarm.
We'll go battle.
Yeah, I mean, at the very minimum, Sean is going to get another turn.
Sure.
Because he's an SP Little Knight. I mean, we're going to battle, but SP Little Knight uses the effect, so he wouldn't be able to attack directly this turn. But
True.
I'll check Murakumo.
Oh, yeah, well, now that he has no card.
Okay.
Yeah, Poplar's during the mid phase.
Yeah. It's kind of like that classic quick synchro effect where it's only in the main phase.
But yeah, since Sean is sitting on no cards, that Murakamo is actually a little bit stronger than usual.
Yeah. And that means that, Sean, whatever card you draw, you're probably not going to be able to activate. You're going to have to use it. Ooh.
Just takes out the Poplar, the White Forest. Now he's going to link away the SP Little Knight and the Murakamo to summon Moon.
Moon.
Okay.
On the summon of Moon, we'll go Sylvie, the White Forest target.
Yep, and this is what you always have to keep in mind, the graveyard effects as well, because we can return the synchro to re-special summon Sylvie.
Elzette tab back to hand.
Yep. Elzette goes back to the hand, and Moon is going to the graveyard for a link summon for Fiendsmith Requiem.
And I didn't notice, did we ever Galatea Eye search for the Babel? I don't think we did. So maybe we hard drew it, because the draw would have come down much earlier in the turn then. So I'm going to assume we hard drew the Orcus Babel.
I'll activate Lacrima.
I don't think he did, just because
Yeah.
we saw from
Wasn't
the
in the
beginning
middle.
of the game.
Oh, you know, good point.
His non-random.
No, there's still a chance that what ended up near like the top of his deck. Since he drew so many cards, he definitely could have drawn into that.
Yeah.
Orcus.
But the idea of
Babel.
Orchestrated Babel is that then your Galatea Eye can activate its effect to bring it back during your opponent's turn, and if you have things like the Crescendo in your deck as well, that helps you out. But sometimes the Orcus decks are less prioritized on using the robust Orcus engine and more just focused on using them to bridge into Mitsurugi and Fiendsmith.
And going second, it's unlikely that he has Crescendo in his deck.
Yeah, that's a good
as well.
point. Yeah, you would always said that out.
I'll go Requiem to equip.
All right, John Paul's trying to clean up the field here a little bit. That's interesting.
I'll go affect the sun.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like he might be freestyling a little. It looked like he was about to make like a Necro Quip. But he definitely equipped the Requiem to the Engraver instead of the Lacrima, but takes out the Diabell's Vengeance.
Yeah, typically that would turn into, yeah, like you said, Necroquip into a DDD Wave Hiking Caesar, but we're trying to clear out some of the board first. And, I mean, with these two, it's a 6 and a 4. Maybe something like a Chaos Angel could come out.
Nope, looks like it's going to be Fiendsmith Sequence instead.
Okay.
So we're going to be Fusion Summoning.
No, we saw some Fiendsmith decks in the Future Match era yesterday that had to really cut a lot of the utility Fiendsmith cards from the extra deck just in order to fit the amount of differing engines in those decks. So it's good to see some of the other Fiendsmith cards make their way into the feature match area.
I love using the more robust Fiendsmith. I know that you save 2 extra deck spaces by taking out Sequence and the Desiree, and you're just using them for the DDD Wave High King Caesar lines, but it feels so good having a Desiree, especially into a deck like White Forest here, that you actually get a lot of value from negating on-field effects.
The one that I think I like the most is actually the one that you basically have to cut. It's a Gum Day. It's kind of like the 16th card on the list of ones if you were to make it, but that's okay.
Desiree gets so big.
I know.
He'll still be big enough here. Untargetable as well. You can negate 2 active effects on the field because you have 2 link materials worth equipped to him. Oh, are we actually doing it? Wait, this is not what I was expecting. Ah, the Necroquip instead. Okay.
So now he's going to probably use the Desiree Graveyard effect to take care of one of the monsters on the field.
Interesting.
Okay.
So we're not going to stick with the Desiree on the field.
Wants to get rid of the Deception.
I mean, he is playing with full information. He knows all of Sean's cards at this point. And he has so many cards at his disposal. It's kind of picking through them one by one.
There you go.
I mean, Deception can reset itself in the end phase. I'm just looking at the effect. It doesn't mention your end phase. It's just during the end phase if it's sent to the graveyard from the Spawn Trap card zone. Oh, wait, while face up. Never mind. False alarm, everybody.
Nice. All right, draw a turn.
Yeah. Wow, 2 Charmies discarded during the end phase because Jean-Paul has too many cards in his hand.
That's pretty crazy.
How funny would it have been if he had actually cleared his own field at some point and then been able to redo it?
That would have been hilarious. It looked like that might have been something he was trying to go for with
honestly,
the way he was like whittling down his own field. But
he's like, please clear my Necroquip. Please do it.
He might just be trying to combine Necroquip with some hand interactions to draw additional cards. Not that he needs more, but maybe he actually still does need to draw more cards. Because he, partially got through Sean's field, but I think Sean's probably feeling way better now than he did the moment those 2 Mulcharmies came down on the opening turn.
I'm amazed that Sean has this many materials still to work with on the field based on how many cards Jean-Paul drew.
Yeah, I saw Sean draw this card. This is a throwback.
This isn't Sales Ban. This is the OG Prohibition. The original. You can't play that card.
Declare a card name. Your opponent cannot activate it. So great for things like Nibiru, if we're going to go like really wide here, like Duel Lockbird, if we really need a search.
It's looking like Sean might be able to win this game when he gave his opponent so many cards, but that's showing why he didn't hesitate when he was thinking about having to play the little Charmies. He wasn't flustered. He was like, nope, I know that this happens all the time. I'm just going to keep going.
I'm going to let you draw 6 or 7, 8 cards.
Did anyone hear what Prohibition called? What name Sean said?
No, I wasn't able to hear it.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either.
It was probably Nibiru.
Yeah.
I would guess.
Especially because the Nibiru was so impactful in game number 1.
What's interesting here is Sean actually plays Sales Ban as well. So he's going the full, we're going to prohibit and ban hand interactions I don't want to see.
Chain Link 1 and put it down.
Going to summon Silvera here.
Do it, Boogeyman. Chain Link 2.
It's going to put that Necroquip Princess face down.
Draw off the Ash Blossom.
Just draw off the Necroquip Princess since you used the Ash Blossom.
Sure. No, Ash Blossom's not quite that good in here.
Yeah, imagine if you got to draw a card after you used it.
Or no, sorry, 3,000.
Okay. So take 2,000?
Yep.
Yeah, it's double damage from this.
24.
All right, Sean's going in for some damage right now. Let's see how much he's able to get.
3,000.
Is this 8,000? I haven't done the math myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's enough, yeah.
There might be Sylvie in the graveyard, I was about to say.
Quick effect Sylvie, boom.
Yep.
And Jean-Paul accepts it.
Wow.
That is a game win for Sean. What a battle.
That is crazy.
Double Mulcharmy.
Drum for the game 3. Wait, you're not.
2 games in a row.
Wow, grinded through 2 Mulcharmies. And now going into game 3, you can't imagine that Jean-Paul is going to go second, so the Mulcharmies will be in his side deck. which might mean we can see the entirety of his Orcus package instead.
And I will say, this deck going first, if it is uninterrupted, which rarely do you get to play uninterrupted, but if it is, oh, I can do some crazy things. One Gearsu, the Orcus Mech Knight, can set up a fearsome board, and then you reveal Habakiri, and you just go off into Mitsurugi stuff as well. Very strong.
I'm really hoping to see the Orcus cards in action, because they only got like a couple new cards in Battles of Legend, but they're so impactful to really bringing the strategy back into the limelight.
Go.
Well, sometimes all it takes is one. I'm thinking about Prank Kids, for example. Sometimes you just need a Link 1, and then you're good to go.
You can actually play the deck.
A pretty good card.
Bring it back. 58 cards, though. I will say it's hard to draw some of the Orcus engine, because yes, you have 3 Gearsus. You're probably going to be on 3 Harpors. Things like Foolish Burial are often common in this deck as well, but there's not an easy way for the Mitsurugi cards to bridge in unless you're trying to go for like a big rank 8 vampire, like a zombie vampire play or something like that, which is less common.
You can actually Dingirsu. That's the bridge.
Oh,
two level 8s.
yeah.
The 2 level 8 rituals can Dingirsu into the old school Galatea.
All right, well, you learn something new every day.
I mean, yes, the vampire is another possibility. I'm not sure he's playing it though.
Yeah, it's less common. I've seen things like the Horus engine played alongside Orcus to try and do that route, but it's a good shout out there. You can still go into Galatea I, but then that can only get you into really the World Chalice, World Crown, which can get you to the Galatea, and like you don't have much to do with just that, because again, yes, you get to the Link 1, but the Link 1 itself doesn't get you into the rest of the engine in a very clean way. You really do want one of those other starters.
I think you end up with Galatea SP Prayers Crescendo is one of the lines you can make if you want to do the bridge, which is pretty reasonable.
I love it, though, when you're able to get the Dingirsu engrave with the Babel, with the Symbol Skeleton, be able to summon the Ding on your opponent's turn, non-targeting, send to the graveyard. Very powerful.
But now, Sean is the one who is going to be going second here for the first time in this match. It's going to be his chance to activate some of these Mulcharmies from the hand, hopefully, to slow John Paul down, because, I mean, Orcus does play into, like, all of the Mulcharmies. You're going to be summoning from hand with, the World Legacy monsters, including like your normal summon as well. You have the Mitsurugis. Meowls is good against the Orcus monsters as they're summoning from the graveyard a bunch too. And you really, any Mulcharmy will help Sean out a ton here.
Yeah, it's interesting how so many decks can just do this bridge back and forth. Like the Mitsurugis can bridge to the Orcus, and the Orcus, if they open Gearsu, can bridge into the Mitsurugis as well. It's interesting. We see this strategy able to do it. Obviously, we've talked about Ryziel being able to do that with some of the cards in the extra deck, King of the Feral Imps, for instance. So just really fascinating how many of these decks this weekend can just bridge their 2 engines so effectively.
The one thing about the Orcus bridge, as opposed to something like the Ryziel bridge into Mitsurugi, is that if your opponent's on Bestials, they can actually hit the Harpor and stuff in the graveyard. It does slow it down a little bit, which is why I like that it bridges, but it's one of the easier to hit bridges, I would argue. But still, it's an option, which is really, really cool.
All right. Players have shuffled up their decks. I love those beautiful YCS Top Cut sleeves there on the extra
those look
deck.
great.
They came out really nice.
I think it would be fair for Sean to draw 2 Mulcharmies, honestly, after what he had to go through those last 2 games.
Are we cheering for him? Usually we're not cheering for that, but
I'm not cheering for any particular player, but Sean just had to sit through 4 Mulcharmies activated on his opening turn.
Less of cheering, more of a sense of justice. Yeah, we put it that way.
Hey, that game too was incredible, though. I mean, to play through the Mulcharmies, not even hesitate, and he knew that he would still be able to win the game, but he's going to need to win this 3rd game if he wants to move on with a chance to make the top cut in the last round.
I'll go first. Good luck.
Game 3. Start. Jean Paul looks to be going first here. And now we get to see, again, Mitsurugi Orcus going first for the first time in this best of 3. And we have the normal summon Gearsu, 3 in the deck, 58 total cards. Probably the best normal summon you could ask for. And it's uninterrupted. So if you have an Imperm or Effect Veiler or anything, you want to hit this, because not only is this an on-summon effect, you also have the on-field effect, where you can summon a token to both sides of the fields. And that's going to shut down things like Imperm at that point. And I'm here, he says he has 2 World Legacy tokens.
They're literally what it summons. Yeah.
It's the actual token. That is
let him use his
beautiful.
token.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
It's literally what they summon.
Yeah.
As cool as those judge tokens are.
So from here, the combo, there's a couple different ways you can go, but usually, yeah, the token into the Link 1. This will search for the Orchestrated Babble, and then you can go into straight into Fiendsmith Engine from there, and then insulate from Nibiru, and then continue with Orcus stuff, which is really, really cool, because you're not Dark Locked yet. Orcus will eventually Dark Lock you, but we're actually going for the Crown Line instead. And this is what I'm saying. You have decisions to make here. The Babble, if you already hard draw it, you don't have to search for it. Or if you just value having more bodies on the field, because the level 4 can bridge net into King of the Feral Imps and get into Mitsurugi stuff. It seems like maybe Jean-Paul's prioritizing that more.
Like the way Rickham.
Yeah, so many bridges in this particular strategy. I mean, there's basically 3 strategies that can all interbridge with one another.
Yeah.
Yep, so Moon of the Closed Heavens is going to be sent to the graveyard for the Link summon of Fiendsmith Requiem. Fiendsmith Requiem is going to tribute itself off the field to special summon Lacrima the Crimson Tears. And then Lacrima the Crimson Tears is going to send Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the graveyard.
We'll activate Engraver.
And just like we saw in the last game, the Engraver is going to come back immediately. Now this is the decision. Are you going to go for a DDD High Wave King Caesar or the sequence like he did in the previous game? And it looks like when he goes first, he prefers the DDD High Wave King Caesar.
It's so good against Nibiru specifically. This moment right here where we're going to contact Fuse Necroclip, this is the last moment you have to use Nibiru, and there is none. So we're going to overlay those two into the DDD Wave High King Caesar, and now that will protect against special summoning effects.
You can tell Jean-Paul's like, anything?
Yeah, anybody who plays the Fiendsmith combo knows that that moment is critical.
Activate Heart.
And now we go, okay.
Yeah.
So this will Dark Lock us, but the Mitsurugis are Dark monsters as well, so that doesn't really affect that part of the deck. It only really affects the Fiendsmiths, but if you already use the full Fiendsmith combo, you feel fine about this.
Yeah, so Hardport is going to special summon another copy of Mech Knight, Girsu,
Orcus. Himself. Yeah.
So we're just going to go for another level 4, and here we go. I'm expecting King of the Feral Imps, and there it is. And now we can continue the bridge. Look at that. Orcus goes to Fiendsmith. And also Orcus goes into King of the Feral Imps, which goes to Mitsurugi. This is why the Orcus cards had so much excitement around them when we saw that Link 1, because suddenly now it gives so many options for how to play the deck.
And now you understand why he's playing 58 cards. You know, it's just such an astronomical number when you're trying to play sometimes as close to 40 as possible. But all 3 of these packages can just, as we've seen in this particular game, one leads to the other, which leads to the other. And they all have differing purposes, right? The Fiendsmith cards are what insulate you from Nibiru with a High King Caesar. You're going to have the Orcus cards, which will potentially provide you a counter trap during the end of this, which just gives a very unique type of interruption. And then, of course, the Ritual. The Mitsurugis have such a unique form of interruption with the board clearing effects as well and the hand disruption. So this package, there's kind of the combination of all 3 of them, just provides so many layers of interruption by the end of this opening turn.
The current line that Jean-Paul has decided to go through tells me probably less of the Orcus to end field and more of just the Mitsurugi plus DD Wave High King Caesar, unless, again, you draw the Crescendo or something like that, then the Galatea Eye Graveyard Revival effect is big, but expecting more of it to just be Mitsurugi plus the Wave King Caesar, and then next turn you'll have some more Orcus stuff to do. And that's another great thing about Orcus, is it just keeps playing on your next turn. If your opponent doesn't hit it with Bestials or stuff, you always have cards to activate from the graveyard.
All right, Mitsurugi Prayers is going to summon from hand by tributing from deck. The Kusanagi is going to add the prayers back to the hand.
Rasu is going to allow him to search out another copy of Habakiri.
I'll go deck.
Now he's going to summon from deck, tributing off the Ame no Murakamo. Summon from deck, and then Ame no Murakamo will come back and add a Mitsurugi card.
And so, so far, all of this is uninterrupted. It looks like Sean has no cards in hand that he's going to be able to use to stop this. Ghost Spell would have been used to stop
so you
summon from grave.
So it's a you can add, and so you put it on the field first, so you don't get the search.
No, yeah, it's the other way around. So it adds first, and then I'm summoning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Duelist making sure they know the correct order of the effect activations.
Mitsurugi Mirror is then going to send...
This is where I think the Dingirsu bridge on the bridge on the bridge on the bridge might appear to actually bring back the Orcus back into
or like
the swing of things.
Industrial engineers right now. You know, we're just throwing those things out there.
Adds great purification to the hand as well.
Yes, this is going to be probably IP. Yep.
Yep. Again, another dark monster. Remember, we are dark locks right now because of the Harp Horror, but all the Mitsurugi cards are dark monsters. IP, a classic dark monster. We're using the Galatea, banishing from the graveyard to summon. And from here, we can either go into the original Galatea or that Dingirsu. We are just going to go into the original Galatea, I'm assuming here. There it is.
Makes sense. Yeah, so at the end of all of this, he still has the ability to access Crescendo.
Yeah.
The Girsu. Sure.
Very powerful field. So he did find a way to get there. I forgot about he had not used the Galatea Graveyard effect yet, so he had a very clean way into Galatea to get to that Crescendo. 3 other back row as well.
I think it's so cool.
Oh.
I think it's so cool that this deck searches 2 negates in the forms of trap cards.
Yeah.
You get Crescendo and the Great Purification just for the extra layer of protection.
Just in case.
Like, this is a tough field to break.
Oh, this is very... Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Good
This
board.
is impressive.
It's a good board. Let's see what you can do,
Oh,
Sean.
That was a Nibiru. He just drew.
Oh, classic.
Too little, too late.
Classic.
The alt art Nibiru, just on time. 6th card.
Sean did not have double Mulch Armies. He had the opposite.
And he still has access to the Ame no Murakamo coming back from the graveyard as well.
He just looks like he has 5 engine pieces and that ill-timed Nibiru. But, you know, if there's anyone that's going to be able to navigate this really complex board with White Forest, I think Sean's probably up there at the top of the list. He's been playing this deck for so long. And you hear him just say, I really hope you don't have troll.
Yeah, right.
That almost makes it seem like, you know what? I actually think I can break your board. It's the cards in your hand that I'm afraid of. And if you don't have Droll, I think I can get through this.
If I'm Jean-Paul, I might just not even use the draw. I might be like, you know what?
I want to see what
I'll give you one.
do.
I'll give you one here. Obviously, no. Both these duelists trying their best to win here, but we do get to chain the DDD Wave High King Caesar. It will negate an effect that special summons.
I was hoping that was something like Forbidden Droplet to really break into the field, but
yeah.
it's going to be a Wanted, which is still important to chain to the Holiday Azumina because you have to send a Sinful Spoils for the Holiday Azumina, even though it's negated. But normally you would chain the Wanted, so you can send it for the Holiday Azumina since it's still on the field.
That might be a droplet right there in his hand.
Is it going to be a droplet?
It
Does he
might
have
be.
one?
It
Oh, he does have the
is.
droplet. So he's going to be able to send the Holiday Azumina plus other cards. Okay, maybe we spoke too soon. If he has a trap card, this is huge. He needs to send a trap card with this.
He has to, because otherwise the Crescendo can stop this.
Or the Great Purification.
Yep.
He just doesn't have one.
No.
I thought that was another Sinful Spoils card, so it wasn't quite just Nibiru plus 5 engine. It was Nibiru 4 engine and a very powerful board breaker. It just might not line up well enough against these traps.
He said no more cost, and that means no more trap, and we will negate and destroy.
Resolves?
Almost.
Still want them.
Yep.
And it's a subtle thing, but I do like that he used the Purification instead of the Crescendo, because Crescendo being a counter trap is just a little higher, spell speed there. Could come up. And now, of course, we also get the tribute effect of Mitsurugi comes back and also searches for another Mitsurugi card.
As good as Forbidden Droplet is and has been historically, whenever there are decks that allow you to search a counter trap during the course of your turn, or just a trap card in general, it's always been tough for Forbidden Droplet into those environments. It's one of the reasons why it's not the most popular right now, because there are a lot of decks that do something very similar to this, Mitsurugi being, of course, probably the most popular.
And we are running the Fiendsmith in Paradise. Love to see that.
I mean, if you're playing 58 cards, you can kind of fit all the one-ofs that you don't want to draw. Crescendo, basically all the trap cards, all the engine trap cards. It's actually kind of funny when you think about it. He has one trap card
for
representing each of his 3 archetypes. He's got a Fiendsmith one, he's got obviously the Mitsurugi one, and of course the Orcus one. He doesn't really want to draw any of them, but he's certainly happy to utilize them in their proper positioning, as he's been able to do here.
So Sean's going to send Nibiru, the Primal Being from the hand, to special summon Diabellstar the Black Witch. So let him set, Subversion of the Simple Spells is what he's looking at here, but he might go for Moran.
I'm imagining Jean-Paul is deducing that Nibiru was drawn for turn. Yeah, as soon as that's set, IP can now go into SP and then get rid of that Subversion. Typically the line you go for here.
Does look like that is what John Paul is going to do. SP Little Knight. Oh, it's going to go after the Black Witch instead.
No response.
IP has always been one of Orchest's best friends.
Yep.
In sort of the original deck, you'd always threaten something like Nightmare Unicorn, but we see here.
You don't have to discard a card for SP.
Yeah, I was about to say the upgrade in many ways because you get the SP banish and then sort of the additional interaction.
And we still
that
have
SP offers.
D-Bells paying cost.
Oh, we're sending the Subversion for cost for D-Bells.
Destroy? Yeah.
And is that one card left in Sean's hand?
Wanted?
Oh, Chinash.
Target?
I'm not going to even let him draw a card here. Says you have to beat me with that last card here. It's going to be LZ, but he has
And
the
Crescendo.
crescendo to negate, leaving Sean with no cards.
Sure.
Why is he? Does he have something in his graveyard that does anything? No, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Gets to
He's
set
gonna
the
play to the
deception.
end.
Yeah.
I would just tap my opponent's deck at this point.
There is 1 minute left. Jean-Paul can literally enter battle phase and just switch everything, attack.
Oh, normal heart.
And
There we
that's
go.
going to
That's
be it. John Paul's going to take it and move on 8-0-3. But if he wins the next
Yeah, it
round,
doesn't
if
help,
he,
like,
if he
for
gets
some
9
reason,
wins,
like-
that'll still put him in
It
prime
helps if
position to
it's,
make the
like, some of
top
it, 'cause then I don't have to do
64.
this, and that-
But, you
that
know,
can,
we
like, steal
might
my
see
card.
right here why he has 3 draws. This one, like, they both played at
But it's
reasonable
like, it's
paces,
crazy, I can
and it
do
still came down to
all
the
this stuff
wire
to do that,
because
I can
it just takes a while to work through those 3 strategies all combined together to create this
It's funny.
58 card.
Because it's one bridge to the second, to the third, and then the
Back
third
to the
goes
first.
back to the first. So when you're building 4 bridges, you're going to take a while.
That is so funny because you got to make sure you get to the Fiendsmith cards before you're locked into darks. Once you get that taken care of, yeah. No, the Orcus, it'll come back. Yeah, we'll go back to it
But we
later.
didn't see like the Dingirsu, how that can bridge, but there's just so many different manners by which one can get to the other, but then you have to go backwards and then forwards.
I really like that y'all touched on the 3 different themes. Each one has like their specific trap card, like the similarities, but how they all kind of cohesively work together. And what's even funnier is, I'm not gonna spoil it, but like they're not always like not all 3 of these trap cards will be included in the main deck always. But when you go first, you can make sure you have them all. It's pretty excellent.
This is an incredible deck. That was a lot of fun.
What we just saw there is going first. Jean-Paul made sure all 3 of the trap cards are in there because you're going first. You want the absolute highest ceiling humanly possible, which is what we saw there. The entirety of his 3 decks, well, 3 engines working cohesively with one
Because
another.
he still had the Requiem and the Lacrima in the graveyard as well,
Yeah.
so he did have access to the Fiendsmiths in Paradise, where he could have used the trap for each thing.
He had I didn't count it, but I would guess around 10 to 12 points of interaction on his turn into what Sean was playing. That is a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you get to play right there.
I mean, yeah, you were talking about this yesterday. The most important thing when you're setting up your interactions during your opponent's turn is to layer them. You want to have the on-field effects that your opponent can visibly see, like, oh, he can do this and this. You have your unknown interruptions that are in your hand. And then if you have the traps as well to really guarantee to cut off stuff like Forbidden Droplet, it would be guaranteed.
You actually literally heard Sean say, I hope you don't have Droll, because that's information I don't know, but I see that you have IP into SP, so I know that's in front of me. I know you set those trap cards and search them out during the midst of your combo. I can see that, and obviously the High King Caesar's there. Then he has the Ash Blossom in hand that I can't see. He's hoping that it doesn't have Drone Lockbird, which he can't see. It's that layering, and also when you're using that idea of layering, it's you can activate each of those, from the trap cards to the counters to the on-field effects, whenever they work best for you. And it's just so difficult when it's just wave after wave after wave of interaction coming from all of these different places.
I don't know if you could quite hear that, but we saw it for a second there. The duelists were still on stage. They had so much fun there. They were talking with each other about all these points of interaction. Jean-Paul was coaching Sean a little bit through like, oh yeah, like this is all the different stuff that was going on there. I mean, I love seeing that after a duel like that, especially when so close. They're both in the tournament, in the run-in, trying to get into that top 64, but that's what this game's all about, right?
This
It's
is how
competition.
rivals are made. You play the
Yes.
same person, multiple events, and you're like, next time I'm going to get you. No, it's going to be next time, I
Yeah.
promise you, but it's going to have to be next time here for Sean against John Paul, because
Yep.
it just seems like John Paul has his number.
But it's also how we get better as a region as well.
yeah.
I mean, this is the North American World Championship qualifiers. All of these duelists are competitors against each other today, this weekend. But come Worlds time, we're going to be rooting for our region going into the WCS. So this is how we make sure that our region is strong going into those, because we are reigning champs right now.
That's right, but I think Jackie is standing by with our winner, so we're going to be able to hear from John Paul and what he thought about that game. So go ahead and take it away, Jackie.
Thank you so much, casters. And Jean-Paul, you got the W, moving on in Swiss, getting all the cheers. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. My opponent was a really great person. I enjoyed the duel.
Yeah, and that was actually a rematch. So were you feeling confident going into this duel because you beat him in the past, or what were your feelings?
I mean, I wasn't expecting round 10 White Forest, to be honest. I was expecting him to like normal summon me. But you know, it's not a matchup I even tested at all, so I was feeling fine, but yeah, just a little bit conflicted because like I have to think extra hard about like all the interactions that he might have that I don't know because it's been really a long time since I played against that deck.
Okay, it did seem like you were feeling confident throughout, but was there a turning point when you were like, okay, I got this?
So in Duel 1, when I had double Perulia and he reveals to me that he has White Forest cards, I felt pretty great, to be honest. Like, just, he has to summon way too much from the hand.
Okay, got it. What did you think of that Prohibition card coming out?
I used that card before. I think it's a pretty good tech choice if your deck loses to a specific thing. The thing is, like, when he drew it, it didn't matter as much because there wasn't, you know, he already had game on board.
Okay, I want to talk to you about your deck. So we had a Mitsurugi Fiendsmith Orcus combo. Explain to me the strategy behind that.
So, like you saw, the normal summon Gearsu just bridges all the 3 engines. He can do Search Havakiri, and then he can just send the counter trap. So, just like with one guy, I can bridge all the engines. Same with the Mitsurugi cards. They can just bridge into the other 2 engines because you can make Dingirsu and then you can link it up, and then you can get your Orcus cards in rotation that way. The only engine that doesn't really help with like establishing a big board is the Finsmith cards. But in my opinion, with Droll being around and then Lancia being a side deck card as well, I just wanted an engine in my deck that was able to like play through like those hand traps that are like big impact and they can just like end my turn.
Okay, fantastic. And then you were so close to top 64. Are you feeling good about the next round?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine, you know. To be honest, my friends were memeing on me because they thought my deck is a joke. But here I am, you know, trying to just prove them wrong, having some fun.
I'm sorry for those at home. His friends are just making the funniest faces at us right now. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, shout out to Jordan, Benz, Max. Love them.
Oh, we love to see it. Jean-Paul, congratulations again. Let's hear it for Jean-Paul, everybody. Send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you, Jackie. It was awesome hearing from him. He definitely said one truth and all that, and he wanted an engine. I know he said he wanted an engine when he was talking about Fiendsmith, but his deck is all engine.
Yeah,
no
he got
brakes.
a couple. He got a couple engines in there.
It's a cool deck.
Turbocharged.
Definitely like a homebrew that he's constructed. His friends. I mean, when you look at it on paper, you're like, there's a lot in here, but we saw why it works so well.
Yeah.
But we still have one more round of Swiss before the top 64 cutoff. But before we get to that last round, we have some cool things we want to talk about. I'm going to let Joe tell you about what is on the line.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards of all time. Super rare prize card for the TCG territories. It is none other than Card Trooper. In addition to the WCQ promo card Duelist that make it to the top 32 this weekend at the NAWCQ, will receive a super rare Card Trooper with the tournament logo. The YCS version of this promo card will start at the first YCS post the WCQ YCS in each of the TCG territories. For North America, the first YCS with the new promo card will be YCS Vancouver on August 16th and 17th. For Latin America, it will be YCS Peru, September 27th and 28th. For Europe and Oceania, continue following Konami's Europe social media channel for future event announcements.
But
that's
wait,
not it.
There's more, Joe, because not only that, but also if a Duelist makes it into the top 16, in addition to the Day 2 promo card and the super rare Card Trooper for top 32, they get an ultra rare Effect Veiler with the WCQ logo, a beautiful card right there. And of course, the YCS version of this promo card will also start at the first post WCQ YCS in each of the TCG territories. You just heard all the dates from Joe there, but the WCQ version of this is for top 16 at this event.
Yeah, really incredible. The prize cards are really awesome. There's so many prizes. You make top 4, you're really coming out pretty nicely. But even making top 32, you're going to walk away with a prize card and another prize card and the prize pack that's on top of these 2 prize cards.
I play Blue Eyes. I want that Effect Veiler. I want that play set of Effect Veilers.
I think I need 3 card troopers because I need a troop dupe.
Yep.
You do.
Yeah. Definitely. But we're going to find out who's going to make top 64 after our last round of Swiss. It's going to be coming up very shortly. We're going to be going to our bonus feature, and then we'll come back for that last round of Swiss. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be an incredible day, and it's going to be so much awesome dueling action still to come. So stay tuned. We got a lot more happening.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Stand by main phase.
That's fine.
Normal summon Gersu, effect to dump.
Target.
No response.
Any resolution?
Nope.
Thanks for it.
I will ask that. Anything else?
Okay.
Foolish Bear. I'll send Harport.
Sure.
Freeze play, WCQ Duelist, that is time in the round. Active turn player,
Got
turn phase. If you have any time extensions, those begin now.
Let's go. Harport effect.
That's fine.
Summon Orcus Nightmare.
Yeah, you're good.
Activate Habakiri.
Sure.
Saji effect.
That's fine.
Add Ritual Spell.
That's fine.
Activate Summon from hand.
Yeah. Kusanagi Aramas are.
1, 2.
Yeah.
Summon from deck.
Absolutely.
Habakiri.
That's fine.
Adding Mirror.
That's fine.
Activating Mirror.
That's good.
Effect.
Good.
I'll add Purification.
That's fine.
Summon Galatea.
That's fine.
Where is he at? Activate target.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll send World One.
Yeah.
Effect target.
Yeah.
Set and activate.
That's fine.
Galatea, I banish Gersu to summon.
That is fine.
1 target heart.
Here you go.
Gersu effect to attach a material to itself.
That's fine.
And then I will link 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I will pass turn.
Go to draw. Stand by?
Yes.
Me.
Yep.
Also?
It's not an on-summon effect, correct?
No, he's a creature.
I'll activate Ingwan Gersu target.
This one. You may have it.
What?
You can have it. Good to proceed?
Yep.
Activate a bitch round. Sending infantry as cost. Add a summon all of a sudden.
This pops face-ups.
Correct.
You have 1 card in hand?
Correct.
So that'll add this.
Attention duelists, if you are interested in participating in our Attack of the Giant card tournament, if you would like to get registered, please do so as soon as possible on events.thesidedeck.com. Registration will be closing in a few minutes. Deck lists are required for this event, so you must register on events.thesidedeck.com. Please come to the public events Q&A area if you need assistance.
Chainlink 1 infantry, target battle. Chainlink 2 Poseidra. Send a Shadow Squad of cost, targeting. Let's spend. Food or bounce.
Chainlink 3, Futsu, targeting this. Chainlink 4, Harpour to summon. Oh, well, Harpour was next.
Yeah. Sure. You change Shadow Squad to summon?
And that's your only trigger?
Correct. For purification?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Effect. And then on res, I'll use the effect to wipe after I add a card.
Yep. I will chain game 3. Thank you.
You said pause or
I
no?
paused the timer for 6 minutes and a half. We're gonna wait for us to get the go ahead.
Okay.
And then your choice.
I'll take first.
Alright, go ahead, game 3.
Good luck, mate.
Stand by.
Yes.
Me.
Yep.
Activate Minstrel. Put your Shadow Squad as cost.
Chain Fua.
Chain.
Sure.
Shadow Squad. Prince. Quick goons. Activate Ryan. Pitch. Footprints.
Yes.
Effects breaking through King Coelacanth.
Yes.
Summon Silent Wabi, Leptonius, Reptile Fenrithus, and Philbert Rapka. Read this, chain to read this. Effect.
Yep.
Head back Wabi.
Yep.
You can have this. You will draw one card and I'll gain 2,000. Activate. Sorry, read this. Okay. Activate effect.
Yep. You can shuffle when you're done. You don't need to shuffle right now.
Pick goons.
Yep.
Target fill it.
To summon a guy from deck?
Correct. These beside right?
Yep.
This card. Chain Link 2 will be Rimacana. Target Ash shuffle back into your deck.
WCQ Duelists, I need the following duelists to please report to the main stage. Gavin Christopher Brasowski. Gavin Christopher Brasowski, please report to the main stage.
Quick pull.
Yep.
Sweet. Until you need.
Yep.
Yep.
Draw, standby man.
Yes.
Normal summon effect dump.
Effect dump is fine.
Effect to make tokens.
Thinking on res. Activate.
Yep.
Pitching.
You're good.
Roll one.
Tap.
Effect Prince.
Yep.
Target target.
Was this negated?
It's before I
This
activate
is
it.
before the activate. Yeah. Focus Hydra.
Yep.
Anything this cost? Goons. Search. To proceed. That's fine. I did. That's fine.
One.
That's fine.
That's fine.
God, this game is unlosable. Oh, that feels awful.
I'm so sorry. That was like unbelievable.
No, you're not. You did it.
Crazy opener. I misplayed really bad.
Go ahead and mark yourself as winner and then sign it so I can get it to the main stage.
For sure.
Hey everybody, I'm Jackie Jing and we are coming to you from the Indiana Convention Center. You can see behind me almost 3,000 duelists competing. Let's take a look around the venue. Come on. This is the Dragon Duel area where our under 14 duelists can play. Let's check in on them. You having fun?
Oh, yeah, I'm having a great time. I think it's really cool. It's my first nationals, and I like how all of the duelists come together, and it's a really positive community.
Oh, thanks for the little interview. Our budding young duelists. Love that. And don't forget about giant card duels. I got a pretty good hand, right?
No, it's really good.
Sitting pretty with this one, you know it. You're going down. Play public events, get tickets, and win big. It's you again. Here we are at the public events area. This is where you meet up and sign up for those amazing events like Attack of the Giant Card, Rivalry of Warlords, and Time Wizard, and so much more. Plushies, card sleeves, game mats, these wonderful vendors behind me, they have whatever your Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG heart desires. Look who we found, Dark Magician Girl. I gotta ask, why do you love Yu-Gi-Oh?
Do you want my real answer?
Yeah.
I love the waifus, you know.
Solid answer.
Obviously, I'm here as the most iconic one, the original, DMG.
We
with
love.
my own little flair, because I feel like she's not really giving blonde. I feel like the pink matches her outfit a little bit better. Also, I don't want to buy another wig, okay? I have too many wigs at home.
It matches the outfit. We love it. We love.
Exactly. I'm having a great time just walking around here, supporting my homies, you know. Everyone's been really nice. Been taking some pictures with some people. I'm having a great time.
It's like a celebrity. She's here. I love it.
Oh my God, I'm here just gracing your screens. You're welcome.
This is one of the most popular attractions here, the token booth. You get to be in a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and I get to select the background. What should I pick? Kaiba! What about Yugi Boy? I think Kaiba wins. All right, let's come over here. All I gotta do is strike a pose. Fabulous. And here it is! Yay! And this is the main stage where all of the action happens, where we see duelists competing with all of their energy, with all of their heart. But who will be crowned the NAWCQ champion? Make sure you stick around to find out.
So far here in Indiana at the Indiana Convention Center, and now we have one more round before we announce our top 64. All is on the line for so many duelists remaining at this event, and we got the Council of Stevens
Yes.
to bring us in for the final round of Swiss.
Well, it's make or break time for a lot of duelists, and that means we need as much help on the desk as possible, so of course we're all here.
And thank you for joining us, because this is the make or break moment. This is particularly what's called a bubble match by some of the competitors out there. It's sort of win and in. Don't win, you can still make it, right? You always hear those questions. Can X3 top, can X3 top? Maybe. We are going to have a top 64 here, but every duel counts.
We did have a, was it 8-0-3 duelists that just won that last one, so there's also a lot of draws that can kind of affect that bubble too.
There's more than one way to get 24 points.
Yeah, exactly. But typically that's what you're looking for, and it just means that this is a high stress match for a lot of duelists competing. So heart goes out to anybody who's on that line right now, because the loss feels so rough, but hey, you still got to show up and play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! This weekend, and we still get to celebrate the top 64 after this, but for right now, it's do or die for a lot of the duelists out there.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see, you know, sort of the longevity of a lot of players. You know, 9 grueling rounds yesterday, 3 more this morning, and then they're also going to be going to top 64 single elimination. It's a long one.
Yeah, I'm tired, and I wasn't even dueling all day yesterday. That's crazy.
Well, speaking of dueling all day yesterday, let's talk about all the duelists that we had here, because the numbers are stacked. We started this tournament after late entries with 2,838 duelists, almost 3,000 people, and even more here in the building. But now we only have just a few undefeated duelists left. 3, count them, 3 duelists. And we may go into the next round, the top 64, with no undefeated duelists.
3 undefeated is all that remains. Now, let's throw it over to the stage where Jackie is waiting to introduce our final round competitors.
Thanks, casters. The last round of Swiss, everyone. Let's get rolling, starting with the blue chair. Coming to us all the way from Southville, Kentucky, we got Joshua R. They won 6 at a regional with a Morphtronic deck. And in the red chair, hailing from Knoxville, Tennessee, we have Da Vinci S. Getting a little cheer from the crowd there. They won 3rd at the Dragon Duel WCQ in 2018 and 19. First time on stage for both of them. Stevens, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jackie. It is good to see both Da Vinci and Joshua in rare form for this final match. The matchup we have is Mitsurugi Raizo versus Fiendsmith Goblins, or Goblin Bikers.
Yeah, very interesting deck right there. Hopefully everyone's been doing their research on the Goblin Bikers, because they're usually more of a supplemental engine that other decks will play, specifically things like the Metotlan deck. But this time around, it looks like we're just seeing Goblins.
But this is a really good time to play the deck, because again, what their strengths are is removing and detaching Xyz materials from your opponent in order to get their game plan on. So that could be really good in a format where you've seen Onomat Ryzeal, Heraldic Ryzeal, Mitsurugi Ryzeal. Notice that all of these have rank 4s and therefore have materials to detach. But I think she said 2019 Dragon Duel competitor. I'm searching my memory banks. I want to say I might have been the head judge for that particular event. And I'll tell you, these Dragon Duels competitors, I used to do a lot of judging in that particular space, and they just breed some of the best duelists in the world out of all those competitions. Jesse Cotton, a Dragon Duelist. Charlie Futch a Dragon Duelist, Ryan Yu a Dragon Duelist, household names in dueling. So maybe DaVinci is the next one because of his great finish back in 2019.
Also heard that there's a Dragon Duelist that's playing Ancient Gear this past weekend. 10 years or so after their dad was playing Ancient Gear back in, it's like 15 years ago, actually.
So
fun little narrative there.
So the Dragon Duelist is currently playing Ancient Gear, and their father played Ancient Gear way back in the day.
Yeah, that's the story I heard about. So there's all kinds of cool stories at the Dragon Duel tournaments, and I love that we have these duelists that spent time down there and now have continued to develop now that they've entered kind of the big leagues, as we call them here. So shout out to DaVinci, but Joshua, his opponent, will also be tough to take down because the deck he's piloting is one of the kind of more tournament favorites, I'd say.
Yeah, Mitsurugi Raizul is definitely the deck to beat of the weekend.
Flip that around. Joshua on the Goblin Bikers and DaVinci on the Mitsurugi Raizul.
Oh, yes, of course. And then, like Steven mentioned earlier, too, Joshua having those really powerful going second tools by just playing more copies of the Goblin Biker cards can be a really nice way to sort of break apart whatever powerful boards DaVinci sets up turn one. But I am interested to see how the Mitsurugi side of DaVinci's deck will sort of play into everything.
As the duelists are getting ready for game number 1 here, we're just getting confirmation, and it's on game number 1 for our round 12 feature match.
Yep, and you can tell the tension is high. The stakes have never been higher. This is the final round of Swiss before we get to the top 64. First roll's a 7 there for Joshua. DaVinci is rolling 9. It's big enough.
I will choose to go first. Go on.
Proudly declare that beautiful handshake, and now our players are getting ready to draw their opening hands.
We'll get the start.
And duel.
Okay. Go on.
DaVinci going first here, choosing for that with Mitsurugi Raizul. We've seen this deck a few times on the feature matches. Everyone's got their own subtle variations of the deck here, but prayers is one of the best ways to start.
No tribute.
Certainly one of the most important rounds of these duelists' life because, again, they are so close to getting to the top 64, and they both still might, but a win and in feels pretty good as we use Mitsurugi prayers to add Habakiri to the hand.
Yep, we're not going to be paying any 800 because we did not summon, so we're just going to be adding. This Habakiri could get the rest of the Mitsurugi engine going.
Important to do that in the draw phase so that your opponent cannot droll and lockbird you. And now we're in the main phase here for the Habakiri effect.
Yep, and this is the ever-powerful once per duel effect to let you summon a monster from the deck and then tribute a card.
Tribute Saji.
We're going to tribute that said Saji, and now Saji's effect on tribute will let you search for any Mitsurugi spell card. That might be the ever-so-faithful Mitsurugi Ritual.
Got a little bit of a peek at Joshua's hand. Don't see too much interaction, but plenty of starters. Oh, but hey, there you go.
Speaking of the draw and lockbird, Kangas was totally right. That card is everywhere in this format, and now DaVinci has to play under that for the rest of the turn.
Part of the reason, talking about World Championship players, Julian, who just qualified at the points playoffs, he was telling us part of the reason he thinks Malice is so threatening is everyone's main decking 3 Droll. And Malice is one of the few decks that doesn't really stop, but it does stop this deck quite a lot. It becomes much harder to assemble a strong end field.
Basically, he's forced to open his Raizul engine. He now has no way within the archetype of Mitsurugi just to dig into that stuff and automatically get it through duo drive and whatnot. And so that could really shut down his overall sort of ceiling for the turn.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of ceilings, it does help to have that Night Sword Serpent. Some duelists choosing not to play it, but it does give you a little extra push there. Now activating Mitsurugi Ritual, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and tribute to special summon Ame no Murokuma no Mitsurugi from the deck here.
Another really important thing about Droll and Lockbird here is that because he is under Droll, that Habakiri will not summon itself back by being tributed because he's not able to add a card as well.
Yes. You cannot fulfill the entire effect, so you can't do any of the effect.
Here we're going to see a Link summon. This could be for SP Little Knight. It could be for some kind of end board piece he's going for. The Serpent will get banished because he was summoned back using its own
maybe
effect.
a Fiendsmith engine?
Oh,
Dynamondo,
okay.
Yeah.
That could threaten some board wipe potential by bringing back the Murakumo during Joshua's turn. Ooh, and there we see the Do-Do-Do-Do Warrior coming down from DaVinci here. He's playing sort of a mixture of sort of Automat cards, Mitsurugi cards, and Raizul cards.
I haven't seen this build, and that's the excitement of the deck. Is I said it at the beginning, everyone has their own little variation of how they like to play it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the deck name alone does not tell the full story of the duel. You have to really peer into the deck list by seeing the person play. And even then, if it's card for card, they have completely different styles. We've seen so many different mirror matches throughout the tournament.
And then, of course, even with the Automat, engine, sub-engine, you're not always locked into playing all of the cards. You can just run 3 Warrior with one of the Go-Go-Go Glove Did I say that right? Go
And
count
Dodo
the
the
goes.
dwarf.
Go,
Go,
glove.
go,
Yep,
glove.
I got
You
it.
got it.
Yeah.
I'm going to just use my fingers every time. But you can just use it as just a sub-engine to get into your rank 4s. But we're still under the Droll, so we can't go into the Rise Eels. It's just going to be the Baguska.
But that's
He's
a
so
really
tired.
great, strong turn when you think about it, how conservative. The Dynamondo, the Baguska, that is really defensive considering he got hit by the Droll and Lockbird.
That's a great point.
And here we're starting out with Joshua with Fiend Smith's track. He's going to be threatening a lot of stuff to Da Vinci. It's going to be a really nice starter for him here.
Notably, this is also, depending on what else is in your hand, a lot of it's going to be links. So you're, yeah, you call that Fiend Smith Lurie. I think arguable you could call it, but Fabled Lurie.
Hey, there was some Fabled support this year. It's
There
still
was,
a Fabled
there
card.
You can do some of the Fiendsmith stuff with just Link monsters. It does kind of get locked with Lacrima with the Baguska. So
You're going to miss out an effect there for sure.
yeah, we'll see how much Josh was able to do with just the Fiendsmith engine.
While under Droll and Lockbird, because
Yes.
after resolving the track, Da Vinci did hit him
anything
with that
with
as
priority?
Chainlink 2 to his Lurie.
Oh, he did.
Four in hand,
Luckily,
right?
the Fiendsmith cards, if you don't get drolled on the Engraver for the track, you're actually fine, because you don't do any more searching, but
his Goblin cards
the
are
Goblin
shut up now.
cards, yeah.
So we see Requiem coming down, going to be activating that Lacrima probably to be getting the rest of his Fiendsmith cards like Engraver. Classic we've seen time and time again.
Fiendsmith Engraver.
So would imagine you're trying to push through just to be able to get through the Baguska, and then you would play any Goblin Biker cards you might have in your hand, right?
And so here we're probably going to go into a Necro Quip, I'd imagine, and then you can use the Engraver effect in
just
Graveyard,
for
because
Engrave, correct?
Baguska will only negate the field effects of monsters.
Yep, and then we can get access to a rank 6 if we need one.
Or a Link 2, probably, because Baguska really shuts down any of the rank monsters. They'll still go to defense mode, so we won't have enough like light fiends to go into a sequence play, but maybe we could do like an SP depending on what they have.
Going to activate Engraver by putting back these Lurie.
Yeah. So there's only going to be 2 light fiends in the graveyard after this all happens.
You're fine.
Kind of difficult there for sure, but looks like we're going to go ahead and bring back Fiendsmith Engraver, and now this is where the choices begin.
We might just summon SP Little Knight to like out this Baguska.
That's one of the classic
Oh,
outs.
because it does include a fusion monster there from the extra deck.
Exactly.
So SP Little Knight.
There it
SP
is.
Little Knight.
Ooh, and we can use the Dynamundo arrow to
Oh,
summon
that's
it too.
sick.
That's fun.
That is fun.
And now we can actually kind of stymie the Dynamundo too by being able to get rid of the Baguska here, and if he triggers Dynamundo, dodge it.
Oh, wow. Great card.
And he has a monster card
Fantastic.
in his hand too to prevent the SP from responding to the droplets.
If not, well, let's see.
Because you can't chain a spell card.
Great break, a grand breakout.
All right, sort of a get out of jail card there. So we're going to go ahead and activate Goblin Biker Grand Breakout.
Beautiful.
Monster off the field. And that means it's going to resolve because it's not face up on the field.
Exactly. So it's no longer negated. We can get through the Baguska. We never normal summon. It's only the Dynamundo that we have to worry about now.
All right, Goblin Bikers, do your thing.
Yeah, this will be really interesting to see here. So I believe Grand Breakout, does it summon or does it add to hand? I forget which one it does.
Adds to hand.
It is unfortunate, though, that we are getting
Oh,
rid
no,
of
it does special summon. Okay,
it
break it
has
out.
to.
Yeah.
It has to. Otherwise.
Oh, yeah,
we
the
would
Joel
not be able
Lockford.
to.
What are we doing here?
And I forget, Droplet doesn't target, correct? So he can
That
still
is correct.
Droplet this card.
He can.
So
He can.
it's worth noting that like we're currently in Chain Link, I believe 3 here to activate the Grand Breakout.
That's right.
Got rid of SP. Now we're gonna go Droplet, negate that monster, and then SP.
Baguska will be banished.
That monster, by the way,
this would
is
allow
mean
you-
merciless.
Yeah, it allows you to special summon a Goblin monster from your hand on summon. And in your main phase, you can detach material from a monster if it's in the graveyard, and then special summon it.
Oh, but there is the Goblin Bikers Gone Wild, being able to be normal summoned by using its effect. That allows it to be normal summoned, and because it has been normal summoned, I believe now that Baguska is gone, he has the ability to special summon 1 level 4 or lower Goblin monster from his deck.
Use the effect to summon the goblins in my deck.
Definitely cool to see goblins at this high level of play. Usually you see goblins paired with the Memento deck because there's that intersection between Memento and Goblin and the rest of the Goblin Bikers. But here, this is just Goblin Bikers going crazy.
They're going wild right now, as it says on the card right there. And all under Droll still.
You did Droll, yes.
Being reminded that Joshua tried to search. Da Vinci says, no, you cannot.
Here.
But Joshua
job,
does
mate.
still have multiple monsters on the field. Dynamundo is really... There's nothing in Da Vinci's hand. It's only the
what's the scent
Dynamundo.
effect?
I actually just saw a little card in
When it's sent
Joshua's
to the
hand by the name
graveyard,
of
I can
Ghost
target
Bell
a
and
card
Haunted
in the field
Mansion,
and
so if he
attach
activates
it.
that Dynamundo,
Oh,
he's in for a rough
He
awakening, I
is.
think.
But what a great choice, too. It is a level 3 monster itself. I did
change
also
that
see the
effect.
Speedroid Terror top there, so this is obviously a nice little rank 3 toolbox trying to pick apart a rank 4 toolbox.
I will chain Ghost.
Ooh, and there's the Ghost
There it
Bell I was
is.
talking about,
Oh,
making
wow.
Dynamundo useless. Da Vinci now has no cards in hand, no cards on field, and Joshua has an army of goblins
Yep.
ready and raring to do some damage.
Dynamundo tried to tribute itself to special summon the Mitsurugi from the graveyard, the Amino Marakumo, but not going to pull that off.
But that was the right play for sure. Da Vinci doing just exactly what the game plan was, and most of the time you're only seeing the Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion in Vanquish Soul decks.
Yeah.
So how could you predict that unless you kind of saw the commonality of the fact that it's level 3?
But it also hits a lot of other decks in the field right now. I actually do think Ghost Bell is a very effective card to be main decking, at least side decking. So I'm happy that we're actually seeing it in a feature match, because I've talked to some duelists. Some say, nope, this is like a legitimate card you need to worry about right now.
Some people think about DD Crow, but DD Crow would not do much in certain situations, and this Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion just perfect to waste that effect.
So we're going battle phase here. We're swinging 24 with the Gone Wild and 16 with the Doug Charger.
I did, SP. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, good, good, good. Okay.
You were right.
Both players' responsibility to maintain an active game.
You
so
know
they
what
did
that
good.
is, Da Vinci? That is a third-place Dragon Duelist at a WCQ right there. Let's go.
Oh, yes.
He is keeping track of every lingering effect on the field, the Droll, the SP, all of it.
Sees the whole world under the tournament policy guidelines and definitely corrected his opponent there, but that's okay because he was just going to do a little bit of damage. We're in main phase 2. We weren't going to be able to do any damage anyway or attack. So let's see what we do with this Link Summon.
That's looking like...
Oh, no.
Wow.
Wait, did we put back the Requiem?
No, but we can use these to make sequence because it's a light bean still.
You're right. You are right.
And now we have another Light Fiend in the graveyard as well.
Yes, so we can still end on Desiree
Now
here
we
pretty
can get to the
confidently.
Desiree, yes, because the Moon is that third Light Fiend.
But how are we going to get back into our Goblin engine? I guess we have Terror Top, which can normal summon, get you Takatomborg if you play it, and then have a rank 3 that way. Because the big problem for Joshua here was that he was not able to summon Big Gabanga and get the search.
Yeah.
And just having Big Gabanga plus a Gone Wild is not going to be enough to stop Da Vinci on his next turn.
We have committed our normal summon here, so I think
on a
Joshua.
new turn, is what I'm saying, yeah.
Joshua's going to be passing with, I believe, just Desiree, but Da Vinci's on just the draw.
I did catch in the extra deck a Fiendsmith Agnum Day, so I was surprised not to see like the fullest extension of the combo, but he may be saving that to bring back the Fiendsmith Desiree later.
Stand by.
And he didn't have Lacrima in the graveyard, so...
Do you have any
Yeah, he went for
active effects in
Engraver off the
graveyard?
Requiem. But I think Joshua did a great job of playing through everything Da Vinci had and had just the right answers to stymie him to the point where now he's, like you said, Steven, on nothing. Set one and pass.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough position for Da Vinci. Joshua actually did a fantastic job of sequencing his plays.
There he is.
Wow.
The ultimate rank 3 engine toolbox.
And we're
he's just
going-
gonna
That's
concede the
enough.
game.
He's seen all he needs to see. So Da Vinci conceding there, conserving as much time, about 34 minutes left on the clock. Joshua taking the first game with Fiendsmith Goblin Bikers.
And now comes the question. Joshua takes game 1, but he showed the Goblin Bikers. Does Da Vinci have a side deck that will allow him to effectively shut down what Joshua is trying to do here? Because Goblin Bikers are not the most common core engine, like you had said. They're usually a supplemental engine for something like the Memento deck, but in this case, it does seem like it's a wider Goblin engine that he's playing into.
I mean, it's like even worse for Da Vinci because like a whole section of his deck actually plays into the Goblin Bikers when they go second. You know, the more these monsters you summon and leave on your turn going first, the more special summons and effects they now have access to.
I do wonder how much that's on his mind and how much you just say, okay, I'm just going to set up the Mitsurugi and then pass on that. Because Mitsurugi alone is still strong. You have a lot of layers of interaction, and you don't have to go into all of your own Xyz monsters.
Da Vinci definitely an experienced duelist there, so we'll have to see if he's keeping all of those Goblin Biker effects in his mind. You know, maybe he was just thinking of as a progressive engine of cards that just attacks, builds big monsters. We didn't see any detaching Xyz materials, and it has been a long day, so he may forget. But I would imagine a duelist of Da Vinci's experience definitely knows what these cards do, and I would be curious to see if you're right, Steven, if he brings out just the ritual monsters.
And I did notice, too, that Droll and Lockboard was more than enough to turn off the Goblin side of Joshua's deck and make it less impactful in overall explosiveness, but with how consistent the Fiendsmith engine is under Droll, usually after you use your first tracker, your first engraver, you can still play pretty fine under that kind of stuff. And so it's going to be really hard for Da Vinci, I think, to find that right balance of, okay, how do I interrupt this play / stop him from playing it? That might be tough to do.
Yeah, good point. But side decks have been sided. Duelists are now shuffling their deck, so we're getting ready for duel number 2. It's back against the wall here for Da Vinci. You're down 1 in this best of 3 series, and that would put you at 9-3. We're talking about that bubble. Not guaranteed, not really known what your future holds if you drop this one.
And if you're Joshua, you got to feel super confident. I mean, you broke Swerve. You know, you went second in game 1. Now you're going second again in game 2. You feel pretty confident already. And then in game 3, even if you lose this one, you can choose to go first.
And here we go. Judges just making sure that the players are all set before we officially start game number 2.
Oh yeah, look at them. They're ready to go. They're like, let's get this going. I'm so tense right now. I need to make sure that we just win this and wait for the top cut.
I know Da Vinci has been in stressful situations at Dragon Duel NAWCQs, but this has got to rank up there in stressful duels in his career so far. But here we go. Game number 2, Joshua versus Da Vinci.
I mean, if he's been up on the featured match before, this might just be his childhood playground.
Maybe, yeah. You know what? Maybe I'm building this too much up, and he's calling his cucumber up there.
But he does seem like he's taking this serious. There's no joke in here, so let's see what he does on his draw phase.
Yes. Main? Yes.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see how we lead off here. Last time we led off with Mitsurugi. Do we have non-Mitsurugi cards to start off with here? Ooh, and that's
yes,
right, the
we
one
do.
right there in the extra Izeal.
And again, this will start off going into Xyz, but you can always go just right into something like the King of the Feral Imps and then get into the Mitsurugi. Leave your end field with as minimal Xyz monsters as possible, but we'll see what Da Vinci just chooses to do into the Goblin Bikers.
There's also a version of this where you just ignore the pressure applied by the Goblin Biker's ability to attach materials. Maybe you make a big detonator and you just destroy a few monsters that show up after they detach the one material you have.
True. Also, very important there, Joshua had nothing on resolution, no Joel and Lockbird for this turn.
No Molcharmi Purulia either. It seems like he's just sitting on there. Maybe there's a Nibiru the Primal being at the ready, but Joshua basically staring down Da Vinci as he searches out his next Ryzeal, Ice Ryzeal.
Yep, so far we're just going through the standard line here. Having that Ryzeal dual drive already in the yard will be really nice for this first one that we're going to go into, because you can get that extra attach on top of being able to search for 2 more Ryzeal cards. Ooh, but there's the Ash.
Wow. Interesting timing.
Almost always when you want to use your interaction, especially if you only have one form of interaction in your hand, is stopping the Duo Drive search is usually critical. It doesn't stop your opponent from playing. We have normal summon ice, but it at least makes sure that it can't get to something like that cross, which really can just shut down a lot of decks, especially things like Nibiru if that is additionally in your hand.
Well, Steven, you were talking about mitigating the amount of Xyz materials on field. That Ryzeal Duo Drive sure does have 3 materials.
It's got a couple. Yeah.
So plenty of things for the Goblin Bikers to sort of take off. I love the idea of them just like going by like, I'm just going to take this Xyz material off. You can just yank that one off.
Be like, I'll take that robot. I'll take that robot. I'll take that robot.
These are mine now. These are biker parts.
And I believe I see in the hand there of Da Vinci the Mitsurugi Great Purification. So it looks like he drew one of his search targets at the Mitsurugi engine anyway.
So far, besides that King of Feral Imps line like you talked about, I don't see any other way for him to get into the engine. But that's something to also think about too, is because the Ash Blossom's already been used in the Duo Drive, now we can feel like Habakiri is going to be pretty safe later on in the turn.
Yeah. Da Vinci considering his next move here. Looks like we are going to maybe perform another Xyz summon as he picks up and puts down the Ice Ryzeal. Maybe not.
But yeah, using your 2 Ryzeal names right here, Node being one of them, makes it pretty hard to go for a Ryzeal detonator later in the turn too. So he's kind of have to pick and choose here. Yeah. But thanks to this Do Warrior, he might be able to act as what's it called? Did I make you laugh with that one?
Because I like the gallop of do-do-do-do, but yours is like it's like a ramp up, like do-do-do-do.
That's how he said it in the show. Is he goes like do-do-do-do, and then I just add the do.
Yeah. Well, there's the King of the Feral Imps, by the way. There's a little bit of information kind of given away. Oh, and it's Nibiru, the Primal Being. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That's the big old token.
This is why you Ash that Duo Drive. No, they can't get to the cross. They can't stop Nibiru from coming down. An incredible 2-card combo to stop your opponent's turn.
I will say, though, this is a gigantic token. I think it's like 12, 37 plus 23, so it's 5K attack for sure, and then defense is probably like, I don't know, at least 4K.
Well, props to you for doing math live on air. It's always dangerous. It's always dangerous.
They're all guesstimates. They're not exact. They'll say them later.
I struggle doing math off air. But
speaking of later, I think we are just past the turn. Da Vinci's going to go ahead and pass it on over.
Yeah.
So wild to see that a single Nibiru the Primal Being shut that turn down. Just very effective use of those 2 cards, locking the opponent out. And while there aren't any Xyz materials on the field, there's also really not much to worry about except a single set card. So I think we're going to go and activate our Goblin Bikers Grand Entrance.
Grand Entrance is going to be a really nice start here to get the other main goblins added to the hand. This is the card that will unlock other things like maybe Doug Charger or things like Clatter Sploder. Once you get some more things put in the graveyard. Lots of fun options here with this card.
Again, there's a non-zero chance that Goblin Biker fans are going to get to see a basically pure build advance into the top 64 of the NAWCQ.
That would be, does it gain original?
That's true. I believe it gains current attack, right? for Nibiru? Oh, it's
original attack.
Beautiful.
The attack will be 48
plus 8
plus 14. That's 62.
62. I
So
said 52.
62. Hey, that's
close.
okay. It's okay. Doing math live on the air is difficult, as Steven said.
All right, so there's the grand breakout.
That's fine.
Sorry, grand entrance.
Grand entrance. They're all grand.
Breakout was the one that you had to like sack a card.
Yep. So we are going to search out the Goblin Biker here.
There's Gone Wild. That'll be a good normal summon here and be able to special summon another goblin from the deck, which, with that Nibiru, is 2 monsters.
Looks like the defense also is 5,600, which is huge, too. Very relevant.
But with things like Big Gabonga, we can always attach our opponent's monsters to it as material. And what happens if you attach a token? It just like disappears to the ether, right?
I don't think you can attach a token. Those are the two things you can't do. You can't banish it face down. You can't send it to the graveyard for cost, and you can't attach it as Xyz material.
Could it be used for an XZ summon? No, right?
No, because again, it's not really a monster. It's a token.
It can't exist anywhere not on the field. So it
Yes,
can't exist
that's
as
fair.
material.
Exactly, yes. But here we go. Now we're using 2 monsters, like you had said, Steven, that we can go into Moon and Closed Heaven and straight into Fiendsmith.
We can just engrave out this card.
You can, absolutely, because you can't send it to the graveyard. It's just you cannot send it to the graveyard for cost. Ooh, the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, though, slowing things down.
That'll hurt a lot.
Oh, wow. But there it is.
Doesn't matter.
It's time for some rank 3
Legendary
shenanigans
win monster.
Taki Tomborg. I'm very familiar with these cards. I've been playing Speedroid quite a little bit, actually, ever since Scream Darkers came out, and they are beautiful.
The level 6. The level 6. And then one unknown?
You and your wind monsters, Steven. Something about him.
I do love
There's nothing wrong with wind monsters. Don't be like that.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm just saying he has a particular taste.
That's fair. That's fair. You're allowed to like wind.
Yeah.
It's a very underrated
There's no
attribute.
animosity
I love the underdogs.
Yeah.
But there's the
I'm
big
a fireman myself.
Biggest Kabonga. That is a quarter-century secret rare if I ever saw one.
Gorgeous.
Showing up here with style.
On summon, that'll get another goblin card added to his hand, and now we have some Xyz materials on the board to activate some of our other effects as well.
Nice to see the full showcase of the Goblin Biker effects, right? We only get to see a little preview here and there until Da Vinci eventually conceded that game, but now Joshua has shifted into turbo as we get the Doug Charger.
And then he searches.
And we still haven't done our normal summon, correct? We still have the Gone Wild in our hand.
That is correct.
Oh, have we not normal summon?
I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we have not.
The Terror Top
is a special summon.
That's right. Summon, yeah. Did we? What did we use to make the moon? It was that Gone Wild or no?
No, that wouldn't be a light fiend.
No, to make the moon of the closed heaven.
Oh, maybe we did normal summon.
Yeah, because we had Nibiru plus another monster. I think that was our normal summon for turn. Whatever that monster was, I don't remember. My brain is Teflon. All I know
I believe we used. I think we used Grand Entrance.
Yeah, because he had
initially.
He had to have had a normal summon, right?
So this one is Goblin Biker Grand Bash. So we have gone through all the grands.
This one, Goblin monsters you control. It's a continuous spell, first of all. They all gain 300 attack for each Goblin monster you control, so a little buff. But more importantly, you get an additional normal summon.
There it is, and now we're an additional normal summon in the Gone Wild.
Yes, so we were close. You just needed one more piece to get that normal summon.
I was like, the Gone Wild is still in your hand, right? Like I knew it was in his hand the whole time.
So not to make you do math on a Sunday morning, but 900 attack boost to each of those goblins. Those are already big enough numbers, but not quite bigger than the 5,600 defense yet.
How many more would he need, Steven?
Well, that's another one right there.
I'm not even going to try.
1,200. You are the math, Steven. Don't blame me. I didn't go to math school.
He would need a Goblin Biker Leak Monster for sure, which I don't think exists.
1,500 is the max you would be able to. Well, no, you could put Xyz in the extra monsters on.
That's true. 18 boost.
Yeah. But 18, unfortunately, would require him still to have around a 3,300 or something like that.
So there we see the Cloud Exploder being read there by Da Vinci. It's kind of an interesting card. Basically, it's a reborn for goblins, and then during your main phase, quick effect, you can attach 1 Xyz for a monster, and if you do,
how much defense does that token have?
Special summon it from the graveyard.
5,600, if I remember?
Yep, 5,600 is right, Judge.
But are there anything in the rank 3 toolbox that can out this Nibiru token?
Well, there's always the SP Little Knight.
But then you can't attack directly.
Yeah, that wouldn't really feel good because you put all these monsters on the board with all this high attack power, but not be able to actually do any damage.
You also have the additional effective Grand Bash. You can target your goblins and basically modulate their levels.
Or make one level become equal to the other.
Yep, Josh
can
was
make
explaining that right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to make that level 6.
Oh, are we going to go for Crazy Beast?
I
Crazy
believe
Beast
we
can
are.
destroy cards, right?
For a Goblin's Crazy
Have we?
Yes, there he is. A beautiful common. We love that card. I played that card a lot in Malice, and I know very well how crazy it can be.
I think Da Vinci's about to find out as he reads through the card effect there.
I don't believe it has a way to out the token.
Yeah, you can target one spell or trap on the field, attach two materials from any monster on the field, and then attach that target to this card.
Okay.
He's going to take the...
Doug and
One from each there.
Yep, you can attach from anywhere on the board to use the Goblin Crazy Beast's effect.
Oh, and he took the Great Purification. That kind of shows that the opponent had very little here. So if you're able to keep playing, you just need to get through your own Nibiru token.
I mean, we saw Nibiru tokens win entire matches on day 0. It's definitely possible.
I imagine if we just go SP, clear the token, the Crazy Beast can also come back from the graveyard by attaching a Goblin in your graveyard to it as material. So we can get it back on the field. And then still clear the token and at least have interaction. You'll have the SP banish. You'll have still that back row kind of attach effect from Crazy Beast.
Yeah, and I think
or IP. Okay, sure.
Ooh, interesting.
I mean, yeah, we don't necessarily need to deal with it right away. We may as well make Da Vinci, because if you leave that token on there, it turns off some of the Ryziel cards that he could draw into. Like X becomes not a searcher anymore. So he could be saying, hey, if you try to attack me, I can just IP, get rid of it. And then, like you said, Goblin Crazy Beast will come back anyway.
None of these cards lock you in X, Y,
because it comes back at any end phase, right? Not just your own, I believe.
Will attempt to leave
for which effect?
For Crazy Beast to come back, it can be any end phase, right? Not just your own.
I believe it's just activated effect in the graveyard, not an end phase effect.
Yeah, exactly.
It just says if this card is in your graveyard, you can special this card.
Yeah, so Joshua feels safe to go, I'm going to have IP here to interrupt whatever you're trying to do. This token, while it is scary, will not beat me.
battle protection?
You need something else.
Da Vinci did get another turn, though. It looks like we were just going to pass here, and so he drew and is just trying to play through. So I think the vibe is just to basically clear out whatever it is that comes his way and then win next turn. So this is Da Vinci's moment. Back to the wall.
I can special summon him and put a Goblin underneath it as material from the grave.
Da Vinci did ask an interesting question there as he was changing over turns. None of these cards lock you into Exceeds? Yeah, no, they're just fun. They don't have that Ryziel restriction.
All Goblins 300 attack per Goblin I control. So right now this guy is at 3K.
3,000.
So we are going to switch.
Yeah, you can just go battle phase, threaten the IP here. Yep.
We're going end of main, and
and he allows. So because if you IP go into SP, then main phase continues, and Da Vinci can keep going. I think that Josh was saying, yeah, do it. I'll take the damage, but you don't get a battle phase to really do the rest of the damage here. Now it's main phase 2, Da Vinci can continue to play, and we still have the quick effect of Goblin's Crazy Beast to at least take a back row.
If he sets any,
Yeah, which you can do really funny stuff. Like if they prayers, you can take it, and then they can't like get it back in their hand.
Oh yeah, you can do that. A lot of creativity here.
It is a quick effect.
Like they'll be able to. Oh, and it looks like nothing for Da Vinci.
Set and pass.
Effect.
Effective Platter Exploder in the graveyard to summon itself back by detaching.
Think you detach your own Goblin, or do you send the Mitsurugi Great Purification back to the grave?
You probably just give
I
them.
think the Goblin.
The Goblin,
you
that makes
your own
sense.
Goblins in the graveyard, right?
And it's great because you were waiting to do that in case they do something like a prayers, and now you don't need the double materials because Crazy Beast has to send 2. Not going to be able to do it anymore, but I think at this point you're safe.
And it looks like Josh was eyeing up that big Gabonga to summon back thanks to Cloud Exploder because he can summon any Goblin.
Special summon, and then 2 Gone Wild, target your set to attach it to my Goblin and use material.
Oh, it's any set card, including a monster. Da Vinci cannot believe his eyes as he picks up the Cloud Exploder.
Now, it won't be able to attach to the big Gabonga because it's not in play yet, but it will be able to attach to Goblin's Crazy Beast. And
Maybe we
just took Go Glove.
Oh, Dodo Dwarf Go Glove. I thought that was what going on because earlier when the Do Warrior was used, it sent another copy of Dodo Warrior to the graveyard.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty of running this slimmer engine of the Automats is that sometimes you draw that one of that you don't want to draw.
Yeah, but now during the end phase, Big Gabonga will activate to allow you to attach
Goblin from the deck to it as material.
Any Goblin from the deck as material. Couldn't say it better myself, Joshua.
Wow. It looks like Joshua's actually fought back here. Da Vinci had a strong setup, but the Ash Nibiru combo from Joshua has allowed him to get a turn. It was stopped by the token that he couldn't get over, but now he's getting a second turn. Joshua surely will be able to do something to clear out this Nibiru token. It seems like that's the only threat.
I mean, besides access to his Fiendsmith engine, I don't know anything in the Goblin Xyz package that could out it other than an SP, but like we said earlier, if you SP, then you can't attack your game, and then Da Vinci gets another turn.
Which is the argument for why last turn, if that's the only out, you gotta bite the bullet. We'll see.
It says any Xyz from monsters you control.
You could do a Fiendsmith combo that includes Fiendsmith Requiem being equipped to Fiendsmith Engraver and then just chunk the backpack at him. That may be the strat here.
Oh, this is an interesting question. I think the judge was just clarifying, can Goblin Beast take materials from multiple monsters, or can it only take 2 from 1. And I think you can take from multiple monsters, like 1 from one from another. I'm pretty sure that's fine.
I have the reading in front of
Consistent with the
me.
theme.
You can target a spell trap on the field, detach 2 materials from a monster or monsters on the field.
There you go.
Perfect.
On the field, so you can take your opponent's materials
exactly.
and
That's
detach
how,
them.
like, that one card can out an entire detonator.
Yeah. That's incredible.
It really is.
3 material.
Wow. Yeah.
All right, so I did see a Moltrami Perulia in hand there as we're picking up the extra deck. I think we are maybe going into Fiendsmith Paradise here.
You know what? I did see a NAWCQ just kind of flash there in Joshua's extra deck. That could be a card. It's just a normal Link 4, requires a Fiend. He has plenty in play. Just go into that main phase, discard a card, blow up the token.
Wouldn't be a bad call.
Into hand to add a goblin that can detach to summon a goblin from hand.
Okay. This will be an add and an additional summon because he does now have XD's monsters in play. This will get him some extra material that he could use here.
I feel like Joshua has pretty much sized up this game. It's just about finding the path to victory here, but Da Vinci may get one more turn after all and could bring this all the way back.
Well, we haven't ruled out to summon 6 goblins on the field for that 1800 attack boost, you know.
That is true.
It is not out of the question.
But remember, it has a bigger attack than its defense, and if he couldn't get over 5,600 defense,
I have faith.
He's got some work to do.
62 is really big. Like,
Also,
really
just going to say,
monster.
Grand Bash, I don't know how many he's running, but that attack boost is not, you could play multiples.
Ooh, it is a
okay.
lingering.
Compounding. Let's see if it adds up.
What's your graveyard?
Unlikely. I'm going to imagine it would be SP Little Knight here, in all seriousness, to try and clear that token.
It's the most, like, resource-efficient way to get rid of it, whereas you go for something like a Link 4, like a Bow, you're committing 4 cards to get rid of 1.
Use the effect of Grand Entrance and Grave
But again, how
Advantage,
funny would it be if we see a second Grand Bash?
That would be awesome.
To add a goblin from graveyard to hand.
Okay, so we're going to recycle some goblins.
Yep, I believe we're using a different Grand Entrance that we had earlier. And
Ooh, I don't know about that one. Give it back the Dodo Dwarf Go Glove.
That is actually,
I mean,
interesting.
Honestly, at this point, I think he wants him to XD summon, right? Because then he can Goblin Crazy Beast Quick Effect, just steal your stuff. I believe he can target his own spell and trap cards,
I
right?
believe he can as well. Let me just confirm.
Kind of taking the Bakuro route. I want you to play into this.
A spell or trap on the field.
Like, let him summon XD's monsters at that point.
Sure. Yeah, summon Do a Drive. Let me just take those materials from him.
What do I know in hand?
You know I have Gone Wild. That is it.
You have not normal.
I have not normal summoned yet.
All that without a normal summon.
I've not manipulated the level either.
Nope, no additional normal, no regular normal, no level modulation for Grand Bash.
This is where we see, maybe in the Goblin Biker engine, not much, but maybe he's running other Xyz monsters? Because being able to modulate levels...
Big Gabanga is a light fiend.
It is a light fiend.
It is a light fiend.
It is?
So you can go into the Fiendsmith Agnum Day.
That is incredible.
Wow.
If you wanted to.
The materials are 2 monsters?
He's going to go for SP,
we're just going to give SP.
I see Goblin Biker, Big Gabanga, Light Beast Warrior.
Oh, Beast Warrior.
Okay.
Warrior.
So we're using the SP Little Knight then to get rid of the token, which means that Da Vinci is going to get another turn here.
Okay, that's on me. That's on me. I was like so excited. I saw a light. I was like, he was eyeing
know,
Agnum
right?
Day. I was like, how can you summon Agnum Day right now? But he went for SP. Perfectly normal.
So at this point, we know he won't be able to attack directly. I would say SP clears the token, assemble as much as you can to stop whatever Da Vinci draws. Because that one card in hand doesn't seem like it's doing much. He just set a monster and passed on the last turn. So as long as we can create enough interaction that whatever Da Vinci draws for a turn is not going to be enough, then Joshua's in a really good spot.
I wonder if Joshua thought that the reason why it was safe to detach the Dodo Dwarf Go Glove is that you already have 2 copies of Dodo Warrior in the graveyard.
I think you mean Dodo Warrior.
Either or, what are the chances we see a third Dodo Warrior?
Ah, a third option.
Take a nice little pauses there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we specialed Gone Wild using Mean Merciless's effect, and now we're going to use Gone Wild special Doug Charger from the deck, and now we're going to add a spell trap. Is this the second Grand Bash? Do we have one? That'd be awesome.
That would be incredible.
Because we didn't use SP's effect on Summon to banish, so...
Okay, great.
Wow.
Oh, you're right. We didn't use
So we can still attack
Yeah,
directly.
the token's still there, so he may be trying to find a way to get rid of it.
So what are we doing here?
I mean, he has, I think, a line. It just requires him to have a Fiend monster at some point.
I'm looking at the extra deck. There actually is...
I know one thing in hand, correct?
A very unique option here. Actually, 2 that he could go for. No, actually, now that I'm looking, I think just one other option. I won't spoil it for anybody. Let's see if he's able to do it.
So here we have a Link
4
potentially.
Hey, you're right.
There
it is going to be.
There it is.
Cool.
Right. What was the Fiend that he used? Was it? Oh, it was Mean Merciless. Mean Merciless is the Fiend.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Some of the Goblins are Fiends, some of them are Beast Warriors. It's kind of like a interesting combination, yeah.
So there is the About that I was talking about, but the reason he summoned SP was it was his only generic link 2, and thus he can save a monster, get the Mean Merciless in the graveyard. Very good resource management there from Joshua.
Wow, so we're discarding the Grand Breakout to get rid of the token.
And hang on, how much damage do we have here? Because I believe Crazy Beast is 3K. Nice.
I think this is
I think-
enough.
I think
I think it's
boost.
enough with the 900 boost on everybody. That should be enough.
25 plus 32, 33, 58.
Yeah. And the About
3K is, that's it. That's
Goblin
GG's.
Bikers have gone wild.
Woo! Joshua takes it 2-0 against Da Vinci playing Goblin Biker Fiendsmith.
Goblin Bikers barrel down the highway to victory. Joshua walking away with a 2-0. And what a fun deck, man. That, again, talking about it versus the field right now, there's a lot of Ryzeal out there.
Yeah.
This can really do damage to that deck in particular with your ability to interact with your opponent's materials. No surprise. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
They,
He knows what's up.
They've gone wild.
They have gone wild.
They've
been wild. They've been wild.
Past tense. Wow, signing the sacred slip there. Joshua advancing likely into the top 64 with Goblin Bikers Fiendsmith. That's incredible. Just wild to see. I know we keep using the word wild, but I mean, the Goblin Bikers really, they
what
went
else
wild.
Is there to say?
I mean, it's on the card name. I think they want
It
to
is on the
use
card name.
But that's the fun of events like this, is that there's always going to be a couple of decks that aren't as popular as the others, but they are so good against what is popular. And this really does feel like what this Goblin Biker deck is, because even if you're against something like a Malice deck, you still can interact with your own cards, and you still have the Fiendsmith cards to interact with them as well. But so many decks are overlaying right now that it matches up against so many good things.
And his non-engine was like perfectly tailored for every situation in need. Draw and Lockbird, Ghost Spell.
About
The Ash Blossom on the Duo drive was just so huge to enable him to Nibiru guaranteed and stop all the Mitsurugi shenanigans. It was beautiful to see.
Just great gameplay. We've already seen Goblins make it to the #1 spot, right? YCS Houston, but that was with Memento. Can you imagine, with all the talk of Malice and all the talk of Ryzeal, just revving it on up and the Goblin Bikers are the #1 guy?
That would be wild.
Wild.
Those rapscallions, they did it again.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what an event we've had so far, because we are coming to the end of Swiss now.
Yes.
And it's just, I'm not going to say wild, I'm just going to find an adjective. It is incredible to see
Crazy.
the caliber of crazy. Wait, there's Goblin Bikers going crazy too. You're taking all my words now.
Okay, bashful. No.
Bashful, there we go. But the
Platter
platter
explode.
Jokes aside, it's just been so incredible. And there are so many duelists we didn't get to feature. So as we get to the top 64, there may be some surprises. There may be some other features and other decks we haven't seen yet.
There's one deck in particular I really hope we get to see in top 64. We didn't have a chance to feature it in the Swiss stage, but even things like Gem Knight are doing very well
There's a lot of Gem
at this
Knight
event.
duelists here.
Yeah, so there's still decks we haven't seen yet. Hopefully we can get them. But with all that being said, we're ready to hear from our winner up on stage with Jackie.
Thanks so much, Stevens. Okay, Joshua, you are in a fantastic position to make top 64. How badly do you want to hear your name called? What would that mean to you?
Well, it's one of those things that's a little unreal to think about because I've never really had this happen before, so I'm just hoping that it goes pretty good.
Okay, and yeah, first time on stage, showing off that Goblin deck. Were you nervous at all? What were you feeling like?
I was a bit nervous, but I was pretty excited. I was hoping just to get out there and just do something and hopefully show the deck off a little bit, and I think it went pretty well.
So why the Goblins? Like, what do you like about the Goblins? And I just want to know, you were playing some unorthodox cards, so I feel like you have an affinity for this deck.
Well, I really like it because it's just a deck that goes from 1 to 2 to 3 really quick, as in it suddenly has from nothing to everything. And I really like the explosivity because most people will not expect it until it's already happened. And I play some of the weirder cards because I need to, I wanted to fill out some of the space for it, and some of the weirder cards help you close out game states that normally you can't. Like the Grand Bash was one where you can use it to defeat people in just 3 summons if you have Mean Merciless and a Gone Wild, and that helps like get game states going where you can take away with it. Crazy Beast itself is actually a really, really good card in this deck because it combos really well with the Gone Wild because you just keep attaching stuff to it.
Okay, valid arguments there. And the Nibiru, how did you feel when that resolved?
I was hoping there was not anything else. It's like, please don't have Mitsurugi prayers right now. But when he went for King of the Feral Imps, I was like, this is either bait or it is something that is very important. So I was keep waiting because he didn't summon Star or anything to set the cross. So I wasn't really under any threat until he resolves Duo Drive. And I had a card to stop the Duo Drive. So I just let him keep going until he committed until the Feral Imps, and then I just rocked him there because I thought that was just the best course of action in this game state. Like, he didn't talents me, he didn't thrust me, he didn't do anything really that was putting me in a bad position. So I just let him commit, and I got him for it.
Okay, Joshua, we have a little crowd here. Is there anything that you want to say to them, to the people watching at home?
You guys are awesome.
Joshua, thank you so much. Gonna send it back to our casters.
No, Joshua, you are awesome, because what a thoughtful duelist, by the way. You know, when he's looking at all the cards and he's figuring stuff out, you think, okay, this is some guy just stunting with Goblin Bikers. He really knew what he was doing, and that's a really thoughtful choice. So watch out. If he makes the top 64, he might have another thing coming. But speaking of another thing coming, we may have some upcoming events for you.
Well, I know we've been talking all weekend long about this event in NAWCQ and the Future Worlds, but there's also some YCSs going on as well in Vancouver, Canada, between August 16th and 17th. And then after that, we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! YCS Championship in Lima, Peru.
I believe it's Lima.
What did I say, Lima?
Call it even.
It's September 27th, 28th.
We do have October 4th through 5th. We'll be in Anaheim, California for the YCS. October 11th through 12th, Sao Paulo, Brazil. And then on November 8th through 9th, it might be a little chilly, but see us in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Bring your coat.
You don't have to leave your home to duel. You know, you could just watch at home, just like you're watching at home on Twitch and YouTube. You can go in Discord and enter the remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Real duels, real duelists, real prizes, right from the comfort of Discord.
Any of you guys doing anything on September 27th through the 28th?
Should we get Team
Steve back together?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Not against this.
All right,
we'll
keep
see.
your eyes
We'll
out for it. Yeah. A lot of fun Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming up ahead of us, of course. But for right now, we're going to send it over to our side feature match as well, so you can watch that before our top 64 announcements. The judges are tabulating everything right now as the rounds are coming to a close. Every duelist is going to be waiting to determine if they made it into that top 64, so you won't want to miss it. We'll see you after this.
Yeah, sadly.
So, normal summon effects.
Oh, what does that one do?
Search any dark cybers, then discard one card.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool. Thinking, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, take your time.
I might go back in. So.
Yeah. Discard.
Anything on risk?
I'm going to attempt to do this on resolution.
I will chain hash.
Yeah. Yep.
Alright.
Yep.
So, mark check?
No response.
Vanish White Rabbit effects. Summon back.
Yeah.
Effect on summon is set trap in there.
Yeah, that's it. What does that one do?
This one will add one Malice monster from my deck to my hand. If I use it the same turn it's set, then I have to banish a Malice monster for cost.
Okay.
If I control a Malice Link, I can optionally non-target banish any card off the field.
Okay.
Alright, good here?
Yes.
Awesome. Quick splash, target White Rabbit.
Thinking.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists. If you are interested in a free
That's good.
Dragon Duel tournament, if you would like to register and report in the year 2012 or later, registration is available in the Dragon Duel area. We only need a few more duelists to get this free tournament started. Deck lists are required for this event. However, assistance
No response.
That's why I didn't activate it earlier. Right.
I gotcha.
Search stop balls. Anything I missed?
No.
It doesn't have to be set, I believe.
Yeah, because,
because you don't
I
control
don't control
monster.
monster. I didn't catch that, man.
Yep.
Yeah, all good. May I read?
Sure.
Attention, duelists.
Yeah, that, if you're activating, that's good. I'm just reading if that's
Okay,
okay.
yo, you're good. Okay, I'll go affect mirror.
No response.
Awesome. There's the ransom.
Attention, duelists, for any of you wondering what the Dragon Duel tournament entails. This is a Swiss tournament for our duelists born in the year 2012 or later who are interested in getting
Have
to
you
know
normal
the
summoned
game
this
of
tournament?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, okay.
This tournament
So,
entails
check
the
ransom is special?
ability
Yes.
for them to play against duelists
I
of
will
their
optionally
own
banish.
age
Okay.
and get to know the structure of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. If you have any questions, please come to the Dragon Duel stage where we can give you more
So,
information and help you
new
with your
chain,
deck
I will
list.
go Wicked 1, banishing for cost. And then Chelsea Cat 2 is special.
That's good.
And next chain, I'll go March Hare effect, targeting March Hare.
Yes.
So add that. So, I'll let you cut here.
Yeah.
I'll go affect Jesse.
Yeah.
Manage to draw 2. Affect Dormouse.
Yes.
Use like all their effects basically. Sorry, 1 second.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna quickly count.
Sure thing.
3, 6, 9. That's 9, correct?
Pay 9, yep.
So you paid 18?
So it should be down 21 total.
21 total? Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Yeah. How do you get down to 21?
So banished, and then March Hare.
9. Oh, you got it back to March Hare?
Yep.
And then this as well, right?
And that's 9, yep.
9, so
Gotcha.
that's-
Okay.
so that puts you at, what's that, 59?
Yep.
I would actually have you. Yeah, that looks right. Right.
Alright. Thanks, Chad.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. 1, that should still work. Crypto.
Yeah.
Binder effect on summon, targeting. Cryptor, targeting. Rabbits, targeting. Chelsea.
Yeah. That's good.
Effect Cryptor.
No response. That's a 9, right?
Correct, yep. Effect Cryptor, targeting mirror.
It'll shuffle back and then.
Non-target banish, any card in the field.
Sure.
Awesome. Effects of White Binder. Special and draw one. Optionally, draw one.
That's another 9, right? So 41.
So effect back up the special.
No response.
Allied code effect, so?
Married.
Sure. That's where the infirm comes out? Awesome. Yep, that's fine. Set 2 more. Pass over to you.
I will attempt to draw. Sorry. Stand by main.
In the standby.
Okay.
I'm gonna fire off the GWC.
Sure.
Awesome. Let's go special white binder and gain 23.
Sure.
Then on summon, I will activate white binder's effect, targeting Cryptor. And targeting Dormouse.
That's good, yeah.
Okay. I'll go chainlink 1 Cryptor, chainlink 2 Dormouse.
Sure, yeah.
Alright.
Do either of these pay?
So this was 9 and 3.
Okay, cool. So that's 61 and then 52.
52.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Nothing else in the standby.
Okay. So now that's a negate, that's a banish, you have that banish. I'm gonna scoop. I'm gonna.
Red wins. Confirm.
I will attempt to go first.
Awesome. In the draw phase.
Okay.
Really?
Understood. Yep, no response.
Okay.
Standby?
Yep.
Main?
Yep.
Normal summon effect. To set.
You set?
Yes.
No response.
Anything on resolution?
No.
On activation, this allows me to add a primate spell or trap.
Hard ones, right?
Yes.
And the second effect is to...
The second
summon?
effect, yeah, I declare a normal monster and then I summon one from my hand, deck, or graveyard in defense position, and then I cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field for the rest of the turn.
Hash that.
Yeah. Anything here?
Nope.
Effect add field spell. Anything on resolution? Thinking here. Get rid of that though. Thinking. Thank you. I'll go Maiden Effect to place True Light face up in my spell and trap zone. No response. Anything here?
No.
Activate. Attempt to activate target. To dump a normal monster. Anything here? No. Attempt effect. Summon out a normal monster from hand or graveyard. A Blue Eyes monster, my bad. Blue Eyes monster from hand or graveyard.
That's fine.
Effect a Maiden to summon herself.
Sure.
Effect a True Light to set a spell or trap.
That's fine.
I will set Majesty. Yeah, that'll be my last time going. Attempt to end my turn.
Sure. Have a turn.
Yeah.
Stand by me.
Yes.
Let's go normal backup, effect to search. Bailey. Sure thing.
This does have another effect. If you target it with a card effect or for battle, it can special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard or a level 1 spellcaster.
Got it. Just like the old.
Yeah, it does not target. Let me make sure. Yeah, it does not target.
And True Light can summon a Blue Eyes.
From hand or graveyard, yes.
Oh, hit hand or grave.
It's not deck, yes.
You get how many cards in hand?
1.
Got it.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We have 14 minutes.
Yes.
We're all good on time. I hope.
Let's go thrust.
Thinking. Thrust is good.
Okay. There's an effect to protect as well, right? Or is that from Spirit, I think?
Oh, that would be from Spirit, yes.
Anything on res?
I'll pay 4,000.
So draw 2.
No response.
Effect backup. Special.
Yeah.
Anything here?
No.
Just your graves. Got it. Okay. Dark.
Okay.
Let's end battle.
You're not locked, are you?
Nope.
Into Cyprus? No.
Nope.
Okay. I do not have anything to enter in battle phase.
Dark Declare on Blue Eyes.
Dark Declare on Blue Eyes. That's definitely, yeah, that's definitely possible. I'm married. I don't have a response. Yeah, I don't have a response to that.
I'll take 11:50.
Yep.
Effective Dark.
Yep. Have you normal summoned this turn?
Yeah. Is that? Main 2?
Yes.
Pick Marshall. Got it.
GG's. GG's.
Kangas here at the NAWCQ. Brought some cards with me. Let's see if chat can guess them before the duel is here. All right, I have Pascal here. 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a quick play spell?
No.
Trap?
No.
Monster?
No.
Exceed?
No.
It has to fall in one of those categories.
We said if it's a quick play spell.
Monster, trap, and any of those, no?
Well, no, if it's not a monster, not a trap, what is it?
A spell.
Not a quick play, so what other kind of spell?
Okay, normal spell.
No.
Continuous spell?
Yes.
Is it relevant for a certain meta deck right now?
Yes.
Fusion archetype or XYZ archetype?
Well, yes or no questions.
Mm-hmm.
Ask it in a yes or no way, not a either or.
Okay. Is it a fusion archetype?
Yes.
Moonlight Masquerade?
No.
Fusion archetype. You said it's a continuous spell. Right?
It is. 5 seconds. You're close. What other continuous spell does that deck play? Last guess?
What's the other continuous spell? I'm pretty new to the deck, so I don't know.
5 formation tanky. Have you seen this?
Yes.
1 card starter for the deck. It's crazy. Have you played into this?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the card.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for playing, Pascal.
Yeah.
Hopefully Twitch got it. All right, Jib, you got 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a extra deck monster?
No.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a level 1?
No.
Is it level 2?
No.
Is it level 3?
No.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it level 5?
No.
Is it level 6?
No.
Is it level 7?
No.
Is it level 8?
Yes.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it Oh, it's a main deck monster. Is it from the anime?
Yeah. No, the card is not.
The card is not from the anime. It's a level 8 monster. Is it a dark?
No.
Is it a light?
Yes.
Light level 8 main deck monster, not from the extra deck.
Chat has to have had it by now.
Not from the anime.
The card is not from the anime.
Is it Neo Spirit?
No.
Ooh,
That's a good one.
That was a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Not from the anime, but kinda light level 8 monster. Okay.
10 seconds.
Light level 8 monster. Is it Blue Eyes? Spirit Dragon. Oh no. What's the other one? Blue Eyes? Oh no. What is this guy's name? Is it like? It's a Blue Eyes monster. It has to be a Blue Eyes monster.
Come on, Jib. I'm giving you extra time.
Level 8, not from the anime, Blue Eyes. I'm just gonna throw out a Blue Eyes name. Is it Blue Eyes? Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. Technically, Kaiba rides in it in the movie, not the card though.
I wasn't gonna say Jet Dragon. I was thinking of like the one that it banishes a back row, like the old one.
Oh yeah.
Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, the main deck one. All right, well, thanks for playing, Jib. All right, we're live with Joseph here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a 4-star monster?
No.
Does it have an effect?
Yes.
Is it a 5-star monster?
No.
Is it a 6-star monster?
No.
Is it a 3-star monster?
No.
Is it a 2-star monster?
No.
Is it a 1-star monster?
No.
Is it a 9-star monster?
No.
Is it a 10-star monster?
No.
Is it an 11-star monster?
No.
Does it have a rank?
Yes.
Oh, god dang it. Does it have to be summoned using... does it have an alternate summoning condition?
No.
Is it a rank 4?
Yes.
Is it played in Ryziel?
Yeah. No, actually, no. I don't think, not commonly.
Is it a number monster?
Yes.
Is it Baguska?
Yes.
That is played in Ryziel.
Oh, okay. Sometimes. More Lunalite. Have you played into Lunalite today?
I've played into Baguska and Lunalite. And let me tell you something about Baguska. Mirror Logic Aggregator still negates this card. Big surprise.
That's a good point, actually. All right, well, thank you for the tips as well, Joseph.
Thank you.
All right, I'm live with Akira. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a normal monster?
No.
It's an effect monster.
Yes.
It's a star level higher than 4.
Yes.
Is it a 7-star monster?
Yes.
Is it Castira Fenrir?
Yes.
I play Vanquish Soul.
Oh, okay. So this is fresh on your mind. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I picked the wrong person. We're gonna cut that and go find a different. No, well played, Akira. That was really fast. That might be a record. All right, we have Ruggles here. 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Beautiful. Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
Yes.
Is it a continuous?
No.
Quick play?
No.
Normal?
Yes.
Was it printed before 2010?
Yes.
Can it... Oh, does it revive a monster from the grave?
No.
Does it destroy a spell or trap card on the field?
No.
Does it destroy a monster?
No.
Was it from the anime?
Yes.
Is it polymerization?
No.
Oh, is it miracle fusion?
No.
I feel like we're getting warmer. Is it... Oh, man. Is it printed before 2005?
Yes.
So
Think old school.
Destroy cards? Ooh. Oh, man.
It doesn't destroy monsters.
It doesn't destroy monsters. Maybe it bounce? Does it bounce monsters?
No.
Does
10 seconds.
Increase the attack and defense of a monster?
No.
Doesn't revive?
Nope.
No? Oh, this is tricky.
I promise you own this card, and you probably have fond memories of it.
Does it look at the opponent's hand and rip a card?
No. Last question?
Oh, man. Last question. I guess we gotta go for one of them. Kangas. We will go with... Is it Pot of Greed?
Close. It's just as iconic. Change of heart. It doesn't destroy a monster. It takes the monster. I think that's classic. Thanks for playing, Ruggles.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
sorry. Are y'all ready for the top 64 announcement? I can't hear y'all. Are you ready? Yeah! All right, Kangas. I think they're ready. Let's send it to the stage.
I think they're ready, Jackie. It's been 12 rounds of Swiss at the NAWCQ, 4 spots on the line for the WCS, and only a top 64 bracket to announce. Everybody put your hands together and join me in welcoming head judge Manny to the stage to make the announcement for the top 64.
WCQ Duelist. After 12 exciting rounds of Swiss, I have your top 64. In first place with 33 points, Julian Leo Cajon. In second place, Christopher Jordan LeBlanc. In third place, Kazuma Yamamoto. In fourth place, Craig Shun Hayashi. In fifth place, Alexander Charles Turner. In sixth place, Julong Wu. In seventh place, Trent Burras. In eighth place with 31 points, Yu Hao Yi. In ninth place, Brandon Lee Freeman. In 10th place, Tyree Samuel Tinsley. In 11th place, Zachariah Jules Maurice Butler. In 12th place with 30 points, Gabriel Dries Britwith. In 13th place, our current world champion, Ruben Andres Penaranda. In 14th place, Wilfredo Michael Flores. In 15th place, Charlie Ray Futch III. In 16th place, Stephen John Logan. In 17th place, Juan Jose Chala Zalada. In 18th place, Andres Felipe Diaz. In 19th place, Michael Joseph Erisman. In 20th place, Chester Hawk Henson. In 21st place, Aditya Sharif Darap. In 22nd place, Alexander Luis Betancourt. In 23rd place, Mingru Kai. In 24th place, Brian Chen. In 25th place, Bruce Edward Michael Menard. In 26th place, William Garrett Stockdale. In 27th place, Clifton Scotland II. In 28th place, Matthew Curtis Grooms. In 29th place, Albert Gao Zhao. In 30th place, Joshua James Evans. In 31st place, Aaron Christopher McGinnis. And in 32nd place, Christian Jarrell Seville Augustin. In 33rd place, Joshua Darren Riddle. In 34th place, Nicholas Antonio Ordonez. In 35th place, Jacob Alexander Lefkowitz. In 36th place, Gabriel Marcos Medina. In 37th place, Jackson Leo Harville. In 38th place, Jackson Blue. In 39th place, Daniel Orlando Val. In 40th place, Chase Alexander Dodemic. Now in 41st place with 28 points, Mario Angelo D'Amico. In 42nd place, Xinyu Zhang. In 43rd place, Brandon Taylor Conrad. In 44th place, Anthony Shu. In 45th place, Ivy DeTemple. In 46th place, Kevin Tagon Gao. In 47th place, Cameron Dwayne Trice. In 48th place, Roberto Carlos Gomez Picasso. In 49th place, Harrison Miles Lightman. In 50th place, Damian Joshua Bassesi. In 51st place, Adam Rattle Gilbert. In 52nd place, Adrian Esteban Plaza Pani. In 53rd place, Delroy Corey Branch. In 54th place, Andrew Trung Ching Wen. In 55th place, Isaiah Estrada III. In 56th place, Sean Andrew Scheitner. In 57th place, Emilio Sebastian Bagar Rodriguez. In 58th place, Timothy Alexander Billiard. In 59th place, Gerardo Abram Marmolejo. In 60th place, Andrew Colin Williams. 61st place, Tien Trong Wen. In 62nd place, Anthony Stewart Riley. And in 63rd place, Joshua Aaron Jones. Now, in 64th place with 28 points, Homan Yu Chong Shato. Judges will now post standings. You will have 5 minutes to confirm those standings. Then standings will be final. Thank you.
everyone, I'm Billy Brake and I'm here at the NAWCQ 2025 in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I have a special guest with me. That's right, I have Charlie Futch. He just won YCS Providence not too long ago, but now he's here at the NAWCQ trying to make it back to the World Championship. So Charlie, I know that you've been to Worlds before. You are a Dragon Duel World Champion, you know, and now you won a YCS. I mean, I know that's something that you wanted to do for quite some time. Take me back to like that moment in YCS Providence when you finally got that victory, that win, the moment that you knew you were going to win a YCS. How did that feel and what did it mean to you?
Truthfully, it meant everything. It just made me feel like the work and the time that I was putting into the game just paid off, which is kind of how I felt. It was a good event. It was a good event. I was very happy. I was very confident.
You practiced a lot
Yeah,
beforehand?
I practiced a lot. So when we got to the end and I knew I was winning, I just jumped up, grabbed the trophy, and looked at my friends.
Just let them know, like, you finally did it now. Like, you have a special case here because, I mean, you've been to the highest level of competition before that, to the World Championship. Can you compare what it was like winning, like, the Dragon Duel World Championship to the YCS? Like, is there any comparison between those two?
I wouldn't say they're in comparison because they're two different events, but it is good to feel like the time that you put in panned out or it worked. I do still think my Worlds win is still over the YCS just because the experience, the crowd, the fire,
I was there. I watched you on stage.
My mom coming on stage, like all that tied into it was perfect. Obviously, the YCS win is second by far because I worked hard and that's what I've been looking for my entire career.
Definitely. I mean, but it has to feel good. Like, it gives you that validation. Like, you know, it's been years like since that World Championship, completely different format. Game feels a lot different, but you're still able to get to that top tier and, you know, win a YCS and get that trophy. And you got your free trip here to Indianapolis, which you're from around here, right?
Yeah, I'm from Indianapolis.
Okay, cool. So yeah, talking about Worlds and, you know, making it to winning the YCS, were there any moments in that YCS that maybe you like doubted yourself? Maybe you didn't think you had the right deck, or there was like a little bit of doubt? You said you were confident, so maybe not?
I was confident in my deck. A lot of times, like either if it was Swiss or Top Cut, if I was in like a really rough position, and like I think I was on the bubble after day one, so I was like every play I make counts, every turn counts, every interaction counts, yeah. So like I didn't really want to make mistakes, so I doubted myself. I think I had bricked like game 2 or something against the deck, and I thought my tournament experience was gonna end. But I pushed through it, luckily.
Yeah, sometimes you're dealt like hands that like they're not like the best hands, but you got to work with what you got, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's always like next card drawn. You got to put yourself in that position to win, right?
Always. There's always a win con. Always a win con.
Just gotta look for it or believe, yeah. And I've been seeing you like at the YCSs throughout the years since, you know, COVID and we came back to in-person play. Like, you've been there, you've made multiple top cuts, you've been close to making it, and then finally, you know, getting that finals win. It was excellent. So we were talking about how you just won Providence. Now I know we are at the NAWCQ, so it's not exactly a YCS, but you do have a chance to win 2 tournaments in a row, which is not like an easy feat. It's a tough thing to do for sure, even though it's a similar format. A couple new sets have come out in between then and now, but what would it mean to you to win back-to-back like North America events?
It would mean everything. It just the time that I put in every time.
Yeah, talk about that. It's like a lot of people watching at home, they see the stream, they see like players like you, the top level, doing these excellent plays, and like they're like wondering maybe like how did they know to do that? But it almost seemed like instinctual, like when you kind of play. Like, talk about how much time you have to put in to get to that level.
Yeah, it just goes to preparation. You have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you want to be good, yes, and you have to play more Yu-Gi-Oh! And then even then, when you think it's enough, you still have to play more Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I used to always say, like, people like you, when you encounter scenarios, you don't want the first time that something like interaction has happened to be in the tournament. You want to have already seen that through the practice, right?
Yeah, you want to do things like that, so when you're in the tournament, it's second secondhand nature to you when you make the proper play.
Definitely, and that's why you see like how fast sometimes like the players of your skill level play like in feature matches because you've been there before. You've done, you know it. You got it down. It's like breathing. It's second nature, as you mentioned. Definitely good stuff, and probably why you were able to walk away with that YCS win for sure.
Thank you. Yep.
Coming off that win, going into the NAWCQ, did it change like how you prepared for the tournament? Are you a little more confident going into it with that win, since you can still use that same deck that you won with the previous tournament, or did getting that win like maybe you want to come out with something different potentially, or is that like how did it change your perspective going into this tournament?
Yeah, for sure. Me winning the last event definitely is a confidence boost. But I just go into every tournament with the same preparation, the same mindset to just win. I play to win, so that's the
nothing's
goal.
changed in that.
Nothing's changed in that role. My preparation did maybe change for this event just due to the format and the adjustments that the format happens, like things that happen.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I've been going to regionals, a whole bunch of stuff, just to try to play as much as possible so I can know all the right interactions for national.
Nice, yep, that's what it takes. I love that. You got to play to really be ready, and makes a lot of sense. Is there what is like the most important lesson you learned from winning the YCS in Providence? Was there anything along the way that maybe you didn't know before? It's kind of a tough question because like obviously you've played 3 World Championships already previously going into this, so like you've learned a lot along the way to get to this point. But was there anything in that win tournament that might have changed things on your perspective for you?
I wouldn't say it changed my perspective, but I will say it made my theory true.
So validated.
Yeah, validated it basically.
People like when you speak now, people listen maybe a little closer.
Yeah, they might listen a little closer. Or like things I say, they'll like repeat it now because like they've also had their interactions where I was correct in whatever the theory I said.
Definitely, yeah. There's proof in the pudding a little bit.
Exactly.
A little more weight with your words. I like that. I like that. That's good. So Charlie, how has winning a YCS impacted your life? I mean, we already talked about you being the world champion from the past, but we talked about the validation, of course. But is there any like impacts it had on your life, maybe outside of like testing and theory-wise?
Maybe not outside of testing because obviously the goal's the same for every tournament. But I will say it is cooler to be acknowledged for like succeeding in a tournament or an event or just doing well.
Maybe get a few more pictures when you're like walking around the hall, like, oh Charlie, let me get that signature real quick.
Yeah, that's cool. Or just like the recognition, or I'll go to a regional and somebody's playing my exact deck list and I have to
play. And they like let you know, like
or like
hey,
something like that.
You inspired me to play this.
Yeah, things like that's just cool. It just fuels me to play more because it means that the things that I'm coming up with or me and my friends are coming up with are true and are working.
That's awesome.
Because other people can use them. So.
Yep. Yeah, inspiring other players is huge. It's a big part of the game. You want to set an example and be someone that looks up to. And yeah, I mean, what's funny, like our dynamic is I met you. We talked about you being a Dragon Duel World Champion. I met you in 2017 at the World Championship, and I ran into you, Ryan, and your families in an elevator, and you were like happy to see me. You knew who I was from playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but you immediately were asking me questions like, oh, what do you think about this? How can I get my deck better? You were constantly trying to like improve yourself just like from the go, and like to see you to yield those results throughout the years, it means so much to me. And be able to watch you grow up as a duelist and top so many events and get this YCS win, it was really awesome to see. So it's really awesome. Yeah, great duelist. We've been talking about you and like how it's all meant for the YCS wins. So let's focus on this tournament, the NAWCQ. Going into this event, Raziel Mitsurugi, I don't know, someone happened to win the last YCS with it, so that deck has a huge target on its back for sure. But are there any other like underrated decks or strategies, maybe something from Duelist Advance or something like that's been well in the past that people should look out for the NAWCQ?
Yeah, I'm a fan of the new decks from Duelist Advance. I do think a sleeper for the event though is Memento. I just think that deck consistently can play through a lot of the hand traps as well as boards are in the game. And I just think, and I think it has the most like versatility.
Yeah, and it's like a deck that at this point it's been around in the format for a while, and if you haven't played against it, like you're in for a lot if it's your first time experiencing it.
They have a lot of interactions, a lot of like different plays. You can easily mess up. You just have to like know the matchup very well because that's not like a common deck you'll play every tournament. Also, I think that they play, I don't know if it's a tech card, so to say, but the card Dice Smasher, they can make that in the deck. which I think is a really good boost for the deck.
Yeah, I think that became popular when Memento became popular in Master Duel, actually.
Yeah.
It was like nothing we really saw in the TCG, but then we saw people using Master Duel. That's another cool dynamic is how Master Duel format, when the cards come out in there, they find out some sort of different text that actually do impact the TCG as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's really cool. More ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever.
Yeah,
and,
more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
And they definitely affect each other as the formats evolve and go on. All right, so we're talking about the NAWCQ. We're here. There's plenty of duelists that are excellent, of your skill level, other YCS champions. Is there anyone you're looking forward to maybe having the opportunity to face along on your way to going back to the World Championship?
There's no one in particular that I would like to play against, but I would love to play against anybody on my journey to Worlds because
just anyone to be part of the story.
Yep. Anybody along the ride.
You want the good matches, right?
Yes.
You don't want the free, I mean, free wins are nice and pretty stress relieving, but the epic matches are really what make the win so much more.
Yeah, that's what you live for. That's what you play for. The intense moments, those are the things that make champions.
Definitely.
And I like being a part of those moments.
For sure, love that. All right, Charlie, so this is going to be the last question. Now, I think you have a good answer for this, I would imagine. So you've been playing for such a long time. You've come up from Dragon Duels, achieved the highest level of success at the TCG with the YCS Championship, trying to go back to Worlds this year at the NAWCQ. Is there any advice you want to give to people that are also maybe they're younger potentially, or they're just new to the tournament scene about not giving up, or what they could do to become a YCS champion like you?
For starters, I would tell them, if they're getting into Yu-Gi-Oh!, going to events consistently, I think they just got to keep a level head. It's a race. You can lose round 1 and round 2 and still win the event. I just think mindset is a very big thing when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that affects how you play, that affects your mentality, that affects everything.
Yeah, even down to when you just draw a bad hand, right? You mentioned that moment you thought you were going to lose during your YCS Providence when you were going to win. You bricked, you didn't have anything going for you, but you still found a way to win, right?
Yeah.
Do you think if you didn't have a level head there, things could have turned out differently?
Yeah, especially some people, if they get a bad hand or an unlucky circumstance, it takes them out of the tournament.
Yeah.
Which you got to look at that as one round of the tournament and not your entire tournament. Because even if you made a mistake, it doesn't define your entire tournament. You can learn from your mistakes and you can improve on them. That's all you can really ask for. Play to the best of your ability and try to win.
That's excellent advice, Charlie. All right, it's been wonderful talking to you. You just won the last YCS in Providence, Rhode Island. Now you're here back again at the NAWCQ, trying to represent us at the World Championship. I think you have a good chance. I'm hoping to see you there at the top tables. We got a lot more dueling action going on here at the NAWCQ this weekend, so make sure you keep sticking around. Charlie, it was a pleasure. Thank you. Remember, it's always time to duel.
Hello, Indianapolis. How y'all doing, crowd? Hi. You ready for some games? Okay, well, they're going to play a game. They were like, no, we're good on that. But we grabbed you two. Right now I'm with Anthony and Thomas. Are you ready for some trivia? Okay, you were a little nervous earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect.
Okay, what about you? You said you're not nervous.
No, I'm not at all.
Because you're like, I'm used to being on the stage.
No, I will.
You told me you work production.
Shout out to the production crew. I'm one of y'all, different company, but shout out. Y'all do a bunch of unpaid work, and I massively respect y'all.
Okay, well, we pay our people.
That's
so
good.
I want to make sure.
That's good.
We gotta make sure we clarify that really quickly. But yeah, don't get me in trouble, okay? This is live, all right? All right, I think on that note, maybe we get to trivia. You know what, let's be fun. I'm gonna ask a cute question. Are you guys okay with that? Why do you love Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay, please tell me you have an answer for that.
Oh, there's a lot. You can.
Okay, your eyes just got so wide and you said nothing. I'm gonna give you a second chance here.
You could show who you are. I don't know. It's a whole life. It's a lifestyle. I don't know. I love it.
It's a lifestyle. Okay, that was a pretty good answer, right, crowd? Our crowd is literally covering their mouths at your response right now. That is too funny. Okay, do you have a better answer for me? Why do you love Yu-Gi-Oh?
I love Yu-Gi-Oh because you can do literally anything you want. In Yu-Gi-Oh, it's so fun. There's so many different things you can do, and like, it's always evolving.
Yeah, it's a way to express yourself. I like that. Okay, we ready for some trivia, crowd? There we go. I love that. This guy's on his phone, but he looked up for a second and gave me a woo. Hey, we're bringing you up next. Do you hear me? Okay. If you're on your phones, you're coming up here next. Got it? Everybody's like paying attention now. Okay. All right, so we're playing a little game of trivia, everybody. I'm just going to ask a question. You give me the answer. You get it right, you get a point. Like that? Easy enough? Okay. Are we ready for our first question, everyone? There we go. What are the names of the 4 tokens that you special summon with Scapegoat? Okay, I see you're looking around. Someone in the audience is like side-eyeing. Someone raised their hand. Okay, do you think you know? Okay.
Pink token, or pink scapegoat token, green scapegoat token, blue scapegoat token, and yellow scapegoat token.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not a green one. I think there's blue, red, white, and orange.
Okay, crowd, what do you think? Thank you. I heard it's sheep tokens. Who said that? Yay! Congrats to you. A couple people. All right, we love that. Okay, so 0-0 right now. All right, next question. What quick play spell is this? Target one spell, trap on the field, destroy that target. Okay, your hand went up. Actually, your hand kind of went up, but then you put it down. Do you know?
I thought you got it first.
Oh, okay, okay. What do you think?
Mystical Space Typhoon.
Did you look at my card?
No.
Okay, good. What about you?
Yeah, it's Mystical Space.
Okay, crowd. Okay, 1 point, 1 point. We're tied right now. Whew, we're heating things up. Question number 3. Can you activate more than one Lunalight perfume in the same turn?
Yes.
Yes.
Crowd? Okay, that is correct. 2 and 2. Oh my gosh, we only have 2 questions left and y'all are tied. Okay, question number 4. Name the card. An outcast angel. Nobody knows what he is thinking at all. Sometimes he gets mad, and that is dreadful. Crowd, do you know? No, don't yell it out.
I know.
Oh my goodness, I was just asking if you knew. Okay, now they know. Okay, dang it. I'm gonna have to give you all the point. Crowd, I just need your affirmation. I should have clarified. That's on me. Okay, we are tied still. Last question. If you normal summon Alistair the Invoker, you can add 1 from your deck to your hand. Please answer in the form of a question.
What is Invocation?
Okay.
What is Invocation?
Oh, you guys tied. Yay! What? You were mad about the draw. The guy was like, what? I don't want that. Okay, we have to have a winner, right, crowd? Do we need a winner, crowd? Yeah. How about some rock, paper, scissors?
Right. Oh, I'm already ready.
Okay. Should we do 2 out of 3 or just 1? What do you guys want? 1 and done. One and done. Okay, who's going to win? Anthony? Okay, you got a little cheer. Thomas. Oh, wow. Okay, Anthony, you're the underdog, okay? Let's see. Chat, we need you to hype them up. I want to see emotes. I want to see names. Who's winning this, okay? Should we do a countdown? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. And our winner is Thomas. Okay, you got the loudest cheer, but then the crowd is like, aw. I don't know what that means, but okay. Hey, is there anything you want to say to the crowd, all the lovely people here? We got thousands of folks here.
Shout out my guys from Tyler. A lot of y'all couldn't make it, but I carried y'all's spirit. I did my best, and hopefully that was enough.
You got the tie. We love that. Okay, and you, anything you want to say to everybody?
Yeah, shout out Carson. Wish you were here.
Aw, okay. We'll be back in a little bit. Say bye. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are into the top 64 here at NAWCQ 2025. All Swiss stages have wrapped. We've announced the top 64, and that means with 4 spots on the line, there's only 64 duelists left at the tournament with their eyes set on that representation for the region at Worlds.
Yeah, this is where things get really serious. Oh no, man down, but that's okay.
many down.
yeah, especially you didn't see Yugi. Yeah, Yugi just took a
Seto Kaiba.
Oh, it's just Seto Kaiba.
We'll
Oh, it's just
later.
a blue eyes in Kaiba. He'll be back, but for now, you know, it's incredible. We're on to the main part of the tournament. This is where the 12 Swiss rounds are over. It's single elimination from here on out. If the player loses, they don't get to maybe win the next few rounds and be okay. Nope. You're done. You're out. You're already going to win tons of awesome prizes for making it this far, but there's going to be more prizes for each round you win. But ultimately, you want to get to that top 4 where you have that invite to Paris, France for the World Championship.
And Joe, so many great storylines as well. First off, Julian, who qualified through the points playoffs, he made it in as first seed to this bracket.
We also have Aditha, who's trying to go back-to-back. We talked about it yesterday. He was unable to secure a spot actually 2 days ago during Friday's World Qualifier Point Playoff, but he is back here into the top 64. And we have the reigning World Champion in our top 64.
Ruben Pinarada is back at it again. He doesn't only want, I mean, he's already going back to Worlds since he won last year, but he wants that title, the NAWCQ Champion.
Exactly. But with that being said, let's meet our first round feature match bones for the top 64 bracket. Jackie, take it away.
And we begin with the blue chair. Hailing from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, we have Timothy B., and they study art history. And now to the red chair. Coming to us from San Diego, California, we have Trent B. They have been to 40 states, and this is their 40th. They study robotic engineering. Who's winning this one? Their first time on stage. Let's send it to our casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right. In top 64, we have a Vanquish Soul mirror match. This deck has been all over the place this weekend, and coming out of Duelist Advanced, a set that just came out last week. They got the addition of 3 brand new cards that have really bolstered the strategy and brought it back to the forefront.
Yeah, Holly Sue, Soul Start, and Soul Rocks, 3 cards that really fulfill many of the issues that this deck has had over the course of the past, let's say, year or so. This deck had a consistency issue. Well, now all of a sudden, now that Mad Love can search Vanquish Soul Start, you have a new variety of starters. You have additional interruptions with Holly Sue in the opponent's turn, and some interesting extra deck options with Soul Rocks.
Exactly. That Holly Sue being able to activate on your opponent's turn to start getting things like Rosin to, destroy cards in the column, or even if you have the right amount, you can go straight into the bigger ones. So I really think the Vanquish Soul is only going to get better as more sets come out as well. It's such a robust strategy. You can pair it with so many different things, and what I think is really cool is, yes, this is a bit of a mirror match, but when you look at the deck list, different builds of the deck, so we will get some unique looks here from both these duelists.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on something that I really like about the Vanquish Soul strategy is that you can pair it with many different things in many different ways. A lot of different tech cards.
Yeah.
Because the Vanquish Soul strategy relies on revealing specific attributes from your hand, there's lots of different ways you can incorporate cards. Like, you could use Rescue Ace cards if you need them for the fire. You use stuff like DD Crow or the Bestials for the dark reveal you're going to need as well. So there's so many different ways you can attack it, and both of these players have gone 2 separate routes, but both found a way for have success throughout the main event to make it here to top 64.
One of the cards that I think is really interesting is we sometimes see Vanquish Soul players actually play the Kaijus that line up with the correct attributes as an out to Lunalight decks, looking for those type of monsters that'll usually in the side deck like Lava Golem actually slot in fairly well because, for example, Dogran is a fire monster.
Definitely. It's really cool to see all the different techs you can include in a Vanquish Soul strategy.
The one thing about Vanquish Soul, yes, it's very strong. We've seen a couple on feature matches. I would be surprised if it was a very popular deck at this event. I'm expecting enough duels to play it that it should be on your radar, but I'm wondering how much they're expecting the mirror match for the top 64 and if they're prepared for that, because there's a lot of we're playing the turn together when it comes to these decks.
Honestly, one of my favorite duels, maybe my favorite duel of the weekend, was watching, I forget who it was, but we had a feature match where on the opening turn, the Vanquish Soul player, who went second, might I add, on his opponent's first turn, had a completely full field and whittled down all of their opponent's resources just because they drew Holly Sue in combination with the right attributes to do the summon from deck, start to do destruction with Raisin, take control of your opponent's monsters, really the myriad of effects that the Vanquish Soul monsters grant you.
And I know a lot of folks, the Vanquish Soul cards, it can be quite complex because it's a combination of attributes that you need in your hand, but the big thing with Holly Sue is you just need to reveal any Vanquish Soul monster to special summon it at quick effect speed, and then there's various effects based on the attributes you have. The big one you're looking for is Earth and Dark. You can take control of an opponent's monster, so if they go for like an integral normal summon, even like Malice can struggle if they summon Dormouse and don't have a set card, you just take that Dormouse and it's like, well, good luck. What are you going to do now?
Yeah, not only being able to take control of a monster, if you special summon the Rosin from the deck into the right column, you also have another form of interaction that you're going to have there.
That's the Fire and Dark combination,
Yep. And then Rosin also being able to access Heavy Borger. You're able just to keep summoning all these monsters from your hands during your opponent's turn. I've heard a lot of players kind of comparing it to how like the tier limits format that a lot of players are kind of fond of now. Maybe they didn't enjoy it while they were deep in that format, but being able to play on your opponent's turn with cards from your hand is an excellent strategy, and it's been successful in a lot of different themes.
Yeah, both of those decks incorporated the Bestials as well.
I also love this moment here with both these duelists just having a conversation with each other, taking it in. I mean, this is what it's about.
It definitely is. But now the players are here. I mean, this is where the nerves, like, you want. It's a long event for the main event of Swiss, where you're having to go through 12 rounds. It can be draining, but now that you're in top 64, this is where the nerves are going to set in, especially when you're on the feature match stage. You have to overcome those nerves.
I think one of the things as well is, although Vanquish Soul has been around for a while now, the new cards have really shifted how the strategy works. We were just talking about that a moment ago. But heading into this weekend, this was really one of the first weekends where you really got to showcase this new strategy. So maybe heading into this weekend, you knew the rumblings that Vanquish Soul was going to be a top contender, but you now have the confirmation.
Game number one, right around the corner here, underway now, as it is going to be Timothy versus Trent with the Vanquish Soul mirror match. 7 for Trent, and lower than 7 for Timothy means that Trent will go first. But a reminder that with the addition of Holly Sue, there can be a lot of play still on the side of Timothy regardless.
And we can start playing?
Yeah, I'm excited that we're going to Vanquish Soul start this duel right now here in top 64.
I see what you did there.
All right.
Oh, yeah. The game has begun. That's another, play on words, too. The game, the fighting game. But Pot of Extravagance, this is an interesting start here.
It's VS, VS, VS.
There's a lot of stake your soul on the line.
6 cards.
Well, maybe not souls. The Shadow Realm has nothing to do with this one.
So what do you think about utilizing Pot of Extravagance in a deck like this?
I think it's something you can use because, like, outside of like Rock of the Vanquisher, you're well, and then the new Vanquish Soul rocks as well. There's not a lot of cards that you necessarily need from your extra deck. You rely on mainly your main deck Vanquish Soul monsters. We said the interactions with Holly Sue, the interactions with Vanquish Soul Rosin, and of course the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. So unless you get really unlucky and activate Extravagance and lose all 3 Rockier Vanquishers, it's just a free 2 cards.
Yeah.
And Reinforcement of the Army, a great starter for the deck as well. We drew 2, and now we're going to search for Rosin, one of the original Vanquish Soul monsters. Normal summoning, activating the effect to search for a non-warrior Vanquish Soul monster and add it from your deck to your hand.
This is where you want to start with Vanquish Soul Rosin when you're going first. It's going to be able to make sure you get access to that brand new Vanquish Soul Holly Sue that really brought this deck back to the forefront of the metagame with the release and Duelist Advance.
One thing about Pot of Extravagance, just to note, is Drone Lockbird's not that great against Vanquish Soul unless they open Mad Love. With Mad Love, they're kind of required to go into the field spell. But having cards like Pot of Extravagance in your deck does add additional forms of weakness because you have to start your main phase 1 with it.
Definitely.
That's something to consider. I mean, clearly we see that Trent's been able to make it into the top 64. And I love Pot of Extravagance. I'm not speaking against it. But it is something to consider in your deck building. The extra deck cost in and of itself is not that high.
I may return my deck, but
there are some other issues with playing cards like that.
But now with that Vanquish Soul start, we can get another Vanquish Soul in hand, but we're going to use the Holly Sue here to special summon. And that was Mad Love revealed, correct?
Yep,
it was.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what he added off the Rosin, or off the Vanquish Soul start. And now he's going to be able to link summon Rock of the Vanquisher by sending Rosin to the graveyard, and then the Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add that Rosin back to the hand.
I didn't notice if Brent actually checked that banished face down pile for Rock. So I had a moment there where I was wondering if he was going to look at it and have that freezing moment of like, wait a minute, it actually happened.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, reminder here that he has a Fire and a Dark name with the Dr. Madlove and the Rosin.
Rosin and Madlove?
Yep, there we go. So we already saw those 2. And now we can special summon during the end phase from our deck. Importantly, we're in end phase, not main phase, so things like Nibiru can be dodged here by the Vanquish Soul deck. Another, benefit of this deck is Nibiru is a very powerful hand interaction many people are playing. And then less effective against Vanquish Soul based on how they choose to use their combo.
Yeah, it's amongst one of the worst interactions against Vanquish Souls, but I think that's actually something that's fascinating because in games 2 and 3, you technically can summon 5 times in this deck if you want to make a little bit of an extra greedy play, which is something you may actually see in games 2 and 3 when Nibiru is likely not in your opponent's deck.
And it looks like we just revealed 2 other fire monsters with our Zhaolong to grab another Holly Sue. I didn't see what the other fire in hand was that he revealed. One was Rosin.
Dogoran?
Was it Dogoran?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, I didn't want to reveal it earlier, but I mentioned you could play the Kaijus in this deck, Dogoran being a fire monster, being one of the most key attributes for your Vanquish Soul effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
So just to be clear for the viewers at home, he didn't just use Fualos. He discarded because he had too many cards in his hand. That's not Max C.
Yeah, on his own turn, it's only 4 cards on field, which might not seem like that much, but all the cards in hand are going to be doing things on the opponent's turn.
He also discarded an attribute that doesn't matter in the archetype.
Yes.
Yeah, and if there's any kind of deck in the format that can really amass a ton of cards quickly, it is the Vanquish Soul strategy. So having a discard down at the end phase isn't surprising, but we're going to see the same start here from Timothy with Vanquish Soul Rosin.
And we just heard Trent say, ooh, a mirror match, which is very telling that they were not expecting this. Now that is a surge. Importantly enough, Rosin cannot chain to his own effect, but there's nothing that Trent is forcing him to do here. So we will just get another Holly Sue.
Beautiful quarter century Secret Holly Sue.
Ooh.
Starlight Rare now, but
oh,
very
my
similar.
apologies. You're right. I'm just so pre-programmed that
it was a long 25th anniversary for sure. And now, but we are back to the Starlight Rares that look absolutely beautiful.
So now we'll see how many attributes. So Rosin can destroy cards in its column by revealing the correct attributes. That is a fire and a dark. That is the correct attributes. And
both non-Vanquish Soul monsters.
And we now get a look at Timothy's build of the deck. The Rescue Ace cards are a nice little sub-engine because they're great fire monsters that you can run.
Definitely ways to get monsters on the field, dig a little deeper into your deck.
But this is great. We're chaining the Holly Sue to take control of Rosin. Rosin needs to be in the column for the effect to resolve. Since it's no longer in the Holly Sue column, it has nothing to destroy.
But Stake Your Soul, one of the most powerful cards in the deck, is going to be able to reveal a dark monster in the hand and then special summon a dark Vanquish Soul from the deck to the field.
That's going to be none other than Madlove, which will now allow him to search a spell. You know, if we were playing a few months ago, there would be very limited options. But now he can search out the brand new Vanquish Soul start.
That is indeed what Timothy is going to add to the hand here.
I believe it's start with an exclamation point.
I'll try that better.
Yeah. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. And I'll also Vanquish Soul continue. I've been told that you're supposed to say it as a question. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, we'll see if
we get to there.
Yeah.
And now the Mad Love is going to be sent to the graveyard for a link summon for Rock of the Vanquisher.
I'll chain effect.
So he's going to use the effect Rock of the Vanquisher to add back, and that's going to prompt Trent to chain his effect to try and destroy it with his opponent's Rosin's effect.
And great column placement.
Yes, I was just about to say, column placement of a monster he took.
Yes.
Activate.
All right, Vanquish Soul start is going to be activated next, but this is going to prompt Trent to reveal the Caesar Valius to try and return one of the Vanquish Soul monsters to hand to special summon Caesar Valius to the field.
And then Caesar Valius, the titular boss monster of the deck. A quick effect, you can reveal an Earth, Fire, and Dark to destroy one other card on the field, non-targeting.
All right, it looks like Timothy. Oh, he's just resolving.
He's chaining his Holly Sue to special summon. Yeah.
Reject everything with turn player priority.
Thinking.
Lots of interaction here in this mirror match between these two Vanquish Soul duelists.
No.
Activate Caesar Valius.
Do note just how clear Trent is playing. He's constantly asking, would you like to use anything with your turn player priority? In a matchup like this, where there's just so many quick effects back and forth, both on the field and in the hand, it is really important to keep that open line of communication, just so that we can keep everything consistent.
And we're chaining the Holly Sue.
Yep, Caesar Valius is going after Holly Sue. Holly Sue is going to be chained to try and special summon from the deck, I believe.
Fire and Dark is the special summon from the deck. Earth and Dark would be take control of a monster. You could take the opponent's Caesar Valius, but doesn't look like that's the option. Instead, going to try and continue to play more of the Vanquish Soul engine from your own deck. But this is the fun of the mirror match, is that we're taking each other's cards, we're interacting with each other's columns in very unique ways that not every deck really does.
Yeah, I think a lot of duelists maybe underestimated the impact of Duelist Advance really had on the metagame. Maybe thinking, oh, these Vanquish Soul cards are good, but maybe they got to wait until Justice Hunters to incorporate with the cards that are coming out there. But no, right now they're already established themselves as a dominant force in the format right away.
Such a fun deck to play, too.
Yeah, this mirror match looks like a ton of fun.
Yeah, I'm loving this right now. Yeah. Somebody said tier limit vibes from past formats. I kind of am getting that right now. It's like really technical what we need to do and the order we need to do it in.
All right, so he's going to activate the effect of Heavy Burger to try and draw a card, but now the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil is going to try and destroy all of Timothy's monsters.
Some interesting things to note just as this turn is playing out. If you want to try and maybe sit down with a Vanquish Soul deck at your upcoming local OTS store, maybe potentially find yourself in a mirror match. The fact that the Vanquish Souls cannot activate their own effects in a chain, they can only activate one in a chain, is one of the things to note about Caesar. Caesar has a protection effect that makes it unaffected by opponent's activated effects this turn. But if your opponent has already used the revealing of 3, they can't chain that effect as well. So if you have your own Caesar, or you have your own activated effects, that's the one opportunity for you to use them when Caesar cannot protect itself. It's just kind of an interesting... Caesar as a threat, it's an interruption, but if I use it, it opens my own Caesar up for you to now maybe take advantage of that with an activated effect.
I mean,
it's just so intricate.
Cards are designed essentially to simulate a fighting game, and I think that's a really cool thing. If you go offensive, well, you open yourself up to get countered, to get punished.
All right, Timothy also drawing reinforcements of the army here, already using his normal 7, but going to go ahead and get another Vanquish Soul Rosin out of the deck.
Initially? An Impulse, and I'll just show you what you know.
Druisworm?
Yeah, Druisworm. You know Impulse, Druisworm, Mad Love, Razor.
Okay, and so there's how many cards in your hand after that?
Rescue Ace Impulse, that is.
Yeah. So Mad Love, Rosin, Druisworm, Impulse?
No, just one Rosin, Impulse, Mad Love, Druisworm.
Oh, he knows that he's seen 2 Rosins, but he's holding his opponent's Rosin on the field. It's hostage right now, but it looks like Timothy's just going to set a card to a spell and trap zone.
Still in main. Activate Heavy Burger, target your Rosin.
Ooh.
Wow, this is huge because he's already used the normal summon, so now he's not going to have a Vanquish Soul to return back to his own hand on Trent's turn.
Yes.
I'll activate the effect of Heavy Burger. Reveal.
All right, Heavy Burger's going to reveal. Oh, he's going. He has his opponent's life points in the side. He doesn't need any more cards. He, in fact, had a discard from his hand last turn, so he's going to do 1,500 points of damage here with Heavy Burger.
You can tell that Trent has practiced this mirror match.
The
fact that he understands that interaction with Holly Sue and his own Vanquish Soul monsters after he's cleared the field, because without a Vanquish Soul on the field, I mean, there are ways having Holly Sue and such, but it merely limits the sequencing on the upcoming turn about how Trent can get interrupted by the Vanquish Souls if Timothy simply just doesn't have one on the field.
Now, unless I lost track of something, I don't believe we ever searched for Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, so unless Timothy just drew it and set that, that's really like the big thing to keep him alive, other than just some Druists, or Bish Shields. That's the word I'm looking for. Bish Shields to go in defense mode to keep him alive.
Yeah, definitely. And he is going to summon the Magnet here to add a copy of
Caesar.
Yep, being a dragon.
And you're good to go.
Render
Just
under
another
Caesar Valius.
perfect interaction, just kind of those unusual quirks of Yu-Gi-Oh! That sometimes the fact that it's a dragon lines up so perfectly where the Bystials are actually inherently good. They're the perfect attribute.
You
have a boss monster that's a dragon.
That actually is very convenient, yes.
All right, so leading off with Caesar Valius to go after that set spell trap, and it
was. So Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, notably when you reveal the 3 attributes, the second attribute protects your Vanquish Souls from being destroyed by card effects, but not your opponent's, and revealing all 3 means that you can destroy all monsters on the field.
Yep, you do them in sequence, so you can summon the Vanquish Soul, destroy all other monsters. Summon the Vanquish Soul, protect your Vanquish Souls, destroy all other monsters. Yeah.
Yes.
Would you like to protect your monsters?
And you're also inflicting in total 1,800 damage to your opponent throughout the entire effect as well.
I'll attempt to destroy Rosin.
So what he's going to do here, though, is reveal off his start in order to protect, because it's when Vanquish Soul monsters. Yes, I'm trying my best, Billy. Got to match your energy. Steven's energy.
There you go.
So I'm trying to think what the...
It's the field spell protection.
Yes.
It's multiple. It can be Vanquish Souls, plural, that are being destroyed. So all you have to do is reveal a Vanquish Soul monster in his hand instead.
Okay.
Fascinating.
But the Rosin's going to be able to add a copy of Holly Sue. And yeah, this is very reminiscent of Tearlaments, where it's just a lot of back and forth. And even when it looks like one player might be ahead, there's some shocking things that can happen to really get the other player back into the game.
Yeah, it looked like Trent at the beginning of this turn was in a really dominating position because he had field presence, but Timothy's Vanquish Souls are just in his hand very soon to hit the field, so this can flip back and forth very, very quickly.
And a fire.
Interesting that he didn't go for the Caesar Valius protective effect. You can reveal that Earth, unaffected by opponent's activated effects this turn, so instead he just let it go.
Yeah,
but if you can get into another rock, you can just get it back.
There you go. Words out of my mouth. That's what I was going to say next. So, we were talking about Trent just being
I like asking a question and answering it myself.
Oh,
Billy.
no.
That's my whole thing,
If you got the answers, definitely let them fly.
Try being a teacher. You ask a question to your students, they stare at you like, all right, fine,
I'll tell you
answer
the
it.
information.
I just find this mirror match so fascinating.
Oh, this is amongst one of the highest kind of skill level mirror matches I think you're going to see this weekend.
Yeah.
And that's not to say anything about some of the other decks. They're all skill intensive in their own ways. But this one just has that very unique nature of which both players are playing on each other's turns, managing resources, attributes in hand. You have to be very wary about when you use your hand interactions because it can diminish the attributes in your hand. It's really one of the best mirror matches to kind of just sit back and watch. Because I also think to say every match is going to look a little bit different just because of how these decks play out.
And also both decks require column placement to be an integral part of the deck. And because both of them are paying attention to that, it really elevates the stakes of the match.
They definitely have a lot on the line here too. Trying to go to the World Championship in Paris, France.
Sure.
It looks like Timothy is going to activate Holly Sue's effect here, revealing the Rosin that he knows he has. So both players are summoning Holly Sue.
Yeah, so he's already used the Rosin effect. That's why he's placing the Holly Suit in that column.
I hate when I'm playing a mirror match and my opponent's cards are shinier than mine.
That is a bit of a hit to the ego, isn't it?
I try just a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's like, I got to take this guy down. If I win, maybe I get his shiny card.
No, there you
we'll
go.
do a trade or
We
something.
got to swap out the Holly Suits.
Battle City rules.
You don't
over
deserve
here.
this.
Should be with the real duels. Of course, both duels very real and deserving of this position.
100%.
We jest.
And you can see by how quickly they're playing. It's not a lot of thinking. It's a lot more of just natural instincts.
Yeah.
Because they've definitely probably both well versed in this mirror match.
And now Holly Sue looks like he's activating, revealing a dark and a fire.
More revealing. I love all this revealing. It's so cool.
So what's cool here is you can manipulate what the lowest attack on your field is too with some of the Vanquish Soul effects.
So that's actually interesting. They both revealed a fire or earth, not fire dark. So that means that they get to take the monster with the lowest attack on the opponent's field. So the Holly Sues theoretically would just swap. Yeah, Holly Sue, you don't get to select the monster you take. It is just the monster with the lowest attack.
That makes sense. It's very similar to like Mad Love, which goes after lowest defense. And
now we hear Sir Gogron, which actually might line up pretty well into this matchup, being able to kind of unexpectedly remove a Vanquish Soul from the field that your opponent was expecting to bounce back to their hand.
You're good.
Proceed to battle?
Yep.
Attack Jalo?
Yep.
I'll switch sides to attack.
Okay, so looks like
swing for 700.
Sure.
Trent's going to get some more damage in there. And a reminder that they both burned each other with their Snow Devils.
And there's no field spell to protect.
And the Mad Love burn for 1,500 as well. Let's see if Trent can do it here.
Yeah, Timothy's life points are low, and with Heavy Borger just on the field between this turn and next turn,
you
could
can
clean up.
just use Heavy Borger here to burn 1,500. Pass turn, draw phase, burn for 1,500.
One important thing to note, the Pot of Extravagance is a clear indicator, at least it reduces the likelihood, I won't say 100%, that he's probably not playing that Nash Knight combo that we've potentially seen this weekend, where some of the Vanquish Soul players electing not to play Pot of Extravagance actually have effects in their extra deck that can enable them to do burn damage through some Nash Knight into Masquerade combo. So it is important to note that kind of when you're thinking about how much damage am I willing to take, I know the Heavy Borgers are there in a deal 1,500. You can use that Pot of Extravagance as information for what might be in the extra deck to kind of understand how low of life points you're willing to go.
Definitely a good point to pay attention to.
What did you add back?
Caesar values.
Yep. And then
All right, so now we're going to see the impulse be activated here to summon Rescue Ace Fire Attacker from the deck. This will let Timothy draw 2 cards and then have to discard 1, but maybe dig into some answers here into the deck. Oh, that was not good. He drew 2 more copies of Rescue Ace Impulse. I don't know if y'all could have seen it on the screen, but that is not what he wanted to see.
That is rough.
Do you like the inclusion of Impulse?
I like Rescue Impulse. I'm not like the duelist we had yesterday who said it was the best Impulse. I'm still going to prefer Dominus Impulse every time. But Rescue Impulse is a really cool card. And you know one of the last decks that we saw it played in, like in this fashion? Tearlaments.
I know.
It's crazy. The parallels.
I really love the idea, though, that this deck can go pretty long because of how grindy it is, and then it can filter out the Molcharmies from your hand that you draw on turns 2, 3, and 4 after they're no longer as valuable.
Non-effect on summon.
Oh, yeah, non-effect on summon. Yeah. What was the effect? 2?
No, it has to be fire.
Oh, sorry.
Earth, dark.
I love Vanquish Soul players talking to each other about, no, these are the attributes you need. Yeah.
So yeah, then I will attempt.
I was just wondering if he discarded a card because it just happens to be the same card he just previously used.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's going to reveal.
So that would be discard.
Dogran, yeah.
2 attributes to
so
add.
the Dogran back to the hand with the Mad Love.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, the Impulse was able to summon the Fire Attacker from deck. Help you try and cycle through some cards there.
That interaction is pretty cool. And probably why he's including the Dogran in the main deck. Being able to use it multiple times was excellent.
Yeah, we're just finding all of these cool little interactions, and especially some of the intricacies in the mirror match. But your ability to bounce your Kaijus constantly back to the hand.
And it's interesting to see the Dogran main deck, because yes, it's a fire monster, but like if you lose the die roll, it's very good. In the mirror match in particular, can also be used a lot. But look at this, new Vanquish Soul hits the field.
Vanquish Soul rocks. This is actually the first time we've seen it come down, I think, in all the times we've had Vanquish Soul up here this weekend. But it's another brand new card at Duelist Advance that, as long as the Vanquish Soul monster battled during the turn, you can just put it on top and exceed summon on top of any Vanquish Soul monster.
And it has 3 different effects depending on what the attribute is of the monster underneath it as exceed material. There is an Earth monster there, which is the most ideal one, which allows him to detach 1 and destroy 1 card on your opponent's side of the field. There are other ones, if they're dark, your opponent's monsters lose some attack. If you have fire, yours gain 1,000 attack, which can be useful, but you really want to try and get an Earth under there. As much as we like attack and defense modification, being able to actually destroy cards on your opponent's side of the field, especially non-targeting, has been vital throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history.
I think the return Vanquish Soul rocks.
It's not a cost to return for effects.
Okay, they're checking to see if you can return Vanquish Soul rocks to the extra
just
deck.
Returns the extra deck
instead of the hand.
Okay.
But yeah, since the card did not go back to the hand, it looks like the Vanquish Soul monster does not summon, so Heavy Borger is stuck in the hand there.
Interesting.
This could be the window Timothy needs.
And that's the first time that this really mattered, because Rock of the Vanquisher has never had the ability to be returned to the hand under any circumstance.
Since it's not a
Vanquish Soul. But Vanquish Soul Rocks, on the other hand, actually has the text of Vanquish Soul.
To draw.
But yeah, if that Heavy Borger stayed on the field, the game could have been over
just instantly.
Yeah. But now Timothy with a small window.
So rough for Trent, but let's see if Timothy can capitalize. Again, in a fighting game, sometimes you miss input.
It happens to the best of us.
Then you get comboed back, and here we go. Let's see if Timothy can find that combo.
All it takes is one opening after all the footsies.
Yeah.
I would have liked that better if they were playing Pantera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rosin's coming down and it's going to add Xiaolong from the deck to the hand.
We haven't seen the interaction, but I like the fact that you can reveal that for Holly Sue and then special summon it because you revealed itself as the Vanquish Soul. With Xiaolong is Chainlink 2. Just an interesting interaction if you're low on Vanquish Souls in hand.
I mean, that's how we've seen people assemble an entire field of Vanquish Souls on the opponent's turn. Those two in tandem.
Yes, just like that.
All right, so it looks like you can use the Dr. Mad Love effect to return the monster back to Timothy's hand. But he does have the Holly Sue to get his monsters back onto the field. Is he going to reveal that third copy of Rescue Ace Impulse that he drew?
I'll show you Jalo.
No, it looks like he's going to keep it in the hand and reveal the monster he just added. That's smart stuff. But then that's going to prompt Trent to chain his Caesar Valius to try and return Mad Love to get that Caesar Valius onto the field.
Yeah, I've not been keeping track of the attributes currently in Trent's hand. That's at least a dark. We have the Heavy Borger up there also.
Chainlink 1 to special. Chainlink 2.
Right,
yeah,
so
you can do this too, where you can reveal the Xiaolong to special it, and then reveal it for the cost of Holly Sue as the fire.
Yeah, I'll Chainlink 2 Caesar.
And now he's going to chain the Caesar. He does have the 3 attributes he needs to destroy a card on the field. But now he's going to chain the Holly Sue. Wait, it's not the same chain, is it?
Okay.
Yep. So
I believe this is...
So it's Xiaolong Chainlink 1, Caesar Chainlink 2, Holly Sue Chainlink 3.
And Holly Sue's not going to summon from deck, so that means we revealed a dark and a fire.
What do you want, Pop?
And another Xiaolong. Trent now has to decide.
Timothy's going to try and catch Trent crouching and hit him with the overhead here in this turn.
My Xiaolong will special.
Yeah. Would you like to activate an
I always like the grappling characters, personally.
Just hit him with the command grab?
Yeah, it's classic.
Definitely. Yeah. So now the Xiaolong is going to reveal 2 attributes in hand, 2 fires, I believe.
2 fires
to
indeed.
add any Vanquish Soul.
So that impulse is not the worst thing in the world because it just is a fire monster.
Yeah. And again, it's hard to keep track of all the attributes in both the Duelist hand, but Timothy, depending on what he has here, could be a big push right now. I don't believe we've used the protection effect of a Vanquish Soul start yet.
This is only game 1. I just want everyone to know. And I think we're running into maybe the most amount of cards to be revealed from players' hands in a feature match.
Yeah.
It has to be, right?
This is incredible.
And they're playing so quickly, like just masters of this. I'm having a lot of fun watching this.
And again, I always love just taking yourself out of the immediate moment and thinking about the people at home watching. There's got to be a couple of Vanquish Soul fanatics out there that are so happy with what's on the screen right now. They're like, yes!
Maybe one of you duelists out there just picked up Vanquish Soul and are unsure of how the mirror match works. Well, buckle up.
Yeah.
There's a lot to learn.
Study hard because there's a lot of interaction between both of these decks.
So that Holly Sue was just added to the hand by the Xiaolong. So we see that ability of revealing 2 fires to add a piece of interaction. Again, that's the huge reason why Vanquish Soul is so much more powerful this weekend. The ability of Xiaolong to turn into Holly Sue, meaning you don't have to naturally draw it. You can just add it to your hand in the middle of your opponent's turn and then special summon it. It's just this unique added effect.
It looks like we revealed an earth and a fire, so we're going to take the Xiaolong. I think we're just trying to keep him off of 2 bodies for a potential Xyz play. That seems to be Trent's game plan here.
Target.
Vanquish Soul start is going to be activated, and then he's going to target the Xiaolong so he can add a Vanquish Soul that's not a fire from his deck to his hand.
Yeah, and he's free to do this. Holly Sue would be one of the best ways of counteracting that. It's not a destruction effect, but he's already used that Holly Sue.
Maybe Caesar Valius if you have the right attributes in hand.
And use Xiaolong's effect on its own effect.
I believe so.
I just love how these players can maintain so many cards in hand. You know, when this deck gets going, it constantly just said, look at both these players, but they have full grips of cards.
Yeah.
But that's just by virtue of the archetype. So you constantly need to be paying attention to what cards you have in your opponent, that your opponent has in their hand, because the attributes matter so much.
Yeah,
and there is, I believe, still a Druid Swarm in Timothy's hand, correct?
I think.
Yeah, there it is.
It's right there.
It's coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 25 minutes into the round, but both these players are playing, you know, very quickly. Like, this has not been a slow game by any means, but it has been very back and forth.
Nothing else on that. Okay.
All right, 2 bodies on field for Timothy. What else can be done?
This is probably like one of the first moments where he's had to actually stop to think about what his next move can potentially be. And it does look like the Xyz summon might be coming down, or a Link.
It'd be a Link, yeah, with the 6.
Oh, yeah.
And then Xiaolong being a 5.
I couldn't remember if it was 5 or 6. So yeah.
Yeah, so the Holly Sue being 5 and Xiaolong being 5 is why you're able to bridge into that rank 5.
Yeah.
So we might be able to now see some of the benefits that Timothy has from not playing Pot of Extravagance. He might be able to leverage the versatility of his extra deck to go into some Link monsters and Exceed monsters that Trent just simply can't fit into his extra deck because he needs to allocate 3 spots for Rock or the Vanquisher, which would naturally already do, but also multiple slots to Vanquish Soul Rocks just because you don't want to banish it with Pot of Extravagance.
Exactly.
Heavy Borger's going to return. Caesar Valius come down here.
Attempt to activate.
Ooh.
Chain effect of burgers to burn you.
Sure.
Okay, so that is down to 1,000 lifelines for Timothy. Trent just needs one more Heavy Borger activation.
Yeah, so if this goes back to Trent and there's any ability to Heavy Borger, this game will be over. But it looks like Timothy is going to try and push through. He's going to have to clear that Heavy Borger minimum.
Yeah, but the extra decks is oftentimes, it's very good, just generic cards for the Vanquish Soul decks, but the generic cards sometimes struggle to deal with this many threats. I mean, maybe if you have like an access code line and you have enough attributes.
I don't believe you did.
There's only darks right now.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think what the outs are.
Yeah, I'm curious to why. I mean, these duelists clearly have demonstrated that they've mastered this strategy, getting this far into the tournament and then demonstrating with their play here. So if there is anyone in this room that's going to be able to navigate through this, it is going to be here. And this is potentially going to be one of the ways. There is still that field spell, though.
And I will say... Oh, okay, Trent's thinking.
I would like to reveal.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the protection effect used by the field spell. That means that protection's no longer there. The rosin is stopped, but... Okay, we're going next. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
It was tough. He had like, if it wasn't for that just slight misstep there from Trent, the game would have been over a little bit quicker if he kept to keep that Heavy Borger on the field. He would have done the 1,500 on his turn. And then it would have been over as soon as Timothy, began his turn. But it was cool to see him try and fight back to that, but now his time is winding down. He's going to have to push through.
I want to highlight the fact,
Oh yeah, that's even.
again, I love just listening in on their conversations. When they were at the beginning of the show, I was also just listening to them talk, and they were both agreeing that pressure's higher when you're on camera. Like both of them up on the feature match, it's a different experience. People are watching you. You can't hear people around you. You have the headsets on. You only hear your opponent. So I think moments like that is where you can understand, yeah, those little plays where you're like, oh, it's a pretty simple line to go for it. But when you aren't experienced on this type of stage, I try and hold the judgment because it's a completely different environment up there.
And like we said, like this was the first time we've actually seen Vanquish Soul Rocks like touch down from a Vanquish Soul player. It doesn't come up too often probably because either you're ending the game, but in these mirror matches, maybe some back and forth it will come up. And not knowing that interaction, that if you return it, you won't be able to switch from your hand with the deck that, I mean, it's been out for a while, but Vanquish Soul Rocks has only been out for about a week. I can see you not encountering that in your testing coming up to this point. So not definitely a mistake, but a misstep in sorts.
Think about all the things that these players demonstrated for those of you at home who are either watching this in order to learn the Vanquish Soul strategy, or maybe perhaps want to improve your own play with the Vanquish Soul strategy. If it never dawned on you that Magnuma can start Caesar, we saw that there. If it never dawned on you that you can bounce Dogoron or any of the Kaijus back to your hand with your own Vanquish Soul effects, well, we just saw that here. If you weren't aware that Holly Sue taking control of your opponent's Vanquish Soul, specifically Raisin, matters a lot.
Yeah.
Because the placement could be put into a spot that actually interferes with your opponent's plays based on column placement. You just learned that. So we are learning really almost a master class here on how to pilot Vanquish Souls to their max potential.
Yeah, especially in a mirror match when you're just going so back and forth. I think the putting the take control of the rosin and putting it in under the extra monster zone that's not being occupied is definitely a huge one because you know that they're going to have to go into Rock of the Vanquisher at some point.
I just love this banter talking about the museums in the area where they're going to school.
They are very talkative opponents, and I think that's a great way to calm your nerves. If you're up on stage, you're not used to that, just talking to your opponent, having a conversation. It's a great way to enjoy your time.
Definitely.
What we learned was Timothy goes to NYU and is an art student, art history student.
You should have played Art Mage. And so should you at home. Duelist Advance on shelves now.
It's your favorite cards. I've heard Billy say they're his favorite cards.
Oh, they're all my favorite cards, but this is going to be game number 2 here at the NAWCQ in this Vanquish Soul mirror match. But all jokes aside, no, Duelist Advance really did have an impact. I mean, we're sitting here in top 64, seeing these two decks go at it, and Holly Sue is really the centerpiece. We've seen it activate its effect so many times in such a short amount of turns.
Now, does Trent have it?
Unfortunately, Timothy has Fire Attacker in his hand. That's not really what he wants to see.
Yeah, that's something you want to search. It still does have an effect in hand, though.
He does want to see reinforcements of the army. It's a lot worse when Vanquish Soul doesn't have access to rosin, so making sure you have that online at minimum is huge.
Holly Sue's that fine.
And now we have the
Nothing on
Rosin searching for the Holly Sue.
Let me know.
Nothing on res,
Yeah,
so looks like no Droll and Lockbird for Trent.
I mean, you have to play Reinforcements of the Army, but it definitely makes you more vulnerable to Droll and Lockbird. So it's always a relief that, okay, I had the starter that's the Reinforcements, not the Rosin right away. It's really glad the opponent doesn't have Droll and Lockbird, because if they had Droll and Lockbird after just summoning Raisin, it's really not that much of an interruption.
But what's crazy is that even then, if you get drolled there, you can still normal the Raisin, link into Rock, pass turn. Rock, bring back the Raisin, and then continue Holly Suing on your opponent's turn. It's so much fun what you can do with this deck.
Normal, yeah.
Yep. Now it looks like the Holly Sue is going to come down from the hand and try and special summon a monster from the deck, but that does prompt Trent to think.
Thinking response.
I think you might have a copy of Ash Blossom. That would probably be the most logical card for him to consider.
And Ash Blossom, a fantastic card. There it is. Ash Blossom, it's a fire monster, so it pairs perfectly with the Vanquish Souls.
It's also something to note, though, that it's one less card in hand, one less fire in hand.
Yes.
So the reason
it's a painful cost.
It is painful. The reason you play Ash Blossom is because it's used as an interruption, and that's fantastic. But you're also incentivized to keep as many cards in hand as possible. Ooh.
Oh.
Let's talk about this as the 6th card drawn.
Oh, Joe, take it away.
I didn't know if you want to take it away,
no,
but
this
yeah.
is your...
that was end phase, right? We're on Trent's turn now.
Yeah, no, so this was the 6th card drawn. It was Molcharmi Perulia. You know, the Molcharmis sometimes have utility being activated on your turn, but Perulia is amongst the most impactful because the Vanquish Soul player wants to play on the opponent's turn by constantly summoning from hand. So when you drop Perulia on your own turn, it allows you to push through your opponent's field, and as they interact with you, you just get more and more of your own engine off the top of your deck. So having Perulia in your deck, it's just an obvious inclusion, but it's something that's really important to note that it's actually a really good 6th draw in a lot of cases. And if you happen to draw 2 Perulias, which is obviously already a good thing, you can actually stagger it so that you Perulia your opponent on their turn, limit what they do, and then start your own turn with it. So now their limited board also then is interfered with by allowing you to draw every single time they decide to play on your turn. So just one of the interesting quirks about staggering your Perulias.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool thing to note. But Stake Your Soul is also very cool. Revealing a fire monster, so he's going to be able to special summon Vanquish Soul Rosin from the deck. You see him putting it under that Rock of the Vanquisher column.
Anything in resolution?
No.
Going to add Vanquish Soul Holly Sue from the deck to the hand. Checks for a Droll and Lockbird. Not only will the Droll be good at slowing Trent down, it would have cut off that Molcharmi Perulia at the same time, but no Droll and Lockbird here.
Something else to note when you're playing in Vanquish Souls, you do want to summon underneath, or at least, I guess, on top of, depending how you want to talk about it, the Rock, because if they were to have Raisin in hand to be special summoned, and they want to destroy that column, it would be in the same column as Rock. So the mirror match is much more complex about columns, but even if you're not playing the mirror match and your opponent has Rock, if you summon it there and your opponent has to Raisin, it's going to at least destroy their own Rock as well.
Yeah, it's convenient in that way.
Thinking.
All right, Holly Sue's coming down from the hand, and now attempting to special summon a monster from the deck.
So it was Bad Love. What was the other one?
Bad Love Jiaolong, yeah.
Oh, and Jiaolong in hand, too. Ooh, that's a really good one.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, Heavy Borger. We can go Caesar Valius.
Yeah.
Effect of Dr. Madlove.
Okay, looks like just Dr. Madlove. So on summon, Dr. Madlove, you can add a Vanquish Soul spell, a trap from your deck to your hand. So we're going to go grab that. Most likely Vanquish Soul start, the field spell. Protects us.
What card is that?
Start.
Oh, yeah.
Vanquish Soul, start!
Thank you.
Sorry, my fault. No, thank you.
No,
actually.
The hypocrisy.
It's fine.
The camera couldn't see it, but there was a look of confusion on my face for a brief moment, and then I remembered the bit, so we're all on the same page again.
But now that the Vanquish Soul start is
Also,
in the hand.
Stake Your Soul! Oh, wait, is that one the same? No, I don't know.
That's fine.
It feels like
it
should
is.
be important.
There is an exclamation point. I saw it on the sheet, yes.
Stake Your Soul.
Stake Your... Well, that had a question mark at the end.
You're right.
Yeah, there's no comma.
No, it's not a danger. It's not a danger with the, the exclamation points and the question marks. No, you could play Dangerous.
You could play
in this deck.
Dangerous,
They're dark.
That was
so
one of the
cool
early
about,
builds of the deck.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about Vanquish Souls, all the different things you can do, but we do see he's adding and revealing, I think.
Yeah, so the Raisin came down, and now what he's able to do is kind of reveal what he summoned, what he searched off of that.
And take out the Holly Sue.
Yep.
Now we're linking that Raisin into our Rock the Vanquisher.
Pot of Extravagance didn't betray Trent.
Special Rock the Vanquisher. Effect of the Rock the Vanquisher with turn player priority to add back from my graveyard.
Yeah.
And getting back that Holly Sue.
What did you reveal for Holy Stew?
Mad Love Raisin.
I heard Mad Love, and I didn't catch the other one there from Timothy.
Yeah.
Well, he had Caesar as well.
Zhao
Oh, he has Caesar in hand. Ooh. So Timothy has decisions to make here.
You have a time extension. It begins now.
I will attempt into the battle phase.
All right,
Okay, we're just going battle.
Yep, Trent's ready to move on to the battle phase.
So what do I know in your hand?
I think
now?
this is one of the most
Start,
under,
Raisin, Mad Love?
not maybe
You
one of
know
the most, but it
Start
is an
Shaolin, Mad Love,
underestimated
and
option that a
Holy
lot of
Stew. Add it
players
back to
kind of
the
gloss over, which is not just doing everything in main phase 1 and realizing their battle phase is such a resource.
Yeah, especially when you have all these quick effects in hand to summon your monsters. So things like Nibiru no longer going to be able to stop you.
Activate Caesar.
And you were talking about if you're, games 2 and 3, oftentimes you do go wider with the Vanquished Souls. So
question.
Especially in a matchup where everything works in the main phase, essentially.
I haven't been drawing.
You can no longer.
Yeah, I
draw.
haven't been drawing for that reason.
Oh,
No, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
'Cause I
I
had
forgot about that.
That's a good point,
Nambo.
actually, yeah.
Because he really, the very next move he
was
did
wondering.
was Extravagance, which
That's
cuts you off
actually
from drawing for the rest of the turn.
very interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
Rough.
Huh.
Activate
I mean,
effective
Pearly
weapon
wasn't going
level.
to do anything in his hand anyway.
Sure.
We saw it in
Reveal
game 1.
Earth
He just
monster
discarded it in phase
and
because he had too
a-
many cards.
He just wanted to
Dark
show that he
Monster.
had it. You know?
Yeah, it's not one of the attributes that you really need for
He's
the
like,
Vanquished Soul cards.
he wanted to show him the unlucky draws. Like, yeah, I imagine if I had this before.
I don't even need this against you.
Make him unaffected.
You think you're cool with your
You
Starlight
with your
Holly?
yeah, I was just
Same wavelength.
same brain cell
There
actually.
you go.
We
One
share
brain
it.
cell.
Yeah,
Three
it bounces
commentators.
between us.
Two commentators. Joe has all the brain
Joe's
cells.
got a degree. He's good.
Sorry, that got me. Okay. All right, Mad Love here coming down is going to add a Vanquished Soul monster from the deck to the hand.
You normal this? No, you normal the.
We normal the rosin to start the game.
No, it's special the raisin on stake.
Oh,
That was
did
my
we?
normal summon,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yep, he revealed the Jiaolong for Stake Your Soul to summon the fire.
Oh, okay. So does that mean we have it normal summoned? Because I believe that Mad Love was summoned off the Holly suit.
Let's see the end phase.
Oh,
I think that was, I think it was the normal.
Maybe, okay.
Exactly that one.
All right, so we are passing the turn here.
Once, but he said that he activated pot extrav. Yes, so that's what I was asking.
All right, Timothy's just getting some clarification from the judges as to current game state right now.
I'm pretty sure Pot Extravagance stops you from drawing.
It does, yes.
I mean, I was going to pull it up, but.
Okay, so it should have been
Pot
one
Extravagance, what does that do?
Is it okay?
This
to,
card
like,
allows me
shuffle
to
this
draw
deck
2
and
cards
everything?
from my deck by banishing.
Well, okay, I think the question is how many cards he drew off of the Mulch Army because
I didn't see him draw
I
any.
think it was in chain. No, he
Yeah,
did just
that's what I
start
asked. I
with
didn't know
it.
if, like.
Okay, I actually genuinely thought it was like prosperity. Okay. So I should be drawing 1 card then.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe something was chained to
Thank you, Judge.
it.
Yeah, I was like, that was like, I feel like it should.
Yeah. I'm just so used to doing that and then not drawing anyways.
Maybe we do need to pull a Pot of Extravagance.
I'm pulling it up right now because all the pots have
And then
different
end phase, yes,
stipulations
activating
for
effective
kind of the limitations that you have.
Oh yeah.
The one that we saw was Pot of Extravagance, which banishes 6 random ones from your extra deck to draw 2 cards. And then for the rest of the turn after this card resolves, you cannot draw any
yes,
cards
no
with
damage
card
to it,
effects.
He must have chained it to something. He must have chained the Pearly something and forgot to get the one
well,
draw before he acted
I
Extravagance.
believe what happened was something was chained to the Pot of Extravagance and summoned from hand, so he should have drawn before it resolved. Because it says after this card resolves,
yeah,
you
that's
cannot
probably what
draw.
happened. That
Not
makes
after
sense.
this card's activated. So it hasn't resolved in the chain, so that's my best guess. Judges, we defer to them.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to catch the small intricacies of the exact timing from our perspective.
He said draw phase. Yeah. Activates by chain.
Yeah.
So it's going to reveal 3 for Caesar Valius, and that's going to prompt Trent to use the Vanquished Soul, Snow Devil to try and destroy some monsters here on the field.
And I'm not summoning, but I am destroying.
Okay.
So that destroys his rock.
And you
Just
take
an
18
interesting
damage.
point to note that the Vanquished Soul Snow Devil only protects your Vanquished Soul monsters, something that's
once-
really mattered with Vanquished Souls throughout the past in terms of the exact naming
And then it's
of rock in the extra deck.
Imagine Rock of the Vanquisher was a Vanquished Souls monster. That would change a lot.
Yeah.
Main phase?
Yes.
I think for balance reasons, happy that it is how it is. Still a very powerful card, very powerful deck. And we have a Razem, so normal summon Razem for Timothy in the zone of the
I'll chain
Xiaolong.
Dr. Madlin to return the lowest defense.
Sure.
So another just great thing that adds even more complexity to the Vanquisher matchup is the Vanquisher monsters generally don't target. It just, you know, the lowest defense, or I'm going to destroy non-targeting. So the ability to then bounce back to the hand doesn't necessarily stop the fact that there is an interruption, that this is going to still bounce something.
It's just the monster with the lowest defense. If there's one, it's that one. And getting rid of the Razem before the Razem can use its second non-quick effect to destroy the Xiaolong pretty big.
Sure.
So now we have Holly Sue revealing the Heavy Borger. It's a special, so we know that there's a Razem, there's a Heavy Borger, there's a Caesar Valley. So there's a lot of Vanquisher names in the hand of Timothy.
Plenty of attributes to reveal for sure.
Got a bunch of Fire Ace monsters too.
Yeah, I believe there's a Caesar, unless the one in Graveyard is the one that we knew of. So I'll hold for that one. Maybe it'll come up again. But now Xiaolong can at least get to whatever he needs.
Go effective Xiaolong.
Xiaolong revealed 2 fires, I assume.
This guy and another.
Razem and Razem. There we go.
I'll go effect. Chain.
And our own Holly Sue now on the side of Trent. And again, the column placement is important here. So we're Trent is purposefully keeping the extra monster zone columns open, so that if ever your opponent goes into a Rock of the Vanquisher, you can then go into your Razem to threaten that column. Or at least I imagine that is intentional here, because the extra monster zone columns are very important.
In case you didn't see it,
I
I
did
did
it
it kind of
sense.
fast.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Time is winding down, though, so
Yeah.
Timothy's going to want to try and take this game quickly so we can go to a game number 3. But even playing in time when there's no draws here because it's single elimination, Heavy Borger is going to be quite impactful.
Yeah, and we know that, I believe we know there's a Heavy Borger in Trent's hand.
Anything.
And we have now committed to the Razem on field, but with the Caesar Valleys, we can always pop anything that's in the other extra monster zone anyway.
Priority, would you like to activate anything?
I have no quick effects.
Okay. I'll activate Caesar, target Razem.
Sure.
And now the Razem can move around.
Anything here? Activate Xiaolong. Search.
Reveal 2 Razem for Xiaolong to search here. We have seen, we should have been keeping count of how many names from each duelist have activated on the same turn.
Yeah.
But there's been 2 Xiaolongs, 2 Razems, 1 Caesar Valleys, 2 Holly Sues.
That's a lot.
Okay, all right. I think that might be it for now. Yeah.
Just for this
match,
yeah.
Just for this turn.
I'll chain Caesar.
All right. Caesar's going to try and destroy the Vanquish Soul start, and it does resolve.
So important because the Vanquish Soul start could protect from the Razem column, whatever comes down there. So now Timothy has to be very careful. I mean, it's pretty obvious there's that one column that you just avoid, but it could come up. I love the introduction of columns to the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. I know it's been a while since we've had them, but Vanquish Soul really is one of those decks that shows you the game design potential of it in a really satisfying way.
Huh? Do I know your whole hand? It's Raisin, Mad Love.
You do not know just the random draw.
Oh yeah, the random draw that you got. Oh, there's still the random draw.
Yes.
Yep.
There's been some great communication between these two players. Just being very open and honest about exactly how many cards in the hand have been revealed. They kind of both keep track of it really well.
Sure.
The match where it can be really challenging. You basically know the entire 6 cards in your opponent's hand the whole time, because see, like that Holly Suit just bounces to hand. It's kind of, you have to keep track that it's there and the attribute that it is. It's been really great that they've been with open lines of communication, constantly talking about the number of unknowns, the number of cards things like that.
Heavy Borger just burns for 15. Timothy is still behind in life points with 1 minute left on the clock. You're going to have to get in for at least 400 or 301 damage in order to take this one. We're going battle.
Yeah, you can attack over the Mad Love here.
That's one way to do it. I think Trent maybe, because that was normal summon, so it has to be in attack mode.
And there's no field spell to protect either on either side of the field now.
Yeah, I wonder if it wasn't able to bounce that for the Caesar Valleys for any reason.
Okay.
And we're trying to clear the Holly Suit to prevent Trent from having a reaction. All Trent needs to do in the next 30 seconds is get to your own... Actually, no, you do need to do more than get to your Heavy Borger, because checked. Timothy can always check yours. I think Timothy might have this.
At least game 2, because if Timothy wins game 2, we will be going to a game 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And a game 3 in the mirror, whoever gets Borger first just wins, basically.
And it doesn't mean who goes first, because there's plenty of ways to access Borger on your
right?
opponent's first
It's
turn.
crazy.
Yeah, they're all main phase effects, but I was almost going to say, like, you could win your opponent's draw phase. You can't.
Yeah.
These are all main phase effects, but for a split second, I'm like, wow, that would be really funny. If
Could
it's
you
like,
imagine?
in your draw phase.
Yeah. Well, hold up.
It's like, yeah, not like if Timothy drew Holly Sue, but maybe Trent didn't have it in hand. And
yeah, that's fine.
And that's
they-
time on the round here, so let's see if
Yeah.
the judges call it or if there were any time extensions added for any of the questions asked earlier.
So finish phase.
Yep, so they're going to finish the phase. Timothy's going to be ahead in life here in game 2, so he will take game number 2, and we'll be moving on to a game 3.
Finish.
Where I'm pretty sure it's first damage.
Yep.
Well, I can't.
But it was in draw
But the
phase.
big thing is if this game ends in time, these players will not be able to side deck going into game number 3. They will have to go in with how their decks are prepared for this game.
Trent's confirming with the judges. They asked what phase. He said draw phase. It's at the end of draw phase. I have nothing else to do. Judges are confirming. So expectation is we're going to a game 3. We'll wait for final confirmation from the judges, but
There was also no slow play in this match at all.
Yeah, this was
There
literally
constant
both
fighting
decks.
action.
Strap in, everybody, because again, Vanquish Soul will only get more popular as the expectation with more sets coming out here shortly.
Timothy being informed he is the game 2 winner.
Yeah, there we go.
Is it do we
they're
check
trying
life
to make
points
sure they
at
know
the
the
end of every
rules.
end turn, or is it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4?
I also like, the one time that I think Timothy stopped to think, it was all of maybe 25 seconds.
Yeah.
So we assume
Which is,
we're
for some
definitely-
duelists, their natural pace of play.
Yeah, a very, very well played from both of these
siding.
duelists.
So
There we
no
go.
unsiding or
So game
residing.
2 win
Just keep it as is.
confirmed for Timothy right there, and that means that we will no side go into a game 3. It will be Trent to decide which side they want, or if they want to go first or second. I'm going to assume first.
Yeah, they just have to go first.
Yeah. Or actually, we're getting
they're gonna
confirmation
roll dice
here.
and
Roll
highest goes
dice.
first,
Highest
actually.
goes first. So it's always important to know your tournament rules. Thank you for confirming with us. But what a way to start the top 64. The bracket stage. Both of these duelists have gone through 12 rounds of Swiss over the last 2 days. And now in their first round, they're going 2 times. They get a roll dice. Highest roll chooses if they want to go first or second.
We're getting 4.
The choice will be very clear to go first.
Yeah.
One thing to note, we actually talked about it a little bit earlier today, the winner of this duel will be earning themselves
I could be a
stamp
100 life
card
point
trooper.
at the end of
True.
the
They'll be making to the top 32.
That's very sweet, and that's going to have that WCQ logo on it as well, so it's going to be a little more special.
More important than that even is that it is the first ever stamped cards given out for prizing for a TCG event. So that's
very
pretty cool.
exciting.
Part of
Here in
history.
North America.
Part of history
Yeah.
here in North
Yeah.
America. Yeah, true. Yeah, as there were in some in South America.
But yeah, I mean, this is kind of cool. It really even has more of like that fighting game kind of style. Like when the time runs out, and like a
Yeah,
fighting
overtime.
game, you check who, like, oh, which characters have more lives remaining. That's going to be the one that's going to be able to move
Sudden
on.
death.
Yeah, sudden death.
there you
Some
go.
games
That needs
is
to
like
be one of the
first hit
cards.
wins.
Vanquish Soul, sudden death.
That actually would be a great one. All right.
I know.
Well,
So
don't
do
give
we
Billy too
take
many
a break,
ideas.
like between the things.
Well, we would have a
for the
question mark or
production,
a
we just go
exclamation?
right
It's got to be an
Yeah,
exclamation point.
exclamation
Yeah. I know, no, but it's shocking. So both.
Both. Yes.
Sudden death?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Both.
All right. They know our contact information if they want to get in touch with us for any event.
Okay.
All right. Getting ready for duel number 3. And again, it will come down to a dice roll. The higher number gets to choose if they want first or second.
This definitely favors Timothy a little bit because Trent lost that game number 2, but now Timothy having that opportunity to go first despite winning game number 2.
It will be weird, Trent, though, drawing the Mulcharmies going first. I mean, it could help Hurley, we already talked about, but it's just going to have a weird combination of cards in his deck because, he sided to go second because he went second in game 2.
Exactly.
But if you were to win this roll,
Specific
he's
is
going
allowed
to
to
elect to go first. Now, I don't know how many cards in his side deck might burn life points, for instance. I know sometimes you look at the side deck and you see cards like Solemn Strike, Solemn Judgment. Actually, Solemn Warning has regained some popularity this weekend.
Oh, wow.
Those are obviously not cards, though, you want in
Not in this
Vanquish Soul.
situation.
Sudden Death.
Game 3, sudden death fight. Trent versus Timothy. Let's see the dice roll. Higher roll gets to choose if they want first or second. That's an 8 for Trent. Good start there. Timothy gets a 10. That is higher.
I'll go first.
All right.
Good sportsmanship from both duelists. A fist bump to start the end. Timothy decides to go first. 5 cards for the draw. And again, it just really comes down to who can get that heavy Borger first. And we do have a drop phase Perulia from Trent.
We have a Call by the Grave, alternate art, quarter-century secret rare, though.
Yes.
Okay, I do think
he doesn't choose to activate it, though.
I do think they will be able to finish out the turn, so it's not going to be immediately when first damage is going to happen, but they will check the life points at the end of the turn, and whoever has higher life points.
So there's a chance that we Heavy Burger check each other
and we're gonna,
in turn 1.
But then the person who goes second wins, because they would get to Borger.
Yep, so they're going to go 0, 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
and then
okay.
check it. So they're similar to the old one.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great then. Especially in a matchup with Heavy Borger, we don't want Turbo Heavy Borger to be the determining factor.
I mean, I think we're still going to see a lot of that Heavy Borger, but we do see Timothy going first.
Yeah.
But there is a Mulcharmy Perulia as well.
Yes.
Yep,
And
exactly.
because this is going to be longer than just that singleton turn, that Perulia is going to have a huge effect.
Raisin effect search is fine.
Okay. So we will get the Raisin search. Sacred Soul got to the Mad Love. Raisin now here, getting to the Holly Sue. And that Perulia can get so many draws versus Vanquish Soul in particular. This is a fantastic deck, but one of the weaknesses is you do get hit heavy by that Perulia.
I'm curious if these players were told in very clear detail exactly how long this was going to last, because he's elected not to use that Call by the Grave.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I feel like you would just Call by the Grave Perulia.
Activate Rock on summon to add back the grave.
I'll change.
Ooh, look at
Oh,
this.
DD
Oh.
Crow. We talked about how there's a lot of cool cards that you can use for those attributes that you
That's
need.
the
But
call
there's
by.
the Called by the Grave.
That is fair. Maybe he considered this more valuable. And that's really just for DD Crow, because it's not like that's a dark monster or a light monster.
Because you have the Rosin now, you can get to, you know, Xiaolong, you can get to Caesar Valleys, you can get Heavy Borg, you can get to everything with Holly Sue and Rosin.
Yes.
That goes back. We have so many attributes. We have Fire, Earth, and Dark in hand.
No
And
Holly
it doesn't
Sue.
seem like a lot, but like the Rosin can get there.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, maybe he just considered, you know what, I'm not going to play that much into Perulia because it doesn't look like Trent drew very much.
Yeah. I believe he searched the Holly Sue off the Rosin, so we can always Holly Sue on our opponent's turn when the Perulia is no longer affecting us.
Oh, here's going to be that alt-art Pod of Extravagance.
I like how they're not all the alt-arts, but he
No.
has at least one of them here in the deck.
Maybe he's
That's a
working
good
for
looking
a
card.
full
I will
play
have 4
set.
after, yeah.
You have 4 now, and then you'll have 6.
Well, I have 5 now. Like,
Oh, yeah,
I've
including
activated
the
one,
extra.
yeah.
Yep. Sure.
He's drawn Pot of Extravagance every single one of these games.
Yeah.
It could be the difference maker here in this mirror match.
Why you
When
play
you're-
3?
Yeah, 3 of in a slim 40-card deck. Not unheard of to draw it that many times.
I wonder if he's ever banished all 3 copies
Yeah.
of Rock of the Vanquisher.
Could you imagine if you banish your entire extra deck for Pot of Extravagance?
Well, if it drew 3.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can play
Maybe.
Domain Monarchs or something
Yeah,
like
true.
that.
Oh,
Like, I
yeah.
don't need this anymore.
Honestly, that would be a buff for some decks, yeah.
Pot of Extravagance, activate domain.
Monarchs did just get new cards. There's a brand new Monarch in Duelist Advance as well.
All right, so 2 extra cards in hand. Trent also drew 1 from the Perulia. So that should be, I believe, in total...
I think he has a 7 card
7
hand.
cards, yeah. This would be 6 for turn plus 1.
So summoning right there underneath the rock, like we talked about in the previous game, you want to threaten the columns.
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, Holly Sue can always reveal the Rosin. With Rosin and Mad Love in hand, that's Fire Dark, which is the combination, I believe, to summon from deck for the Holly Sue. So then you can get into Borger that way. Or you can get into another Rosin to get into, like, Borger in hand or something.
In a time scenario, you would have thinking that like Timothy would try really hard to get a Borger on the field as fast as he
Right?
could. But
Yeah.
Resolution.
not the case, but Trent is getting access to Heavy Borger as fast as possible.
Yes, and Borger requires an Earth and Fire in hand, so if you have Mad Love Holly Sue, or rather Mad Love Rosin in hand, that's not enough. You need to get an Earth in hand. Yeah.
He's going to go to battle and just attack over the Rock of the Vanquisher.
Wow. Inflicting the first amount of damage.
Looks like he's thinking about activating Stake Your Soul. Yep. This is a reveal a monster. You can summon a Vanquish Soul of the same attribute. Reveals that Heavy Borger, so he's looking to summon Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove.
So that signaled to me that we're in main phase 2, because we battle phase... Oh, no, we just used Rosin's effect to destroy, didn't we? I think we might still be...
I mean, that was definitely possible.
Okay.
I would have
It
been
looked-
very surprised.
It looked like he picked up and attacked me, but
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
not.
Unnecessary. I think because it's a normal spell for Sacred Soul, we're still in main phase 1. And we're going to go into the Mad Love and defense position.
So I know what in Raisin Burger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Things are not looking good here for Timothy.
No. still has a plays in hand to go for. I'm just the attribute combination is so important for Vanquish Soul, and with the Holly Sue plus a fire and an earth in hand, it could be tough. There might be ways that I'm just not thinking of to get there, so don't count him out yet.
In hand, so he could filter his hand if,
that is good.
If he's able to special summon it.
A Rock the Vanquisher hits the field.
Yes, exactly. I love Phantasme.
It's such a good card.
Yeah, unfortunately, for Phantasme, the Vanquish Souls don't target, so it doesn't get that sort of added bonus, but otherwise it is a card I really like.
Ooh, I'm going to
look
try
at
and
this.
activate the Snow Devil.
Oh, we had that set.
I think
Okay.
I want to summon from hand.
Okay.
And this is in response to the activation of Vanquish Soul start, so it won't be able to protect the Vanquish Souls, and he's going to get to inflict some of that damage.
And potentially special summon a Vanquish Soul from his hand as well.
And that's very important because he can go for Rosin. Rosin can search, and now that can get to the Earth attribute that he would want after Holly Sue leaves his hand.
The start, because it's a replacement effect.
So probably a Caesar Valius.
It's on activation, so it hasn't resolved yet.
Yeah, they're just clarifying that because it's not really an activated effect. It's just a kind of that unique
It
replacement
still needs
effect.
to resolve.
Yeah, but the card hasn't resolved yet.
It's just not the card's not
technically on the
officially
field.
on the field yet.
Okay, okay.
It's kind of like if you chain Royal Decree.
Yeah.
This is why I thought maybe he went into battle first. Like,
Yes.
you know, get some damage, take out the Rock of the Vanquisher. Because chances are the only trap card in their deck that they're going to have instead is going to be that Vanquish Soul.
Yeah.
But that's it. He realizes he's
Wow.
not going to be able to get another Raziel monster on the field. We saw Holly Sue after Holly Sue in game
That's
1
crazy.
and 2. No Holly Sues for either player here in game 3. And Timothy is going to, I would almost say, steal this match.
Yeah, congratulations to Timothy. A back and forward battle between these two, and it all ends with a single flip of Vanquish Soul Snow Devil.
Yeah.
Just incredible between these two players. I mean, they both played quickly, an excellent duel between this mirror match, but man, ending up there in time in game number 3, just an epic conclusion to an awesome match.
Class act from both of the duelists as well.
Yeah, these two duelists, incredibly respectful during the course of the match. I really appreciated the fact that they were declaring their phases, asking if it's an open game state, would you like to activate a quick effect? Because that's just really what these two decks rely on, really what this single deck relies on. It's timing everything appropriately, and as long as there's those open lines of communication, we're not going to have to stop and wonder, like, was that draw phase, standby phase? Were we still in the main phase where I can activate a Vanquish Soul? Were you protecting? Had that resolved? Yeah, these players' communication, I think, was really pivotal for this just really wonderful back-and-forth match that we were able to witness.
And again, just such an exciting match, too. I mean, we've seen the Raziel Mitsurugi mirrors. We've seen the Malice mirrors. Now, we can say we've seen a Vanquished Soul mirror, and I fully expect this deck to be you know, only more and more popular as more sets come out. It's already strong, but I definitely want to make sure I'm picking up my play sets of these cards because they look fantastic. It's so much fun to play. And yeah, I mean these guys really showing us how to do it.
Yeah, and we talked about the comparisons all weekend. I mean, this isn't like my opinion, but I heard from other players out there on the floor that the Vanquish Soul deck is reminding a lot of players of the tier limit strategy about how much they can play on their opponent's turn. And watching this mirror match, I'm getting what they're talking about, those vibes where both players are so invested into the game no matter whose turn it is. A lot of back and forth, but that can create some of the most fun Yu-Gi-Oh! There is to play.
You know, Dominic Couch, a really well-known player, didn't end up playing this weekend, but I spoke to him and I asked, you know, what deck do you think you were going to play this weekend? He said Vanquish Souls.
No hesitation?
No hesitation, 100% Vanquish Souls. So you can clearly see that there were some top players who we've seen on the Feature Match Arena before who, although they may not have ended up playing in the event this weekend, consider this a top-tier choice.
Yeah.
It definitely seems that way after seeing these two players put on a showcase in this mirror match. And they went to time, but played so quickly. And I think this might have been the feature match setting the world record for the amount of cards revealed. I mean, now that Vanquish
We'll
Soul
have
is
to check
just...
their tapes,
Yeah, we'll check the tapes, but it was pretty close. It was like reveal back and forth, reveal.
And think of the
just
implications
incredible.
of this match on the top cut and kind of what the decks we expect to see. We haven't even seen Gem Knight on stream yet, but we've heard that they were doing very well. Now we have Vanquish Soul doing well. We've already seen Mitsurugi Raziel, all the various Raziel builds. Malice doing well. Goblin bikers were winning feature matches. So it's so cool the variety of decks that we have right now in this top cut.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something that we haven't talked about is Gem Knights are still out there. There are multiple in top cut, very unexpected. But Jackie is standing by with our winner for the interview, so we'll go ahead and toss it to Jackie. Take it away.
That's right, Timothy, you survived. You are moving on to top 32. How are you feeling? Oh, the crowd, the applause, I love you.
I'm definitely a little relieved. It was definitely a tough back and forth, so a lot of burn damage and a lot of small plays that I really had to focus on.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about that back and forth. We had that mirror match there. Were you nervous at all, or were you like anticipating stuff? Like, walk me through the whole process.
Yeah, so definitely pretty complicated for the mirror match. I was really kind of relieved because I had played a lot of mirror matches today, but his hand was very good in the first game and mine wasn't, so I was a little bit kind of not sure if I could make it, but I'm happy I was able to pull it out in the end for sure.
Was there a point for you where you're like, oh, okay, I got this. This is mine.
Yeah, as soon as I resolved that trap card in game 3, I think being able to wipe his board and kind of deal some damage and really take control of the match, I think kind of sealed it for me. Yeah.
Okay, and this is your first time on stage, so what was that experience like?
It's definitely different than I imagined. I kind of thought I'd be more nervous just because I'm up on stage and people are watching, but for the most part with just being focused on the match and everybody kind of watching from a little bit far away, it's not much different. It's definitely a very cool experience, though.
Okay, so you zoned in. Are you getting back on the stage later?
I hope so. I really hope so. Maybe. I'll try my best.
Okay, what's the game plan and strategy moving forward?
I think just to focus on, what I practiced in testing and my matchups, make sure I kind of execute all the small plays and just keep it kind of light. I know it's a game, so just try to relax.
Okay, great. Just the game. Okay, it was pretty intense. But is there any shout outs? Say hi to your friends over there. Hi.
So definitely shout out to my friends over there, Team Priority Phase. I work at my card store, Green Tree Sports Cards in Pittsburgh, and then also shout out to Top Deck Cards and Games in Pittsburgh and Card Quest in New York.
Anything you want to say to the chat?
No. No.
All right, let's hear it for Timothy, everybody. Sending it back to our casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jack. Yeah. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. Chat. I wasn't doing it for chat. I was doing it for the locals, local legends back home. Yeah.
Yeah, funny to hear, but man, what an excellent start to our top 64. And now Timothy's moving on to top 32. But that was quite the match. I mean, he talked about how intricate the mirror match actually is. And I don't think I haven't seen one in a while, but with Holly Sue going back and forth, that was some crazy stuff.
If you really appreciate just the nature of grinding your opponent out with these small interactions that aren't overwhelming them in one single play, but just incrementally, a bounce here, a pop there, a destruction here, where honestly any small little misstep from either of those opponents over the course of multiple chain links and interactions, you can set yourself behind. If that's the type of Yu-Gi-Oh! You like to play, you should be looking at Banker Souls.
And again, the fact that we had the mirror match, I think is so cool because, again, I just said it before we threw the interview, the amount of decks. I mean, we can even throw like Orcus Mermail into there, like so many decks being piloted at this NAWCQ that you have to be prepared for so many different matchups. And I feel like that, when you're in an environment like that where the field is so varied, that's when really like the high, I don't want to say high IQ because I feel like everyone here is intelligent enough to play this card game, but that's when really like the high level of play comes out because you have to know so many different decks and how your deck interacts with them. The mirror match, sometimes some of the harder ones because of how these effects can stack on top of each other.
And definitely, and they're like interactive effects too, like take control of your opponent's lowest, stat monster, destroy your opponent's monster. It's not like, I'm going to negate that card, I'm going to negate that card, and now you have no cards left in hand, I negated all of them. It's much more back and forth, which also is reminiscent of tier limits.
Yeah.
The decks work completely different, but there are the parallels you can draw between the powerful decks like of all time in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game.
I was playing Sprite back then, though. So.
But I remember
I'm sorry.
You'd either watch or play against tier elements, and you'd think, okay, how many cards in hand? 6 still? It's really 6. This
discarded phase?
Yeah, Banker Souls, it's, I just don't need these. I got 8 cards in hand during my days.
We discarded a Mulch Army because of hand size during that duel. That was crazy.
It's pretty funny to see. We do want to talk about something exciting that's going on. This is the NAWCQ. We already have 2 people going to the World Championship, 4 more to go, and we are going to have the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship 2025 celebration event. That's right. It's going to take place August 30th to September 14th, and it's going to be held at participating OTS in North, Central, and South America. That's right. It's going to be your opportunity to get that beautiful Breaker the Magical Warrior and Mirror Force, and of course they're en français.
I was about to say, I thought you knew how to speak French. I thought you should be pronouncing these.
Let's hear Billy's best shot. Come on.
Force de Mirror.
There we go, yeah.
The Breaker one I can't read.
Let's just hope Stephen Darling didn't hear that, yeah.
I know you've never heard this before, but Breaker, oh, here we go. François le Guerrier Magique, Ultraite. but that's my best shot I got for you guys.
All right, round of applause for Billy, everybody.
High school friends, over a decade ago. I'm doing my best, but I'll be there and trying to get my hands on these cards.
I don't think you're invited to Paris anymore, actually.
No,
I think they're going to...
I got to stay home now, unfortunately. Jinx. But no, Breaker is one of my favorite cards of all time. I know I got a lot of them, but, Billy Break, Summon Breaker, broke their
a lot of Mirror Forces.
Oh, it's happened.
Oh, is that what you're named after?
It is what I'm named after, even though it's spelled just, a little differently.
Last name also,
but I always felt the connection with Breaker. I'm like, this is me personified in a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
I think it's important to note, though, you actually get them no matter where you are in French. So even if you attend this in North America, South America, Central America, you're getting it in French to represent the fact that the World Championship is happening, as we saw on Friday from Julian, in France.
Yeah, and they're like variant artworks, a little bit to look kind of like museum-esque, like they're, paintings. You see it kind of there on that Breaker and the Mirror Force as well.
Yeah.
Just absolutely incredible cards.
And you know where you can also use those cards? At the Ultimate Time Wizard events, at any YCSs or at regionals, or I guess. Well, yes, you can also use those. Maybe not, if you're trying to, top it at YCS.
Mirror Force is always, it's always a good one.
True. Do we have a Breaker deck? We just need to link one for Breaker. That's it.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. It could be the next thing just right around the corner.
What's the spell counter field spell again? Endymion?
Magical Citadel.
There we go.
Endymion.
There we go. Searches that one. Yeah, we solved it.
It could be the case.
Make Breaker a starter. Can you imagine that? A good going second starter. Destroy Speller, trap card,
actually...
link one into some other...
Wait, you might be onto something.
I know,
there.
I might be onto something.
Shit, well, not going to give away all the secrets just
Again,
yet.
you know how to get in contact with me and Joe if you're serious about any of our thoughts.
You'll never find me.
Yeah. Was it Game Over? Or no, Sudden Death.
Sudden Death.
Sudden Death?
But it's been an awesome weekend so far. We've seen some incredible duelists with incredible decks, and we're going to continue on this train until we find out the other 4 players who are going to be going to the North American World Championship qualifier. We're going to have a cool trophy ceremony before we jump into our next round, so you don't want to go anywhere to see these Dragon Duelists and who won the Dragon Duel Championship. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
There is so much to do at the NAWCQ and so much to buy. Obviously, you can get the latest card set. Do you need Duelist Advance? We got you covered. Ooh, how about a Duelist portfolio? Kawaii! Dark Magician Girl, I need this in my life. Double Kawaii. Look at this card case. Oh. Ash Blossom on the back. Okay, do I have a budget? Because I want all of this. Look at these mats. Oh, Seto Kaiba, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, card sleeves. You can never have enough of those. And plushies. All the plushies your little heart could desire. My goodness, it's so soft. Yugi Boy! Ooh, I really want to get that t-shirt over there, too. How much can I spend again? Welcome back. It is time for our Dragon Duel winner ceremony. We begin with our judges. I would like to call to our stage our head judge, Aaron, and then assistant judge, Mike. Let's hear it for our judges, everybody. They will be handing out the trophies to our winners. Let's hear it for our winners all on stage right now. We begin with our quarterfinalists. Our quarterfinalist in 8th place, Zephyr. Our quarterfinalist in 7th place, Gregory. Our quarterfinalist in 6th place, Tomas. And in 5th place, Gabriel. Our quarterfinalists. Let's hear it for our semifinalists now. Now to our semifinalists. Our semifinalist in 4th place, Myson. And our semifinalist in 3rd place, Michael. Again, let's hear it for our semifinalists. Now to our finalist in 2nd place, it is Luis. And last, but certainly not least, our Dragon Duel Champion, everybody, Andrew C. Our champion wins a trip to Japan at Jump Festa, a day at an amusement park in Tokyo, a complete set of Alliance Insight and Supreme Darkness, plus so much more. Again, one more round of applause for our champion. And another round of applause for all of our winners up here on the stage, our young duelists. All right, let's give them one more cheer, right, everybody? Get loud. Here we go. All right, we will be right back. We're going to take a quick break. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back, Duel fans. We are here with the top 32 for the NAWCQ. As always, my name is Steven Rodriguez, and I'm joined by the lovely Stephen Darling.
Thanks, Fram. And I gotta say, this has been like an incredible tournament so far, but that last Vanquish Soul mirror match, going down to the wire like that, oh, just good Yu-Gi-Oh! And the good news is, we've got plenty of great Yu-Gi-Oh! For you, so why don't we go ahead and throw to Kangas on the stage.
Thank you very much, everybody. Only 32 duelists remain here at the NAWCQ, so please join me in welcoming to the feature match stage for our top 32 in the blue chair from Lafayette, Colorado, dedicating this match to his friends from Denver and Seattle, Xingyu Zhang! And his opponent today in the red chair from Bampa, Idaho, in his first ever top cut, dedicating this match to Austin Ober, who told him to read the cards in his deck before the match, Isaiah Estrada III. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
So do not blink, because if you do, you'll miss the fact that that is Gem Knight, Gem Knight, Gem Knight being played by Isaiah. That's incredible, just pure Gem Knights making it this far in the tournament. But Xingyu from Lafayette is certainly no slouch either, using Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. Oh my goodness, what a match.
Oh yeah, this is going to be super exciting to see. I've heard some murmurs about Gem Knight throughout the tournament. There were a number of players that actually made it into top 64, but I believe Isaiah is our only one that is left remaining. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure.
No, last I checked, I think you're absolutely correct. This is the last hope for Gem Knight warriors everywhere. So cheer on Isaiah if you want to see this brand new deck, because again, it's giving out Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem with all these brand new cards. Not every TCG region has this, so it's really exciting to see how powerful this deck is once duelists get their hand on it.
Yeah, the brand new Master Diamond as well as the Neparim, I think, are really awesome additions that increase the consistency. And a few months back, we did have the unforbidding of Gem Knight Fusion, now back to 1 in the TCG, so it'll be really exciting to see if that rears its little head again.
Well, they are known for additional normal summons, and there certainly are plenty of cool effects to be seen here. I do love that there's a similar shout out to maybe their past lives as Gem Knights, because like, oh, the effect damage you'll deal this main phase has had, because these Gem Knights are not your grandfather's Gem Knights. They're the latest Gem Knights doing battle damage, no effect damage here.
Yeah, I think I heard murmurs that, like, it's a go second deck almost. So, like, we'll know for sure depending on if Xingyu wins the dice roll and just lets his opponent go first, whether that's actually true. But either way, I think I'm excited to see these gems fly.
Definitely, certainly a shining deck indeed. But also interesting to see the list that Xingyu has been piloting. Again, seeing, well, I won't spoil any surprises, but it is really cool to see that. And oh, goodness. I'm seeing some weird, oh my, okay. Sorry, we're just checking out the deck list here.
I just saw something funny.
I see something, man, this is going to be a match to remember for sure. So I'm going to stop yapping here and just get ready to commentate the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game at its highest level. But both these duels are locked in again. They are in top 32, obviously just a few rounds away, a few matches away, to getting into the spot, right? You want to be in the top 4 so you can be sent off to Paris, France, in order to compete on behalf of North America in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. And man, can you imagine doing it on Gem Knight? Not to say that Xingyu's not going to make it, but if Isaiah's made it Gem Knights, oh, it just neat to see new decks.
Talk about bragging rights, right? He's just the best.
Would be wild to see it. So with that in mind, why don't we go into game 1 of the top 32 here in Indiana.
Just a reminder that this is going to be 45 minutes, best 2 out of 3 between Isaiah on the right and Xingyu on the left. There we go. I see 5, and then Isaiah is going to be rolling. That's a 10.
I'll go second.
I'll go second. He said I'll go second. I knew it. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so exciting. These are always my favorite games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the amount of pain that your opponent must be experiencing when you're like, what? Why did he just say that? Why did he just say that?
Is this man on Tenpai? What could he be playing?
Yes. He's on Rock Tenpai today.
Well, let's go ahead and see what Xingyu has for his opening move. He's going to start off with Lacrima the Crimson Tears. Going to go and send Fiendsmith card to the graveyard, and it looks like it's going to be Fiendsmith Engraver this time.
I know we're getting really excited about, ooh, I wonder what Isaiah is going to do with this Gem Knight deck. But let's not forget, he's playing against probably one of the strongest combinations of archetypes in this entire format. Fiendsmith, Mitsurugi, and Ryziel. He has to be watching out for scary things at every corner. And going second, that probably means you're playing a more board breaker focused deck and just sort of letting your opponent play. And that can be really dangerous depending on how hard Xingyu could go this turn.
Well, getting a little bit of a look at the deck there, but we're going to go ahead and bring out Fiendsmith Engraver in defense mode. So 3 Light Fiends already in the graveyard, feeling pretty good so far, especially if you're going to Fusion Summon later.
Yep, so far I think it's business as usual when it comes to the Fiendsmith engine. Isaiah is just, I believe, thinking here in response to the Requiem effect to equip. believe we're going to let that go through. Oh, no, we're actually using the Engraver effect to summon itself out. And we're going to chain to that Molcharmy Meows. Not normally a Molcharmy you see all the time in the main deck, but has been probably a really cool tech inclusion for dealing with decks like Malice in the format. But getting a free draw here off this Engraver feels pretty good.
You have to imagine if you're running Molcharmy Meows in a Go second deck, you're expecting to see Malice and Fiendsmith-based decks as the predominant decks in the format. Again, special summoning from Graveyard. There are a couple of other decks, again, that are special summoning from the Banishment, like we mentioned, Malice. So it's a nice all-rounder Molcharmy. You're usually going to get something out of it.
I mean, and that also could mean that he's playing all three of them, right? Because if you're going to be blind seconding all day, Molcharmies are the best ways in order to kind of enable the amount of cards you might need to break through the biggest boards possible.
Well, speaking of big boards, we did get our Fiendsmith sequence here. We are going to sequence our plays. Looks like we're just going to fuse all three now and go ahead and make Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Yep, one of the, I believe we had 3 light fiends, one of them being a Fiendsmith Engraver. So there he is, the big boy. Once we equip that sequence, it'll have the potential to negate multiple things. But it looks like we were going straight for a Link 3 right there, but I think we decided against it as Jinyu. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and equip straight to the Desiree the sequence. We're going to set a card, and we're going to pass. There's not that much going on here. Maybe not wanting to play into the Meowls any further, but now it's over to Isaias. And the question on everyone's mind at home, what is he about to do?
This will be, I think, our first Gem Knight feature match throughout the entire weekend. A very popular deck. Just kind of like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Underground scene, right? Not too many people activating these card effects, but let's start off with activating Gem Armadillo.
I believe that's just the standard on-summon search for a gem card monster, if I remember correctly, but it will be met with Ash Blossom, so the effect will not actually resolve.
Would have gotten you a Gem Knight monster, but not if Ash Blossom has anything to say. Oh, the triple tactics thrust.
Classic Go Second shenanigans, am I right? Monster effect activated in the main phase while you control a monster. I'm going to activate thrust, and right now Shinyu's like, if I don't Desiree this, you might just get a card that I'm forced to Desiree. I like the patience here of allowing the thrust to happen, because if a card that he's searching for is really scary, you can just Desiree that.
Well, it looks like we might be selecting... Oh, he has Shadow Fusion.
Did anyone see that? Did anyone see Shadow Fusion right there?
I think the stream definitely did. We may be bringing Shadows back to the top cut.
Hey, Steven, is Desiree an extra deck monster?
You know, last I checked, I think it is.
Interesting. Shadow Fusion, interesting.
So Shadow actually an integral part of many Duelists' road to the World Championship. Shadow mirror matches were all the rage in the recent speed duel qualifiers on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. But to see Shadow Fusion in somebody's deck in the top 32 of the NAWCQ, holy moly. And speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and, I think, burn off some cards here. Activating Forbidden Droplet.
This is amazing from Isaias here. Sending the, I believe it's called
Nephirim, yes.
to the graveyard here, and not allowing him to respond with Desiree to just go ahead and negate the Desiree's effect and have access to this talents that can either draw 2 cards, take the Desiree, do whatever else he needs to, is going to be super big.
Nephirim.
So Gem Knight Nephirim, of course, you know, when it's summoned, you can go ahead and add a Gem Knight card from your deck to your hand, except Nephirim, of course. But any effect damage your opponent takes during the main phase this turn is half, so we're going to have to do a battle damage. So but during your main phase, you can immediately, after the effect resolves, normal summon a card, and if it's sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, which it just was from the Forbidden Droplet, you can send a card from your hand to the graveyard. If you do, special summon it back to the field.
Ooh, so we get a free body, and we get to turn off the Desiree, and we have a triple tactics talent in our hand. I think Isaias is going for something big here this turn.
This is really exciting to see how much of an impact. We talked about Duelist Advance, but Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem, right? We're seeing Gem Knights in the top cut. We have seen Orchest everywhere. It's really neat to be able to see all these different decks that have been supported. There's even a Punk deck in the top 32, which means they probably are using some of the new Punk cards in Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem as well. So a lot of new stuff appearing in this format.
Yep, and we just added Gem Knight Dispersion to our hand as we're Isaiah, so be sure to be on the lookout for that. I do believe we get an additional normal summon here of this Gem Armadillo, which I do believe they're not once per turn cards, so you can keep searching for Gem Knights.
Nobody thought you'd be normal summoning 2 Gem Knight monsters, but literally this deck is built around it now, and so Nephirim's additional effect there for that extra normal summon allowed finally the Armadillo to get through.
And we added Gem Knight Holocore to our hand.
Okay, Arrowhead's confirmed. The materials are 2 monsters. What are we link summoning here?
Oh, that's just going to be Quartz? Yep, there it is. Gem Knight Phantom Quartz. This card on summon will let you get another search of a Gem Knight card, and it'll allow you to fusion summon. But we're just going to go ahead and concede as Jinyu. He's like, I've seen enough. I know what the Master Diamond does, even if I don't need to experience it. Being able to summon multiple monsters in a single turn, all from the extra deck. The damage is about to be insane if you're Isaias. And Jinyu's like, right on the wall. Let's go to game 2.
He's got a little wry smile on his face. Didn't even have to activate that triple tactics talent. Just really good go second play. And that's scary technically because if you're in Jinyu's position, you already got to go first, and it didn't even matter.
Right? Like, it's like, what do you choose now? You force your opponent to go first, but it's not like Gem Knights, I don't think, have nothing to do. We have additional normal summons. They can link climb with the best of them. I don't think anything actually restricts them to only fusion summoning, so who knows what other access someone like Isaias could have as the games continue here. It'd be really exciting to see.
That is an interesting restriction. You know, most restrictions on a Yu-Gi-Oh card are about what the deck does best, and it's funny to see that the Gem Knights restriction are like, hey, no effect damage, or at least half it down. You calm that stuff down. So the fact that, you know, all of these pilots of these Gem Knight decks were able to bring a battle phase-based deck just shows the creativity, of course, but it shows you just a few new cards in your favorite deck can really rocket your tournament record.
Yeah, and I believe what Isaias was going to go for there was the brand new Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion, which basically lets him summon 3 more Gem Knight fusion monsters, and the damage you can get with that is just insane and more than enough to win most games in an open board state like Jinyu was left with. And so he's just like, I'm not going to do the motions here. So I really love that heads-up play of giving you as much time as possible. We've seen that time and time again this weekend. Duelists want to stay in their rhythm. I don't want to give my opponent the joy of doing their full big combo just to wipe me out when I can just go into game 2 and try to get the momentum back in my favor.
It was one of my favorite comments from James Markowitz, one of our World Championship representatives who qualified in the World's Qualifying Points Playoff on Friday. Just not to let your opponent keep having the rhythm. Why just sit there and stare watching your opponent play more cards? You're like, you know what? Stop what you're doing. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go into my first turn. I'm going to figure this out. But I am very curious to see if Shinyu ends up making Isaias go first, just to kind of offset the same rhythm we're talking about.
And to be fair, too, it's not like Jinyu got to do that much during his turn. He just did like a very basic Fiendsmith combo, got to Desiree, and that was kind of the bulk of his interaction besides the Ash Blossom in hand. Isaias was able to play through that. So maybe if you're Jinyu, you think to yourself, well, if I do my other stuff, like my Mitsurugi effects or my Raizio effects, maybe all this Gem Knight chicanery I can deal with. And so he might feel more confident going first now that he knows fully what to expect from some of these cards.
Well, it'll be interesting to see because he didn't see the full combo, but it might just mean that Shinyu is familiar with Gem Knights. And a lot of duelists are not familiar with this new deck since only about a month ago when the set dropped. But Gem Knights have made top cuts before and various different shapes and sizes, so it's neat. I know they're a Gem Knight fan just cheering as loud as they can at home.
And I'm sure it was really nice to see all those new cards from Monster Mayhem supporting really cool dual terminal decks like the Gem Knights, and having them come back in this really cool way here on the biggest stage for the North American competitive season, I think is just super exciting.
I know I keep saying it, and I know chat's like, oh no, here he goes again, but this is a genuine proof of concept that you can play something that you might call off format, right? This deck isn't what I should use. This is not the fashion I'll wear. But the truth is, if you know what your deck does and you know that it has an interesting interaction against the best competitive decks, it does something different, and maybe your opponents don't know, and that can get you that ticket to Paris. That can get you that top, those trophies, those prizes, the legendary status in the duelist community. So, hey, maybe Isaias is going to teach people, play what you want, play what you think is good.
Good jewelry is always in style.
Oh,
as we can learn from the Gem
jokes.
Knights.
Hey!
They rock.
Oh, they do rock.
I've got
unless
more.
they're Master Diamond because he can't summon rock monsters. But we'll forget about that. Let's go to game 2 here in the top 32 to see what happens next.
All right, let's see what Jinyu chose. First or second. Making Isaias go first is probably a line, but it's dangerous just to let your opponent go first, you know. You never know what they're going to do.
Ooh, I do see Amulcharmi Purulia in the hand, a Harpy's Feather Duster. Lots of go second cards there from Isaias.
So he's assuming that, well, I think that means we now know Jinyu's going first for sure. But obviously he made his side without knowing that.
But it looks like Jinyu's going first after all, activating Mitsurugi Prayers and tributing the Habakiri.
This feels like a draw phase, prayers to hopefully play around things like Draw and Lockbird. I didn't actually hear him declare anything, but that's my assumption. And it looks like we're eyeing up that Saji there to be the summon that we do. Because we're doing both effects, we will be able to... Oh, yep. Saji has been committed to the summon there.
Certainly being cautious. This is top 32. If you do not win this game, you are going home, unfortunately. So he's being very cautious correctly.
And because we did use both effects, we will be taking 800 points of damage as Jinyu, going to 72. And now Saji's effect on summon will search for a Mitsurugi spell or trap card.
All right, so let's go ahead and go back into the deck. Usually this is where you see a Mitsurugi ritual, but let's see what he ends up grabbing after all, depending on what his hand already has. And apparently he is going to go for the Great Purification. We've seen a lot of duelists try to pivot towards that. an in-archetype negate just feels really good, especially with Conserch. I mean, that's Orca's whole game plan. But this deck does it a little bit better, honestly, being able to grab both of these cards here.
Yeah, but it's going to be pretty cool in here. And I think what Jinyu is trying to prioritize here is he now knows, maybe not necessarily what the payoffs are for Isaiah's deck, but he knows the choke points, the Gem Armadillos, the Nephirims, the cards that are trying to get him to what he's trying to go for, the Quartz, all those fun things.
Well, speaking of going for things, we've got Bonfire getting the Ice Ryzeal immediately normal summoned, attempting to activate the effect, and we are going to go ahead and Fuwalos here.
We saw Meowls in the first game sort of maybe put a stymie on Jinyu and give Isaiah some much-needed advantage. If this Fuwalos resolves, that's going to be really tough for Jinyu to play around.
He's going to let it go, so we're going to special summon a monster from the deck, and Isaiah is going to get a chance to draw one card as X-Ryzeal hits the field.
And when you go second, the more cards you draw, the better. And I think I just saw a certain card flash in Isaiah's hand. I won't mention it. If it comes up, I'll freak out, and that'll be great.
It is a classic for sure. I definitely saw the old school art, and it's you know the inner Yu-Gi-Oh fan of me is just like, no way is that up here, but it is.
Type
it's
it in
real
chat.
life.
Type it in chat. Give us a countdown for when it might be played. That'd be fun. All right, but the X-Ryzeal comes down. I believe it searched Sword, so classic Ryzeal things. But again, every time you summon from the extra deck or the main deck, it's going to give your opponent more and more cards, which the more Broad Breakers you draw, the scarier it gets.
Oh no, and you know how powerful that monster lineup is. So Mitsurugi's, Amino Kuma no Mitsurugi probably will help, right? That sort of inherent Raigeki, a way to clear those monsters out. But is it going to be enough, especially when you're giving your opponent more cards? So no cards this time, of course. It was Ritual Summon from the hand.
Yeah, that's big. That's huge. Like, normally you're, like, that's the best card to summon from the deck with Ritual. And so, like, making it, like, not awesome for Jinyu to summon that card from the deck was going to be a scary thing about the Fua, but drawing it actually ended up working out for him in this case.
Well, it looks like we're still going to go Xyz Summon, which means we are going to give another card to Isaiah there. It's going to be Ryzeal Detonator. I think that's a fair trade. This might be where it stops.
A 2-material Detonator, now becoming 3, I think is worth 1 extra card from a Fua. I would agree with Jinyu for that cost-benefit analysis.
Set 2 and pass.
We know one of them is Purification, for sure.
Yep.
Honestly, this is a lot of interaction that Jinyu is representing, but we know of some certain cards that Isaiah's got to draw off that Fua, and here's one of them. Harpy's Feather Duster at the beginning of the main phase to blow up those 2 back row.
Just the classic. My Valentine would be proud. Right now, Jinyu may not be in love with Harpy's Feather Duster there. Taking a look at the Great Purification, maybe forcing the activation there.
I believe that's to tribute a level 5 or higher reptile, right? Like, can you just tribute Saji to negate the spell trap?
No, doesn't look like it because Ame Nomuro Kuma no Mitsurugi hitting the graveyard there. I think you probably tripped the Saji if you could.
But how he's forced to summon the Murakumo now or use another card later to summon it. Maybe the set card is Prayers, so he can summon it that way and use the Raigeki effect still. Because if he summoned it now, he'd, I believe, lose out on that window to do it later.
We'll still having to deal with a lot of cards in the present. Ryzeal Detonator, obviously multiple forms of destruction on that single card. And a little bit of protection too, but we're doing Shadow Fusion.
Steven, really quick.
Yeah?
Is Ryzeal Detonator an extra deck monster?
Here, let me lean in real close to see. You know, it doesn't look like an orange effect monster. It looks like it is a black Xyz monster, so if my eyes don't fail me, yes, it's from the extra deck.
That means we can fusion summon a Shadal monster using monsters from our main deck. Ooh, baby.
Oh, to destroy itself, to make it resolve without effect. A very heads-up play. Very heads-up play.
Oh, heads-up from Jinyu
and with
right
no
there.
Eclipse Twins, by the way. Jinyu just deciding, you know what? No, it ain't worth it. I can't let my opponent have an El Shadal contract. Who knows what he was going to bring out or send to the graveyard via materials, too.
I mean, if he summoned like something like... oh my god, is that Shatter Fusion?
It is.
Yeah, that's going to be... Sorry, Scatter Fusion, not Shatter Fusion. Do not break your gems at home. That's a bad idea.
That probably devalues them just a little bit.
Basically, this card allows you to, I believe, it's a continuous spell that lets you, during your main phase, fusion summon a Gem Knight monster, and you can use monsters from your main deck as long as your opponent controls monsters. I believe the wording of the card.
I think it's like up to 2.
Yeah, I think there's a limit to how many times you can do it, as well as how many times you can actually send. Yeah, if your opponent controls a monster, fusion summon 1 non-rock Gem Knight. That's very important. Using monsters from your deck as material. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except Gem Knight monsters.
Which is incredible because using the Shadow Fusion, you kind of telegraph the same effect. I'm going to fuse from my deck, and it is totally dependent on you having a monster from your extra deck. Ryzeal Detonator, of course, detonated itself, but the Scatter Fusion dropping immediately after, that is unfortunate because would it have been easier to deal with these extra fusion monsters if you kept your Ryzeal Detonator?
So here we see Mitsurugi Prayers being activated, tributing Saji. Now, if we're using both effects, we will still have a monster in play after all this, but we're not going to be summoning off of it. We're just using it to tribute Saji, and now we're using Saji's effect when tributed to search for a spell trap. So this will make Shadow Fusion not be able to activate. It is a continuous spell, so it has to be in play before it can activate. So he's able to do this with the quick play spell Prayers. But now, how does he summon back out the Murakumo? He's essentially losing out on all of his interaction.
Well, better that than the big beefy bodies of the Gem Knight Fusions, but this is really interesting. I don't think I've seen much tournament play like this where someone destroys their own monsters in order to prevent the effects activating. Like sometimes we'll see that with things like Triple Tactics Talent, if you could take a Ryzeal Detonator, especially with an Eclipse Twins underneath it. But this is totally different. Every time he plays a card where his opponent's supposed to have advantage, and that's what gets him back in the game. Shinryu's like, nope, I don't have these cards. Abandon ship.
Yep, and there we see the Nephirim going to search for the Gem Knight Dispersion. That's another fusion spell, and I believe this one also lets you fusion from the main deck. I believe it's fusion summon one Gem Knight monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. Up to 2 monsters from your deck or extra deck can also be used if they are non-rock Gem Knight monsters. I believe Armadillo is a beast, so he's good. Or you could just add 1 Gem Knight monster from your deck or bench with your hand, and any effect that you do for the rest of the turn is halved. So he's actually adding the Gem Knight Armadillo and using the extra normal summon from Nephirim to summon it to the field.
I love cards like that. Something that comes to mind is Dark Contact, where the card has 2 different effects, and you can only use each of them once per turn, but you can activate multiple copies in a turn, meaning if you happen to, draw a house of cards, and you feel like, oh no, this has kind of locked me up. No, it hasn't. Just play and play again.
This is addition.
And I think the reasoning for this is I think I saw in Isaiah's hand the regular Gem Knight Fusion, which will allow him to fusion summon using the monsters he has in field into a Gem Knight monster. All these fusion spells. He's used 4 different fusion spells in 1 turn.
But no fusions have actually appeared on the field, so finally we reach for the extra deck. Gem Knight Fusion in 2025 in the year of our Ra. This is insane.
And I believe we are using another Nephirim as fusion material here, which is a light monster. And is that... I think that's...
Is that just...
That's not Seraphonite. That is... Oh, that's Lady Rose Diamond.
Oh,
wow.
I believe that came out in Power of the Elements a few years back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Gem Knights have gotten a lot of support over the years, and you have a great memory because, yep, it did come out in Power of the Elements. So this one, once per turn, the first time a Gem Knight monster be destroyed by a card effect, it is not destroyed. Great effect that reminds me almost of like the Cipher Dragon. But during your turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, banish a Gem Knight card from your graveyard, target a face-up card your opponent controls, destroy it. Wait, now he's got the detonator.
Here we see Nephirim being used with the Gem Armadillo because it was summoned back after it was used for fusion material. This will allow him to go into that Phantom Quartz we saw, which can search for any Gem Knight card and add to his hand. He's going to get another Dispersion, and now he can use the fusion effect still, like you said earlier. He has not used that effect yet. And Quartz can also perform a fusion summon if he needs one.
It's so funny how many times we're trying to fuse. This is happening. He went to Duel Academy, right? He is a fusion expert.
He said, you've tried to stop me 3 times in a row, but that's 3 times too many. I'm going to keep fusioning from here on out, and you can't stop me. I believe Shinryu here is just clarifying that you can use either effect once per turn. We're going to be fusioning from the deck, sending off another Nephirim, and I believe, is that... What? I don't know what that other monster was. I think it was that a Nashadal...
Quartz effect?
Was that a Shadal monster?
I think it might have been, yeah.
I mean, he must have a Shadal monster in his deck to have a target for Shadal Fusion, of course. No, that's... Oh gosh, what's the name of that Gem Knight monster? I believe it's just regular Gem Knight Quartz.
And I can show back materials from my discard.
That's just main deck Gem Knight Quartz, I believe.
Summon any Gem Knight
so
Fusion
wild
monster,
to see it all.
And it cannot attack directly this turn. This one cannot attack, or the monster I summon cannot attack directly this turn. Okay.
Yeah, that was just regular Gem Knight Quartz. Cool.
Shuffling back.
And then that brings out Seraphonite because Nephirim, like I said earlier, is a light monster. So now he has another additional normal summon.
So many normal summons, so many fusion summons. Interesting, it doesn't sort of play out with how many monsters we're seeing in the field. We're finally getting there. So Isaiah drops his 5th monster onto the field.
Yep, that's going to be the Phantom Quartz to bring out the Master Diamond Dispersion. This is the monster I mentioned earlier that during the main phase you can send to the graveyard and summon 3 more non-rock Gem Knight Fusion monsters from your extra deck.
This one cannot attack.
So we don't have that handy-dandy button on Master Duel that lets us see the cumulative attack points. We know one monster cannot attack, but this is about to be a huge chunk of damage and just one more monster on the field, maybe swapping out the one that can attack with another. Sure. This may be the battle phase to end it all and move Isaiah and the Gem Knight deck to the top 16.
I mean, we already have at least 5,700 life points thanks to the Lady Diamond and Master Diamond. I'm just curious how much attack points Nephirim has. I think it's like 1550. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Okay, great. Yeah, all the like normal Gem Knight monsters have like 1450, 1950, like random amounts of attack.
There are diamonds in the rough. Leave them be. Leave them be. But it does look like we're Link summoning.
Link. Yep.
Gonna send off Phantom Quartz and Nephirim to the graveyard to bring out another Phantom Quartz.
I think we're just opening up zones so that way we can summon 3 fusion monsters. Otherwise, we weren't able to do it with
right.
Diamond Dispersion. That is Ruby. I believe that they have different names too. That's Topaz and that is, oh, what's that young man's name? That is, I think it's called...
Even the opponent's like, what Gem Knight is that?
Is that Aquamarine? I think it's Aquamarine.
Yep.
Yep, we did.
Okay, wow, so battle phase, attack, and that's
there it is! That is more than enough damage there. Isaias, our
Oh,
Gem Knight player,
oh.
will be the victor in top 32, going to top 16.
Yeah. You can see a sigh of relief. We're going to have to master our Gem Knight names because a Gem Knight Master is here and advancing through the tournament bracket. This is incredible. Kind of a little bit of a weird story there, but Prismora just finishing things off. So great names, great times, and great dueling action. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe this.
I mean, it's almost like Jinyu was just taking it back. The second Isaiah said, I'm going to go second, it's almost like the duel was over right there. He tried to summon Desiree, didn't work. Fiendsmith engine blown out of the water. In game 2, we had the Ryzeal and we had the Mitsurugi engine. Float out of the water too. Attack, activate 4 different fusion spells, and then fusion 3 more times after that to try to actually get the monsters down. Incredible to see.
You can see a lot of relief on Isaias' face as he goes ahead and packs everything up there. Just one of those things where you get the relief, right? You know you're a great duelist because you wouldn't be up on that stage if you weren't. But it does feel good to be like, oh, okay, I made it, wow. Ooh.
It's got to be exciting, too, to be Isaias and be in this moment, be, I believe, the last Gem Knight player in this top cut of NAWCQ and making it to top 16. Just 2 more rounds of victories away from earning that World's representation spot.
Could you imagine Gem Knights? Gem Knights making it. You know, because everybody, they're on their chat forums and are like, I think the best deck is this. I think the best deck is that. Well, some duelists did think that the best deck was Gem Knight, and I think they may be right.
I mean, one Shaddoll Fusion was able to essentially answer an entire Ryzeal detonator. That is crazy. Even though you didn't actually summon anything, it still got rid of it because your opponent was so afraid of what you were about to do.
I mean, the aura on it, just like, I can fuse whatever Shaddoll I want using materials from my deck as long as you control that monster. It's almost not like he bluffed him out, but he just kind of sussed him out in the sense it's just like, you want to get rid of it? And he did, and it's so incredible to see what playing a deck that people don't ordinarily play against does. Matchup knowledge is so important in this game.
And you know me, I love the Fusion archetype so much, but a big common criticism of Fusion decks in the past has always been the amount of resources you have to pour into them to summon these monsters. They require not only 2 materials most of the time, but also a whole spell card. So having the Gem Knights be the whole thing of, oh no, I'm fusioning from my deck, that just gives you so many opportunities for value. And you don't need us to talk about this deck. Let's go ahead, throw to the stage, throw to Kangas, and hear from the man himself, Isaias.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Isaias after your feature match win for the top 32. Congratulations on that. You mentioned before this is your first ever top cut at a major event, so I gotta ask, what was it like being up on stage and winning on stage?
Feels great, dude. I love it, especially playing with these cards.
And also, we were talking before coming live, that means top 16, and you had a specific goal in mind coming into this event.
Yeah, I wanted the Effect Veiler.
I feel like a lot of people agree with you on that one. Did you think, honestly, that Gem Knights was going to be how you actually made it to the top 16?
No, I thought I was like trolling this event, but apparently there was more people than me.
A couple made it to top 64, but you're the last one remaining of the Gem Knights. People in the audience were calling you the brilliant fusion of the tournament here. You're really carrying the torch of Gem Knight players forward. So do you feel like that's extra pressure for you knowing that they're all watching you?
No, it's great. I love it. It's great. It feels amazing.
Well, I also got to ask, because you shouted out a friend earlier, Austin, who's the one that told you to read these cards. So talk to me a little bit about Austin. Was he also playing Gem Knight?
No, he's going to show up, but he decided not to last minute, and he was going to play one of the new decks as well, Lunalight. And I was deciding what to play because I didn't want to play any of the current stuff because I didn't like any of it. He told me to read the Gem Knight cards, and I read them, and like these cards are all very strong.
And specifically your take on the deck as well. Talk to me about your philosophy of how you approach the match, because we noticed winning the dice roll still going second.
Yeah. So Gem Knight's like a really strong engine, but a lot of the Gem Knights lock you, and there's like very little payoff for like summoning all these Gem Knight monsters. But one of the best cards, Quartz, is if your opponent has a monster, you can discard set anything. So like, and that's like the best card. So like, it's just better to go second because you get the most out of your engine.
Sure. Well, we won't have you give away too many of the strategies here because you have a lot ahead of you. Top 16, 2 more wins, and you're going to Worlds. Has that dawned on you yet?
No.
All right, I'll give you some time to process that one then. Isaias, congratulations. Everybody give it up for Isaias, our top 32 feature match winner. We're going to be rooting for you going forward, all the Gem Knight players as well. But that's it from us on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Oh, that is just beautiful. And you know what? Good shot. Isaiah is mentioning something that we forgot to mention. They were playing for an effect failure.
We're playing for an effect failure. So he set out the mission. I'm going to get an effect failure. He got the effect failure. Everything else from here is just extra.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. Just incredible, though. I love the idea of calling him the Brilliant Fusion because he's Gem Knight's Hope, right? All of Gem Knight's Hope just combining into one single diamond in the rough, shooting on at the tournament record. We'll see. And speaking of diamonds in the rough, a certain wonderful duelist from the desert is going to be featured on a very iconic game mat that is about to come out. If you are at San Diego Comic-Con coming up, definitely bring your deck to Duel the Master, and you can pick up this limited edition game mat featuring Odeon and some of his fantastic new support, right? The Tomb Keeper strategy has made the top cut before. Be nice to play as on that mat. So if you're not going to San Diego Comic-Con, maybe ask your friends.
And those individual Comic-Con branded tokens also look wonderful. So if you're in San Diego from July 23rd to July 27th, be sure to stop by booth 3713 to check out Konami at Comic-Con.
I think it's right by the entrance, so you'll see some familiar smiling faces. And those Duel the Master, oh my goodness. So any of the activities that you do at San Diego Comic-Con, you'll get one demo coin that you can turn in for prizes. But if you Duel the Master historically, I can't confirm this, but historically you get 2 demo coins. So you're going to want to beat those people because it's always like World Championship competitors. Konami represents some really cool duelists over there. So I'm excited to see what happens at SDCC.
Speaking of really cool duelists, we actually have a really awesome backup match for you guys that we were able to showcase. Let's go ahead and go over to that. We're going to be jumping in the middle of Game 3 between Charlie Futch and Andreas. I believe that was 1-1, and they are currently in the middle of side decking. You have Charlie, who is our YCS Providence champion, playing Fiends with Mitsurugi. We just saw a little bit of this, piloted by Jinyu. And now we have Andres piloting Bestial Fiendsmith Punk.
Ooh, I love Punk. I will say it is an incredible deck. Another deck that is like a success story of Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem. It got some great new cards. And man, there are definitely appearances of those cards here, so it'll be nice to see those soon. They're going to go and pile shovel. Man, Charlie got that aura, though. The
He's
hood
focused.
low,
He's locked
covered
in.
over the eyes. Yeah, just... He's won the World Championship before as a Dragon Duelist. He's qualified for the World Championship twice. He just won YCS Providence again. His opponent, just as worthy a duelist, Andres Diaz. Certainly no stranger to this area, but only one of these duelists can advance from top 32 into top 16.
How funny is it that we have another match between essentially Fiends with Mitsurugi versus a Monster Mayhem supported strategy? That's so interesting to see, and they're both playing also for that top 16, that effect failure, and one step closer to going to Worlds, of course.
Well, it's going to be crazy too because depending on what cards are available in the pool for the World Championship, I'd definitely slip in that effect failure if I had the chance, right? To be like, hey, check this out.
Now, we weren't able to actually catch either of these games, but I would assume the edge is probably going a little bit to Charlie here. We don't know who's choosing first or second in this duel by the time they're done siding, but it'll be really interesting to see sort of how the Punk engine, with its massive amount of extenders and in-archetype sort of power cards, can fight through the endless amount of layered interaction we've seen from Mitsurugi and Fiends with throughout this event.
I do love that about the Punk strategy particularly is you never stop playing. You just keep going and keep going, especially if you get the field spell, Punk Jam Extreme Session onto the field. You know, paying any amount of life points for the activated effect of a Psychic Monster means you're going to draw another card, which is just insane.
Yeah, it's essentially a gigantic advantage engine on top of just being a way to spam out bodies and interaction and go for game. And I'm actually excited to see. I've unfortunately been on the wrong end of a Psychic and Punisher before when I'm fighting against a Punk deck. So maybe that card might show an appearance as well as being one of the ultimate boss monsters for this strategy.
Well, ultimate boss monsters are kind of in fashion between this and Lunalight Liger Dancers, so I wonder if duelists are starting to run things like Kaijus, Lava Golem, the Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode to just get rid of that. But that takes up a lot of space in your side deck and doesn't work against every deck, so we'll see what Charlie drops down here. It appears Charlie's going first, so imagine Charlie won the first one, Andres won the second one, and here we are in Game 3.
Intense. This is for all the marbles here. We're going to start off with a normal summon of Fable Lurie. Not the best way you want to be starting off your Fiends with Engine, but Charlie, he's probably no slouch at doing this. All that matters is summoning Requiem, and he can go from there.
He knows what to do, so giving up the normal summon, but off to the races here. Fiendsmith Requiem sent to the graveyard by its own effect. Going to go ahead and grab out a Light Fiendsmith card.
I think Andres is thinking right here if he wants to interact with the Requiem or with other cards throughout the engine.
Oh, Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring.
Yeah, we were going to see the Ash Blossom on the Rec Room. That's pretty huge because when you normal summon Lurie, that's kind of, showing a bit of weakness from Charlie here of not having the best ways to start off your plays.
Unless Charlie was smoke screening, maybe telegraphing that he didn't have anything when he actually did. As he looks at the remaining cards in his hand, seems like he does have another move to make. Triple Tactics Thrust.
That could be a really good start. We are post-side, so these could be really fun options for Charlie to try to dodge some of these one-for-one interactions or at least punish Andres for using them, because now we can draw maybe a card to sort of stymie all the plays that Andres is going for, like a D-Barrier or something like of the like. And is that the Black Goat Laughs?
It is the Black Goat Laughs. The greatest of all time is here.
So he's going to maybe specifically name a card and say, that one? No.
Andres taking a quick look at that just to verify. Certainly important. Again, even if you are a masterful duelist who made their way to the top cut over thousands of duels, still take the time, go through the process, make sure that you know what you're doing.
Super interesting to see here. And like you said earlier, there could have been a smoke screen here. That's sort of the big power of running decks like Fiends with Mitsurugi and Ryziel is once one ends, you can just do the other. But Charlie will just pass his turn. It's going over to Andres as he draws.
Oh, sorry.
So that Ash Blossom was enough to stop Charlie's entire engine from being popped off.
Oh, I love Charlie's sleeves. I don't know if you catch that, but it's like a chipified version of Taya and Dark Magician Girl.
Adorable.
Which is a very funny contrast between Charlie's aura, just the hand on the cheek and no sign of the face. He's got that vagabond look from Duel Links.
There we see the No Punk Zayaman being summoned here, and I believe we're paying the 600 effect to go ahead and use its effect. Charlie's just going to go ahead and let that happen. That is not our Black Goat Laughs target, as we've learned.
So we're going to go ahead and add a Punk monster from the deck to the hand. And I imagine you probably don't go the Ogre Dance line the way you used to, where that would just get an additional Punk card in the graveyard to banish with the field spell, because that opens you up to Droll and Lockbird, kind of terrifying. So you only want to grab the cards that really mean something.
Yeah, if you're Andres, you got to assume that Charlie has a lot of non-engine in hand, or just a bunch of normal summons. One's really good for you, one's really bad for you. Just kind of do it in between. And I believe we've chosen Deer Note as our card. Oh no, that's Foxy Tune.
Foxy Tune, that is right. No Punk, Foxy Tune.
And just like you said, that Droll and Lockbird will be coming down. So maybe Foxy Tune was the correct way to try to play around that.
Well, it helps because, and there's the Ash Blossom. But what's so cool about Foxy Tune is Foxy Tune does not discard for a cost, it discards for effect. So using that kind of susses out the Ash Blossom when you still have a few cards left in your hand. But if you don't have another way to get a body on field, maybe it's just 600.
There it is, battle phase, Zayaman to the face. Both duelists are going to be at 74 here by the end of this. But as we know, Charlie didn't really have that much engine in his hand. It was just full of non-engine. So maybe he can't even play as his turn begins. So Andres is like, I'm just going to bide my time. We can play this nice grindy game of Yu-Gi-Oh! If we need to.
It's all tied up. Punk manages to not necessarily grind it out, but it just has so many starters in the deck and so many cool combos. If it survives, it can just start up again. That's what I love about the Punk deck, is that you can just keep playing.
100%. You need to stop them turn after turn after turn, because if you don't, the one turn they get to play is the only turn they need.
Now, it does say Bestial Fiendsmith Punk. Wonder if he's got any Bestials in his hand that maybe he's saving to interrupt some sort of Fiendsmith combo.
Normal summon Aramasa, though, is a lot.
That is a lot.
That's Habakiri, that's Saju, that's Ritual, that's everything Charlie needs to use the Mitsurugi side of his deck.
Ooh, there's a Droll.
And Lockbird in response is going to be so huge. And there's Called by the Grave on Droll and Lockbird. That's the brand new alternate art Called by the Grave that features the live twin monsters, and that is huge.
Well, they are playing a prank on Trouble Sunny in the art of that card. It looks like it's going to be trouble for Andres. This day is no longer sunny, as Charlie is able to go ahead and add a card of choice. We're going to Habakiri and then go ahead and summon Saji, tribute Saji, search with Saji.
Oh man, if you're Charlie, you're just like, man, my hand was, slow. It was only non-engine, but once I had that one starter, I was able to go no matter what. You can tell he drew that Call by the Great Return, actually, because he would have used it on the Ash Blossom earlier for the
That is true.
Combo.
Charlie's still locked in, so far going his way. Andres seeming like he's either got a great poker face and maybe has a Nibiru or something in hand, but overall just kind of nodding, staring it down.
It can be tough to play the, this many different types of engine, like Bistio, like Fiends with like Punk, because that can make it maybe a little hard to put in enough non-engine that you need. You probably settled on having cards like Droll and Lockbird and whatnot that are more high impact versus more one-for-one or ways to sort of cancel out powerful trades like Mitsurugi Ritual, but Oh man, if you're Charlie, you gotta feel pretty here that your Mitsurugi engine is pretty much gonna go unfettered for the rest of the turn. In
This is
theory.
the turn to try to do it, right? In theory, he needs to play as many cards as possible because, well, if you make it to next turn, you may not make it to your next turn.
It's also worth noting that I believe we still have Black Goat last, which I believe would stop a Nibiru, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you can use it in response to something and then just say, I'm going to name that card that you just used.
Believe so. Speaking of cards, it looks like we just sent the third and less commonly played Mitsurugi to the graveyard.
Yeah, Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi, which is a really nice enabler for getting extra bodies out both during your turn and during your opponent's turn. It can just sort of maximize the power stealing of the Mitsurugi engine.
Yeah, we both have 74.
Yeah, but I think we're just making sure we're keeping track of life points here pretty accurately between both players. I believe they are both at 7,400.
This is definitely an important time, and you're right. Declare one monster card name, and neither player this turn can special summon monsters with that original name.
Special summon.
Graveyard.
Okay, so Nibiru would still work.
Yes, Nibiru would still work. Just want to verify, right? It's in the same way that our very esteemed competitive players just take the second just to pick up the card. You know, pulling up Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuro and be like, okay, do I know what this card does? Yes, I do know what this card does. Good.
Well, actually, no. Wouldn't Nibiru work because you wouldn't be able to summon it? So would you be allowed to activate the effect? You're allowed to.
But it's a counter trap that you're activating, right?
No, I don't believe.
Oh no,
it
it is a counter trap because it wouldn't make any sense if it was. Yeah, it's just a normal trap.
And then in the graveyard, you can banish it to name a card, and then that effect
That's
won't work.
right. That's right. So it would be effective there.
So we lose 800, so it has 0 attack points, effectively taking 24 to the face as Andres. And then I believe Aramasa has, I want to say, has 1,200 attack points, something like that?
38.
Yep. So we took in 28 total.
Leaving him at 5,000 life points there. Oh, 3,800, excuse me.
Yeah, the 12 from Aramasa as well.
Correct.
And so here we have prayers, and I believe we're using prayers still in the battle phase.
Not a bad way to do it. Charlie getting a little closer here. Just needs to do 3,800 points of damage. May be able to close it out right here.
Well, this might actually be it because the Habakiri will summon itself back. It was properly ritual summoned.
It
And as long as
was.
you can search for a card here, you can summon this card back to the field, and that's going to be
look at
another
Andres.
24 plus, I believe, exactly 14. Is Kusanagi 1,400 attack points? I think it might be.
Andre seems to know what's up. Give it the thumbs up.
Summon, next chain 1, 2. Thinking on target.
Charlie, very casual. He was raised on the World Championship stage, so being at the NAWCQ this far in, nothing is different. It's just another day in his life.
It has 1,600 attack points, Kusanagi. I just want to make sure we can keep track of everything here.
Ritual.
So 1 target ritual, 2 Habakiri.
No, 1, 2.
Oh, 1, 2. And then
Yeah, 1 is
Habakiri
Habakiri, and 2 is Kusanagi. So that way he can protect it from any ghost spell shenanigans if we had one. But there's the
Oh, the
meows.
owls. Could be helpful.
He'll get an extra draw. But we're in the battle phase, so I'm not sure what draw he could have to stop this damage from coming down.
Anything could happen at the NAWCQ, but I don't expect a battle fader to drop down.
So resolve and
So ritual comes back, and then Habakiri will let you search and summon. Because we called by the grave droll earlier, we are still allowed to search, which means we are still allowed to summon Habakiri.
Andre's just sort of hoping that he survives this battle phase. And if he does, perhaps he will be able to make a comeback here, but it also could be the end of his tournament run. It really just depends on what Charlie brings out here.
thinking, sorry.
Charlie's making sure he's dotting his I's and crossing his T's here. This is a really big game. This will decide who stays and who goes home.
I will add.
Gonna go ahead and grab another Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi. Not gonna help during the battle phase, though.
Phase 2.
We're going to main phase
2.
Was there a reason why you couldn't summon the Habakiri?
No,
Then I
it's
missed
optional.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was asking.
Decided not to do it.
Just not giving the extra draw, I guess.
Thinks if I'm not going to be able to finish my opponent off, I don't need to give him any extra resources. So let's go ahead and ritual summon from the deck there, tributing the Habakiri from the hands. And here comes the Murakumo.
So here comes the Murakumo here, just as the ultimate end board piece. And now we can use these extra Mitsurugi cards here to go into our Beans with Engine via the Moon of the Post Heaven combo if we wish.
He's feeling pretty confident here. Really, it's all about assembling the best field possible so that when play passes back over to Andres, there's nothing new he can do. So Link summoning off for IP Mascarena here, and passing turn, Andres draws.
So IP Masquerena was summoned here. We can always just use that to sort of link off with our Murakumo and make SP for extra forms of interruption.
Okay, Emergency Teleport
drop
makes
it?
sense. Gonna go and special summon a level 3 Psychic
make it.
monster or lower, but usually level 3 in this particular deck for your Punk monsters.
We're going to chain Murakumo here to make him discard another card to activate that E-Telly.
No response.
That's expensive.
Discard.
He is going to get rid of Harpy's Feather Duster, not worried about the face down card. What is the Punk monster we take? I assume it is Aomon? Oh, but it's Gagaku Punk Wagon.
Ooh.
That's the one that allows you to pay 600 life points for a Punk spell card. If it's targeted for an attack, actually if any Punk monster is targeted for attack or effect, you get to draw a card as well. So a little bit way to get back into the game.
Thinking on res.
Res? Sure.
Life points are getting low, but that is not a new experience for a Punk player.
No,
it's a race to the bottom.
Oh, the reason why he didn't go for game was prayers prevents the Kusanagi from attacking directly, so it wasn't going to be game no matter what, and he didn't want to give him the extra draw with Meowls.
Definitely makes sense. I think Andres was surprised, but Charlie knew exactly what he could not do and did not make a mistake here at this high level of play.
Yeah, Charlie was valuing not giving his opponent a card more than just 2,400 points of damage. And there we see the Dynamundo being summoned during the IP, which is going to be really awesome as a way to sort of interact with his opponent and bring back that Murakumo later on in the turn.
Targets one for an attack.
Target for card effect. George, good?
When your opponent activates card effect, they target a Punk monster you control. Oh, or
yep, Charlie, you got it.
Yeah, this one.
So drawing a card.
Yeah, okay, that's chaining. Did I? Okay, I don't think I could have.
You did.
Okay, sure. That goes away.
Yeah.
Deck.
What's the grade, right?
Deck.
Dynamundo return from the deck. If it went back to the hand, that'd be fine. You know, you could do something different with it, but that hurts. So let's hope that card that Andres drew does something meaningful.
Yeah, because the Wagong does not search on summon. You have to do it as like an ignition, pay the 600 life points.
And that is the joy of playing Punk, but there's the handshake.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that, bro.
Charlie was able to fight through the draw lock bird, was able to summon, and was able to make Andres concede, being our second top 32 finisher that we got to watch on stream, earning himself an effect failure and one step closer to that world's representative spot.
He's coming back, right? 2018 World Champion of the Dragon Ball World Championship.
You could probably
He wants to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship for the trading card game. I mean, he wants to grab that brass ring like none other because he's grabbed it before.
Oh, yeah. Our current YCS Providence champion and maybe soon to be future top 8. But a contender now that he has the guaranteed spot in top 16. But huge shout out to Andres no matter what. I imagine sitting across from Charlie is not the most fun match to have. It can be very intimidating.
Especially with that hood, right? He is not making any faces other than serious mode, right?
He was ready.
But no, honestly, great dueling from both sides, trying to hang in there. Great deck choices. Really neat to see Punk get this far into the tournament for sure. And again, it is the success story, although of course we didn't see the tournament player playing that, Andres Advance. Still a really good deck, getting this far into the tournament off of a Punk deck. Good stuff.
Really awesome to see. I think it just goes to show that these Monster Mayhem inclusions on top of the Duelist Advance cards have been making a really fun format for us here at the NAWCQ.
Definitely unexplored. There's a lot of decks left to play, so as we continue through the year, again, we've said this the whole time, only 4 of the Duelists remaining are going to make it to the World Championship. We still have to figure out who those 4 Duelists are, of course. But that does mean for every duelist, they're not bad duelists, they're just not the duelists that went there. But speaking of duelists, why don't we give a bracket update just so we can see what's going on?
Yes, and we already know that Charlie and our friend Isaiah are moving forward, but we have Julian Cohen, someone who's already a world representative, moving on to the top 16, earning that effect failure, and maybe even might, give his spot down to someone else if he keeps winning. Other than that, we have Yuhao and Mario D, also one of our WQ finalists from the other day. We have Craig H and Ruben, our current world champion.
Yeah, wow, let's stack bracket.
We have Aditya D, our former NAWCQ champion, as well as Alexander T, also going to our top 16. And then in the other half of the bracket, we have, of course, Christopher LeBlanc. We have Isaiah, who we saw playing Gem Knights. We have Anthony, Wilfredo, and Zachariah.
Wow, just an incredibly stacked bracket, including decks like Gem Knight, Blue Eyes, all kinds of stuff, and the usual suspects, of course, too. But there's some really cool stuff here. I mean, this is an NAWCQ top cut I did not expect.
I mean, our world champion, our current NAWCQ champion, our current already world's representative in Julian, and Mario, who's trying to get that run back from losing during the WP on day 0. This is packed full of stories, packed full of players, and it's going to be pretty intense to see, I bet.
It shows you that These tournament champions did not just have a lot of luck and just sail on through the tournament. They consistently make it up there no matter what deck they're playing. So Duelist experience, that's important. You've worn that Duel Disc once, you put it on time and time again. You know what to do. You're up in this area. You're in your zone. You're just feeling normal, right? I mean, Charlie was just leaning back in the chair just like, I got it. Oh, what does that do? Nah, I got it. And that's no slight on him. It shows him that he's comfortable in that seat because, again, he's been raised there. So just good stuff, man.
Oh, yeah, I cannot wait to see more, and I'm sure y'all cannot wait to see some more either. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with Top 16.
What's up, everybody? Kangas at the NAWCQ 2025. I brought a couple of cards. Let's see if you can guess them before the Duelists here. All right, I got John here. John, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, sounds good. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it released in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Is it released in the last 2 years?
No.
Is it a board breaker?
Yes.
Is it Triple Tactics Thrust?
No.
Triple Tactics Talent?
Yes. It's you had those on lock, man. You were ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like once you get into the spells, like, you gotta, I mean, there's only a certain amount of good spells, right? Yeah. And I feel like, especially, a lot of those are gonna be board breakers, kind of nailing that down.
When you saw me walk over, did you already know what questions you were gonna ask?
No, but when we were standing here, I definitely gave it a bit of thought. So, I was like, I feel like I had to nail it down the most. I think once I got to the spell, too, it's going to be a board breaker most of the time, unless it's an archetype card, so that was kind of my strategy.
Nearly at 1, I miss it, but congratulations.
Absolutely. I love this card, man. I love this card.
All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Gotcha. Okay, is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
No.
Quick play?
Yes.
Is it side decked?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, is it on the Forbidden Unlimited list?
No.
Okay, was it released in Rarity Collection?
Which one? Yes, I guess, yes.
Yeah, okay, is it Forbidden Droplets?
No.
Ooh, is it a board breaker?
I guess you would say yes, maybe. It's very specific questions for a card.
Is it a staple?
Yes.
It's a staple. Crossout Designator?
No.
Okay, it's not a Forbidden Limited list. It's not that. Enemy Controller?
No. You're getting closer. Warmer.
Warmer. Okay. Is it
10 seconds?
It's a quick play. Last 5 years. Does it have a QCR printing?
Yes.
Yes.
I think.
Oh no.
Last guess.
I'm out of guesses.
Mystical Space Typhoon. Is this a board breaker? It kind of is. You know, you clear back row.
Okay, we'll go with it.
New support coming out. You excited?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for playing, man.
Thank you.
All right, I got Landon here. Landon, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extract monster?
No.
Is it a level 5 or higher?
Yes.
Is it Pankertop?
No.
Is it a level 6?
No.
Level 7?
No.
8?
Yes.
Blue Eyes White Dragon?
No.
Trihorn Dragon?
No.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
I'm not very good at 8s.
20 seconds?
Chaos Dragon Levineer?
No.
Is it a dragon?
No.
What?
I'll give you a hint. Blue Eyes, stats-wise, very close.
Blue Eyes, stats-wise, very close, but it's not a dragon.
In fact, stats-wise, exact.
What?
5 seconds?
It's not a normal. It's an effect.
It's effect monster.
Oh.
People might be side decking it today.
They might be.
Might be.
Yeah.
Final guess?
For higher. I really don't know, honestly.
Lava Golem.
Oh.
Lava Golem or Spheres mode? Which one do you think is better side right now?
I would say Lava Golem.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think it looks
Lunalights,
cooler.
they're scary?
Yes.
All right, thanks for playing, man. All right, I'm live here with Jesse. Jesse, you say that you do guess the card in the car with your friends,
Yes,
so
sir,
expectations are high for you.
Yep.
You have 60 seconds before Twitch chat gets it. Go.
Okay, is it a monster?
Yes.
Okay, is it meta relevant?
Yes.
Okay, does it activate in the hand?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a fire?
No.
Okay. Is it a earth?
No.
Is it a dark?
No.
Is it a light?
No.
Wind?
Yes.
Is it a level 4?
No.
Shoot. Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure chat's got it already, Jesse.
Okay, is it Wing Beast?
No.
Oh, is it Drone Lockbird?
Yes, it is.
Yes. I did it. How much time do I have left?
You had 30 seconds left. Not bad. Not bad, Jesse. All right, do you feel like you did your friends proud?
I think I did very good. Yeah. I kind of fired through the attributes, but I did it under 20 questions, so that's what matters. Right?
True. All right, thanks for playing, man. That was fun. All right, I'm here with Connor. Connor, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay. Is it a dark monster?
No.
Is it in the main deck?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Do you think it'll be played a lot this weekend?
Probably not. I think it'll be played, but not a lot.
Okay. Does it draw cards?
No.
Does it destroy monsters on the field?
No.
Is it Monster Reborn?
No.
Does it special from grave?
No.
Does it search a card?
No. Warmer. 25 seconds.
Did anyone in the anime use it?
I don't know. We'll add 5 seconds for that one.
Is it newer?
No.
Gold Sark.
No. You're on the right train of thought, though. 15 seconds.
Normal spell. Alice, a lot of people are.
It doesn't search, but it does.
No idea.
Final guess?
Nothing.
Foolish Burial. It doesn't search, it sends from deck to the grave, which is kind of similar. But, maybe Lunalight, maybe if there's any Orcust out there that'd be playing this.
I'm terrified about Lunalight this weekend.
Are you prepared for it?
Not at all.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for playing, man. Appreciate it.
How's my crowd doing? Hi, everyone. Do you want to play a game? Okay, crowd, do y'all want to play a game? Okay, good. Thank you. Well, our 2 contestants are with me, but I'm going to make sure you all participate as well, okay? We're going to play high or low. Do you know how that works? Okay, I'll give you a little explanation. Don't worry. First of all, we have Jonathan and Nick here. Y'all having fun?
Yeah.
How much fun?
A lot.
Great answer. Okay, what about you? Are you having a good time?
Been a pretty good weekend. I was prepped out yesterday, but I've been doing rivalry all weekend since, so it's been pretty good.
Hanging out with friends?
Yes, of course.
Okay, very cool. So this is how high-low works. We're going to show a card, and all you got to do is guess higher or lower. Crowd, you can take part in that too, right? Right? I'm seeing some nods. Okay, super easy. So y'all ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Oh my gosh, you are hilarious. Are you ready?
We're ready.
All right, let's go. Okay, our first card is, and that is Honest 4. Okay, so the next card, higher or lower?
Higher.
I'm thinking higher as well.
Crowd, what do we think? Lower? Higher. I'm feeling higher. Okay, let's see. It is, we all know this one, Blue Eyes White Dragon, level 8. Okay, next card, higher or lower? Crowd, what do you think? Okay, lower, what do you think?
Higher.
Higher, going against the crowd, okay.
I'll split here, I'll go lower.
Okay, lower, and crowd is higher. Okay, let's show it. Junk Warrior, level 5. Okay, so I believe the crowd is winning right now, you guys. Okay, they cheered for that. Okay, great. Next card, higher or lower?
Higher.
Higher?
I'll go lower again.
Lower, crowd? One guy pointing up to the sky. You're alone. Everybody else screamed lower. Okay, let's see. It is... Okay, Gearfried the Iron Knight, 4. Okay, so what did you say?
I forgot. I think I said higher.
I think you said higher too, and you said?
I went lower.
You went lower? Okay, so I think you have 1 point, right? Have you gotten them all? Oh, my producer said you've gotten them all right. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay, so you're winning now. You're down 1. Okay. This is our last one. Higher, you could tie things up. Higher or lower?
Let's go higher again.
Okay.
I'll go higher.
Okay. Crowd, higher or lower? The crowd, well, we have a little section saying higher. You're determined. You're just holding your hand up high. Okay. You're like, no way, man, no way. Okay, we shall see our last card. Skull Servant, 1. You guys tied. They tied, crowd. Okay, who we picking? Over here, Jonathan? Okay. And then what about Nick? Ooh, I can't decide. Rock, paper, scissors? Let's do it. Okay, I'll move out of the way. You guys come here. Okay, will you guys help me do a little countdown? Okay, ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Wait, you guys have to be doing rock, paper, scissors. What did you think I was doing? Just counting down for no reason? Okay, I'm gonna have to watch both of you. Are you guys ready? Okay, crowd, ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh, paper wins. Okay, can we hear it for our contestants, everybody? Yay, you guys are awesome. We're gonna take a quick little break. We'll be right back. Say bye. Bye.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We finally made it here to the top 16 of the 2025 North America World Championship qualifier. And man, it has been an excellent event. I had a lot of expectations coming into this, but I thought, okay, well, at the end of the day, we all know Raziel and Malice are such dominant strategies, but so many other decks have emerged throughout from the recent releases in Battles of Legend, Monster Mayhem, and Duelist Advance. It really has made an incredible impact on this tournament. But we're not going to keep you waiting much longer. Jackie's standing by with our feature match players. So go ahead and take it away, Jackie. Let's find out who's going to be playing in our top 16 feature match.
We had over 2,800 entrants. Now only 16 remain. Our competitors fighting tooth and nail to go as far as they can. Let's begin with the blue chair. Sitting in the blue chair, coming to us from Miami, Florida, we have Ruben P. They are our defending world champion from 2024. Now to the red chair, hailing from Concord, California, we have Craig H. They are a competitive Rubik's Cube player with a personal best of 7.9 seconds. Very impressive from both of them. Who is making it to top 8? Billy Joe, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right. We have Ruben Peñaranda, who is our reigning Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion. And he's here in top 16 trying to win the North American World Championship qualifier. He's already going to Worlds, but he wants to get that title under his belt to add to his repertoire of other accomplishments. And meanwhile, his opponent, Craig, here is going to try and do his best to defeat this world champion.
I know. Could you imagine winning the World Championship and then coming back the next year and winning the North American World Championship qualifier or wherever the World Championship qualifier is occurring in the region of that current World Champion before then going on to defend your crown at the World Championship?
Yeah, it's crazy, but it's definitely some excellent practice on your way to Worlds in Paris, France, for sure. But Craig is going to be in his way here, taking on this world champion, and this is going to be a matchup of the Bestial Administer Malice deck taking on Vanquished Soul. We saw that Vanquished Soul mirror match in top 64, and that was an exciting match, very back and forth, and something a lot of, since they got a lot of new support in Duelist Advance, it might not be something you've really seen before, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. If the popularity of Vanquished Soul continues to increase, you can expect plenty of mirror matches, especially with some of the potential new releases down the line. But right here, right now, we have two really of the top decks from this weekend. We have Malice, which we've seen in the feature match area. And I've loved watching Malice piloted by top players who have a lot of experience with it, which Ruben definitely is, making it all the way here to the top 16. And then Craig, again, who's made it this far with Vanquished Soul. I think one of the things that's been really evident about the Vanquished Soul players that have made it into the top 64 is they understand the intricacies of the deck. Timing matters so much, and maintaining the attributes in your hand matter so much. So to make it this far into the event, you really must be a master with Vanquished Soul.
That's right, and the players between top 32 and top 16 have had their decks checked and re-sleeved, so that's why you see them using these beautiful World Championship qualifier sleeves on both of their decks. They are shuffling up and getting ready. I mean, this is a lot of nerves here for Craig. Probably, facing the reigning world champion, it's kind of scary.
But on the other hand, you have to think Ruben has just put in so much work over the course of his career, feature matches, winning YCSs,
jump rope competitions.
Jump rope competitions, literally winning the world championship. I can't imagine any situation that would bring him any nerves at this point of his career. He is amongst one of the most seasoned duelists in the room today.
Oh, yeah, he looks very stoic right here, focused on the goal, and the goal is going to be becoming the NAWCQ champion, but Craig is in his way. I like how they both have other things that they're competitive in outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! We have Ruben with his jump ropes, and Craig, Rubik's Cube, a 7-point-something seconds to solve a Rubik's Cube. That's very, very impressive.
I couldn't even fathom.
Yeah, it's really exciting, but I can't wait to see these two duelists go at it here in top 16. The winner will move on to top 8 and then be one win away from getting into that top 4 where they'll get the invite to the World Championship. But that is still 2 rounds away, but we're here in top 16. Game number 1 of the NAWCQ here in Indianapolis, Indiana.
This being the top 16, also worth pointing out, both of these duelists have earned themselves that ultra-rare copy of Effect Veiler.
Definitely, those new prize cards that are added. They've already got their hands, or they're going to get their hands on the card trooper as well. We see the handshake, exchanging the pleasantries, and it's going to be time to duel.
And time is up. We're going to move to the next duelist. If I could please have
Draw phase.
Ethan Senecal.
Stand by phase. Main phase 1.
All right. Looks like Ruben is going to be leading off the first turn here by normal summoning Malice Chessy Cat. Malice Chessy Cat can allow him to banish a Malice card from his hand to draw 2 cards from his deck. And we'll see if Craig has a response. It does look like he's holding a copy of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring that could potentially shut off Ruben's turn here if there's no other way to extend onto the field.
May potentially shut him off as well. It took a little while to think about that because that fire attribute can be very valuable when he actually starts to begin his plays with Vanquish Souls that rely on having different attributes in their hand to maximize their effects.
Yep, and it looks like a Link summon is going to come down next for Ruben. He's going to send that Chessy Cat to the graveyard to summon Ling Karibo.
Perhaps now he can combine that with Bestial. You see that his deck type includes the word Bestial. Really what the indicator is for us to incorporate that is the inclusion, really, of a third Bestial.
But you mentioned all the cards that Vanquish Soul can have in their hand, and one of those important cards is straight out of Duelist Advance, and that's going to be Vanquish Soul Holly Sue. Greg just has to reveal any Vanquish Soul monster and then special summons the Holly Sue. Now he can reveal a Fire and a Dark to special summon from the deck, but Ruben has Dominus Impulse to stop Craig in his tracks.
And now he notes that Burger and Raisin are in his hand. That's, another one of the potential downsides here is that by revealing all these attributes, Ruben knows that there is less potential of hand interruptions.
All right, and in this situation, you always need something like a Bestial, but even better, a Malice March Hare is going to banish that Chessy Cat from the graveyard. So he's going to be able to still get to 3 monsters on the field. He's going to pay 300 life points. Chessy Cat's going to special summon back to the field.
And this is something that Craig needed to consider because by activating Chessy Cat, that does indicate that there's at least some Malice card in his hand. Probably not Malice in Underground because he would have potentially activated it. But certainly here, March Hare being one of the most ideal cards to have to follow up that Chessy Cat.
Yep, going to send 2 monsters to the graveyard to summon Splash Mage. Splash Mage is going to bring back that Malice March Hare, and now a Link summon is going to come down for Malice Red Ransom. Red Ransom on summon is going to add a Malice spell card from the deck to the hand. Previously, could only add that Malice in Underground, and that is going to be what Ruben adds. They also have Malice in the Mirror that they got in Alliance Insight. That's a fantastic card.
Yeah, one thing to note, it's clear there that Craig didn't have a Bestial, or else he would have used it on the Splash Mage. We saw that interaction throughout this weekend, that although it might not seem like Bestials line up as ideal cards against the Malice monsters, if the Malice has already been special summoned from the Banish pile, it's actually a pretty ideal target for a Bestial.
Definitely, and he's going to send the Red Ransom in the March Hare of the graveyard to link summon Cyber's Wicked. And next he's going to talk about Malice in the Mirror. He's going to use Malice in the Underground to banish Malice in the Mirror from the deck. And when Malice in the Mirror is banished, you can banish a monster, or you can banish a Malice card from the graveyard, and then add a card of the same type. So if you banish a monster, you'll add a monster to your hand. He's going to banish the Red Ransom with Malice in the Mirror. Now he's going to pay 900 life points to special summon Malice Red Ransom back to the field. And at the same time, thanks to Red Ransom, he'll be able to banish a Cyber's monster from the deck. Now we're finally getting to see Dormouse, who's going to be trying to get into more of those Malice monsters.
Yeah, it's a really ideal sequencing there. It's one of the great uses of Malice in the Mirror, banishing extra decks, specifically Link monsters, of course, from the graveyard as well, allowing you to special summon it back. Anytime that this deck can special summon those Link monsters back from the banished pile, the advantage that you accumulate is really quite considerable.
That's right. He's going to be able to add the backup Adagnister thanks to Cyber's Wicked. Pay 300 life points, special summon back the Dormouse from the banishment. And then March Hare is also going to be able to allow him to pay 300 life points to add the Malice March Hare back to the hand as well.
Now he's finally able to banish from the Dormouse a copy of White Rabbit. He's going to pay the 300. White Rabbit's going to hit the field. And now White Rabbit's going to allow him to set one of the traps from the deck.
Things are looking good here for Ruben so far. That Dominus Impulse was huge on the Vanquish Soul Holly Sue.
See, that Holly Sue would have likely special summoned Raisin, which would have potentially allowed him to get the right attribute so that he could activate the effect of Holly Sue to take control of a monster. However, by shutting that down with Impulse, Craig has been cut out of that really pivotal hand interaction that he would have been otherwise able to use here on Ruben's first turn.
Yeah, it really just speaks to the power of Dominus Impulse, one of the most impactful trap cards you can include in your deck in current Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. And now he's going to reveal the backup Adagnister in his hand, special summon backup Adagnister, activate the effect to add an Adagnister monster. Well, it's going to be a dark Cyber's monster, but it's usually Wizard Adagnister.
But there are situations where you do actually search Malice monsters, depending on the makeup of your hand and kind of potentially how many interruptions you've had to play through that turn.
Yep, and he has to discard a card after the resolution, and it's going to be discarding that Malice March Hare that was added to the hand earlier in this turn.
He's actually been able to add 2 to his hand this turn. He was able to search one off of Underground and then add one back from the Banish pile, so he actually still has an extra one. in his hand that he can use as a point of interaction on Craig's following turn.
Yeah, with Malice, once you get going, there's so many different ways to make sure you always have that Malice March Hare in your hand, and Ruben is excellent at piloting this deck, so he knows what to do. 3 monsters on the field now go to the graveyard to link summon Malice Heart's Cryptor.
These 2.
And now he's going to link away the Cyber's Wicked and the Heart's Cryptor for a Malice Whitebinder. That's the Cyber's Wicked's a link 2, and then using the Red Ransom as 1 equals 3. And now Malice Whitebinder is going to use the effect on summon to banish 3 cards from the graveyard. He's going to get rid of Craig's Ash Blossom and 2 of his Malice cards, a March Hare, and then the Whitebinder, or sorry, the Heart's Cryptor. So the Heart's Cryptor will be able to pay 900, summon back to the field. You may wonder why he banished the Malice March Hare, but it's good to have multiple Malice cards banished because he's going to want to use the Heart's Cryptor effect on his own turn here to deal with that Holly Sue, and then he'll have an additional Malice card he'll be able to return with Heart's Cryptor for the disruption during Craig's turn as well. So every decision just immaculate here from our reigning world champion.
You know, just the navigation of using the Malice in there earlier in the turn to banish a link monster from the graveyard. We see him setting up the double banish effect with, well, the banish return to deck effect with Heart's Cryptor. Plus, he's also set up having that additional March Hare in his hand. He's layering those interactions. And that was a point that we made earlier this weekend, that the more interactions that you can establish and the more that you can establish across a wide point in your opponent's turn, the more difficult it is for your opponent to deal with your opening play.
That's right. He got that GWC 06 with the White Rabbit earlier in the turn. He's going to use it to banish the White Binder to summon back Chessie Cat from the graveyard. Since he has a Link 3, he's going to be able to gain some life points back that he's been spending with all these Malice effects. And then Malice White Binder's effect is going to trigger since it was banished to pay 900 to summon itself back and get Ruben a fresh card off the top of the deck added to the hand there.
I think that may have been another copy of Dominus Impulse. We talked about this earlier in the weekend. You filter out the cards in your deck that are those engine cards, those pivotal cards for your main strategy, and increase the likelihood of drawing into these interactions as your deck gets slimmer, and it seems like that's potentially one of the things that we just saw happen there.
I see a ghost. That's a ghost rare Firewall Dragon as he sends the White Binder plus the Chessie Cat to the graveyard for the awesome-looking ghost rare Firewall Dragon.
Kind of a ghost. I mean, there are many times in Yu-Gi-Oh! History where that card was hitting the field just about every game. Then it kind of fell out of favor for a little while, but it is back. It almost seems back in full power, honestly, in a strategy that utilizes Cybers monsters like this.
Fell out of favor is definitely one way to put it. But now we're going to see a Link summon come down here for Allied Code Talker, Adagnister. On summon, it's going to be able to special summon back the White Binder. White Binder hasn't used the effect to set a trap card just yet. So now Ruben's going to be able to reset that Malice GWC 06. Sets another card face down. Could be the MTP 07 or the Dominus Impulse that you said you might have saw him draw. Now Craig is going to draw. He's already down a card because of the two cards, thanks to Holly Sue and Ash Blossom already from the hand. So he's going to have to deal with this incredible board that Ruben put up here on this first turn.
Small thing, he even set his trap card in a really perfect slot. You know, just kind of manipulating exactly where things are on the field.
Craig starts with one of the best Vanquish Soul monsters he can hope for, and that's Vanquish Soul Rosin.
Thinking.
Ruben's going to take a moment to consider his options. Vanquish Soul, even though they have to rely on a normal summon outside of Stake Your Soul, being able to return the Vanquish Soul monster to your hand to summon a bigger one is definitely something that Ruben has to consider. But MTP 07 deals with that perfectly because it's going to banish a monster at resolution, so it's not something you have to target. So even if Craig returns the Rosin to his hand, summons out something like a Heavy Borger, it's going to get banished. So Craig has no response here.
This demonstrates the power of those non-targeting effects.
Definitely. Now, MTP 07 also adds a Malice monster, so he's going to add another copy of Malice Dormouse from the deck to the hand. And that Rosin is going to join Holly Sue and Ash Blossom in the banishment. And Craig has seen enough. He knows that this world champion knows his deck's wrong. Oh, never mind. Maybe he didn't concede?
No, he's going to resolve the Rosin.
Oh, okay. I thought he conceded. It looked like he was saying, like, you got it. But no, he's going to continue to play. We'll wait a few more minutes for that.
Yeah.
He has the Allied Code Talker that's able to negate something. He has the Firewall Dragon as a disruption still as well.
He also has the potential to navigate his way into a Heart's Cryptor for more non-targeting destruction. And we know he has that copy of March Hare in hand. So Craig has a copy of Duel and Lockbird in his hand. That's not really going to do much now. Here's that copy of Holly Sue. He's going to reveal a Heavy Borger, and now he's going to chain the effect of Allied Code.
Talker Adagnister?
Yep.
Gonna negate that. All right, Craig's going to continue to play. He does have the extension here in the Vanquish Soul strategy with Stake Your Soul, revealing a dark monster. So he's going to be able to special summon a dark Vanquish Soul monster from the deck if Ruben doesn't have a response.
No response.
And he has no response.
So Dr. Madlove is going to come down here from the deck to the field. Activate the effect to add a Vanquish Soul spell or trap.
May I read? Yeah, fine.
So Ruben just clarifying some of the text. I have to imagine he's played against Vanquish Souls before, but it is still very important, especially in these high-stakes duels, just to verify that you understand all aspects of the effect.
Yeah, it's funny, like I'm pretty sure Dr. Madlove returns a monster with the lowest defense, but since all Ruben has are Link monsters, it's always going to be one of his own cards.
Plus, it's also useful to kind of verify and understand how the chain effects work with some of the Vanquish Souls, you know, in the case of not being able to activate multiple at the same time.
On resolution, I'll activate Draw and Lock. I cannot. I activate Dominus Impulse.
Oh, look at that. Great job by Ruben realizing that he activated Dominus Impulse earlier this game, which means the Draw and Lock in his hand cannot be used.
On activation.
I think it also means a Firewall Dragon can't be used as well. I believe that's the light monster.
It does still provide you Link arrows, but you might be correct there.
Yep. Now he's going to activate the GWC06 to bring back that Malice White Binder that he sent to the graveyard with the Allied Code Talker, added Nister.
Binder. Targeting MTP.
Malice White Binder is going to banish MTP07 and the Heart Scripter because he needs to get that Heart Scripter back on the field to have another form of disruption here.
Specifically the non-targeting, as you mentioned earlier, which really mattered what we saw with MTP.
Excellent against the Vanquish Soul strategy that has ways to dodge their effects when they're being targeted by tagging out into a different Vanquish Soul monster, essentially.
Really a good thing that Ruben picked up on that he had activated Dominus Impulse earlier, because if he was planning on using that Firewall Dragon like you mentioned, he probably just realized that that's also locked out as well.
Okay, it looks like in response to the Heart Script, the White Binder targeting to banish from the graveyard, Craig is going to activate Heavy Borger from the hand to try and return Dr. Madlove to special summon Heavy Borger. He might be just trying to get the Borger on the field, so he'll be able to use the quick effect to draw a card potentially to try and find an answer from his deck.
Yeah, that's what my opponent did. No response.
And so the Madlove's going to return to the hand.
I'll take the warning. Thank you. Yes. I had a MC minor for a sleeve.
It's been a clean game so far. So White Binder's going to be MTP07 and the Heart Scripter. And now Ruben can pay 900 to special summon back Heart Scripter from the banishment yet again.
I have no
or
response.
maybe not.
You're at 7, right? Correct.
Or did he? Oh, he just chained the Heavy Borger effect to the Heart Scripter effect to be able to special summon itself. Okay.
Yeah, so now when Heart Scripter hits the field, he'll at least have already resolved the Vanquish Soul that he would have wanted to activate.
No triggers.
Now, I think if you're Ruben, do you just go ahead and use the Heart Scripter effect right now? I think you do. He banished the MTP07 because he wants to either put back the trap into his deck to be able to be reset with Light Rabbit in the following turn, or he has the option to put back the Malice in the Mirror to be able to reuse that as well. But it doesn't look like he's going to do it just quite yet. He's going to wait, and now Craig is going to go into Typhon, and Heart Scripter's way too big to be able to activate its effect while Typhon's on the field. Maybe he should just let it rip.
Yeah, but this, obviously this stymies a little bit of what Ruben's trying to do, but it also is basically the indicator that the turn is basically over for Craig.
No more summoning for sure. Oh, it does look like that Ruben did attempt to activate Firewall's Dragon at some point, but as we mentioned previously in the game, Dominus Impulse prevents him from using light effects. So just a PE minor there. It's something that's really easy to overlook, especially when you're using Impulse on your very first turn.
Absolutely.
Which doesn't happen often because your opponent has to have a card on the field, but Holly Sue was on the field. So Typhon is going to return the Heart Scripter and attack over the Allied Code Talker at Ignister.
In your hand, I know Madlove into a nose, correct?
Yeah, so as good as that Typhon may have been there, I just think
it's a losing battle.
Yeah, it's just Ruben has so many resources now, especially if he's going to be able to, start off here with March Air.
March Hare is going to probably banish something like White Rabbit or Chessy Cat. Yep, it's going to be the Chessy Cat. So now the Chessy Cat's banished. As the Malice monsters work, you're able to pay 300 to special summon it back from the banishment. And down to the field. Yep, and now it's Ruben's turn.
Phase 1.
5 monsters on the field, just facing down to Typhon. Typhon's going to stop monsters with 3,000 or more attack from activating their effects, but he's going to start with the Chessy Cat, banishing March Hare to draw 2 cards. March Hare, let him pay 300 to add back a Malice monster from the banishment. Going to add back the March Hare.
One of the things this weekend I think we've seen from the Vanquish Soul decks is it's really great to pass back to the opponent with at least one on the field. I just feel like you feel a little bit safe, and obviously you have the Holly Sue, you have ways of putting them on the field on your opponent's turn, but I really think it's great to have one on there because your opponent really has to instantly start dealing with and playing around the possibility of that returning to hand.
Now that Typhon put the Heart Scripter back into the extra deck, now he's going to use 3 monsters to summon it again, but it only has 2,500 attack now. It wasn't summoned back and having that double attack, so Ruben's going to be able to use the Heart Scripter effect to take care of Typhon and move to the battle phase and end the duel here quickly. He might need a little more damage on the field, so he will be normal summoning Dormouse and using the effect.
Yeah, and the fact that Dormouse just nets out another monster, I think will probably be enough.
And increases all your monsters.
Yeah, that's also true.
It is definitely going to be over 8,000 unless Craig has something like a Bestial that he might be able to summon during the battle phase. Catch Ruben off guard, but he's also going to be able to set the MTP07, so not even that will be enough. He's going to reset the GWC06 with the White Binder, move to battle, attack, attack.
Attack again.
Yeah, I think Craig understands that.
Craig just wanted to watch it happen.
Yeah, which is fair. I mean, you are playing for a seat at the World Championship.
True.
Okay.
They're just like making sure they're good to concede. But yeah, Ruben takes game 1 with relative ease. I mean, he drew pretty well there. Let's not play around with it. He drew having that Dominus Impulse in the opening hand and being able to use it before your opponent's, like, on your first turn. We've been talking all weekend how Vanquish Soul gets to play on your opponent's turn and how good Holly Sue is, but Ruben's showing you there are answers to stuff like that. Dominus Impulse is one of those cards.
And he just navigated some of those early plays so incredibly well, demonstrating how you can utilize Malice in the Mirror as a banish off of Underground and some of the nature by which you can then navigate through there and get cards out of your graveyard banished, like Link monsters especially.
Yeah, you get like the double action from Malice in the Mirror. You're getting the search from Malice in the Mirror. You're getting to summon back whatever you're banishing with Malice in the Mirror. So it's just so much, so fast. And this is one of the reasons why Malice is the deck to beat. But, you know, as it is one of the top decks, it has a target on its back. Artifact Lancia is probably included in almost every single person's side deck. You know, as good as it is, you know, at least a little bit of a downside for Vanquish Soul. Light isn't really an attribute they really want to include in their deck, but there's no way you pass on a chance to use Artifact Lancia.
Yeah, at least with some of the Molcharmies, you are literally replacing if you're able to resolve. So by the time it gets back to you, you might have 6 cards in your hand again if it only 1 for 1. Or you might have 7 or 8 cards, and by that point, you probably have all the attributes you need. You have to play a card like Lancia. It really is a big sacrifice where the lining up there of the attributes is just not ideal for what the Vanquish Soul strategy is trying to do.
Yeah, but it definitely should not stop you from including Artifact Lancia if you are at home playing Vanquish Soul, because you're going to need a card like that against decks as powerful as Malice. But, you know, Craig, looking focused, you know, losing game 1 is tough, but I guarantee you this isn't the first game 1 he's lost throughout the entire tournament. He's probably found a way to win the next 2. Because the game drastically changed once you dive into the side deck. I mean, we've already talked about Artifact Lancia so much, but it definitely evens it out a little bit. But because of Alliance Insight and the backup Adagnister, Wizard Adagnister, and the cards that they got from there, even when they're hit with Artifact Lancia, Malice can still find a way to get to those Link 3 Malice monsters that the deck needs to provide some form of disruption during the opponent. And you touched on using that Artifact Lancia, you're down to 4 cards in your hand. That Lancia is not replacing itself, and Vanquish Soul is a strategy that really needs to amass a decent amount of cards in hand to really get rolling.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Let's say, for instance, you go, you know, Drone Lockbird and DD Crow on your opponent's opening turn. Well, that's, you know, pretty good sometimes. Make your opponent pass back, but now you have 4 cards and you are relying on having a starter and you're relying on having the correct attributes, and all of a sudden you realize, right, I stymied my opponent, but I'm not really able to do anything because I need these attributes that are now suddenly, in the case of maybe DD Crow, discarded to the graveyard because you just fundamentally needed to DD Crow. So it is just one of the points about this deck that you do need to be wary of, that when you are utilizing Vanquish Souls, consider every hand interaction very, very carefully, because you don't want to find yourself not planning for your own turn and realizing that, maybe I could have survived that activation and resolution of an effect on my opponent's turn, but by my use of that hand interaction, it's now stymied my own plays.
Yeah, definitely could be the case, but Craig with a smile there, a little more relaxed. It's funny to me to watch Ruben play and how serious and focused he is, because I mean he's just he has his eyes on the prize. But anytime you see Ruben outside of playing, maybe in a feature match with the opportunity to potentially win the NAWCQ or YCS, he is always all smiles. Very nice guy.
I know you can see he's declaring everything. He is speaking to the judges. And another thing to note, I just want to comment on the previous, he had that just very small infraction in the previous game. And, we thank the judges. They're doing their job. The judges' work is very difficult. And that communication back and forth and the respect back and forth between the players and the judges, it's a really vital part of our tournament structure and system.
Definitely is. It looks like the judges are waiting to do something. But I'm just so eager to get into the next game. I want to see these two excellent duelists face off against each other. Now we're going to get to see a chance for Craig to go first with his Vanquish Soul strategy. Yeah. Is it going to work out for him? Will he open up with some Vanquish Soul monsters? We're going to find out right now here in game number 2 of top 16. I just can't believe we only have a few more rounds, 2 more rounds before we find out who's going to Worlds, but only 3 more before we're going to really find out who's going to become our NAWCQ champion. After this one, of course.
Of course.
All right, let's see what Vanquish Soul cards are in Craig's hand. How is he going to begin his turn?
I think I see at least a Mad Love there, which would mean he has a starter. And if that's the only Vanquish Soul, it wouldn't have been a starter 2 or 3 months ago.
Yep, thanks to Duelist Advanced Vanquish Soul. Sorry, he does have Holly Sue as well, so this is going to work out really well. He's going to reveal the Mad Love to special summon Holly Sue, and follow that up with the effect of Holly Sue, revealing a Dark and a Fire to special summon from the deck. Does Ruben have any response? Doesn't look like it.
This looks like it's going to be a very ideal opening play for Craig.
Yep, Vanquish Soul Rosin is going to be special summoned from the deck, and on summon let Craig add a Vanquish Soul monster from the deck to the hand.
You want to see it? Yeah.
So looks like Ruben's just going to verify the text. Jiaolong. There are some interesting things you can do with Jiaolong.
Thank you.
You can reveal it and also special summon it. It can be revealed for the effect of a Vanquish Soul and special summon in the same chain.
Love 2 unknowns.
Pretty cool. He's going to add Heavy Borger here, it seems, with the Rosin.
Thinking.
It's interesting. I think there might be a copy of Nibiru in his hand. It's another one of those hand interactions that attribute-wise does not line up
but
with the inherent strategy.
Yeah, but could be impactful enough to make a dent in the Malice strategy, so maybe that's why Craig decided to include it here.
But here's Mad Love. He's probably going to be searching out. I think it's really the only option that he has. No, actually, he is playing Dusk Devil as well, so he is going to still go with Vanquish Soul start.
Kingus isn't here anymore.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if I could do it quite as well as he can.
No, we can just say Vanquish Soul start now. We don't have him encouraging us to enunciate our explanation points.
Target Mad Love.
So now it looks like he's going to use Vanquish Soul start targeting Dr. Madlove, and he's going to be able to add a Vanquish Soul monster of a different attribute. So a non-dark Vanquish Soul monster from the deck to the hand. It's going to be that Caesar Valius.
So this is going to be great for Craig. What he's really going to be establishing here is that non-targeting effect with Caesar, so a destruction effect. Potentially the Mad Love bounce back. He's going to have the Holly Sue interaction, and during the end phase, he's going to be able to set the trap, which is going to be a board wipe that allows him to also special summon from the hand and protect his Vanquish Souls. So it's going to be layered. That's just the key of this weekend. What decks can layer their interactions the best. He's also going to be drawing multiple cards throughout the duration of this, burning for some damage. I haven't checked yet. I don't know if Craig is on the package, the Nash Knight package. It actually looks like he is. We haven't seen that in the feature match area yet this weekend, but we may potentially see that here.
Yep, Rosin is going to go to the graveyard to link summon Rock of the Vanquisher. Rock of the Vanquisher's effect is going to activate to add back a Vanquish Soul monster from the graveyard.
I thought you just said effect results.
You're good.
So Rosin goes from the graveyard back to the hand.
Proceed to end.
No response.
Did Craig say he's trying to end? Maybe? Oh no, yeah, end phase. So at the end phase, Vanquish Soul start will allow him to set that trap as you were mentioning, Joe. Make a Soul Snow Devil.
Just want to double check.
So he is kind of going for a more lower to the ground board, but this might not look like a whole lot, but it really, quite frankly, is, because he can summon the Raisin from his hand using Rock in the column that he needs. Note that he left the zone underneath the extra monster zone that's unoccupied open, because if Ruben were to play a Link monster in that zone, he could play the Raisin into that zone and then utilize its effect. He also has the Caesar effect for destruction that's currently in his hand, but could very easily get onto the field. He also has the Holly suit, and here he's using,
and then I have to discard 6.
You know, the draw during the end phase as well, just to kind of filter through and look at all of his options, even though he still has the discard during the end phase.
He drew an Artifact Lancia, I'm pretty sure, off that heavy border. So this could spell disaster for Ruben, but excellent for Craig. This is where he wants to be. A decent turn 1 board here that has a lot of interaction, going uninterrupted from Ruben, and has the Artifact Lancia to try and ruin the game here for Ruben.
He still has another draw if we reach the main phase with Heavy Borger. Something to note for the players at home, notice the sequencing during the end phase. It's a pretty simple one, but you can activate the Heavy Borger during the end phase, but he wanted to resolve his start first by setting that trap card to ensure that he didn't draw it.
Smart stuff here. You don't want it to. It seems like every time you don't do that, you always end up drawing the card that you wouldn't have set. Like, the odds are you're not going to draw it, but it almost happens every single time. But Ruben has seen enough, and Craig is going to even out the series here and push it to a game number 3 up against the reigning Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion.
The reigning world champion trying to also become an NAWCQ champion. I'm not sure if this has happened yet. Would that make him almost like a Grand Slam champion? He would be a YCS champion.
Yeah, he would have
a
them all.
world champion.
Yeah,
a WCQ champion. I don't know if he's won
a team YCS.
A team, but has he won an individual as well? I'm not 100% sure. I know he's won probably 2 team YCSs. So we need to get.
Yeah, it's been a while. I feel like he has, but I'd have to look it up for sure. But he is just an excellent duelist and has been at the top game and has achieved the ultimate goal of winning the World Championship, which only 2 players have ever done from the United States, him following Paulie Aronson from the previous year, which was incredible to see in Seattle, Washington. He was able to take down the World Championship with Ubel. It was quite an epic World Championship last year, so I know he's looking to run it back and then maybe potentially win 2 World Championships in a row.
Yeah, that would be it's something that's been done before. But it's been a while since it's been done.
Certainly has. But it would be awesome to see, the U.S. be able to win 2 in a row for sure. That's definitely never been done by the U.S. It's been done from other places for sure, but not from a U.S. player. Now, going into the side decks, things are going to be a little bit different here as Ruben's going to go first. But yeah, we saw Artifact Lancia really can make all the difference up against the Malice strategy.
Yeah, it's been like that all weekend, but you know, Ruben's made it all the way to the top 16 here this weekend, and it's not because he's just dodged Lancia every round.
Yeah, every single player he's played against has had it.
Literally.
Whether they drew it or not, that's questionable, but chances are he's definitely had to win games where he has gotten Lancia. And like I said, with Alliance Insight and the back-combating Ignister cards, there's definitely ways to play through Lancia. It's a little harder when you're going second and your opponent has like their full established board that they were going for, and Lancia's on top of that, which is why we saw that quick concession there in game number 2. It just really depends on the hand that you draw.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of Droll and Lockbird, where, you know, sometimes you may have compensated for Droll and Lockbird by having cards in your extra deck that when you're going first and get hit by Droll, you can still actually establish enough interruptions to win.
Yeah.
But it's when you're going second and they have Droll and Lockbird plus, you know, a full field where you think to yourself, like, yeah, I planned for dealing with Droll, but not also dealing with what your field entails.
You have the icing on the cake, if you will. And I'm pretty sure he drew that Lancia off the Heavy Borger. So, you know, maybe like a sigh of relief when he saw that there. I almost feel like I heard like some gasps in the crowd, like, oh, just like a little bit.
Yeah.
But our players do have headsets on, so they were not going to be able to hear anything, any sort of crowd reaction from that as well.
But just imagine that from Craig. He's like, oh, this is going pretty well. This is the exact kind of board that I was hoping to do this weekend. And I get a couple draws from Heavy. Ooh, and one of them's Lancia. This is exactly what I want.
And that sealed the deal for game number 2. But we are here in the final game of our top 16 feature match between Ruben Peñaranda and Craig Hayashi.
Draw face.
Draw phase check. Lancia check.
He does
there
have the
it
Artifact
is.
Lancia. What?
All right, called by check.
No.
Does he have any response? Crossout Designator, Call by the Grave, anything to stop it. If not, he's going to have to find a way to play through it. Just a set? Oh, it's okay. Maybe he's going to summon a Malice Monster? No, not yet. It's a pass! Artifact Lancia. It could be Craig's card of the weekend if this is what it's going to take to get past the World Champion. Pot of Extravagance. Ooh. Oh, huge start here for Craig. Artifact Lancia into a Pot of Extravagance.
Anywhere.
Just that 1-2, it basically skips Ruben's first turn, and now he gets to refuel his hand back up to the full 6 cards.
This is
with
huge.
a Pot of Extravagance.
We talked about the downside of Lancia and Vanquish Souls. You're down a card, but Pot of Extravagance is making it up, as you mentioned. Excellent here. We saw Pot of Extravagance in the Vanquish Soul deck that won in top 64 as well, so this might be something to consider if you're at home trying out the new Vanquish Soul cards you got out of Duelist Advance. Pot of Extravagance might be one you want to try out in your list.
Ruben has, though, that critical Ash Blossom. If Ruben is going to survive this turn, I think it really starts with that Ash Blossom and somehow a way to stop Raisin, and he does, in fact, have one.
A mistaken arrest. So until the end of the next turn, neither player will be able to add cards from their deck to their hand. That is huge against Vanquish Soul, but not as incredible against Malice. A lot of times they don't have to add cards to their hand. They're going to be banishing them and then special summoning them.
Yeah, it's a minor inconvenience, but if it's a minor inconvenience that you started, it's something that certainly Ruben's been playing through this entire weekend and certainly will likely have a game plan for on the following turn. But we see here a Heavy Burger already in Craig's hand, which is going to allow him to return that Raisin back.
Yeah, I think Mistaken Arrest only stops you from adding, right? You're still able to draw cards, which is why you saw Ruben Ash Blossom the Pot of Extravagance instead of chaining the Mistaken Arrest. And that means also the Heavy Burger will still be able to net Craig a card. We saw it draw an Artifact Lancia there in game number 1, but will it do it again here? He's going to reveal a dark. Oh, no, yeah, Extra stops you from draw. Oh, but it got Ash, so that part of the effect won't be there. Yep.
Mad Love, Raisin, 2 unknowns.
Dope. Okay, it's just another copy of Mad Love, it looks like. Xiaolong is going to be activated here now to special summon from the hand.
So this is only going to be an interruption by changing battle position, which against Link Monster. Oh, so this is still in the battle phase. Okay, it seemed like it may have been in the end phase. So
yeah, he did use the Heavy Burger in the end phase last time, but getting a little more damage here across makes a lot of sense.
That's fair. So I have to imagine now there will be Link plays incorporating some of these monsters. I thought he was just going to have Xiaolong under the Mistaken Arrest for additional turn, which would mean he'd be unable to activate the effect of adding a Vanquish Soul, but nope, he is going to be able to access his extra deck in main phase 2.
Going to link away the Xiaolong, sending it to the graveyard to perform a Link summon for Raka the Vanquisher.
Can I see right? It's just
and
that, right? Yeah.
Wants to check Ruben's graveyard really quickly.
Just a pair of non-engine cards. So now he's going to be able to add back Xiaolong in hand. So now we know, at least if you're in the Ruben seat, he knows 3 of the cards, Raisin, Xiaolong, and Mad Love. If you're watching, though, from our angle, we know that the unknown card is an additional copy of Mad Love. So what that means, though, is that as this passed back, this draw off Heavy Burger, this additional draw, is going to be a pretty important one.
So he's going to reveal the dark.
Can he draw another Lancia?
This could be his tournament life on the line. And
it's a Molcharmi.
No Lancia here. Ruben is going to get to play his turn.
Now, there are some interruptions here. Of course, you still have the Rock that can summon Raisin from hand.
No. Okay, no, he's going to set a trap again, but that doesn't mean his turn's over. He could still summon a Malice Monster, but he doesn't.
No.
Ruben doesn't have the Malice Monster in hand. The Artifact Lancia didn't even stymie him. It looked like it did, but he doesn't have the Malice Monsters he needs here in Game 3.
I have to imagine that must be another copy of Mistaken Arrest then.
It could be, but he already took so much damage on that first turn. There's no way he's going to survive this Vanquish Soul deck. And Craig, after losing game 1, is going to take down the reigning and current Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion and move on to the top 8. And you know, if Craig makes it to the top 4 and goes to the World Championship, Ruben is going to be looking for him at the World Championship to get his revenge on him, but that's going to be a couple months away, and Craig still has to win in top 8, but Craig is 1 win away from representing North America in Paris, France this year.
demonstrating yet again in the feature match area the power of the new Vanquish Soul strategy.
Absolutely incredible. Duelist Advance just having a huge impact on the NAWCQ here this weekend, and we've seen it in a variety of decks. I mean, even Battles of Legend, Monster Mayhem. This is like the first event we've had streamed since that came out. Gym Nights took everyone by surprise. Multiple in Top Cut, but Vanquish Soul all over the place in the main event and here in Top Cut, and being able to take down the top deck piloted by the top player in the world currently right now. Just absolutely stunning. I mean, Vanquish Soul is such an incredibly strong strategy. Heavy Borger is always like what sold me on Vanquish Soul from the beginning. I mean, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player, so I like to draw cards. So being able to have a Heavy Borger where you're drawing on your turn, drawing on your opponents, getting you closer to accessing cards like Artifact Lancia is just absolutely incredible. And, you know, just hats off to Craig, who's just now one win away from going to the World Championship. But Ruben's going to write his name down and know he's not going to forget this. He's not going to let this one go.
No, this is just going to motivate him even more. Not that he needed any more motivation, but he is still planning in just about a month or so to go to Paris, France and represent North America again to try and go back-to-back at the World Championship. The results of this tournament were going to have no bearing on the fact that he was already invited to that tournament to defend his championship. So I think he's just going to kind of regroup, take a look at what that format's going to be once we know, and prepare like he's prepared for every event in his life.
Yep, but I can't wait to hear from Craig. I know Jackie's standing by with our winner here who just defeated the reigning world champion. So I'm going to let you take it away, Jackie.
Oh my goodness, you defeated the defending world champion going to the top 8. Are you in shock right now?
A little. I mean, obviously he's a good player, but like, yeah.
Okay, so a little bit in shock, but also confident, right? Tell me, what was your mindset going into this duel?
I think going into this top 16 feature, I think it was definitely, I knew it's gonna be hard, because I know who I'm playing against.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, when you laid out that Artifact Lancia, I gotta know, what were you thinking?
I'm glad I resolved.
Okay, the crowd loved that answer. When Ruben passed, what was your reaction? Did you think you were like, oh, this is happening, this is it?
Yeah, there was a moment where like, I knew I had game next turn because he passed. And it helped because I also drew a Holly Sue.
Okay, the crowd is just like nodding, yes. Okay, and I did want to pick your brain a little bit. Why Vanquish Soul?
I actually think it has a good Mitsu Raizo matchup because we have a lot of protection against the Mitsu portion of the deck.
Okay, great. And what is your strategy moving forward?
Try to play it the best I can.
Okay, I like that. Any shout outs? The crowd is cheering for you.
I guess I'll shout out to my home local Fantomic Gaming.
They're hooting and hollering for you. Someone's got their phone light on. They're going wild. Oh, okay, everybody. Let's hear it for Craig, everyone. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That was absolutely incredible. And I like that. This is something I hadn't really thought of. Was like why these players are bringing Vanquish Soul a lot, and how it lines up into Mitsurugi makes a lot of sense. With Vanquish Soul start being able to protect your monsters from being destroyed by card effects by just revealing a Vanquish Soul monster, that makes Ame no Murakamo not as scary as it could potentially be.
And you also have Caesar, who could be unaffected by activated effects as well.
Yeah, lots of cool things. Lots of reasons to play Vanquish Soul with all their new cards that got in Duelist Advance for sure. And I mean, I can't wait to see if Craig's going to make it to the World Championship. He still has to win one more round, though, and it's going to be a tough one. The top 8 at the end of the WCQ is always one of the most nerve-wracking matches that you can possibly play in, because it's win to go to the World Championship or fall just short of your goal.
It's nerve-wracking sometimes to just watch, because you know how it will feel for one of the players who will end up being defeated in the top 8 and have to come back and try next year. But there is one thing that I noticed from this interview. I feel like every player who's had the opportunity to give a shout out has done so to their local OTS, which just demonstrates the importance of our local OTS scene and supporting your local game store.
Yeah, definitely support your local OTS. So, you know, they're the reasons why you're able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! On the weekly and practice to get to a stage like this. So let's go ahead and talk about the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship that's happening this year. That's right. It's the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 happening in Paris, France this year, August 29th to the 31st. Top duelists from around the globe will compete to determine the next Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion in 4 categories. We're here just finding out the TCG representatives, but we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Champions, which is going to be the 3 duelist team as we've seen before. We're going to have to see if Team 7 is going to be able to win again. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, the Speed Duel format, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, the Rush Duel format. You know, last year there was a clean sweep for the Americas, and we saw, our player who just lost here in top 16, Ruben Piñaranda, win the TCG. I mentioned Team 7, which is Ryan Yu, Jesse Cotton, and Raymond Dye. We saw Raymond Dye on stream yesterday. He's here practicing his Malice deck, but he will be playing in the Master Duel World Championship again this year. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling Speed Duel, Sebastian Villaro from Bolivia was able to win, and the Rush Duel champion, Marc-Andre, a.k.a. Quantum Cubes, was able to take down the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel World Championship, and they will all be returning to defend their title in Paris, France at the end of August, and you're not going to want to miss that for sure. It's just an incredible time of the year. It's be able to find out who's going to the World Championship and then eventually be able to watch the World Championship. These 2-month period is my favorite time of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Year.
I love tuning in during the World Championship too, because you just go format to format, from Master Duel back to the TCG. Sometimes you get to see Dragon Duels as well. Just really refreshing to see the variety of ways in which this game can be played.
Yeah, I mean, especially ever since they've introduced Master Duel to the World Championship, I was kind of weary of okay, it's a World Championship, but it's going to be teams, so you're not really crowning one champion. But it has exceeded my expectations and how exciting it is to watch. Because a lot of times, you're watching a lot of the TCG players who are some of the top-notch, like Jesse Cotton has probably the most wins out of anybody on the planet when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Be able to compete in Master Duel and take down the World Championship alongside his friends, Ryan Yu and Raymond Dye. It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it just also establishes these rivalries of these teams going back again. Team Snipe Hunters, for instance, coming back this year potentially to try and reclaim their crown as world champions.
Yep. We did just see our feature match for top 16, but I think we got to take a look at some of the other players who made it to the top 16 here, who are trying to punch their ticket to Paris, France at the World Championship. That's right. I mean, Julian Kahn's already going to Paris, France. Clifton Land, he's still in there trying to make it back after being 1 win away from going to the World Championship. We're going to have to see if Clifton Land can do it. And then Aditya, he won the NAWCQ last year, and he's still here trying to go. Unfortunately, Ruben, your tournament is over.
Here's Mario, who also lost on Friday in the playoff.
Yeah, lots of these players. Any one of these players will be the ones that are representing. Charlie could be going. He just won the last YCS, and he's trying to win again. He's also a former Dragon Duel World Champion in his own right. He's won on the big stage, had the flames around him, so it'd be cool to see if he can win the TCG. Zach Butler, a veteran of the tournament scene, trying to get there with his blue eye strategy.
We just saw Craig in the feature match area already into the top 8.
Yep, and this is the bracket. You can see that Julian and Mario are going to be playing, and we just saw Craig defeat Ruben in the feature match, and Alexander and Aditya are in a tough game number 3 there. But
Julian and Mario
again,
were part of Friday. Look at that.
And now they're
Could you
playing each
imagine
other
if
in top
Julian
8?
denies him again?
That would be crazy. Looks like Charlie did win in top 16 over Christopher, and he's going to be taking on Isaiah's, and Wilfredo is going to be taking on Clifton Land. So that's at least, what, 4? No, it's Julian, Mario, Clifton. They all played in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff, and now they're all back in it again, 1 win away again from making it to the World Championship. This is going to be Clifton's second chance to go to Worlds in the same weekend.
Same thing with Mario.
Same thing with Mario. And then Julian's already going.
So Julian's already going. Do you remember Julian saying, so I think it was Jackie that asked him, all right, so what's your weekend looking like? You already have your invite to Worlds? And he's like, I'm still trying to play and win the main event this weekend.
Yep, never give up. I mean, there's so much more than just going to the World Championship. The prizes for the NAWCQ are absolutely incredible if you make top 4. So there's a lot on the line to keep trying to play and win for. Along with these new prize cards, the Effect Veiler, the Card Trooper, the prize promo pack, the exclusive game mat, the complete sets, the Starlight and Gordon Century Secrets, so much that are there for the prizes to take. But we're going to find out. We're going to be back with the all-important top 8 round, where we're going to have a matchup of 2 players who are going to face off, and only one of them will move on to top 4 till we go to the World Championship. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. You do not want to miss the conclusion of the 2025 NAWCQ. It's been an incredible weekend. I can't wait to see how it's all going to end. Stay tuned. We got some more dueling coming our way.
Hello, Yu-Gi-Oh fans. My name is Grant Williams, a professional basketball player for the Charlotte Hornets, and I don't know if many of you guys know this, but I'm a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan. Not only just Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel, but the anime I watched continuously growing up, and something that I will even play live. The way I got into Yu-Gi-Oh started off by watching the show. I was a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan. My brothers were hyper competitive. Both my older brother Gilbert and my older brother Gabon, we always had something where we had to choose what our favorite was. So when we first started watching the show, Gilbert, of course, older brother, chose Yugi. And then Gabon, who was the middle child, chose Kaiba, as you guys probably would understand. And then I got Joey. And I was a big Joey fan, not only just from how he communicated in the show, but also because he had, in my opinion, one of the best decks with the Red Eyes and Red Eyes Black Dragon. So that's where it all started for me. I was younger at the time, and then my favorite show was actually Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I fell in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Heroes were, as you know, as a kid growing up, I was big into anything hero. The duel that I remember most in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is when I got my butt kicked by a Trap Tricks deck. It reminded me of how much there was a skill gap in Yu-Gi-Oh! At my time then. And I was like, okay, maybe I need to learn all the decks possible, or maybe I just need to read the cards so I know exactly what they're doing. And then eventually I was like, all right, so I'm back into this, and I found out what my niche was. And I'm a big Dark Magicians player. I'm a big time hero player. And as Master Duels goes, I continue to grow and try new decks, because there's always a new deck to be able to play, and there's always something new to learn. It's something I love about Master Duel. The platform I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel on is iOS typically, whether it's my iPad or my iPhone, just because it's the most convenient way of playing. I was able to play not only on the plane, I was able to play on the busted games, whether I was at the game, and it allowed me to use my mental to really stay locked in and get engaged, because when you have to focus on Master Duel and understand what cards you need to summon, what cards you need to play, what cards you need to pull from your deck, it's really, really engaging, and it's something that I was able to do prior to games to make me fuel to have my best performance. And then now I started to play more on Steam, because I have a new PC that I'm starting to game on and do streams on, so I'm excited to be able to play on Steam and be able to connect with the community, whether it's through Discord, whether it's through the app, and just be able to try new decks and continue to compete on Master Duel. My strategy when dueling is all about attack. It's all out. I want to be able to have the best monster on the field and to be able to win, honestly, by taking all of your life points. I don't really like playing traps. I don't really like playing spell decks. I'm more of a aggressive, if I'm playing a spell, it's to support and to do something that is allowing me to either boost my attack points, or whether it's pulling a card from my deck just to be able to continue the attack with the monsters, whether it's through summoning, whether it's through synchro, whether it's through link, and having different options to be able to have success. I prefer casual play just because it allows me to have more conversation with my friends. However, the reason why I love competitive play is because it shows you all the different decks that are able to be played at a high level, but also it allows you to really understand where you stand in the game. And that's something that always, for me as a competitor, I always want to improve, I always want to be the best. And I have ways to go, but there's a mix of I want to be the best at it, but also a mix of there's heart in the cards and the cards that I want to play. So that's why I think the mix of casual and competitive play is very, very helpful. The deck that I'm currently using right now is Dark Magician. As you guys know, it's one of my favorite decks. Able to not only have a lot of attack, but also, have support if you need it. I'm still learning other decks. I wanted to learn Labyrinth. That's the next deck, so I'm going to try to learn and play. And I'm a big hero deck guy as well. Those are my 3 decks that I feel like I will be confident in learning how to play. The decks that I'm super excited to try out, honestly, Millennium Exodia. I'm getting able to try that today because not only is it a super sick deck that allows you to win pretty much immediately, but also it is a deck that brings that nostalgia back as well. Being able to watch the show, Grandpa, I feel like these are all moments of any Yu-Gi-Oh fan's life that really brought them to the show and to the game. So to be able to have that nostalgia while also being able to learn new decks has been very, very helpful. The Master Duel event that I enjoyed the most was, I don't remember the title of the event, but it was a nostalgia event where you got to play old decks and got to play old cards, and there was nothing that you really had to learn. You just had to come back and play the joy of the game. And I think that brought back a lot of fans from not only the nostalgia of their youth, but also to just be able to have that competitive leisure play. And I think it allowed new players to be able to learn the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And be able to then step into the next stages and learn more about summoning, learn more about different options of cards, learn more about different decks. So that was my favorite event. It was also at a time where I had stepped away from the game for a while because I had lost my account, and I, let's just say, committed a lot of my funds back then because I was big, and as you all know, and fortunate to be an NBA player, and I was able to compete at a high level from the beginning. So now I've built it back up the right way, and now I'm starting to compete and grind, and it's been very, very exciting. My favorite monster will and will always be Wing Karibo. I think that's part of the reason because of the TV show. That was my show growing up. It's the one that I grew up coming home from school, or really waking up early in the morning, just be able to watch, and it is honestly the best version in my opinion. Second favorite monster besides Wing Karibo is Red Eyes Black Dragon, and then Elemental Hero Neos, and Elemental Hero Clayman, Bersenatrix, Wingman, all those, because just I was a big GX fan, and that entire deck is something that I would always continue to play. The theme that I'm most fond of outside of the decks that I love to play is the tune, because I love the whole, really the idea of Toon World and how the deck is played. It's super exciting. It might be, some people don't enjoy it because they say it's a ripoff of other cards or whatever else, but I'm a big fan of it because it's a new version. It's kind of like a variant, and it allows you to play your favorite cards and have a different theme. And I very much so enjoy Toon, and it's one of my favorite decks to play out as well. If I could hang out with any character from the verse, honestly, I'd still choose Jaden, just because of his charisma, his passion for cards, and how we all got started. I think he got started the same way I did. You know, we were fans of Yu-Gi, and it's something that brought us to the game. He's hyper competitive, and I think, and also my favorite color is red. So all those things add up. So Jaden would be my pick. And to all the fellow Yu-Gi-Oh fans, I just want to say, not only thank you for you guys' support in my life, but also thank you for giving me a reason to have a level of joy. It's something that I can turn on no matter it's been 25 years, 20 years, 26 years of my life. And I could go back and watch the old anime and Yu-Gi-Oh! I could watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, I could watch 5Ds, I could play the games on my old Nintendo DS. These things are all so nostalgic for me. And now Master Duel has given me a new adaptation to really learn more about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm super excited for Championship Series. I'm super excited to now connect with you Yu-Gi-Oh! fans, because your community has been so welcoming to me that hopefully I can do the same and hopefully teach you guys a little bit, whether it's about sport, whether it's about things outside of sport, whether it's about just life in general. And hopefully we can stay connected, and I can compete with you guys day to day, and you'll see me on stream doing that. Thank you all for watching. I'm super excited and hopeful that you guys connect with my origin story with Master Duel. Also, be sure to not miss Road to Worlds 2025. It's something that I feel like is going to be a blast, and it's going to be something that is going to allow us to see who the best duelers are. So good luck to all the 2025 World Championship competitors, and I hope to be able to see you guys not only at the events, but hopefully online and globally. So see you in Master Duel, and it's time to duel.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the NAWCQ, where we are about to enter the top 8 feature match, which means the winner of this match is going to Worlds. Everything on the line from this entire weekend of play. So please join me in welcoming to the stage. First up, in the blue chair, originally from Nice, France, already qualified for the Worlds, and wants to shout out his OTS card arts, Julian Keon! And his opponent today in the red chair from Montreal, Quebec, continuing his redemption arc after the points playoffs finish. Please welcome Mario D'Amico! All right, Mario, I gotta ask, your points playoffs, you also made it to the top 8, but you were not able to close it out and earn a world spot. What does it mean to you to be back on stage?
I mean, it means everything. I got a second chance right now. We're going to see how it goes, but hopefully I get there.
I know that last time you said you were trying to rep all of Montreal. You were shouting them out. Will you dedicate this match to the homies back in Montreal?
Not only Montreal, but all to my testing group. There's Cam, Nash, G. There's even Heizum. It's my Discord chat. So, yeah, everyone.
To everyone cheering you on, best of luck. All right, now, Julian, you've already qualified for the WCS as you were able to make a top 2 finish in the points playoff. So what are you doing all this for now?
Well, I'm doing it for my friends that are also in top 8 because I know that if I win, they get another chance at going to Worlds. And also, I want to shout out Susie. I know you're watching, and all of France is watching with you, so I'm doing this for you guys. I'm getting that trophy, baby.
The scarf's back on. The duelists are already on stage. That's it from us. Let's go back to the casters for game number 1.
Wow, wow, wow. It's so awesome to see these wonderful, familiar faces as they compete, not only for that World's representation, but for the overall winning of NAWCQ. I couldn't have said better myself, Julian. You still want to win that trophy. You still want to be the NAWCQ champion, best player in the continent.
We could not send better representatives because I think I just realized both of these duelists, when they go to France, will parler français. They actually will know how to get around, but again, neither are a stranger to the stage, but Mario is on that redemption arc. He didn't make it all the way. And to translate what Julian said, speaking of French, what it means is if he gets into the top 4 spot, the invite actually passes down to 5th place, and if 5th place isn't eligible, 6th place, etc. So it's incredible there for them to be able to compete for that trophy again with the Millennium Eye in there. Well, I can't read their minds, but I imagine they are locked in for this duel.
And as we get into the matchup, I want to briefly talk about the decks these two players are playing. We've already seen them throughout this weekend. Julian on day 0 and Mario today on day 2, day 1, and day 0. We have Onomat Ryzeal by Mario and Malice still being played over by Julian. These are two decks that we've been familiar with all weekend. They are super, uber powerful, and I cannot wait to see how these players play at the highest level possible.
It is certainly a matchup we've seen before. A lot of duelists believe that these two are the decks to play, right? Malice, Ryzeal, huge representation internationally, especially in the Oceania WCQ. Of the top 64, 36 decks, I believe, were some variant of Ryzeal, and 11 decks were some variant of Malice. But Malice has that sort of chip on its shoulder, right? Many people have claimed, well, Malice has never won a YCS. Well, they may not win a YCS today, but if Julian makes it all the way, I think winning the NAWCQ is quite the feather in Malice's cap.
Oh, yeah, and look at these two, just Josh and have a good time. I had the pleasure of spending some time the other day with Julian. He's a really fun and amazing player. He loves the Malice deck so much. He loves his friends for helping him not only learn this deck, but also build some of the cards within it. He was actually missing a few things for his deck to make it as beautiful as he wanted it to be, to give him the best luck possible. It's just beautiful to see him here. And Mario, what a trooper, man. Playing in the points playoffs, not making it, fighting it out on day 1 and day 2 to make it all the way back here in the same spot. If he wins, he is going to Worlds. He's been here before.
Definitely a storyline we've seen before last year with Adichia, who competed, made it very close in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff of 2024, but he's also our 2024 North American champion.
Also in the background, Adichia actually did make it a top 8 for those that are wondering, which means he has a chance to also become a back-to-back NAWCQ champion while also getting his invite to Worlds, which will be exciting too, but more on that later when we do the bracket update.
Yeah, we got to focus on these duelists, but it's just an incredible stacked top cut. World champions, ultimate duelists, so many people making it here, but now we're thinning down to just these final top 8. And only the top 4 goes to the World Championship, or top 5, technically, if Julian is able to pass that invite down by winning this match.
How incredible would that be? Just to see, oh yeah, so Julian's going, and so is this guy at the very end of the tournament when everything's over.
Yeah, whoever is that 5th place duelist, if Julian wins, you better thank him. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. But We have to get through this duel first, and we know how powerful Mario's deck is since we saw it on stream multiple times.
And we saw how dominating Dueling was in Day 0. Like, he was able to bring out some of the most powerful combos I've ever seen from the Malice deck and just overwhelm people with advantage and power. But Mario's Automat Raziel is no stranger to doing that too.
And Julian having an incredible tournament run this entire year. Remember, this is his first year of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!
I almost forgot with how good he is. Wasn't he also Swiss champ? He was ranked #1 seed.
He was ranked #1, yeah. So again, you know what? I'm not going to give you the whole speech, but if you think, man, I can't make it, I just started Yu-Gi-Oh! You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Because Julian is living proof that you can make it just in your first year.
And there we go. Now they're entering the serious mode. The mode where it all comes down to this. After this, one of them will go home, and one of them will be going to Worlds, maybe even for a second time, to where he can gift it to somebody else.
That's so wild. What a great present, right? It's like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and gift this to you at our World Championship qualifiers. Speaking of World Championship qualifiers, let's go ahead and get into Game 1 of our top 8.
So just a reminder, we have Julian on the left playing adding Mr. Malice, and we have Mario on the right playing Automat Raziel. The dice roll is about to be rolled.
And Julian confirming something very heads up, by the way, in his first year of play. Looks like the assistant head judge is up on the stage. That ruling is going to be final, and he knows that because he read his tournament policy guidelines. Got to read them.
I'll go first.
Good luck,
And then Mario probably proclaims he's going first. We've seen him do this and how powerful the boards are he can create. Let's see how this goes. He's drawing those cards very slowly. He's like, this is the hand that I could use to get me one step closer to going to Paris, France.
Doesn't want any surprise, just one at a time, one card at a time. It looks like we're going to start with this card, Molcharmi Purulia. It's going to be difficult because he is playing Raziel.
Yeah, lots of summons from the hand, but there's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring! Bam, and we're going to chain out a second copy of Purulia! That one will not be checked by Mario, it looks like, which means he will still get the draws for every summon from the hand, which Raziel, like you said, does a lot, especially the Automat version.
Well, that's one right now. At least it's not two, but that's going to hurt as he slowly replenishes Julian's hand every time Mario summons.
And again, the age-old question, do you interact with the main deck monsters or do you not? It can always be a tough call. Against the less pure versions of Raziel, it's probably not the best, but we are going to Dominus Impulse the effect of Ice Raziel, not letting you get the summon, but because there is no trap card in the graveyard, it will not be destroyed. This might force Mario to play more into the Purulia if he wants to actually get a rank 4 playoff here.
That's definitely a challenge here. It's taking a moment for Mario to decide what he wants to do next, but it looks like it is going to go ahead and resolve. You might be able to continue your combos, but you're right. If you are leaning into the Do-Do-Do side of this Do-Do deck, you are going to be giving your opponent more cards because even Do-Do-Do Do Warrior is going to go ahead and special summon from the hand, so that could be difficult. I haven't seen his hand yet, but this is difficult. You have to decide whether or not you're going to give your opponent more advantage or just sit there and leave Ice Raziel sitting like a lame duck. So Mario about to play a second card?
Well, he asked Julian how many cards he had in his hand, and he only said 3, which isn't actually that many cards, but if any one of them is a combination of Malice cards, Mario's in big trouble if he just passes. So he's like, I can't afford to just stop playing. He's going to activate the effect of Gaga Ganbara Knight, revealing the Gaga Girl that he has in his extra deck, allowing him to summon this card and potentially summon another monster from his hand. But that gives you 2 draws off of Purulia. If you're Julian.
Gambara Knight?
That's fine.
So we are going to go ahead and allow that. Special summon, and that's another draw. Of course that's fine.
And are we going to use the effect of summon from the hand again? It looks like we're not. Maybe just trying to dodge giving him the extra draw if we can avoid it.
I'm not playing anything.
Okay.
Yep, I respect it. Makes a lot of sense to me. He also might have no target in hand, but yet to be seen.
I have 2.
We've seen in this situation some duelists that play Xyz-based decks turn into Baguska, the terribly tired Tapir. I wonder, it's not necessarily as effective against Malice because of the Link monsters, but he's got his work cut out for him. Obviously, since it's just Purulia, it's not as big a deal to special summon from the extra deck, so this choice is going to be most important. I am seeing those materials in defense mode. That usually means a duelist is summoning Baguska. Oh no, Gallet Granite!
Ooh, threatening the potential to search Nibiru, the Primal Being here as the rock target in his deck that can essentially say, hey Julian, do all the Malice combos you want. See what happens.
Yeah, come get me. Well, there we go. We're going to grab Nibiru, the Primal Being there, and then use the detach effect of the Gambara Knight.
Yeah, that'll allow him to, I believe, search for another, basically, I think either Zubaba card or I think maybe a Gaga card as well you can grab.
Well, let's see what he pulls out of the deck.
One pile at a time.
Always interesting with duels too, that even Julian noted that he picked up like half the deck, just tried to see, but he is going to get a go monster. It's go Goblinberg.
Which is going to be some more summons, but I believe Goblinberg specifically summons, I want to say it summons from the hand deck or graveyard, which means you will be able to sort of dodge at least one more Perulia draw, but you'll give them one more with the Goblinberg themselves if you're able to summon that card. But right now it's only a normal summon effect, so I'm not sure you can do that this turn.
Beer the Primal being certainly helpful there. It does give a little bit of insurance, and you are sort of setting up for the next turn using some of these once per turn effects to make sure that you are not in trouble if you do survive to the next turn.
Yeah, but the fear is like, what cards does Julian have? We got this pass. I mean, this Nibiru might be enough to like force Julian to go for a more conservative Malice line, but I don't know. This deck is known for playing through almost everything, Nibiru included. So we'll see how it goes. Julian begins his turn.
I did see a couple of cards in Julian's hand, including a Malice White Rabbit, but looks like we're going to start off with Malice P. Dormouse.
I mean, I can't think of any better starter than that. This will allow him to banish any Malice card he wants from his deck.
Thinking.
Yes, it's time to count the summons here, by the way, chat. That is 1.
It's always rare when we count the summons and know Nibiru is in there, you know? It's always fun.
Something that Gallant Granite adds to the equation, sort of threatens the presence. You want to summon 5 cards against me?
And even if we didn't know by the stream that Julian drew a Malice name for turn, that Chessy Cat Banish totally tells me that he has one in hand, because you wouldn't normally do that if you didn't already have the White Rabbit in hand, to get the uber value out of the Chessy Cat effect to draw 2 cards.
It's totally fair, and by the way, summon counts 2.
I mean, there's a world here where we see like 4th summon Heart Scriptor, and we just like try to attack twice in the battle phase by getting GWC of 6 with 5,000 attack points. You know what I mean?
Could do that,
like,
yeah.
Because every Malice monster currently gets plus 600, so you'll go 31, and then you'll come back, you'll be 56, and that's more than enough for lethal if you have access to banishing, or sorry, shuffling back a banished Malice card to the deck. Which I'm not sure Julian will be able to do, but we'll see as the turn progresses.
It's certainly a creative way to do it, and Julian right now getting the best practice you can as a World Championship representative, because you are playing somebody who is hungry for that trip to Paris.
Man, Julian's hand is just so incredible. I just saw a backup Adagnister in his hand as well. That's pretty good.
Kind of the full complement of Malice monsters.
Wow, we're going to be banishing the March Hare off the Chessy Cat to get those 2 extra draws, and now we're going to activate the effect, pay 300, and add it back to our hand, and we still have that monster's effect to summon itself by banishing another Malice monster.
Oh, everything is coming up Julian's way. Oh, and there's a gold sarcophagus in his hand. This is everything.
At this point, Julian's just thinking to himself, okay, how can I play through this Nibiru? Not play around, play through. Go ahead and activate it. See what happens.
It is Julian's game to win. And by the way, with the Malice P. Dormouse, we got the Chessy Cat, that's 3. So this would be 4, right?
Yes, and then whatever he summons after
you
this
normal
would be the 5th summon. It uses Splash Bleach, I should say.
And I think we are targeting the Malice P. Dormouse.
That is fine.
5.
Anything on Rise?
No, this is 4.
Oh, it is 4. Okay, you're right. Because 2, 2, yep, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Jokes aside, we do have the Splash Mage bringing out the Malice P. Dormouse in defense mode.
Fine.
But this is rough now if you're Mario, because now you have no really good time to Nibiru, because if we go into Red Ransom here, because we have the March Hare in hand, or White Binder too, that works as well, because having the March Hare in hand basically means whatever Link 3 you get rid of, I can just banish and bring it back using March Hare's effect, if it's in the graveyard. And then you just give me a free token body to kind of like fight through everything, and now I know most of your interactions are gone.
And Malice P. Chessy Cat.
So I know we haven't used the Dormouse banishment effect now, and it does look like we're going to get rid of the Gambara Knight as well as the March Hare and the Dormouse, paying some 300 life points there to activate the effect.
Anything here?
Yep, Dormouse, because we already used Chessy Cat this turn. Thinking here for the Nibiru, now is as good a time as any, because you know your opponent has the March Hare. It's pretty rough here, considering that you're kind of just like giving your opponent more opportunity to put more names in his banishment. But there we see the Nibiru coming down. This will only have 0 defense points, and I believe 3,200 attack.
Well, it's going to have a little bit of defense from the Gallant Granite.
That's right, that's right. I think it's like 23 and 18 or something are their stats.
Res good.
Oh, linking it off.
Into the Link Spider. We are playing it in Julian's extra deck for exactly this situation, and because we have the backup in our hand, that's now a Link monster that we can use to summon and get access to our wizard. Ooh.
One of the first Cyberse Link monsters to ever come out, creeping its way back onto the World Championship qualifier stage, and a really heads-up way to do it. Again, a Cyberse monster. I don't think there's any normal Cyberse monsters in his hand. He's not that much of a Galaxy Brain Duelist, but he's doing a great job navigating everything here as he's about to activate the March Hare effects.
Yeah, just get access to White Binder, right?
That's fine.
I would imagine you'd have to. And that draw would feel pretty good right now.
And what's cool is because he has the gold sarcophagus, even if we have something like Ash Blossom here interact with the white binder, we're still able to gold sarcophagus white rabbit and then get access to GW06 that way, and then just summon back white binder using that card. There's the Ash Blossom I was talking about, but I don't think it's going to matter because of the play I just described.
Ash Blossom Majora Spring certainly powerful to be able to stop that, but it's not going to be enough. There's so many powerful cards still in Julian's hand.
Oh my gosh, do you know what that set card could be? We know that Mario plays Gravedigger's Trap Hole. We've seen it day 0, we've seen it day 1, we've seen it day 2. That's what that set card could be.
Now, it also could be a Ryzeal Plasma Hole, so we'll have to find out if it's a live trap or not.
It could be just one gigantic bait. You're totally correct.
And if I recall correctly, when Mario was on the featured match stage, he just had a set bonfire, but that was enough to scare his opponent because it was set off a triple tactics thrust.
Yeah.
So you don't know if it's a bluff, a live trap card, a dead trap card. We will have to find out one way or the other.
That was hilarious. He's like, I'm going to set bonfire, and the guy's like, oh yeah, that's enough. You win.
Yep. Right, so Gold Sarcophagus finally being activated. Let's see what we're going to banish out of the box.
There's the white rabbit play I was talking about. We cannot pay 300, summon that, and then get the search for our all-important Malice trap cards, specifically GWC06. Seems like a pretty good one for this board texture.
Well, maybe a bumpy ride, because there goes the GWC06 set face down.
It is worth noting, too, that I believe we've used every single main deck Malice Monsters effect to summon themselves. The only things we have left are Heart Scripter and Red Ransom.
Well, there's 3 Cyberse monsters on the field.
One of them including a Malice name, so this could be Heart Scripter right here. There she is.
Cryptor's fine. Attempt Cryptor, targeting Chessie.
Yep, we're going to shuffle back the Chessie Cat to non-target banisher card. It's going to be the set card. Is that Gravediggers? Let's find out together. It is non-targeting, and it's Automata Pyra. You're right, it is a bluff.
I mean, it still could have caused him to go ahead and use up that effect to banish it, although there wasn't really any other great targets on the field. And of course, the Nibiru the Primal being probably not long for this world. But now we're going to see the backup Adagnister slapping on down.
And I do want to point out this Heart Scriptor is currently 3,100, and if it comes back, it'll have 5,600 attack points, which is a lot of damage.
We may be able to see Julian close it out in this turn, actually.
This feels like access code to me. If I had to guess, use access code's effect, targeting the Cryptor, gain 3,000, banish the Cryptor, destroy, and then there it is. Mario sees the writing on the wall. Game 1 goes to Julian.
I was going to go Wizard to put it in the fence.
Woo-wee! It's a little nerve-wracking almost. One more win away.
This is wild. Already at match point this early in the game, and Julian doing a great job just explaining, I was probably going to go into Wizard having Mr. Cyberse and keep going, but he didn't have to. And so now Mario has his work cut out for him as he accesses the side deck. He's back to the wall, determining whether or not he is going to make it to the World Championship or not.
Ever since day 0, it has been an absolute pleasure to watch Julian pilot this Malice deck. As a Malice fan, I'm also a big fan of Mario as well, but I just truly find the way he's choosing to pilot the deck, navigating when to do certain things, when to do something, when to play through things, when to play around things, it's just very impressive. And even though Mario had to deal with double Perulia in the opener, even though he had an Ash Blossom, I think he put up one heck of a fight and forced Julian to play his absolute best game there. Let's see if he can keep that up and maybe get himself that game 2 win, so that way we have a really intense game 3.
He's hoping that the struggle in Wonderland is a struggle for the Malice instead of his Ryzeal deck. And if it does go first unfettered, it does have the ability to play some wild cards. We've seen that before on the future match stage. So I don't know what we're going to have here, but I would be interested to see if maybe we see that very threatening Treptrix Rafflesia that he did that previous game. That was really, really cool to see. But at this point, you've got to have a game plan. Just get into it and get going. This is it. There is no match after this for one of these 2 duelists, so they've got to keep going. Their life points depend on it.
But if you're Julian, this is exactly what you want. Every Malice player always talks about, I want to make sure no matter what, I win game 1, because I know that in games 2 and 3, they can bring in Lancia. And let's just say going second into Lancia is a lot worse than going first into Lancia. And so making sure you maximize the chances of you going first in game 3 is all Julian's thinking about. He's like, even if I lose this game, it's okay, because game 3, I have the best shot possible to win it all.
Well, as Julian stares off into the distance, Mario just doing his final preparations here again. Back to the wall, 1 game down. He could still make it. We've seen him do it before. But can he make it through this top 8?
All right, what do you think? Do you think having the Millennium Eye Trophy on the table is motivating or discouraging and threatening and intense? I'm not sure. Being on feature can be nerve-wracking enough.
Well, they both went on the stage a couple of times before, but really this is the moment. So I don't know, if it's the stage that is what's at stake, or if it's the stakes that what on his mind. It's just,
right. the context of the match versus the context of the environment are very different.
Yeah, exactly, because they could be playing on just a normal table anywhere else, and if you told them, hey, if you win this duel, you're going to Paris, you know that, it would give you the same vibe. You don't need the lights, the camera, the cheering crowds. You know what's going on. And many duelists, they're just in a mind palace of their own, right? They are right there in the game, and they don't care about the judges. They don't care about what else is going on. They are locked in, and I think Mario, again, having been on the stage over and over and over again, I don't think the Millennium Eye Trophy is giving him any worry, except for the fact that he wants to be able to grab that as the champion of this event.
Run to the front of the stage, say, we did it! Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, laissez aller, mes amis. Let's go, friends.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful to see. Both players locked in. Decks are being shuffled here. Siding is done. Game 2 about to begin. As I've always said, games 2 and 3 are the most important duels of all time. They're the most information, and they're just the most intense.
They really are. Now, both duels still having a good sense of humor about them, right? A little bit of smile there on Julian's face, and Mario starting to be a little bit smiling as well. Maybe a smile will be a little wider on his face if he wins this duel. We'll see, because he still has to keep a good sense about him, right? You can't play on tilt.
No,
there's no other way to say it. Just can't play on tilt. If you lose that first game and you're like, oh no, maybe I won't go, you're not going to have the energy you need and the focus you need to continue to climb through this bracket.
And as we know, Mario's been here before. He was in a very similar situation on day 0. He knows what it feels like to lose this game. Let's see if he figures out how it feels to win this match in this game.
Started from the bottom twice, and now he's here twice. It looks like both duelists are just about ready to go. They're just locked in, loaded. I cannot believe the matches that we have had the privilege of watching. Here we are.
Well, they're going to keep going as we head into game 2 against Julian and Mario. I believe Mario will probably go first once again. We have the duelist handshake. The cards are being drawn.
Now, would you look at the time? It's time to duel. So I believe Mario choosing to go first here.
Starting off, I believe we're going straight into main phase. We're going to set a mysterious card and pass. Mario has no plays.
No.
Drop turn.
Oh no!
I can see the not like this emotes from here.
Is this the non-engine hand? Is this the all brakes, no gas?
But that could be okay if you want to slow your opponent down.
I mean, normal summing backup at Ignister from Julian isn't the greatest way to start off either.
Will this be the end of the tournament run from an explosive combo from Julian, or has Mario got enough cards in his hand to stop everything Julian tries? Let's start off with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring against the backup at Ignister.
9, the Wizard. There currently are no Cyberses in the graveyard, but it doesn't matter. We're going to go battle phase and attack with the backup. Both players seem to have very low impact hands. Okay.
That could also mean, however, that there are just as amazing stopping cards from Julian 7. If he's setting 3, is that just trap after trap after trap?
I have no idea what those cards could be, but I bet you they're all scary.
Scary, but not starting to do anything, right?
Yeah.
Did Mario just go main? Okay, we're in main phase.
Can you imagine?
I was like, did I just hear him draw a pass? I'm like, what's happening? Okay, this is where it goes. Normal summon, go glove. I believe
wow.
I believe it's stronger than backup. I believe it's only 1,200 attack points backup, but I believe glove is 1,500. I've never needed to know the attack points of this monster.
Well, thinking about the monster, though, this is typically a card you want to leave in the deck so you can send it to the graveyard with Do Warrior, and now the fact that you've drawn it kind of telegraphs the weak position that Mario's in. If you're normal summoning that card, it means you don't have other options to use, and there are so many good normal summons in this deck, so
yeah,
this is difficult.
It has 0 attack points, by the way, so he's just using the effect of summon a Zubababa or a Gagaga monster from his hand.
Not a bad idea, but Infinite Impermanent's going to lock that down.
So no extra summon here. Now he just has a 0 attack monster in play. That can't summon itself from the graveyard, so if he loses it, it's no big deal. We're going to activate the effect of Zubaba Bancho in the hand.
Coat. And this is helpful because all you need to control is one of those fabled names right there, and you can special summon that monster.
And then you can target one Go Dodo in his graveyard and special summon it, but he does not currently have any. But there's Dominus Impulse.
With a trap card, too.
Going to negate and destroy the Bancho.
That's right. So goodbye, Zubaba Bancho. Got code.
It's what we thought here. Julian's hand was pretty much all non-engine as well, but he's the one that's forced to use it first. There's a chance that Mario has just the same amount as well.
Pass turn. So during the end phase, Julian taking a look at the cards before he decides to draw.
This is going to be an interesting use of resources here from both players. Basically, any one card can turn it on for both of them. Yep. Here we see the draw. What is it from Julian?
MTP.
We're going to activate MTP 07. That'll get us our Malice engine if we need it.
Had to do that the hard way. Set it, wait, and then activate. Didn't get to banish any Malice cards for that extra advantage, but finally got to the Malice P Dormouse.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be huge to see. This. If this Dormouse resolves, that could be it. Because then Julian will proceed to do as many Malice combos as he can, and the advantage might be unsurmountable if you're Mario.
Man, you can cut the tension in the air with a knife. That normal summon, let's see what we got. It's going to be Artifact Lancia!
In response to the Dormouse's effect, but we have Call by the Grave for the Artifact Lancia, and Mario concedes!
Julian has passed an invite from Worlds Down, already qualified.
Wow.
But now, whoever is in 5th place will qualify for the World Championship.
Has that ever happened for an actual NAWCQ event before? I don't think so.
Grandpa's getting old. I think I've been to 14 NAWCQs, and I cannot remember a single one of them. If it happened, my apologies, but I think this may be a first.
I said it on day 0. Not only is it a privilege to cast my very first NAWCQ, I felt something special in the air. This one is going to be unique, and this could be the moment I was talking about. Julian being potentially the first ever person to give away an invite in the middle of the event. That's amazing.
His very first year in Yu-Gi-Oh! He is a legend in the making, and that trophy up there, man, the crown is for the taking. This is insane. I can't believe what we're seeing here, but Julian, as hype as we are, Julian having accomplished his mission is just like, okay, cool, I was going to do this, I was going to do that. He's locked in a Duelist through and through.
Yes, beautiful, and great job to Mario. I mean, sometimes the cards just don't go your way. For him, unfortunately, it happened twice in a row, but to be able to not only make the points playoffs, have a shot at going to Worlds, and then do it all again through the main event that had almost 3,000 players in it, cannot be said how amazing of a duelist he is as well.
No, everybody in Montreal and all of his testing group that he shouted out should be absolutely proud of him. Don't give him any save.
And also, he could also still go to Worlds if he's 5th place by the end of the event. That's totally possible, by
Yeah,
the
you're
way.
right. Like, thanks, Julian. You beat me, but now I'm going to Worlds anyway. I'll see you over in Paris.
Like, that is totally possible. We won't know what the proper standings are until the very end of the tournament, but whoever is 5th place is going to Worlds.
That's a wild trophy ceremony we have. You know, you saw the Dragon Duel trophy ceremony before, too. And, you know, of course, 1st place going to Jump Festa, which is awesome. But imagine the hype of getting the 5th place trophy, and you're like, oh my goodness, I almost didn't make this.
This means way more than just 5th place. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. Oh my goodness. This is, what a tournament. This is insane. I know we're always hyped about Yu-Gi-Oh! But please, chat, please understand that this tournament statistically is unlikely and just unheard of.
I'm still thinking about the Triple Tentix talent that James did on day 0.
Oh, the Nibiru token with the 8,200 attack. Oh my goodness.
And now I get to talk about Julian not only winning with Malice, but also getting 2 invites during one NAWCQ event. Amazing, beautiful.
I really have never heard of such a duels. I don't know if that's a thing. Now, the narrative becomes something different.
Ooh.
Can Julian both win the World's Qualifying Points playoff and be the representative, the champion of North America twice-ish? 1.5 times, I don't know what it counts because we never heard about this before. We'll have to come up with a new title just for him.
There are still plenty of other duelists, though, dueling it out right now that will try to do their best to make sure that that doesn't happen, but you can't take away the double invite. You just can't.
Well, speaking of invites, let's hear what it sounds like to get a double invite by going to the stage and hearing from Julian once again.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Julian after your feature match win. You're already going to Worlds, but you wanted to go a little further here at the NAWCQ. And what a way to do it. That back and forth, both of you summoning monsters that didn't really start off your combos. Very slow start to the game. Walk me through the final moments of that duel from your perspective.
Well, any Mouse player will know that opening MTP and 3 to 4 hand traps is the best brick. So I felt pretty good about that once he passed. I already felt pretty good looking at my hand initially, you know, with Metal Tronus to out detonator. But yeah, with MTP and 4 hand traps once he passed, I pretty much knew that I had won the game. And I had Magnuma, which is like 100% win rate with that card.
Well, hey, you had to go through another points playoffs competitor in Mario. A tough opponent for sure. But you mentioned before coming up here that you're competing here to give another shot for somebody else because you've already locked in your spot. That means that somebody else in the bracket below you will get that opportunity. So what friends out there are you pointing the finger at saying it better be you?
I really want Clifton to sit on the plane next to me.
On the plane next to you? Okay, you can teach him French words. You want to teach me any French? I don't know anything.
What do you want to know?
How do I say it's time to duel?
C'est l'heure du duel.
Okay, I can give it my best go. C'est l'heure.
C'est l'heure.
C'est l'heure.
Yeah, c'est l'heure.
C'est l'heure. I can't do that. C'est l'heure. All right, something like that. I tried. Yours was better. That's the part we're going to clip. All right, well, I got to say, you mentioned that the scarf is plot armor for you. So talk to me about that. What does it mean to you?
Well, this is a scarf that one of my friends in college gave me. He's not French or anything. He just is a big soccer supporter, football, you know. And he gave this to me because, you know, I was French and I supported France in the Euros. And in the Euros 2016, France made it to the semis, but I'm looking... they made it to the finals and they lost, but I'm looking to go further than that.
All right, well, best of luck with that endeavor, Julian. Congratulations on the win. Back to the casters.
Beautiful to see Julian there, a proper champion, talking about some proper champion stuff.
I told you he'd be ready if he went to France, and oui, c'est vrai, c'est l'heure des duels. But if you love Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you're Julian and you want to find out if Clifton's going to make it, we're going to tune into our bonus feature match featuring the person he wants to sit next to on the plane. Let's find out if Clifton has what it takes to make it. Now, talking about this, we are going into Game 3 right now with 32 minutes left on the clock.
Yep, we have Wilfredo versus Clifton right now. I believe we're in the middle of Wilfredo's turn. And again, if either one of these duelists win, they are going to Worlds. Clifton is also a Worlds points qualifier that we saw earlier in Day 0, and he also, I believe, lost in top 8. So he's getting his redemption as well.
It shows you that the best way to get to the World Championship is start small, right? Go to your regionals, your OTS championships, get those world qualifying points, and here we are.
Also, we just saw Mischief of the Gnomes resolve on Wilfredo's board, which makes this Ryziel deck a little bit difficult to pop off now because XZ summoning is impossible.
Mm-hmm. Feather Duster. Both using great side deck cards, by the way, and Artifact Lancia, technically a weird way to stop Mischief of the Gnomes because it does love to banish itself from the graveyard to use the effect a second time. So I wonder if that's come up in the previous games. Obviously not now, as Feather Duster goes ahead and gets rid of those cards.
But we are going to see the activation of Mistaken Arrest in response to Feather Duster, which I believe is just Droll and Lockbird, but a spell card.
That is right. Poor little Sangon going through all the different parts of the underworld. He might have gotten in trouble. It's okay, man. Get yourself a lawyer. You'll be all right. But in the meantime, we shall see what Clifton does next.
Yeah, we still have 31 minutes on the clock, so they have plenty of time. That extra 10 minutes you get in the top 8 and top 4 is definitely paying off here. We have the normal summon of Ice Ryziel. I mean, at this point, it could just be a go straight to battle phase line and just go through whatever Wilfredo has in play, even though we're not able to XZ summon.
Now, I like the use of Star Ryziel here because at least you're getting some additional advantage of cards. You won't be able to exceed summon, obviously, because those are level 3 monsters right now. Actually, 1-3 and 1-4 because the Star Ryziel will summon from the deck, right?
I believe Mischief of the Gnomes is like a blanket effect. It'll affect whatever monsters
that's right.
in play. I could be wrong. I can double check, but I'm pretty sure that's how the card works. It essentially makes it impossible for you to have the right levels at any point.
Mm-hmm. We are going to see the appearance of Lacrima the Crimson Tears here. And we're going to send to the graveyard the Fiendsmith's Paradise.
Yes, and that's going to be really punishing if Clifton does decide to special summon any more this turn.
Clifton certainly deciding what to do next. Just a quick little cut there, but this is it. You want to sit next to Julian on the plane, you got to win it one way or the other. Wilfredo just shaking his head there. Doesn't really have too much to do other than sit on the Fiendsmith in Paradise. Nothing too meaningful in the grave. We did see the Requiem as well, though.
Oh, you are right. Mischief of the Gnomes is only the monsters that are in hand. So that Star Ryziel is currently level 4.
So there's the possibility of getting another level 4 monster out there. But looks like we're just going to go into battle phase, attack.
Do some damage.
Star Ryziel going to go ahead and hit him, too. All right, dropping him down to 6,200 life points, just ever closer moving in, but that also means it's not going to be that much of an explosive turn from Clifton, so Wilfredo probably going to get a chance to see if he can make the run back on this Game 3.
Oh, and you know what? Wilfredo definitely did not activate that Mistaken Arrest, because if he did, it would have also affected him on his turn as well. So
that's
he did
right.
Just let that card go to the graveyard. I wasn't sure if he changed it to Duster or not.
So my bad, it was a Mistaken Arrest. It never happened. We'll go and let you free.
Yes, it was a Mistaken Arrest. Like, oh, no, really. We're good.
You're free to go, sir.
So we see the Link Summon of IP Masquerade, but that will prompt the Fiendsmith in Paradise activation here. So we are going to send to the graveyard our Fiendsmith Desiree.
Still have to pay the cost here, choosing a Light Fiend from the graveyard to recycle. And I think we hear cheers. Maybe another competitor was just crowned a World Championship representative. We'll have to find out with a bracket update later.
Yeah, this is by far one of the most exciting rounds we've had all weekend long.
Summon of Ice? Yeah.
Need to ask one of our French speakers later, how do you say win and in en français?
Oh yeah, the IP is in the graveyard. We're gonna get the extra draw here off Ryzeal Cross. Clifton is going to set a card here. I believe that's a Nibiru token that he has in play.
I
could
think
be
so
wrong.
too.
Oh no, it's an Orcus token.
Oh, it is. Okay.
I'm just making sure, like, oh, what is that token? What level is it? What's going on?
I believe it's a 4, but that doesn't make a lot.
It's unimportant.
It's unimportant here, yeah.
So there we see Harp Horror being banished to the graveyard. That's the beautiful one from Monster Hand with those fun insignia symbols in the text box. Love seeing that.
I love the emblazoned ultra rares. Oh, they're a little bit more preferential to Punk, one of my favorite decks, but Orcus just doing numbers here.
Yeah, there we see the Gearsu coming down here.
Gearsu, the Orcus Mech Knight, possibly generating another token. That'd be kind of weird, but...
I mean, you would also get one as well, which you can use for link materials. It's never a bad idea to get more bodies on your own board, I don't think.
Okay, but you are supplying your opponent with defense, but that's something that Orcus is familiar with.
Yeah. So we're going to be sending another Harp Horror from the deck to the graveyard. Having this in multiple copies is just magical to see again in the TCG.
This was a very strong deck just a couple of years ago. We're seeing the comeback for a lot of these. Gem Knight, Orcus, Punk, honestly, faded in and out of the format, but everybody is here strong, and there comes the Orchestrated Babel.
Back once again after Duster got rid of it.
It's a mute controller.
Clifton just making sure that you can, in fact, summon multiple tokens, and I believe, yes, you are more than welcome to.
Take all the tokens you want, but you'll still need to come up with a game plan, Wilfredo. So bring the Galatea to the graveyard.
I have Harp Skeleton left. Cool.
And here we see another Link summon here. Is this going to be for the Link to Galatea? Yes, it will.
I think on some.
Ooh, we got to think. Let's see what we're doing here. Really cool cardistry there as Clifton holds one card steady while rotating the other. Man, those are some practice duel hands.
This is a really tough situation for him, because facing down the full Orcus combo from this point forward can unlock a whole world for Wilfredo.
Got our Galatea. But what are we going to do next? Beautiful judge tokens, by the way, all the different arts.
Oh, I love that. A little bit of flavor. Do you think they're wills, or they were provided by Judge Staff?
I think probably provided by Judge Staff. But speaking of judgment, we have a solid judgment-like effect with the Orcus Crescendo being set down.
I mean, Galatea getting Crescendo, that is just taking me back.
Take me back. Toss me back into that format, please.
Love it. But again, it feels like Will doesn't have that much pressure going on, so giving them that many bodies was maybe detrimental, because besides having the full Orcus control piece, you can't really access his Fiendsmith cards to get a bit of extra push.
So continuing the turn there. We're going to go ahead and use Lacrima to bring back the Fiendsmith's Requiem.
This could get Engraver in rotation for Wilfredo, which seems very important for him.
Well, he needs to just press forward, especially since he's a little bit behind, right? 800 life points down is not that bad at a 6,200, but with so many Orcus tokens, it's kind of interesting because you could kind of clog your opponent's field.
Yeah.
Right? This deck really can't do that much with it, except maybe tribute it for a ritual.
Can the Orcus tokens be tributed? I don't think they say that they can't.
True, but we'll see what ends up happening here. They may just be destroyed by battle to clear out the extra monsters, so there's no additional weird Link summons that happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, Clifton's thinking for a long time here. I'm not sure how much of his Mitsurugi or Ryzeal engine he's already gone through, because we went in the middle of this game here. But I'm sure he has a game plan going to the best of his ability. And it's going to be a set one and pass from him, maybe?
I think so. Clifton passes his turn.
Ooh, but now this will turn on Engraver, which can turn on a whole other side of Wilfredo's deck. Oh, actually, Lacrima sending Engraver to the graveyard is pretty much the exact same thing. And what's cool is now he's no longer Dark Locked going into this new turn, so the Fiendsmith cards are all up for grabs.
Does take a lot of skill to play decks that cancel each other out. Some of the most famous tournament decks I can think of are maybe like Virtual World Punk, where it's a good deck, it works, but you do get locked into certain levels, etc. But he's doing an excellent job here, bouncing back between light and dark as he banishes the Harp Horror and brings out another Orcus Mech Knight.
All during Clifton's end phase. This advantage is becoming super palpable, and it feels like this is like, you know, turn 6 of like a 10-turn game, and the amount of advantage that Wilfredo is getting while Clifton is just sitting there not doing anything, It's starting to become unsurmountable, I think.
Now, if you're unfamiliar with the Orcus deck, you're like, wait, what is going on in these end phase? Maybe you click that link that shows in the chat. It's like, read card effects here. Well, the card effect you want to read is Orchestrated Babble, which is one of the weirdest cards ever, turning each Orcus effect into a quick effect. Yeah. That's cool.
It's a pretty powerful card, and it can recycle itself. So, like, you almost always have access to it once you have one of it in rotation.
Speaking of rotation here, we're going to grab Fiendsmith and Graver back and bring that Desiree back into the fold, placing it back in the extra deck. Really solid field here of 6 monsters.
Ooh, is this going to be a Chaos Angel Gambit here?
I think so.
No,
okay.
That works too.
I mean, the materials look the same either way, but we are going to get a Fiendsmith sequence. Maybe going into a Desiree the hard way, but oh, there's the infinite permanence on Fiendsmith sequence.
Do we have a track in the graveyard? Because we don't have any more light beams in play, so that wouldn't actually work. Sometimes I've seen people use that to actually hard fusion summon, and that's pretty fun.
Take a look at the graveyard. That slowed down Wilfredo, sort of frowning a little, saying, you're good, shaking his head.
And I believe Galatea 1, the Orcus Automaton, is in the Imperm column, so it's worth noting that.
So whatever's behind it could be a little difficult to deal with.
Ooh, and there we see Din Girsu coming down from the extra deck on top of the original Galatea. We're going to get the extra material from the Banishment and the Harp Horror. Is this going to be a Link 4, question mark?
Maybe? What could it be?
Ooh, I believe that's, oh gosh, how do you say that young man's name? Is that Enlin Girsu, the Orcus Mech Knight, I believe?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Enlin Girsu sounds great to me.
I think he's the new Link 3 that came out.
In Battles of Legend, Monster Mayhem, that's right.
No, he's a Link 4, apologies. Yeah, 2+ monsters, including an Orcus Link monster.
Oh, you know, I didn't see the down left arrow, though, but you're right, he is a Link 4. So big old boss monster there.
26 attack set. 18 attack over token. Memphis 2.
Yep, clear out the tokens. Wilfredo slowly getting rid of the defensive options he provided Clifton, but he still needs to make progress here.
Ooh, and that card can steal monsters. You can take control of things your opponent controls, which would be very scary for Clifton even if he's not able to actually fight through whatever Wilfredo has here.
And stealing monsters could be materials for an IP Masquerade, quick effect Link summon too.
Yeah. There's just so much advantage and interruption on Wilfredo's side that even if Clifton finally does draw out of these dead hands that he's been seeing, it might not be enough. But like we've been saying, because Julian did win his match, even losing in the top 8 does not guarantee that you're not going to Worlds. There's still a chance if you end up 5th place that you're good to go.
We'll go 1-2. I'll try the crescendo.
So there we see Val on the Sky Psy Blaster here, forcing out the crescendo, but we're going to activate Mistaken Arrest instead. And there it is, the Clifton! Wilfredo is another representative for Worlds, and he honestly can't believe it. He's playing Fiendsmith Mystial Orcus.
Look at that smile, by the way. I know that the North American World Championship qualifier for international fans is probably a really interesting watch because, again, our format a little bit different than everybody else's with those inclusions from Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem. But what a monster. Look at that smile. He is so happy. This is my favorite part. We all obviously love Yu-Gi-Oh, but when you see that smile on the face, the relief washing down, he is going to Paris. I hope he has his passport.
And Julian, your wish may come true. You may be the reason that Clifton actually gets to go to Worlds because unfortunately, once again, just like during the WQP, he lost in top 8 and is not getting that guaranteed Worlds representation. But he played amazingly, getting 2 chances at it. That's more than some people ever get in their entire career. It's beautiful to see. If he does make it, he more than deserves it, I promise. The man's a legend.
Oh, yeah. Big round of applause for Clifton there because, again, not every duelist can do that, not once, but twice in the same weekend.
Amazing.
Forget all the travel exhaustion you might have. He is a duelist through and through. So good stuff. Oh, my goodness.
There are days where I only get 7 hours of sleep, and I'm like, I don't feel like dueling. But he's just like, no, a whole weekend, I'll go again and keep going. I can't imagine how stressful that might be. Congratulations to Clifton.
So we know Wilfredo. And we know Julian, and we know there may be another one going, so we're slowly but surely finding out all of our competitors, but this is just, what is this tournament? I am just dumbfounded.
If you guys are
inspiring.
If you guys are not spamming in the chat, I was here every second, that's the level of intensity that's happening here.
Well, I was here. Were you here?
Thank goodness. Yes, I was.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is working. Yeah, I'm
very grateful.
Just incredible stuff here, and it shows you that like this is an event to look forward to. This is a moment at the NAWCQ. Like just so cool. So, we gotta breathe because we still, even though we're finding out all of our competitors here, we still also will have to play the top 4 out
Yes.
to find out who our actual champion is.
I was just thinking about that. So the top 4, we know for a fact there's at least one Malice player, which is Julian, and we know for a fact there's at least one Bestial Fiend with Orcus player.
I didn't
That's
see that
Wilfredo.
coming.
And something that I've always wanted is I've always wanted to see Malice win a big major event. It's been in the contention time and time again all across the world, but never really in the US YCSs. He has a chance to win the NAWCQ. That would be an amazing first major victory for Malice. And if anyone's going to do it, it's Julian. He's putting on an absolute tear this weekend.
Just playing out of his mind. The struggle in Wonderland may finally be over because that's always been the joke. How can Malice be such a successful deck? And yes, that was a pun on the Master Duel
On the
pack.
Master Duel pack,
but
I thought so, yeah.
How can it be that good if it hasn't gotten the top spot? But all
It's
decks
still
are
bad
good.
good.
But I've never seen a deck win a tournament. I've only seen Duelists win it. But man,
Bad thing,
if
right.
somebody was going to be a representative for Malice, Julian is just playing out of his mind. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yes.
Oof.
It's really, I'm just really grateful to be here. Like I said earlier, this has been an incredible event. Super lucky that it's my first ever NAWCQ.
You are doing great.
Seems like a very dramatic one, I'll tell you that much. Like my heart has been palpitating nonstop for 3 days.
So go back and watch all those VODs because they're all this crazy. But speaking of crazy, we need to hear directly from the stage itself how it felt to win that duel. So let's go to the stage now.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Wilfredo, a.k.a. Willie, after qualifying for Worlds. Congratulations, Willie. There you go. Well-deserved, well-earned, and a great duel as well. I was watching it. I'm an Orcus fan myself. What was it like playing that deck, and what made you want to play that? Because not everybody believed in it for this event.
You're not wrong. To be honest, I just don't like Ryzu and Malice. And it's just a fun deck to play, and it doesn't lose the draw. So
Fair.
that's the one good part, right? It doesn't lose the draw. So that's why I played it, to be honest. I didn't think I would get this far. To be honest, I thought I was like round 6, and that'd be it.
So walk me through the emotions you're feeling right then. If this is unexpected, if this wasn't on your radar, it's got to be a big moment.
Yeah, it truly is because I've bubbled every other YCS I went to. I got day 2 always, and then just lost the last 2 rounds every time. It felt like it was brutal. And last Nats, I was X1 going to day 2, and then lost the last 2 rounds. I'm like, oh, I'm for it.
You know what I'm hearing when I hear that then? You've been saving up your energy. You've been charging it for this moment because you're going to Paris and you're going to be representing North America. I want to give you the opportunity because we got to get ready for our next feature match on stage. You did something when we did our footage of all the top 16. I'm wondering, because I can't, if you can do it for me. Can you do the hair flip for the camera, please?
Oh, yes.
Willie, everybody, give it up. Just qualified for Worlds. Congratulations. Throw it back to the casters.
Oh, so happy to see amazing people like Wilfredo making it all the way to the Worlds. And nice story as well. Kind of a challenge to get here, but he seized his opportunity, and he has a chance to win the whole thing.
Oh, my goodness. Great hair, too, by the way. But it's just one of those
Jealous.
things where, like, you know, it was funny for him to say, you know, I don't really like those decks, so I'm just going to play what I want. I've been saying that so long. Just please, Duelist, play what you want. And this is where you get with that. Comfort with the deck is a thing. You knowing how to play that deck and bob and weave through all those different strategies is a thing.
Yep, and I know we've been talking a lot about the storylines, who's doing what, who's doing where. Let's also talk about the amazing prizes that people are playing for now that we are officially into the heaps of day 2 here at the NAWCQ.
Great stuff coming your way, because again, look at those beautiful cards. We gave away 256 packs based on the attendance here. You'll get stuff like Dante, or the Blackwing Gale, the Whirlwind, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Cyber Dragon, Gaga Magician, Shadow Fusion, Charge Light Brigade, DDD, Wave Hiking Caesar, the Arrival Addict, Mr. Cypress, and Ponazars. Which one of those would you want to pull out of your pack?
I have changed my answer after watching, I believe it was Isaias playing the Gemini deck. I want Shadow Fusion because I forgot how amazing that card is, and seeing him resolve it made me really, really happy.
Well, you know, I hate to say it, but maybe I'll change my answer for Blue Eyes White Dragon to Gale the Whirlwind, because I gotta say, I am a little bit of a Crow Hogan fan too. So just some really cool stuff that you can pick up here, but the only way you find out is you come on down to these events, and hopefully we'll see you at a future YCS, but oh my goodness, oh, this event.
It's just a pleasure to be here, like I said, and seeing some of these amazing duelists time and time again always impresses me, no matter how many times it happens.
Oh, wow. How can we even stand? I'm going to need like some heart medication or something. This
I'm telling you, the palpitations have been happening to me all weekend. I'm going to be, oh my God, it's a whole thing.
Such great characters too, you know, it's these duelists keeping their head on a swivel is just incredible. But speaking of swivel, we're going to have to swerve on over to a break, but don't go away. We'll be back pretty soon.
Hey Yu-Gi-Oh fans, I'm professional football player Ryan Hunter.
Well, my name is Chris Jenkins. I play professional football for the Cincinnati Bengals and just finished my rookie season and going into my second year.
Not a lot of people know this about me, but I'm a big fan of the Yu-Gi-Oh games and the anime.
When I was a kid and I had first gotten a 3DS, back when that came out, my mama had got me a couple of games, and one of those games was the Yu-Gi-Oh DS game. And I started playing it after school because I was one of the first kids to get the DS. And, you know, from that point forward, I just started locking into Yu-Gi-Oh! And then that's when I had 3 of my friends that would, you know, come over and watch me play and always try to take my DS to play because it was so much fun. But, you know, that's when it first started. And then from that point forward, we started watching the anime and then getting to collecting the cards and dueling each other and just, you know, having a ball from it.
So I first got into Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid growing up, watching the anime and playing the card game with my brother. I feel like similarly to a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh friends I've met over the years, we used to watch the show growing up on the weekends, playing games with our friends and our siblings. I remember ripping packs with my brother growing up, hoping for that one holographic card that we could add to our deck that would hopefully let me beat him this time.
The Yu-Gi-Oh memorabilia I was really fond of was the, and I'll have to check and make sure because, you know, I got a bunch of stuff from my mama's place when I moved out. But if I really check the boxes, I'm 90% sure that I can find that Blue Eyes White Dragon card. Because when I was a kid, you know, that was my favorite card when I got it. And, you know, I always used to hold it around, you know, proudly, especially when we play each other. But I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in the box, so if I still do have it, I'm definitely putting it up in my place.
Growing up, Blue Eyes was my guy. I felt like he was always in my deck when I was doing my brother. I actually have a couple of them here if you want me to show you. This was the first card that got me into really collecting higher valued Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and it's the DDS Blue Eyes White Dragon from the video game. I have a complete set of them. This was really the first card that got me into collecting. I bought these, I believe it was in 2018 or 2019, and I've had them in the same sleeves, in the same protectors since I bought them. I don't look at them too often, every once in a while, but you know, they bring me a lot of joy because it reminds me of, you know, me and my brother playing as a kid and that. But I would say common era favorite card would be either Infernoid Decatron or Void Vanishment. The Infernoid archetype was my favorite deck of all time, specifically 60 card Infernoid Zoo. Cards like That Grass Looks Greener and Fairy Tale Snow, although very polarizing. I love those. Those are some honorable mentions for me. But just the power of Decatron and Vanishment are 2 of the reasons why it really kind of geared me towards that deck for the longest time of any deck that I played.
When Yu-Gi-Oh at first came out, anime wasn't as popular as it was now. So my parents didn't know what the heck was going on. They were absolutely confused. My mama had no clue what was going on, but she just loved how passionate I was about it because I could just talk to her about it for hours and just not. And with my friends, you know, depending on who the friends were, you know, like the big 3 we had that we originally got locked into the game, you know, they completely supported it. But you get some of the other kids that didn't know what was going on and they weren't really feeling the same energy. But it's all good now because it's popping. Now in my Yu-Gi-Oh journey, and I'm fortunate to say, I have slacked off a little bit just because my love for anime has grown so much that I've expanded my horizon a little bit. But I can say that I am still a veteran when it comes to if anybody wants to challenge me in a duel, that I will definitely bring the smoke, regardless.
I got one of my former teammates in college involved in Yu-Gi-Oh, but he was also a Yu-Gi-Oh fan as a kid when he grew up. So one night after practice or after workouts, he came over to my apartment. You know, we had dinner, we were hanging out, and I started showing him my cards and everything that I was building at the time. And lo and behold, behind my back, he was also building a deck ready to battle me and duel me that he told me about maybe a month or so after we started talking a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh. So I ended up bringing him to locals as well, and you know, he still follows the game slightly, so he always asks me every once in a while if I'm still playing. if I'm still involved. And shout out to JMO. So yeah, he's a good guy, good dude, and we used to have some good duels.
One of the most memorable parts of the Yu-Gi-Oh, my Yu-Gi-Oh experience was when we were younger and we had first started getting into the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, and I had a couple friends over to my house and we started watching it. And I remember there was a part where we had just found out about Exodia and assembling the 5 pieces of Exodia together and just creating this absolute behemoth that just absolutely changed the game. And for little kids, you know, like us, we were just absolutely starstruck with, whoa! Because at the time, our favorite monster was Blue Eyes White Dragon. So we're over here tripping out, bugging over this new behemoth, and now we're all trying to collect these cards and convince our parents to buy more packs. So obviously, one of my favorite characters is Yami Yugi, because as a kid, you know, thought he was, you know, being the pharaoh, and then just coming in to, you know, absolutely turn Yugi Moto into a completely different character, you know, that like he was like my, what would you say, idol at the time? So I can't remember exactly what he said, but I remember in an important battle that he came in for Yugi Moto, and he just kind of just set the tone, and his opponent couldn't mess with him at all.
Some of my favorite parts of the anime are the back and forth duels. You know, it's a very high action, high paced, comedic, dramatic show. You know, as a kid, it's hard to grasp everything that's going on, but as an adult, I really appreciate everything that goes into the show. The producers, the editing, all the cuts, the action, the coloring. You know, I say this line when I duel in person, you know, the heart of the cards. You gotta believe that top deck will change games sometimes. And so from the time I started watching the anime till now when I still play Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, believe in that top deck, believe in the heart of the cards. Even right now, like I'm getting chills going up my arm, like, you know, visualizing the duel and the decks and the arena. Yeah, it's just fun, action-packed television.
If I could meet any character in the Yu-Gi-Oh verse, and I'm kind of torn between Yami Yugi and Joey, because I feel like Yami Yugi was my idol as a kid. Still a really cool character, one of my favorite characters in the anime now. But Joey's just that type of guy that would be your ride or die best friend, I feel like. And you know, if I met him in real life, I feel like we'd have the best time. And I could whoop him too, probably. So. The things I like about Yami Yugi the most are really kind of just his cool demeanor, personality, his confident demeanor. Kind of like when he comes in, he pretty much already decided that he's gonna win and that's gonna be the final outcome. My favorite things about the character Joey is, I think his relatability, I feel like. I think he was a very relatable character when I first started watching him. So, and then whenever he came on the screen, he never failed to make us laugh. So, definitely my top 2 guys right there.
If I had to hang out with anyone from the TV show, it would probably be Yugi. Just, you know, the grit, the tenacity, the fight. I feel like he has a lot of characteristics that, you know, I would like to have as a person and as a duelist. You know, he never gives up, never quits, always trying to get better, always fighting. You know, just a good person to look up to and to want to emulate. Yugi never gives up. He always works hard. He's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to, you know, be the ultimate duelist you know, by doing it the correct way. You know, he's fighting guys like Kaiba all the time and Joey. So you gotta make sure that you're on your P's and Q's, and he's always ready to go and always, you know, ready to fight and do it the right way.
A memorable experience I had related to Yu-Gi-Oh was finally beating that the Yu-Gi-Oh DS game as a kid, and I used to be a child where I would quit games half through. I wasn't as competitive, but something about Yu-Gi-Oh sparked a new competitiveness in me. So when I finally beat that game and beat the final boss in Yu-Gi-Oh, which was probably one of the, if not the first time, probably one of the first times I've ever done that. Oh, as a kid, I was ecstatic. Like you couldn't tell me nothing. The amount of confidence I had as a gamer, finally beating it, oh, it was something else. And I used to brag to my friends after that because, you know, they didn't have the game yet. So I used to brag to them that I was the best Yu-Gi-Oh player you could talk to. So
Yu-Gi-Oh has brought me a lot of incredibly happy moments in my life, a lot of moments I'll never forget, a lot of friendships that I'll have forever. In this store right now that we're in is one of my best friends who I met through Yu-Gi-Oh. So without Yu-Gi-Oh, You know, we really wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have him as a friend. And he's been supportive for me since I've gotten to know him. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is something that brings people together, creates happiness, good times, and is something that I think everyone should try at least once in their life. And if you do, then I promise you'll keep coming back for more.
If you needed a little extra convincing, if you could get through the arc, which it's not long at all, but if you could get into it and really watch it unfold and then start collecting the cards, oh yeah, you're gonna be motivated to start playing people and get your friends into it to play them. And if you could get a whole friend group to start watching that arc with you and then they get locked in, oh yeah, y'all gonna have a ball from that point forward.
I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot to offer for its player base and its fans. And I think that's something that is good for everybody because they have a little bit of everything for everyone. If you like, you know, high-powered offense attacks, if you like high-powered defense, if you like slow-down tempo strategy, if you like combo-based decks, if you like, you know, intense action scenes from the anime, if you like good storylines from characters, there's so many different things that you can follow as a fan that can get you hooked and, you know, really coming back for more. And so that's what I find with myself.
With the competitiveness of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the way I can equate it to is if you've ever played spades, and for me, playing spades at my house with my family, it always gets heated. You talk trash in the middle of spades, you talk trash in the game. So playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty much the same thing. Like I remember we used to throw tantrums after the game, talking trash to each other. And this is little first graders too. So playing it grown and, you know, master dueling, taking each other's life points, and, you know, the amount of trash you could be talking with each other is really competitive and it's really fun. You know, you could definitely ruin some friendships, but it would be fun.
Being an athlete and being a competitor definitely translate to Yu-Gi-Oh! In a competitive aspect. I think when you take anything seriously and you try to be the best that you can be, you're willing to practice and put in the hours and the effort to get better. And, you know, in football, that's running, lifting, playing football. In Yu-Gi-Oh! That's practicing your combo, strategizing what's going to be in your deck, practicing with friends, playing in small tournaments, doing what you can to be the best that you can be. So yeah, there's a lot of similarities to football and competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!
How I see Yu-Gi-Oh! In relation to overcoming challenges in life is there's always a way to overcome something, and there's always another path you can make or you could choose to get past that wall, to get over that obstacle. And just seeing the way him and his friends, you know, even going against stronger opponents and the strategy they would use, you know, the willpower, the confidence, the strength they'd have to pull in themselves to beat them, to figure out the new strategy, to figure out how they play, you know, and that's the same thing for life at times. You know, at life you're gonna be faced with things that, you know, it's gonna be tough. You're gonna need people like Yugi had. You're gonna need your friends there with you, to cheer you on, to give you strength, and you're gonna need to have that adaptability, to get across those obstacles and do different things. So, you know, that's really one of my main takeaways from it. Like, there's always, no matter how tough it gets, there's always gonna be a way to get past that wall, to hurdle that fence. And I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Did a great job conveying that message.
To me, dueling just means kind of putting your personality in your deck. I think you can be who you are expressed in your deck through your cards. I think, you know, it's a game, it's a space where people can escape and be themselves. You don't have to hide behind any walls or any doors. You can just be with your friends, carefree, enjoy yourself, relax, compete, have a good time, try to win. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just friendship, camaraderie, happiness, good times. It's just a game that, you know, I've really enjoyed and has brought a lot of fond memories that I'll never forget and a lot of good friendships that I'll have forever.
If any of y'all ever want to smoke in Yu-Gi-Oh! And y'all ever want to come see me, let me know, hit me up. Because I guarantee you, I don't care how good you are, if you just started or you've been playing, I'm ready for the smoke. Y'all can't touch me. I may have gave y'all my strategy, but I'm gonna switch it up a little bit on y'all. So if y'all ever want the smoke and y'all ever want to come see what's up with this, and I find my Blue Eyes White Dragon card, oh yeah, anybody could get it.
Thank you for listening to my Yu-Gi-Oh! Origin story. I hope to see you on the duel field.
This is Chris Jenkins, and I'd like to say thank you for tuning in to my Yu-Gi-Oh! Origin story.
And welcome back to a top 4, the likes of which you have never seen before. We are here for the World Championship qualifiers, and everybody here is already qualified.
Yeah.
So now it's just time to have a real battle of legends. This is going to be an insane tournament. It's already been an insane tournament, but top 4 duels competing to find out who gets the title of being the North American World Champion.
Exactly. 2 brand new decks as well, and both of them going for that championship. So let's meet them on stage. Jackie's ready. Jackie, take it away.
Thank you, casters. Hey, Duelists! Ooh, I'm loving the enthusiasm. Are you all ready for semis? We are down to the final 4, but who is going to finals? Ooh, some lower cheers there. Oh, wow, they're yelling names. Well, we will begin with the blue chair. And sitting in the blue chair over to my right over here, we have, hailing from Port St. Lucie, Florida, Wilfredo F. This is their first premiere event, and their favorite food is spaghetti. Now to the red chair, coming to us all the way from Nampa, Idaho, we have Isaiah E. This is also their first premiere event, and he told me that he picked up this deck Gem Night last week, apparently. All right, they are both going to Worlds, but who is going to win this semifinal? One of them could possibly be our champion. We shall see how this duel plays out. Gonna send it over to our casters.
That's just incredible stuff. So again, this is really a battle of legends. Both of these decks powered up by Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem. Now we get to see what these decks are made of when they go against each other. We've seen it before, but never quite like this, right guys?
No, not at all. And I think if anyone was betting money on what decks would be in the top 4, these two were probably in the conversation, but not at the tippity top priority. Gem Knights versus Orcust Fiends.
Everyone really thought Ryziel would be the deck to beat, not even in the top 4. If you look across the board, it's crazy to think about Malice Mirror on the other side of the semifinals. But also, I do want to take a quick moment. Shout out to the crowd here in Indianapolis. They have been electric all weekend, cheering on the Duelists. There's a big crowd out there watching the top 4 right now. There they are. You can see them on screen. Very lively, as they're going to be watching intently to see who is going to take home that trophy on the stage.
Turns out when you have over almost 3,000 duelists playing in an event, there's like maybe even double that number here in the venue itself.
Yeah.
Insane.
So we've been talking about this a lot, that in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, imagine you're like really into sports and you want to play against a sports star. That's not a reality, but here, somebody with limited experience, maybe it's the first time, maybe they just picked up the deck they're playing last week, you could show up, beat the best of the best of the best, beat your superstar legend heroes, and then become one yourself, and that's exactly what these two duelists have done.
And again, talking about Isaiah, this duelist has never really gone this far. Same with Willie. Both of these guys, relative newcomers to top cuts. Willie was talking about in the interview that we had after he qualified for Worlds. He's like, I've been bubbled out of pretty much every event. I made day 2, but I just have not been able to make it to that top cut at these YCSs I've been attending. Same with last year's NAWCQ. Isaiah, also his first time there. And both of these guys, that just shows you how awesome of a game Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. You can show up, and on the right day, you just got that mojo, you've been practicing your deck, and you're able to qualify for Worlds.
And this tournament is just so unique because there's like different levels to everything that's happening. Like, is it just me or does this round feel a little bit lighter, right? Because they already know they're going to Worlds. Like, I would say the main draw of coming to NAWCQ. But job's not finished. Yeah. They're still like, we're still going to keep dueling because I want to be the person that wields that trophy at the end of the day.
Exactly. And now both drawn their 5 cards. And we're getting ready for game number 1 of our broadcast semifinals for NAWCQ 2025.
Yeah, and can I just say I wouldn't have it any other way than having my 2 Stevens on either side here talking about this beautiful game between Gem Knights and Orcust.
Looks like Isaiah gets the win on the die roll, but playing the Gem Knights. Did Isaiah choose to go first or second? Because usually he's been choosing second.
I'm pretty sure I heard him choose to go second.
Good.
Yeah.
Stand by, I mean?
Yeah.
And how beautiful is it? The Gem Knight is qualified a duelist for Worlds, and the best normal summon in the deck. When it comes to Orcust, you cannot ask for much more than Girsu, the Orcust Mech Knight. The best normal summon in the deck.
I mean, it just gives you easy access to Harp Horror, which turns on everything you need, right?
Yeah. Sends an Orcust from your deck to the graveyard, and also has an additional effect to special summon a token each
Wow.
field. Double! Double Molt Charmy. Oh, no.
Hey, Steven, really quick question. Does Orcus summon from the extra deck a lot?
A couple times,
Interesting.
in fact.
Interesting.
And usually that's its general game plan. And this is the interesting thing, is that this is a unique build of Orcus. It's Orcus with Fiendsmith as opposed to Mitsurugi, which we had also seen. Mitsurugi can sometimes get around this because you can end with just like Mitsurugi engine, maybe not give them that many draws and then pass. But at this point, I mean, like if you try and make any plays, you're giving your opponent so many cards.
Well, speaking of passing, it looks like Wilfredo's just going to set 2 and pass. I did peep a Forbidden Droplets there, so he may not be completely down and out, and that's important against a deck of Isaiah's power. We saw how many fusion spells he resolved in the last game on the feature match stream.
Yeah.
Now we are about to activate a spell card.
Double Fuelos set to pass. And now what does Isaiah's have to start things off? The intentional go second Gem Knight deck.
Ooh,
Salesman.
Salesman. What's he going to call? Did anyone hear it?
I did not hear, no. Maybe production can confirm for us if they were able to spot it. But notably, Scatter Fusion is the fusion spell. We've seen multiple fusion spells used by Isaiah's. One that he's not going to have access to is the Shadal Fusion because there's extra deck monsters. But this one does work.
Yeah, because his opponent controls a monster. So now he's going to be able to fusion summon using Gem Knight monsters from his deck, as long as they're non-rocks.
All right, let's see what the option is. It looks like, I think I saw Forbidden Droplet in hand there, if I saw that correctly.
Looks like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring was called with Salesman, which is really heads up because so many of the cards here just go out from the deck over and over and over. So
yeah,
a little fusion there. Looks like we sent the Gem Knight Hollow Core to the graveyard as well as Gem Knight Nephirim. But up next,
Gem Knight Lady Brilliant Diamond.
Fusion summon.
Lady
That's
Rose
going to be
Diamond.
Lady Diamond.
Chain Link Speed, Chain Link 1 Nephirim to try and summon itself.
No response. So now we're going to be doing a couple of chain links here, and then we're going to also be sending, is that the Nesh Shadal? I believe that's called, oh my gosh,
Chain Link Speed, Chain Link 1 Nephirim.
Genius. Nesh Shadal Genius was just sent to the graveyard here for the effect of Nephirim, I believe, to allow it to be summoned to the field.
Also means we have access to that additional normal summon from the Nephirim, so may be able to just battle it out with Gem Knights, but just, I never would have imagined that this is what the top 4 looked like. I mean, you just got to take a moment to take it in.
It's kind of glorious if you ask me. So here we're using the Nephirim to search for the Gem Knight. I believe that's Dispersion coming down.
And Lady Rose Diamond as well. If your opponent activates a monster effect, you can banish a Gem Knight card from your graveyard. Target face-up card your opponent controls, destroy it. So that means that Willie, as he likes to be called, Willie, is less incentivized to use monster effect interactions now.
Yep, and here we see the Dispersion here, letting us search for the Gem Armadillo. And they're going to use the effect of Nephirim to get that extra normal summon of the Gem Armadillo and use the non-once per turn searching of a Gem Knight monster for this effect. You can just see how consistent this strategy is and how powerful it is, specifically at going second, because powerful cards like Scatter Fusion only work when your opponent controls monsters.
Yeah. So now I want to talk about, as we see Isaiah's go through some Gem Knight combos here, what the face-down potentials are for Willie. They could be bluffs, but typically, like Crescendo's a trap you're running. We don't have an Orcus Link monster, so that's not live. Fiendsmith and Paradise, but there's no Light Fiend on the field, so that's not live.
I did at least peep one of them. The face down towards the deck appears to be a Forbidden Droplet. So
that is
big.
That is
really
very big. Yes, that could save him here because not only do you negate effects, but also it halves the attack, so that could just keep you alive for another turn.
Especially when the battle phase is the new Gem Knight game plan.
Yeah, so here we have the Phantom Court searching for another copy of Gem Knight Dispersion. We haven't actually used the Fusion Summon effect of this card yet, so we can still use it again this turn, as well as the Fusion effect of the Phantom Courts if we want to.
Certainly a cool card there because, again, you could activate 2 copies of it and just use the alternating effects. We saw one, maybe see the other soon, but up next, Isaiah's is about to play, let's see.
Okay, Hollow Core.
Hollow Core's effect it is going to send a normal gem or Gem Knight Fusion to the graveyard to special summon itself.
One of the newest Gem Knights printed in Battles of Legend.
It's basically a monster negate for him as long as he gets rid of one of his Gem Knight monsters.
Yeah.
I know we've been talking about Duelist Advanced format, but it feels like in this particular duel, this is just Battles of Legend format.
Yeah.
100%. Both of these decks showcasing the new tools they have access to and how powerful they can be at updating the strategies for more modern play.
Just activating the Gem Knight Fusion.
Yep.
It's just cool to see it. And did I see that right? Was that a triple tactics talent?
What time is that? Ooh, that would be interesting.
So if anything happens, I don't see that we're going to have many monster effects from the hand. It might be that on Wilfredo's side, Willie, as you will, seems to probably just have no points of interaction, maybe additional combo pieces that he can't use because he's slowed down from those Charmies, but that's still powerful to have indeed.
I like Isaiah's here asking the question of what type and attribute the token is. I believe it's a Dark Machine, which means he could use it for a Fusion Summon if there's anything that requires those types of attributes in his Gem Knight deck. But here we're going to be summoning another Phantom Quartz here.
Interesting.
And now we're going to be using, I believe, its other effect to perform a Fusion Summon using monsters in the graveyard. I think the reason why he went for that Link Summon was to put more names into his yard that he could use the Fusion Summon.
Exactly.
Probably going to be hopefully for the Master Diamond Dispersion, which is going to be the main way that he deals damage this turn.
But we all know that there's that Forbidden Droplet, so there it is. And we're just going to use it now to prevent the Fusion Summon. Now, he does still have the Gemini Fusion in hand, but sending 2, Crescendo and Harpor. Now, keep in mind, Crescendo is also in the graveyard further extension, because you can search for a Dark Machine. And really great for Orcus to put additional cards in the graveyard. Of course, no quick effects right now because the Orchestrated Battlefield spell isn't there yet, but if Wilfredo is able to live through this turn, and he very well might, he has a lot of combo potential for next turn.
And I believe he also used the Forbidden Droplet on the Fusion monster already on the field, which of course had that effect. When your opponent activates monster effect, you can destroy a face-up card on your opponent's field, that Rose Diamond. So that no longer has that ability. So if we do have a monster effect activated in the hand, we have more confidence to use it now.
Also, both these monsters now are weaker than Gearsu the Mech Knight. So.
That's actually even, that's much
very
more important.
Yeah.
One card hand?
Yep. Basically, Isaias has forced the Fusion Summon again, but I don't think Gemini Fusion is enough to do that, and Dispersion might be a waste of resources here if he tries to commit to using that instead.
To enter battle.
So we are going to the battle phase, you're right. I think Isaias has seen enough here, so at least he could clear out the token.
Yeah.
I believe Lady Diamond.
Oh, no! Illegal attack, but you forgot my card special effect.
Yeah, that's a unfortunate mistake there.
That's a rough one.
I don't know how much damage was being dealt because I'm not sure exactly what Lady Rose Diamond's attack point is. I think it's like 27 or something. So we might be taking like 450, 100 life points. We'll see one on the screen here in a moment. But that is a big blow to Isaias because he really needed the material to stay on field.
And again, a reminder that this is a very high-pressure stage. They both already qualified for Worlds, but they're going for that championship trophy.
Oh, wait,
and
1,000 for this? 1,000, yes.
Oh, so...
So he also paid 1,000 for the Gemini Link, so that would be 1,000 extra.
So 65.
Yeah, he did take 450 exactly. Look at that. My fast math was correct. He took 450. Oh, I love that.
You are a math wizard, the likes of which I've never seen.
Every time I try and do math on broadcast, I get it wrong. So
that's
I'm just
why I
going to
pull out Neuron, right?
I'm going to leave it to
do it for you.
It's hard with the Gemini cards too because some of them have like random attack points, like 1450, 1750, 2450.
That is a 775. No, 675 attack. See, I tried it. I tried it. I'm not going to do it again.
Yep.
3 set cards pass. We know one is the Gemini Fusion, so theoretically a bluff. And I did see a Forbidden Droplet as well in Isaias' hand. Interesting he didn't battle or damage step use his own Forbidden Droplet then.
I don't think he had Droplet.
I believe I saw it.
I know he has Dispersion and Gemini Fusion. I'm not sure what the third card is.
Okay, well,
it is a spell. It could just be another fusion spell that he can't use.
Could be, could be. We'll see what happens here. But we're using the Crescendo to start. Interesting to start with that because that locks us into Dark Machines.
I think he was doing
that was in the end phase. Good call. Good call. End phase for the Gearsu.
So now we get to use Gearsu again because why not?
Yep. Sure.
And I don't believe Isaias has any forms of interaction because unfortunately all the Gemini cards are only good at summoning other Geminites and getting consistency. They're not really good at interrupting turns.
And I like this just in case it comes up. The tokens are blocking the Link arrows here. So
respect.
You never know. It might actually be relevant.
100%.
Galatea, the Link 1, used with the token. You discard a card to search your deck for either Orchestrated Babel or a World Legacy, or not World Legacy, blanking on it. No, yes, World Legacy card. World Legacy World Crown is the name of the one that you typically search.
Well, we talked about the Fiendsmith monster since he correctly used the trap card on his opponent's turn. He's not locked into Dark, and so now here's the full Fiendsmith combo. 2 monsters make Moon of the Closed Heaven, bring out Fiendsmith Requiem. Here comes Lacrim of the Crimson Tears, using an effect to send Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. And I think we're going to immediately bring out Fiendsmith Engraver by returning that Light Fiend, and then I think we're going to equip the Fiendsmith Requiem. So just good Fiendsmithing.
Yeah. And of course, you're not Dark Locked yet. You have to use the Orcust, Harpor, or a Symbol Skeleton or something first. But because we just used the Galatea Eye and not yet locked ourselves, we can do the full Fiendsmith combo. Power of this deck. Now we go into Sequence, which means we can Fusion Summon using Sequence's effect. Shuffling back the material.
Hey guys, how did that Requiem get sent back to the extra deck? Didn't he discard it off of Engraver?
I think he discarded it off of Engraver.
But now,
so looks like he misplayed where it went to,
It's been a long day for these duelists. They both qualified, but that was very hard work.
Yeah.
Now they're returning it. So basically, we accidentally added it back to the extra deck, but in truth, it was in the graveyard. We're going to go infuse it now, and it seems like the opponent's understanding of that.
Yeah. Alfredo just kind of like got ahead of himself, I think.
Yeah.
Alfredo, apologies.
Skipped a step, but that's okay. We got there anyways. We return those cards and perform a fusion summon here of Fiendsmith's Deseret.
That'll get the job done.
12 rounds of Swiss. top 64 bracket. There's been a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh played here.
Yeah. So Wilfredo just thought, oh, I'm also going to fusion something by the way. I'm just skipping a step.
He's just getting. Yeah,
Are we finally bringing out the Agnum Day? Oh, we are. We have not seen this the entire tournament, but remember, it does get piercing battle damage and an attack increase to whatever it equips to. That token may have its work cut out for it.
It's got 0 defense points.
Typically, defense mode monsters feel pretty safe. This one's sweating a little bit.
Yeah, the worst position to be in.
And I believe Desiree is now, I believe he gains 600 for every link rating, so that's 18 plus 28. That is going to be 46. And with the attack reduction, I think Isaiah is just going to scoop it up there. Wilfredo takes game 1. That was unfortunate.
Cheers and claps from the crowd.
I imagine Wilfredo had a little bit of a heart skip beat when that double Fuulos came down, but honestly, it's looking like the types of interactions he naturally drew, like the droplet and the crescendo, was more than enough to play through and get Isaiah in the blender that is Orcus.
And in moments like that, it's a tough call. Do I just pass and not give my opponent the materials, or do I try and play into it to at least give myself options? But you're right, Steven, that he had enough. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to stop his opponent.
You know, there's probably an argument, too, to being like, just use one Fua, because then that maybe incentivizes them to actually play, and then once they start, then you play the second one, and now it's like kind of sunk cost fallacy. Now they might be more incentivized to keep going.
And now is an interesting mind game here, because Willie knows that Isaiah chose to go second. Do you make, or rather, I guess Isaiah lost this one, so he can force Willie to go first again. But if in the event it goes to a third game, does Willie choose to make Isaiah then go first to try and get in his head? Anytime you have a deck that wants to go second, you get into this mind game, kind of like the Tempai meta that we had before.
100%. And I think seeing Isaiah's play earlier, I think no matter what, he's happy just to always go second, whether they're able to plan for what he's doing or not. I don't think it matters to him, because I don't really think the Gem Knight combos going first really establish any interruptions. They are just good at pushing through things and creating damage, and that's all he needs his deck to do.
Well, there's some negation effects, right? If I recall correctly, the Gem Knight Hollow Core, when sent to the graveyard, you can use it to negate effects. So that is just the one single point of interaction. Coupled with a few cards from the hand, but this is a deck that's high in its spell count because it wants to go second. I think the chat got a chance to see that there's a Harpy Feather Duster entering the main deck. So I think Isaiah does predict, like, this is the call, going to go ahead and go second again and just see if he can conquer Wilfredo.
Yeah, I mean, if you can Harpy's Feather Duster that, Forbidden Droplet, very different game.
100%. Very different game. So Wilfredo just kind of feeling himself, looks out to the crowd there calmly. Must feel different, right? You're already going to the World Championship. Now you're just trying to prove what kind of champion you could be.
Like I imagine going to the World Championship as the North American continent champion, it gives you a bit more confidence than just going there as a representative.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to go through either Aditya, the last year's winner, or Julian, the Friday points playoff winner, as they're on the other side of the semifinals bracket.
This is the most stacked bracket I have ever seen. Just some
crazy.
Incredible duelists, but legends in the making right here.
Exactly.
These are duelists that maybe not are household names, but they may be now, with just incredible gameplay, great decks, and here we are.
It really is that hero's journey here of two guys that have, by their own admission, struggled to make it into these top cuts. They've been trying so hard. Now game 2, the winner here is going to finals. Right now it's Willie up 1-0. Isaiah back against the wall.
The age-old question, who's going first? Who's going second?
Who's on first?
Same by me?
Yep. I don't know. Find out.
No, he's on second. All right.
So this looks like Wilfredo was made to go first here.
Willie again with the best normal summon in the deck. If this is not impermed or effect veilered or whatnot, it does so much. We're sending Simple Skeleton, which tells me that we have Harpor in hand.
But Meow.
Oh.
That can kind of punish. That kind of punches specifically Simple Skeleton.
Yes, and also the Galatea Eye and also the Fiendsmith Engraver. But you can still make a board without giving your opponent a draw and not feel too bad about it. Let's see how Willie wants to navigate this.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like Isaiah is using the Molcharmies less as a way to draw cards and more as a way to force his opponent to make half boards or boards they're not as happy
exactly,
with.
Yeah.
That does make sense because as a Gem Knight player, you talked about earlier how activating the 2 copies of Molcharmi Perulia earlier, Fawala, excuse me, you want to disincentivize your opponent from playing, and maybe if you would activate them later, they would draw. But I think he does want to disincentivize the player from playing at all, because then you could just do big monsters into nothing on the field.
The nice thing about the Galatea Eye Search is that you can either go for the Babel or the World Crown, depending on which one you opened with, and opening one means you can search the other. Both have been seen here. So we go into the original Galatea and still have material on field. Banish the Harpor to summon another Orcust from deck. I'm going to assume that's going to be... Oh, it's another Symbol Skeleton.
We have a very heavy Orcust engine on Wilfredo's side.
I'm going to have a conversation with Willie about the Orcus build because this is not how I've built the deck. And again, I like to remind people there's a reason I'm here and he's there.
Go up to
so I got to
asking.
learn some things. Yeah.
Ooh, is it crescendo time? Yes, it is. Thank you, Galate, for sending that card directly to the board.
And then here, typically you would go into overlay Ding Girsu onto the Galatea, then link those with like the Simple Skeleton or something into like an IP Masquerena. On your opponent's turn, the Babble allows you the quick effect to use the Simple Skeleton to bring back the Ding Girsu. You're not giving your opponent a draw with that Meowls then.
And we are currently dark locked, so all the Fiendsmith cards are no longer an option for us.
This works too. Yeah, we still get the IP, but we keep the Galatea on the field. And now we
Fast
don't
turn.
have to Galatea Eye giving our opponent the Meowls draw, because that would be the other way to get a link back on the
100%.
field. But there's no Ding Girsu line at this point. Important to note.
It's a pretty strong position for Orcus, considering Orchestrated Babble is on the field. Plenty of access to all the quick effects. They're now quick effects, but Shadow
There it is.
Fusion.
Ooh, this is going to be fun. This is going to send
that's
Genius
just
Wave
yeah,
Shadow
you
right
can.
away.
You
That
have
is,
to.
that
I
is a
think you have
crescendo
to.
target if I've ever seen one.
Banish it. Don't let it stay in rotation. Now, what else does Isaias have?
It looks like a
To search
lot
for a
to
gem
me.
monster?
I believe I see Gem Knight Dispersion coming down here. This is going to be used the effect to search. This can get us our Nephirim or whatever other cards we're missing to keep comboing.
Nephirim?
Yep, there's the Nephirim.
Is that a Nibiru?
It is.
I think
That's
I saw a
a
little bit of a
Nibiru.
flash there of Nibiru.
Now, if you pay
pretty good.
attention to the screen right by Wilfredo's cam
Now-
right there, you'll see that Nibiru.
What's incredible here is that the IP can turn into SP. At some point, SP banish itself with the monster. Now you can Nibiru and not even lose your own SP, and you still have Orcus cards in the graveyard.
How do you beat a rock? With a rock.
I think it's paper, typically. That's what I learned earlier yesterday.
I mean, the cards are kind of made of paper.
That's a good point.
It is
That's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
a
so
really good point, actually.
Paper cards.
Where's the scissors coming to the equation?
Ooh, don't you bring scissors near my cards. I'm out of here.
Yeah, okay. All right, we don't like scissors on this broadcast.
It's going to be a little challenging here because I'm not sure how many ways, if Isaias' hand is all monsters, to add fusion spells to hand, but we can see some fun things here. Ooh, we're going to be using the token from Girsu as well as our Nephirim to... Are we going to be making... Is that... I believe the name is... Dox for hire? No, I believe
It's Dawn or Dagger for hire.
Dawn or Dagger for hire.
Two
Thank you.
monsters with different types. Makes sense to me.
And now we can force out the IP Masquerena here by using its effect to destroy itself and another card. And that'll clear our board too, so our other Gem Knights will be able to trigger as well.
Yeah, it forces Masquerena, but it doesn't deal with the SP. Like, it doesn't stop Masquerena from using the effect.
Oh! Or, of course, we can go over the Ellen Girsu because we have a Link 2 Orcus monster already in play, and now that monster can't be destroyed because of IP Masquerena's effect.
That's right.
And of course, this is one of the new Orcus monsters. You can target one of your banished Orcus or World Legacy cards, add it to your hand, then shuffle one card from your hand into the deck and take control of one face of monster your opponent controls. And because of Orchestrated Babble, that's a quick effect.
Yes.
So you can actually take control of an opponent's monster on their turn. Also, during the main phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there from the extra monsters on this turn, you can banish it and send one card on the field to the graveyard. So even if your opponent removes it, still, Babble makes it a quick effect. You can remove a monster or a card on the field.
Let's not blink, guys. We're sending Gem Knight Quartz to the graveyard to set Brilliant Fusion directly from our deck to the field. And we're going to activate the one of Brilliant Fusion to activate the effect of Fusion Summon using cards from our main deck.
Certainly having flashbacks to years ago when that was used to bring out Gem Knight Seraphonite, but I don't think that is the call here.
Actually, I mean, it still could be. An extra normal summon's an extra normal summon. I'm not going to bat an eye at that, but I believe we're sending 3 monsters, Nephirim, Holocore, and another copy of Quartz. Is this going to be Master Diamond Dispersion?
If it is, big monsters coming your way.
There it is. And I think it's worth noting, too, that I don't believe Endlin Gisser is in play right now because he has no Workers cards in his management. So I don't think he can use that effect. So
But he
that
could
effect-
do that with the quick effect from the Orchestrated
Yeah,
Babble.
he can use the Simple Skeleton in graveyard and banish it, summon another Orcus, and then have it.
But because the Master Diamond is a quick effect as well, like that's going to be like he's going to devote a lot of resources then just to be dodged anyway.
Oh,
It's kind of like what I'm saying.
Okay,
so
yeah,
it's
good point.
interesting to see the situation we're in right now.
Is that a Bestial?
It is a Bestial Ball Drake, and
Nice.
perfect timing, too.
Nice. Holocore is dark.
Send Shaddoll Genius, summon Nephirim.
So we're going to be sending Neshadal Genius from the hand to the graveyard to bring back the Nephirim because it was sent to the graveyard by a card effect. And this will allow him to
And then
immediately normal
Quartz
summon if he
will
has a
add
normal summon. And
back-
is that Arch Nemesis Protos in his
It
hand?
is.
What?
I believe he has 3 different attributes in the grave, you guys.
I mean, we were talking about it this whole weekend about Arch Nemesis Protos called Dark, and that would be pretty good against this deck.
Oh my gosh, and because we're sending the Genius to the graveyard by effect, we can now target the Ellen Girsu and negate its effects for the turn.
Oh, perfect timing.
And here we see the Holocore from hand using its effect to send a Gem Knight Fusion to the graveyard to summon itself. Oh boy, Isaias is going in right now, and I'm not sure what else Wilfredo can do.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get to use this ball, Drake, because theoretically... Oh, Nibiru here.
Stop with the rocks with the rock.
But wait a second, can Holocore negate in hand? Can it only negate on field? I don't actually know.
I believe it's from the graveyard.
No, I believe it needs to send a fusion monster from your field to
Oh,
the graveyard.
that's right.
But can it negate cards in hand? I guess, think about it, we are sending the Master Diamond to the graveyard.
Yep, so again, you can send a Gem Knight normal monster. Well, that's the wrong effect. We don't need that here. But when your opponent activates a card or effect while you control a Gem Knight fusion monster, quick effect, banish 3 Gem Knight cards from your graveyard, including this card. So it has to be banished from the graveyard.
I'll chain.
Period. So there we see the effect. No, we're chaining Master Diamond here to summon 3 non-rock fusion monsters from our deck. We're going to be summoning, is that Aquamarine? Yes.
So that would make the biggest Nibiru token possible. Does he have some way to take it?
That's actually a really good thing to think about. That will be a big, big token.
But you'd have to switch its position, and you wouldn't be able to do that, so maybe he's more...
Oh, it's up to 3. He only summoned Aquamarine. He probably just wants the different attribute in the graveyard. So
oh, that's right.
Yeah, keep the token, get rid of the Nibiru. But it is important to note that now...
It's still a big token. Gigantic.
Yes, but now the Enlil Gearsu, the Orcus Mech Knight, is in the graveyard. And with Babel, we have the graveyard effect. Banish it to send a card on the field of the graveyard.
Attack.
So this could be difficult. If you brought out Arc Nemesis Protoss and you called Light, you destroy your token and the Nibiru, but you'd only be locking your opponent out of Light. While it would stop the Fiendsmith side of the deck, it wouldn't stop the Orcus side of the deck. So this is kind of a difficult decision if that's the direction he decides to go.
And it is worth knowing that Master Diamond has an effect in the graveyard too, that if you ever lose one of your Mech Knight monsters, Gem Knight monsters, you can summon it back. And then just keep resummoning 3 different fusion monsters every single turn.
Yeah. I didn't realize it's a Battle of the Knights, right? We got Mech Knights a little scattered through the Orcus deck and Gem Knights.
That's true. That's true.
Thinking on Res, on New Chain.
I don't think there's any other effects besides maybe Holocore.
I believe, Isaias' only card in hand is that Protoss, right?
I know. I think he saw one other one, but I'm not sure what it is. It could just be like another Gem Knight monster.
Yeah, you never know.
They could activate the effect of Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard in order to return that to his hand, but he'd still need additional materials. So we're going to bounce the Nibiru, the Primal being back to the hand with the effect of the Aquamarine.
Okay.
And I believe we still haven't actually normal summoned at all as Isaias. I just want to point that out. I don't think anything has happened that's been a normal summon.
And this is a very critical turn for Isaias because a full Orcus graveyard means that Willie can continue to play once it comes to his turn.
The grinder.
And he's going to use a lot of the graveyard effects on Isaias' turn so that he can use them again on Willie's turn. They are hard ones for turns, but guess what? With that Orchestrated Babel, they are quick effects.
But can he just call Dark with Protoss and say, nope, go ahead?
And that looks like what he's doing, banishing 3 monsters there.
I believe that's Earth, Light, and Dark. And there's Arch Nemesis Protoss.
The crowd goes wild.
We're going to be chaining Ellen Gearsu in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean...
And are we going to bounce it back to hand? Or no, send it to the graveyard?
It sends it to the graveyard. It's not a quick effect, so we had the answer already, and now Isaias has 1 card in hand.
3 different colors.
Oh, you're right. That's 2 Earths, not a Light.
Oh, I thought it was a Light. Yeah, the Nephrim was a Light, so I knew he had that attribute in the graveyard.
Don't worry, I've mistaken a monster for a Light before, too.
Yeah.
Was it a Mystic Shine Ball?
No, it was Vanquish Soul Holly Sue. Because she looks like she'd be a Light, but that would be terrible in Vanquish Soul, so you're right. My bad, my bad.
Imagine they make a new Vanquish Soul monster, but it's off attribute. That would be, it better be a really good monster.
Yeah.
I mean, Holly Sue is really good. She'd still be pretty good if she was Light.
I honestly would have been happy about it, yes.
You know how I remember it? She's down to earth, you know?
Oh, wow. What a great metaphor there. She is down to earth. I will keep that in mind to keep that memory. It looks like, speaking of memories, we're going to pass turn.
Willie is in prime position to close out this game right here, right now. End phase, I'm imagining a lot of Orcus are about to come out.
Oh, yeah.
Let's start it off.
That IP into Ellen Gearsu definitely gave him the edge in this matchup, in this specific
for
turn cycle, because otherwise he would have been able to get destroyed by that Protoss. His entire deck is dark, except for the Fiendsmith cards.
And the only thing he missed out on is the Ding Gearsu line, but he didn't want to give his opponent an opportunity to first draw with Meowls, and second of all, bestial him in the draw phase, because you can always Galatea Eye in their draw phase to bring it out so that your orchestrated crescendo is live. You would have the Ding Gearsu, but he didn't need it. Like, I honestly am happy with the way he played it because he played more conservatively. He didn't give his opponent as many ways to interrupt him.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you know for a fact that your opponent is not going to, win the game on the next turn, you like as many turns as possible as an Orcus player because your advantage is just gigantic after turn 1.
And then you can just overlay the Ding Gearsu on your turn and you can still use it. It looks like we're going to have a ruling question on stage right now, so we'll get some time to react to what's been happening. And Ryan, people, Willie is up 1-0 he's about to have an Orcust turn, unless something changes based on judges, but he's about to have a full Orcust turn with only a Nibiru token to stop him.
Oh, yeah,
So,
it's very intense.
Think about this, though. If it isn't just the Nibiru token he deals, he could get one of those coveted Mech Knight tokens again, make his Fiendsmith combo, get all the way up, and pierce to win. Because that's how we got through the last duel. That's how his opponent ended up conceding.
Or you could just use like the engraver effect out the token that way and then just attack through everything.
There's a lot
Very
of
useful.
options. There's a lot of options. You can Dean Gearsu to send the token. Like at this point, I don't think that there's a line that I wouldn't be happy with Willie taking. They all get to the victory line, and they all get him to a finals appearance. We're waiting to hear confirmation as to what the dispute is on stage, or what they're talking about with the judges right now. It seems like there was a pause for some reason in the game, so we'll keep you updated once we have updates. But based on the current game state, it seems like Willie is about to walk away with a 2-0 in the semifinals.
I mean, it's like you said, Babel, full Orcust graveyard. It's going to be my turn again. We're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, basically it's your turn twice, once from the end phase and then once during your own turn.
And then on their turn, I'm using Darks. On my turn, I'm using Lights because I'm playing Fiendsmith. So it's a perfect balance, perfect timing, perfect rhythm. We love to see it.
Powers of light and darkness intertwined, but we'll have to see soon what happens. But now we're just kind of hanging out as we wait for the judges to discuss things again. This is still integral. Yes, all of these duelists are going to Paris, but the championship is still in the line, so why don't we go ahead and return to it now?
It's time for the Orcust crescendo of this game.
Aha!
I thought I had buns.
And from what I can tell, it looks like no changes were made on the field, so whatever was being discussed has been resolved, and we are continuing play from where we left off.
Yep, which I believe is still currently Isaiah's end phase, and Wilfredo has some effects.
Yeah, so you could do the Gearsu, keep your field empty so that you can use the token, but you don't need to. You can also just use all of your Orcust graveyard effects right now, so that way when it comes back to your turn, you can use them all again.
So we have Galatae I bringing back the World Crown by discarding the Nibiru that Isaiah so graciously put back into our hand.
Oh, we're into main phase 1 now for Wilfredo. Okay.
Oh, yeah, because he's using Galatae, yeah.
He just drew, so
yeah,
I actually think it's the double Orcust effect, right? Whose turn is it anyway?
It's because he used Crescendo as well, too.
So using all of the Dark Lock effects during the end phase, and then just like you said, going into all the light monsters here, 2 monsters combined to Moon of the Closed Heaven, then we make Fiendsmith Requiem, and we'll bring out Lacrima, I assume, based on this prior play.
Yeah, exactly. Lacrima, and then we'll send the Engraver. Engraver will summon itself back, and then we'll equip Requiem to the Engraver to get rid of the token, and then it's about counting to 8 from there, pretty much.
And then choose which way you want to remove the token, because again, Fiendsmith the Engraver can do it with his effect. You can go for a overlay play into the Dean Gearsu. Chaos Angel if you're feeling extra spicy.
Well, we could Chaos Angel, I believe, to banish the Brilliant Fusion if we wanted to, too, to get that out of the picture.
And it looks like we might just do that. I do see Asynchro Monster, and instead it's the sequence. Okay.
So returning to the same sequence as before, and now going to go ahead and fusion summon here the materials for Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Interesting that he didn't go for the Requiem play, remove the token, and then do this anyway, but you know what? Willie seems to have a plan.
I mean, I don't think it's a way for him to get Ellen Gearsu back so we can steal the token, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what the Science play is going,
running like
that's one way to do it.
World Wands.
There it is. He's putting it back. Yeah. So he's putting it back. He's going to make the Ellen Gearsu, and he's just going to take the token, and it's gigantic.
Sure.
And once again, we will have a match won by a Nibiru token on stream with us being in the casting desk, which I find unbelievable. Switch to attack mode.
All right. I like it.
Bam! There it is! Wilfredo is your winner. He's going to the finals of the NAWCQ.
So Nibiru tokens once again topple it all. I feel like I'm just going to start running Change of Heart. Let's just do this.
Right? Set, steal, throw them all in. Twice in one NAWCQ. The crowd goes wild for Willie, chanting his name, winning with the Nibiru token, going to the finals.
And both times it happened, it was in a top 4 match going to like a finals or a top 2, which I find hilarious.
History repeats itself.
Yep. 2 world's representatives will have won matches this weekend the same way.
By
James
stealing a Nibiru
with
token.
Triple Tactic Talent, and now here
with the Ellen Gearsu. That's a really cool card. I like that card a lot.
It's a very fun one. Not every list is running it, but it is very, very powerful if you know the interactions, and especially if you have Babel specifically.
I mean, Babel's Chef's Kiss. Beautiful card. No notes.
Oh, my goodness. I have to say, the comment is coming for us all. Nibiru, the Primal Being, definitely the story of this tournament.
Yeah.
Obviously, the decks are important, but it's very interesting when a rock monster manages to win it all.
And it beat the rock deck in the Gem Knights.
I told you, to beat a rock, you got to be a rock.
Beautiful stuff right there. And again, the crowd really got behind Willie. Like, if we're being honest, they were chanting for him after he won his top 8 match and qualified for Worlds. When I was interviewing him, they went nuts. They were chanting when he said he didn't expect to be there. They all said, we didn't either. But they have banded behind Willie regardless. I think that was mostly his friends that were saying that, jeering him on a little bit. But he definitely has the support from the crowd at this event.
And I think it goes without saying, huge ups to Isaiah as well, bringing Gem Knight of all decks all the way to the top 4 and earning a World representative finish. I cannot believe it. You did an amazing job, buddy. Great job, and hopefully good luck in the future.
Yeah, we'll be seeing
Both
them
of
these
soon.
decks from Battles of Legend. You said it earlier, Steven. Both of them
these decks from
that.
Battles of Legend.
Yeah.
Just some incredible stuff. I can't believe this because a lot of people in the format, you know, obviously Duelist Advance, great new cards. We saw so many great new decks.
Yeah.
Sky Striker, Lunalight, etc. Vanquish Soul making it. But forget about all that. This is the Battles of Legend show starring Battles of Legend. Oh my goodness.
So many viable decks, but again, I could never have predicted in the top 4 we would not have any of the Ryziel builds. That really felt like the deck to win.
Right.
Or at least the deck to go
well, yeah,
all the way.
because the representation in Australia was just incredible. The Oceania WCQ and all the surrounding regions there gathered, and it was 36 out of top 64 Ryziel variants of some kind.
But I think that for twofold, when you are expected to be the most popular deck, people have preparation for you. They've played against Ryziel enough. It's been out for a long time now, so people are comfortable against it. You think people know all the Gem Knight combos and how to interact with blind second Gem Knight or
Like, that
all the
alone
new
is
Orcus
scary.
combos? Yeah.
Like winning the die roll and having your opponent go, oh, I'm actually going to go second. And your face is always, why are they doing that? And then it's cards you don't even know, and then they just blow you out of the water with so much rock damage or non-rock damage once you summon Diamond.
Sure. It feels like the Tenpai trick, right? You go first, you're like, oh no, Fire Dragons. But this is not Fire Dragons at all. It's rocks, it's fairies, it's all kinds of stuff. So really neat to see it.
Rocks, fairies, all kinds of stuff. That sounds like the beginning of like a fairy tale, but you know.
Or
I mean,
really
that's
good
the
rock
fairy
band.
tale with Gem
The fairy
Knights
tale
making
of
to the top
NAWCQ.
4.
There we go. The fairy tale
Oh, my
of the World
goodness.
Qualifiers. And I gotta say, feel a little vindicated. I believed in Orcus Fiendsmith. I thought it would be great. I won locals with it on Wednesday. But with that being said, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to hear from the winner themselves. Let's head over to Jackie with the event interview.
Willie, you're going to finals. You're still fighting for that trophy. Look at this crowd. They love you.
Yeah.
They're cheering your name right now.
All my friends came, so super happy to represent Florida.
Describe the emotions for me.
Oh, it's, to be honest, it's just overwhelming. It's just crazy. I didn't think I would be anywhere near here, to be honest.
And you told me earlier this is your first premier event. You're going to finals. You're going to Worlds. I mean, what is running through your head right now?
Everything, to be honest. I have so many people. To be honest, it was this crazy feeling.
Okay, let's do some inside baseball here. Talk to me about Orcus.
It's a very it's like tier 2 at best, but it's a rogue.
We're live right now. Don't get me in trouble.
It's just a deck that has a lot of hand traps in it, and then doesn't lose to draw and lock, so it makes it super good into the game 1s and stuff. So that's why I picked it.
And Gem Knight's also recently boosted. So when you saw it, what was running through your head?
Oh, I was like, oh, he's gonna make me go first, and this is a deck I played too, and I know everything about it too. So I was pretty happy that I played him.
Okay, so this crowd is loving you. Is there anyone in particular that you want to shout out?
Oh no, I have too many people. They'd get jealous if I did.
They would get jealous? Oh, look at, they're all so disappointed. You sure? Look at, you're breaking their heart.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay. He's not going to answer that one. I do have a big question for you. What is your final strategy?
Hopefully not brick and draw well.
Are you going to be our champion?
I'll only try my best.
Try his best. Oh, I love that answer. You're fantastic, Willie. Let's hear it for Willie, everybody. The crowd is going wild. I love that. They're cheering your name. Let's send it back to our casters.
Even we were getting into it back here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
Willie. But he didn't want to
pick
pick a favorite either. That's a bashful king right there.
He could be our next King of Games, at least for North America, and what a great soul. But a very well-informed King of Games. So, I play Gem Knights. I know what's going on.
Yeah, not afraid at all.
Yeah, how many people in the top 64 can say they beat the Gem Knight match? Not
well,
many.
Speaking of matches, you want to see the other match? Why don't we go ahead and tune into it in progress to find out who of our continuing champions are going on strong.
And this is a big one, everybody. It is Aditya versus Julian in a Malice mirror match. A reminder, Aditya won last year's NAWCQ after failing to qualify for Worlds through the points playoffs. Exact same thing happened this year. Julian, meanwhile, he won the points playoffs. He's going, or at least got top 2. He's going to Worlds already, and he's just going for that trophy right now.
And as you can see here, we're in the middle of game 1, so we have plenty of match to see here. Like you said, Aditya had the exact same scenario. Not only will he be the first potential back-to-back NAWCQ champion, but do it in the exact same way, baby!
And also, I was talking to some of the reps backstage, and we can say with a certain level of confidence, nobody's ever won the points playoffs and then won the trophy afterwards. This would be unprecedented if Julian could go for this big push right here. So amazing if Julian can pull it off, but Aditya, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He wants to do the back-to-back miracle run.
Continuing champions, but let's go ahead and get into the game here as we see some great Malice gameplay on the Aditya side. So here comes a Chessy Cat after paying 300 life points.
Yep, like I said, I believe we're in the middle of game 1 here, and it is Aditya's turn currently. Main phase 1, and we have a Topologic Bomber Dragon on Julian's board, which threatens to board wipe the entire board if any monster is special summoned to a zone it points to, or zone a link monster points to. Let me correct myself there. So Aditya needs to be very careful about zone placement and, of course, about, well, dealing with the monster in general.
And it seems like this is turn 2, so it looks like Julian went first and then Aditya went second.
Yes.
Love the Ojama blue token from Julian, by the way.
It's good luck, I bet.
Yep.
Always good to see Ojamas at this high level of gameplay, even in token form. It looks like we are going to do some Malice combos for the moment. Bring up the White Binder.
Now, one Topologic Bomber Dragon, and it doesn't seem like Julian has any way to banish and then summon to it, unless you have maybe like a Bestial in hand, but we didn't get a look at Julian's hand before we hopped into this feature match.
He could have March Hare, Bestial, he could have really all kinds of things, but right now I think he's just waiting to go for things. But there we see Access Code Talker coming down. Ooh, that might mean Aditya's trying to go for, you know, gain here this turn. He's going to automatically kill the Topologic Bomber Dragon. White Binder will summon back. If we use Dormouse this turn, this is already enough damage. Yep. And there we go. Julian is calling it there. Aditya takes game 1. Okay.
Whoa. Aditya just feeling himself there. But both duelists having a good time. But again, Aditya just locked in, trying to be a back-to-back North American World Champion. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Do we remember if either of these two played during the points playoffs on Friday?
I don't think so. I think Julian had a run that was on the other side of the bracket. We'll have to get confirmation.
I know
later,
Aditya made it all the way to top
8.
Top 8.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who he lost to, but either way, this is a super exciting match to see 2 points playoffs recipients come back again during the main event. One of which has the chance to win the whole thing and be the first person to get a representative and win NAWCQ, or the second, or someone has the opportunity to become the first ever back-to-back NAWCQ champion.
Exactly.
It's so complicated. It's crazy.
Yeah. And a reminder that there's also matches happening to determine seeding of 5th through 8th
happening
from all the duelists that lost in their round 8 match, because Julian's in the top 4. He's already going to Worlds, so that means 5th seed will actually get the other Worlds spot. So there's also very important duels happening off stream right now too.
Yeah, between Mario, Clifton, I believe Charlie Hutch is in there as well. Like plenty of people are trying to vie for that spot and get to Worlds. I would say the harder way. It's already hard to get top 4 at NAWCQ, but it's even harder to guarantee 5th apparently.
3 of the duelists in that were in the points playoffs too.
That's right.
So it's like a mini points playoffs happening off stream right now.
Or they're YCS champions. They're some of the best of the best.
Yeah. Just incredible stuff there. And again, our champions here are great. You have to remember, last year's World Championship was a clean sweep for the Americas, both South, Latin, and of course, North America. And we're sending some great duelists to Europe. So
no matter what.
Interesting to see how the World Championship shakes out.
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful.
And I think that a lot of the pundits, a lot of the deck theorizers will really be rethinking their opinions after this event is all wrapped. How did Gem Knight, blind second, make it to Worlds? How did Orchist with Beansmith, none of the Mitsurugi make it? Clearly, I think that some people that had such a firm opinion that, nope, it's Ryzeal, nope, it's Malice, they weren't seeing the field for what it was worth, and I love it when events like that happen because it really allows the people that like to take that risk with deck building to get rewarded.
Well, the keyboard warriors better be writing up their apology posts right now for Gem Knight and Orcus respectively, because those decks are real contenders, and they brought those two duelists to this fine stage.
And right now, as amazing as those storylines are, this match is also no surprise either. You know, Malice v. Malice in the top 4, that's something that I'm sure we easily could have had our money on and been right about. But having it between these two high level of players, it just makes it that much better.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if I recall correctly, Julian was saying that he wanted to have some practice, basically. That's why he went into the main event again, to battle the best of the best of the best. You don't get better practice than Aditya, your current reigning champion.
Also practice on camera, because once you're at the World Championship Series, you're going to be on camera a lot, and you ask even the veteran duelists, what's it like being on camera? And they'll say it's different. Whether they're comfortable with it or not, it feels different. So getting comfortable in this type of environment is a high priority for anybody that's going to Worlds.
And dominating in this kind of environment is really confidence building.
Julian has been doing just that. This guy has been the main protagonist. He said he's got the narrative buffed from his scarf, but he's got a brain behind that as well.
It's definitely main character energy when it's your first year playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and this is where you're showing up not once, but twice.
And now that we're ending a second game here as Malice, this matchup gets very interesting as, you know, the potential side deck options like Artifact, Lance here start entering the picture and really changing the potential for what these duelists can go for on their opening few turns.
Hearing from the judges, the appropriate way to handle the start of the game, because this is an important one. Aditya's up 1-0. One more win means that he has a chance to defend his NAWCQ title. He is the defending champion from last year.
Already going back to Worlds.
Already going back to Worlds. Julian, meanwhile, trying to do something never before. Make it to a finals and potentially win a finals at the same event that he won the points playoffs.
Legends in the making, here we go.
He wants to be the undisputed best duelist in the room, and he's on his way to doing that.
In standby phase.
Looks like Aditya has something.
Is that that is Perulia, I
Looks
believe.
like Perulia, yep.
And there we see Mouse and Underground being activated at the beginning of Julian's main phase here. We're going to be banishing. No Lance here, so we're pretty safe. And we can feel confident that Julian might be playing through nothing else. Playing through Perulia is not that hard as Malice, but it does turn off things like March Hare and Visuals as being extra extenders for you, and even the Cyberse cards.
But the nice thing about opening with the field spell is that Julian could potentially just assemble a field with never summoning a monster from hand. It would be more of a half board, but Malice half boards still feel great. If you can end with like a March Hare in hand, you're feeling really solid.
100%. And honestly, the top of Logic Bomber Dragon board is kind of the half board you would kind of create. And against Malice specifically, that's a really fun way to interact with the board.
Yeah. So Aditya might not even get a draw off this, depending on how Julian wants to approach.
Yeah, essentially going -1.
So catching us up on the duel, the Malice P. Dormouse went ahead and banished the White Rabbit. We've gone ahead and set a trap once we special summoned the Malice White Rabbit again. And looks like Julian just kind of going through the Malice numbers here, but I think you're right, Steven, that I don't know if we even have to summon anything from the hand. We could just play low to the ground and make Aditya start the turn with 5 cards.
So what do you think, Steven? Splash Mage? Yeah, it looks like Splash Mage here.
Yeah, Wicked's a little hard to go for if you don't have a really guaranteed way to summon, and sometimes you want to summon Wicked off of summoning your, after summoning your Link 3s, because then the Wicked can automatically banish your Link 3 for you and get you extra extension that way.
Yeah, but you also don't want to be really summoning all those Adignisters from the hand because your opponent's going to be drawing, so this is definitely the more, I think, reasonable line to go down for Julian. Again, it's the brain behind the scarf that I'm really impressed by, is that the choices he makes when he's facing these tough situations, changing the lines that the Malice deck can go down to make sure he's not giving his opponent all these draws.
Yep, so here we see the 06 banishing the red ransom, so it can be activated this turn, bringing back the White Rabbit, and now we're going to pay 900 and resolve the effect of red ransom.
Yeah, 65.
Yep, 65 total. We've used 2 main decks and 1 extra deck monster's effect.
Anything here?
No.
Pay 300 now, go to 71.
Yes.
I'm at 62 now, yeah.
62, sorry. Already used the 900.
Yeah, Catapult will banish a Malice card in hand. Looks like that's the mirror.
Yep, and then that'll allow you to banish another card as well. Sorry, it'll actually banish it and then search for a card that is different from the one that you banished.
And I believe we have not banished Dormouse yet, because we banished the White Rabbit instead earlier.
We banished it up underground.
Oh, did we? Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Good catch.
Yeah, it can sometimes be hard when people are playing this fast to keep track of everything that's happening and remember to actually call it the correct way, because there's so many different lines you can go for at any single point.
2 Malice Masters will be keeping track of all of that, though.
Oh, absolutely. Julian showing that he has been playing this deck all year and playing it well. And when you get to that level of comfort of the deck, you kind of just get to freestyle, right? You're like, you know what? I'm going to go this way. It may not feel optimal, but it completely gets me through this line without having to give my opponent any additional draws. Again, all these monsters hitting the board, but not one from the hand.
There we see the hard scripter going down. Just going to go ahead and full commit into that here with a full grip of cards. And exactly right. He doesn't need to overextend into this. He's happy to let Aditya go -1 off this Perulia. But I think he's just deciding, yep, pass it right there.
And in the Malice deck, you have a lot of one-card starters, but not that many to guarantee you draw one. A lot of them are 2-card starters, which means that if you don't have that extra draw, you now have 5 cards in your hand. It's kind of like you're going first, but now you have to play into a field that can remove your monsters.
And you would think intuitively that, oh, having Banish as your main form of interaction wouldn't actually work against Malice, but the actual opposite is true, because if you Banish and you summon, you can actually banish what they summon back as well.
Another Perulia, though.
So difficult to decide what we're going to do here. Maybe this is just to combat the Bestial monsters effectively.
Bestials and March Hare.
That we know is in hand.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's going to make Julian rethink if he actually wants to use those now.
So there was a normal summon of March Hare from Medici, and now we're using the hard-drawn MTB07 to banish it and search for another Malice name.
Probably a March Hare. Typically, that's what
he already normal summoned March Hare, so March Hare will come back to hand using its effect.
Good.
So he's going to get a different name.
But that does mean he can go ahead and use the March Hare effect when it comes back to his hand to maybe banish a Malice name that he gets back to the graveyard. We'll see what he ends up adding here.
Well, March Hare can banish from hand, too, so he'll get the name that he'll use to summon March Hare using its actual effect.
But like you had said, banishing as removal, it's not bad if your opponent has already used the banish effect to bring back, so that doesn't really get Aditya out of the situation.
Well, he could have extenders and is baiting that now.
He's going to need them, yeah.
It's all about like timing it the right way and trying to force outs from Julian, because he knows that Julian has the March Hare, and so that's why he went for the Perulia to punish him for going for that line.
Yeah.
So now we're going to use the March Hare effect here.
This is probably most likely going to banish the White Rabbit that we added to our hand. There it is, to summon itself to the field. Now if we banish this, nothing else will happen, but there's maybe more impactful things for Julian to do, because he can still have access to a Link 1 and boom, summon a Cyber's Agnister.
Yeah.
And then he's playing through one interaction, essentially.
Keeping him off of the GW06 does feel pretty good.
Well, you wouldn't be able to stop that, because it still gets summoned and activates the effect no matter what.
Oh, sure.
Looks like we're going to use the effect of White Rabbit here. Julian considering his options, what he wants to activate. Again, if you are going to be the best of the best of the best, you probably need to be able to defeat the prior champion. It looks like no response here, so we're going to set an additional Malice trap card.
And there's going to be that 06 that we're talking about. It's going to be a really important way for Aditya to play through whatever kind of interaction Julian has, because one way to get your actual banished Malice cards back is to use GW06 instead. No, he did normal. He normaled the March Hare for turn. Julian just clarifying how many resources Aditya's gone to, both in terms of the cards and in terms of the actual mechanics of the game.
And from this position, Aditya could go into a Link 1, but the Link 2 options are really scary, because as soon as you go into like a Splash Mage, that's a prime target for Julian to look at.
But if you go Splash Mage and you just go Crypt or Banish, it is an ignition effect, so you won't be able to get the body that way.
Exactly, yeah.
So we are going to Lingeribo, which could be big for that potential face-down trap card, if it is a trap card. We don't actually know what that set card is for Julian, I don't think.
A little bit of slowdown here as both players think for a moment. Julian considering his options, whether or not he wants to do anything, but so we're going to go ahead and get back the Malice Mirror.
Oh, we're targeting the Malice Mirror to shuffle back, but Aditya might have a response here.
Concede.
Oh, and there's the scoop from Aditya!
So we're 1-1 here. Either person winning would be historic.
Yeah.
Yes.
I really want to be in Aditya's head right now, because I really want to know what his hand was, because if he did have the the backup at Agnister, basically Julian is saying, I'm going to now banish this Lingeribo and turn off the rest of your hand, and Aditya's like, that's enough.
Yep.
We can go to game 3. And if he didn't have that, what was he going to go for next? I'm very interested to think about that.
So
but
Aditya
now it's
does
1-1.
Yeah, and because of that, Aditya will get to go first here in that final game. Defending his rep, 31 minutes of the clock.
But it is important to point out that the boogeymen for all Malice players happen the most amount of times in Game 3. And I think the thing that for Julian to worry about is less about Aditya going first and more about him going first, playing, and still having side deck options like Lancia.
Yes.
That would be the only nail in the coffin scenario, no hope, that I think Julian would experience.
Plus the Molt Charmies. Yes, we saw the Perulia, but like if that was a Fulos or a Meowls, that's a little different story. It's harder to play around those.
I mean, actually, now that I think about it, specifically in the Malice Mirror match, Lancia isn't actually that bad if they go first, because they also turn off their ability to banish cards too, which is like almost all of their interaction and advantage gaining during your turn. So I don't know if Aditya is priced into doing that unless Julian commits resources first. Does that make sense? Like, if he does it blind, he can always chain to his own Lancia all of his Malice effects to gain value out of things like White Binder and whatnot to guarantee he wins on the following turn.
Yeah.
So if he waits until after, he won't be able to do any of that. So it'll be a fun little, I think, actions here.
The Malice Mirror is, especially when it is top-level duelists like this, both going to Worlds, it is fantastic to watch. Because, man, the decision trees that they choose to go down always throw me for a loop and surprise me. And I love watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Like that.
Talk about being lost in the Malice in the Mirror match. Am I right, boys?
Yeah, I feel like I'm in those cards right now.
Well, speaking of mirror match, though, I mean, both of these duels having previously qualified for Worlds, this is the caliber of a World Championship Finals, and we get the treat of just watching this as a semifinals, which is insane here. Adichie taking the time just to shuffle one last time, because that's going to be it, and Julian doing the same. I mean, this is the road to Worlds, but these are the champions you're going to have to face, so I can't believe we're here.
And a reminder that there's a lot of duelists around the world specifically watching this WCQ for North America. We are back-to-back TCG World Champions. We kind of have a target on our back going into this next World, so a lot of eyes will be focused in studying how our duelists approach the matchups.
Not just for Worlds, but also for the EU WCQ that's coming up in a couple weeks too. Like, it's going to be a very similar format to ours, just minus the Monster Mayhem cards. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what they can glean from this event.
Oh, that's true. They won't have access to certain decks like the Gem Knight and Orcus deck that we saw, so it'll be kind of a more duelist advanced format, and that's been so interesting. Each WCQ around the world, every region having a different format, and then everyone will be getting together, playing the same. It's going to be really cool to see.
And we have 29 minutes still on the clock. That's the beauty of having this extra time in the top 4 matches, all the way to 55 minutes. And Adichie using the skills that we've seen all throughout this weekend of going, I'm not going to sit here and watch you win the game. I want as much time as possible. I want to stay in my rhythm as we go into game 3.
Yeah. These duelists are going to go the distance. They've got the extra time to do it, but it looks like they are ready to go ahead and pass their decks across the table. Cut it out.
Oh, Julian's going for one last power shuffle here.
Like I said, you have the time. You may as well use it.
Just making sure. Yeah, 28 minutes is a lot. And a win here, historic for both of them. Either Aditya gets to defend his title, or Julian gets to attempt the unthinkable, which is win essentially 2 tournaments. One tournament is the 16 best duelists, or at least highest point earning, which kind of equates in my mind. On Friday, he bested everybody, and then again, a almost 3,000 person tournament the next day. That is incredible if Julian would be able to do that.
It is absolutely a gem to watch this match. And no matter who wins this one, we all win at home. I'll tell you that much for a fact.
Absolutely.
We're the true winners of all of this, because this is amazing to see.
I wonder if Willie is watching right now, considering that, you know, you think about the first semifinal as the final boss waiting for someone to advance, but these are final bosses right here.
It's a little intimidating, I'm sure, for someone who thought he wasn't even going to be here today, but totally deserves to be.
You know that one where it's like the kid at the chess tournament, and then they announce the Grandmaster's coming out, and they play the boss music? I feel like, in a way, if you just look at tournament finishes,
oh yeah,
a little bit of that situation going on here. Legends in the scene in front of us right now. Even though Julian's only been playing, like you said, for about a year and a half competitively, he's already amassed so much respect from the community and from us based on what he's been able to accomplish.
Definitely some World Championship caliber duelists. We may have a 3rd North American champion at the World Championship. Paulie Aronson, Ruben Penaranda, and maybe one of the names we see here at this tournament.
The 3-peat would feel pretty good, I must say.
That would be wild.
I am sure the fans watching around the world are like, no, the 3-peat would not be. We're coming for you.
Yeah. But I love that competition. That's what Worlds, that's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about. We're one community, but it's so much fun when we get to meet up together across regions and say, all right, but who's the best? Right now, at least. Right now, at least.
World Championship caliber duelists from around the world. Many of the regions already filled up, filled out, figured out, and so the last WCQ later this month, the EU WCQ. I know where I'll be. I'll be watching that just to make sure we find out who gets sent to Paris, France from the EU WCQ. And I believe they have 7 spots, so 7 new names to add into the equation as our players here shake hands and find out who they're going to go. So we do have a small penalty because apparently there was a card seen from the opponent's deck. Just a procedural or minor warning, not a big deal here, but make sure to be careful with your cards even at this level of play.
And it is Aditya going first. Like we had said, terraforming, not a bad start.
I mean, we saw how powerful Just Mouse and Underground was with Julian in game 2. Not that bad for Aditya either. All right.
No Lancia.
Oh yeah, it would have been activated there with the swiftness.
Banish Dormouse. Dormouse is
Declaring it before
and no
you even draw the
meows.
card.
No meows. So that means I'm not expecting a Molcharmy from Julian.
Impulse is still on the table, as well as potential of Ash Blossom to turn off some really powerful extension. But if you're Aditya and you're going through your checklist of cards, the scary ones are there. But Empire is pretty big. Forces another card in hand to be a starter for sure, or an extender at least. And usually in game 3, you do lower the amount of engine you have.
Okay. Aditya says that is fine, so has not committed a normal summon yet. It was terraforming to the field spell to Dormouse, and now we can just link into a Link 1.
There's the Ling Garibo. This could turn on any potential backup Adignisters that are in her hand. Like that one.
Yep. And this is what I was talking about. The one-card starters for Malice are good, but you really have so many extenders in the deck as well. So the 2-card combos really are where the deck shines.
The deck is very mathematically consistent when you think about it. There's so many 1-card combos in the deck, but there's also so many 2-card combos, so any hand does it.
I've seen reports that it's technically more mathematically consistent than things like Ryziel. When you think of all those 1-card starters, when you factor in the 2-card starters, which I think is very, very cool, because I think so many people counted Malice out because of, before the Adignister cards came out, it's maybe a little bricky. Maybe you just don't open the right cards. You have to run too many Bystials, but now it really has been optimized.
So here we have the effect of SP Little Knight banishing, I believe, the White Rabbit that we discarded off of backup Adignister's effect. Going to be now paying another 300 life points to summon it back on the field and get access to a trap card. I'm a big fan of the SP lines. I've been using those for a lot in my Malice combos, and it's great to see Aditya do the same thing here. It just generates so much advantage for you.
There's a bug on the map.
Julian's getting attacked by the local wildlife.
Ooh, that's interesting. That tells me there could be G-Drew 6 in hand, or he sided out of it. Either one is definitely interesting.
Well, we've got plenty of time left on the clock, so a life point advantage is not going to close this out. We got to have a photo finish the old-fashioned way.
Yep, and there we see Red Ransom going to be searching for that Malice and Mirror, a really awesome inclusion for this deck ever since Alliance Insight came out. It just gives Red Ransom so much more utility in this deck.
I will activate MTP07.
And here we go, 07, banishing the Red Ransom.
Yeah, Marcher is going to be great here because we have not committed our normal summon, so we still probably have plenty of ways to just keep playing. And now Red Ransom will let us banish another name by the name of maybe Chessy Cat, and because we added a name guaranteed to our hand, get another +2 draws. Ooh, I love Malice so much.
Feels pretty good.
If you're a fan of Malice, this is a good day for you. If you're not, that's okay. There are other tournaments in the future, but right now we are going to at least have one of these Malice decks advance. But go ahead.
Well, if you're not a fan of Malice, you're probably really cheering for Willie piloting Orcus Fiendsmith.
That's going to be a really interesting match. I'm going to sit out with the crowd for that one just to see it up close and personal.
You have to. Anytime you're here, make sure if you're ever at a YCS or an NWCQ, sit in the crowd, watch the duels. It gets electric out there in the finals.
So there we see the draw 2 after banishing the March Hare. And then we're going to pay 300 with the March Hare to add itself back to the hand. Going all the way down to, I believe, 59. I believe we used every main deck monster plus 1 extra deck monster.
So what do we typically expect here from the Malice deck? Do we go into the Allied Code Talker?
It depends on the matchup. So given that G2 feels pretty safe here, this could be a line for Topologic Bomber if it's in his deck. Allied Code, like you're talking about, could be a fun way to sort of put the nail in the coffin for Dueling. He's already gone -1 using that Infinite Impermanence.
7. Yeah.
Counting the summons is Julian.
Maybe Nibiru the Primal Being coming down. The cards coming for assault. It's been the story of this tournament.
He was counting cards in hand. DJ has 7 cards in hand.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Is that all?
Yeah. Is that all?
He has 7 in hand?
He's drawn a lot of cards. Almost every single monster he's summoned has been a 1-for-1. And then he drew another.
Yeah, I have not normal summon.
Okay.
No, there's not been a normal summon. Everything started with Malice and Underground, and then a backup in the hand.
As it often does.
Beautiful.
I could be wrong. Maybe they're counting summons, but I'm pretty sure Aditya has at least 6 or 7 cards in hand.
I mean, it could easily be 7 summons with Malice.
That's also true.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and summon here.
So this will go into White Binder if I had to take my guess, or it could be for a Wicked, but because we already banished our Red Ransom, that's not the most valuable play for us.
White Binder makes its appearance.
Notice Aditya not using the effect on summon. That's really big, saving it for later. I love that heads-up play.
And what's very interesting here is you can actually banish that Infinite Impermanence because you're going to do summoning on your opponent's turn as well. I'm expecting that. Yep. So remove the trap card so that the Impulse no longer has a trap to then negate and destroy a summon.
And yeah, now that think about it, saving it kind of doesn't really do anything for you because you've used all your names already. And so there's nothing for you to value banish on your turn. You just want to get guaranteed names in your banishment for your future cryptors. So that's really big for Aditya there. May as well get it out of the way.
Like the set.
And now this will be grabbing the 06. I actually like the line of going for the MTP 07 from the White Rabbit with your Red Ransom line, so that way you can have ultra protection against your White Binder, because if they stop any of those things, you can still guarantee White Binder and get G to U6 that way.
Yeah.
And then save it for your opponent's turn, which is really fun.
It's wild how skillful a duelist Aditya has been, because while Julian has been playing a lot of Malice decks, we've seen Aditya as recently as YCS Houston in the top 4 with Mermail. So just a lot of different strategies, maybe trying to figure out which deck his heart of the cards is bonded to. But right now he's doing great with Malice, using the GWC06 to banish the White Binder and bring back the Heart Scripter.
And we're going to gain 2,300 life points, going all the way up to 82 now, and then we're going to pay 900 to summon back the White Binder and potentially draw a card. But let's see if Julian has anything to say about that. That is good. So we're going to be getting the extra draw as well as the 900 back, so we've gained a total of 1,400 life points.
All right, how many cards in hand now?
It was cards in hand that he was asking about.
Julian seeming a little exhausted by the advantage there.
8.
Yeah. I thought
I know you added March Hare as well as Mirror this turn.
Yep.
That is correct.
Julian is doing a good job of making sure he has access to all the information he needs to play out his turn. And there's actually a pretty scary link arrow pointing here for Aditya. I could see a firewall line actually coming from him here, given the way he's choosing to do his co-linking.
We did see Julian do similar combos too. He used the Firewall Dragon into Allied Code Talker, etc. So it might just be going as far as you can.
My favorite end board is?
Oh boy, he's saying what his favorite end board is. Is this Firewall or is this... There's Firewall Dragon! Is it going to be Firewall plus Scripter?
Interesting. Maybe using the trap cards to banish Malice monsters out of the graveyard to create the co-links from there?
There's probably a world where all Aditya cares about is Firewall and nothing else, because he has the March Hare in hand to banish the White Binder and get his full life for it anyway.
Julian's not impressed. Only three? Only 3 seconds.
And the funny thing is Aditya's probably setting some of those just so that he doesn't discard the hand size.
That's true too. I mean,
Truest target White Binder is so huge here.
Yeah. That is the way to get back your GW06.
No. Even better. Because Aditya doesn't have 06, it being banished, I have no idea how he summons that back to the field.
True.
Now, we still have access to March Hare to banish the Red Ransom, and Red Ransom can banish another White Rabbit from the deck to give us MTP of 7 again. But there's a world where Julian can play through this board pretty handedly.
Let's see. 3 back row is intimidating. Normal summon Dormouse.
That's a pretty good way to start.
That's a good way to start.
If I do say so myself.
Certainly the best starter there.
Can I look at your Grey Boy?
Also, it is worth noting that I do not believe, because the White Binder is not summonable, that Aditya has a way to co-link this Firewall Dragon, because Red Ransom does not have an up arrow, and I don't think Splash Mage does either.
Nope.
And so this Firewall Dragon could have 0 effects this turn.
Ooh. All attempt defense.
There is
There's a Lancia. And you said it, it's not just going second that you side this. You're deciding to go in first as well.
And that's why he went for the Firewall Dragon, because Firewall Dragon is unencumbered by Lancia.
Yes.
However, we're not out of the woods yet. Even performing a link summon that wouldn't really do anything would send the Druid's Worm to the graveyard, and it could be used to get rid of the Firewall Dragon.
Yeah. We can still go into something like a Splash Mage. Or actually, do we have the materials for that?
2 Cybers, so no, not with Druid's Worm.
No, not with Druid's Worm.
We could do SP, but we can't banish anything. So.
Haggard, if you're on that.
So you can't banish anything. Even for cost.
So it's really just a link summon just to get rid of the Druid's Worm, but you might just leave the Malice P Dormouse by itself defenseless with the Druid's Worm and Toad.
Firewall's only 2,500, just crash it. Why not?
Honestly, yeah.
That way you can keep your body. And because you activate the effect of Dormouse, even though you're not banishing, I do believe you still get the plus 600, so all of his Malice monsters are buffed up this turn.
You can even go on just to Lingeribo so you can check an opponent's trap card.
Again, you need to banish Lingeribo to do that.
Well,
so
if you crash and then pass your turn on the
on their following turn, 100%.
And I think that's actually what we're doing. Maybe they can hear us from here. And we're kidding, by the way, fans. They cannot.
No.
Well, I mean, you can still back up, right? Like, so that's really cool thing about backup at Ignister is that it gives you lines to play through Lancia, because you can still special summon and link climb from there.
Backup effects?
Yeah.
And there it is.
So your graveyard is not your banishment, and you don't have to banish cards for this one.
I mean, this is huge because Aditya has no access to his Malice cards anymore either because of that Lancia, so it's worth keeping that in mind.
So we won't be able to, we don't have a Malice name, so unlikely we have a clear line to the Malice link monsters, but you can still do a lot with just this Cybers kind of combo.
Yep, here we see the Wizard being added in. We're going to be discarding another copy of Dormouse to the grave, our only other copy of Dormouse because it is limited to 2. Semi-limited to 2.
Hurt the consistency of the deck, but obviously Duelists have found a way. Now we're going to go and link off that not the Firewall Dragon, the Druid's Worm, but the Firewall Dragon's certainly on the mind because it's likely going to be sent to the graveyard shortly.
Yep. Ooh, the Dark Charmer stealing Red Ransom would be so huge!
That is massive for Julian.
That is big.
That might just be game ending right there.
Well, I don't know if he has the damage necessarily, but it would be very cool. Because if he special summons the Red Ransom, he'll get to use the effect when it's special summoned to search for a spell card.
Yes. And does Dormouse still give the attack boost?
Yes, it
even
does.
if
Yes, it does.
Is not able to resolve the effect?
He activated the effect.
Okay.
And you resolve as much as you can. And
So-
it's not a condition to get that extra.
So there is an attack boost for the Malices. Dark can bring one back. He still has the Wizard in hand.
I mean, Red Ransom is pretty delectable, I think,
Yeah.
if you're Julian. But you could go for a Link 2 line, but if you don't get a Malice, how do you get more access to your Malice engine? Yeah, Red Ransom. And then that's the target, and then he's going, what can I do? You can't banish it from the graveyard with your March here because you got Lanceiad yourself.
Yep.
Octave Ransom.
3 face downs. What are they for Aditya?
I mean, we know one of them is Malice in the Mirror for sure. We know one of them is potentially 07, but I believe he used it that turn.
Yeah,
to
he
get
did.
Back.
He did. Yeah. So maybe like
Impulse?
infinite impermanence, impulses.
Impermanence makes a lot of sense.
Called by, which wouldn't be live anymore either.
Yeah.
But if there wasn't infinite impermanence, do you think he would have used it against the
Nibiru!
Dark Trevor? Oh!
Oh, we're all concerned about his set cards. We forget he has cards in hand and drew 8 last turn. He could have all kinds of non-engine as well.
The Rock is hitting the field.
Found exactly what he needed, so we're going to go ahead and tribute these monsters. Thanks for the free attack points, friend.
Oh.
Yep, so that's his, and then your Dark Tremor goes to the grave. That is one big token, but very little defense.
What an incredible duel we are treated to here. Both of these guys stopping each other's turns. Right when we think it's going to go one way, it turns around. Julian had 2 interactions, infinite impermanence and a Ball Drake, and that was it. Which is not ideal into a Malice
Metal
combo.
Tronus target Nibiru, the Primal Being. We can summon a Light 3000 if we want, which I believe...
Detonator?
Yeah.
Detonator!
Detonator coming down in a Malice mirror match.
What?
Lessons learned from earlier in the format, like at the Team YCS, where Metal Tronus was rampant everywhere and Detonator
You
too.
used Dormouse effect, right?
No.
That's why I just asked you if I was.
Oh, but you could banish him face down.
Yeah.
They never got banished.
And we're checking to make sure he's not locked into links.
I mean, yeah.
It just stays on board, yeah.
Okay. So we just have an awkward appearance there from Ryseal Detonator.
So that means Dormouse was never activated. No, he never activated the effect of Dormouse to summon back from the banish.
Yes, exactly. So he's not locked, and he can just crash into the token or go into Link Spider with the token, rather.
And now that he has a Link Monster, he can use Wizard. But there's Dominance
There's Impulse. He had it. He had it.
Oh, and it was set as well to dodge, discarding it to the hand size. Hilarious.
Oh, my goodness.
Getting to a simplified game state's kind of difficult. I don't know if the Detonator should crash into the Nibiru, because if it does, then there's just no monsters left on Julian's side.
But if you leave it, you give your opponent an option to go into something like an SP or a Haggard Lizardos and then start playing.
We already know Aditya has March Hare
he
in
does
hand,
have March.
you know,
Yeah,
so
actually, that's a good point.
He's going to go crazy on his next turn.
So crash at 1,000.
A nice 1,000 to the face here from Link Spider. We love to see him attack.
A little poke there.
And there's a pass.
That Nibiru just saved Aditya's life, and the Impulse was the cherry on top. Aditya has the gas in hand and a Ball Drake to boot.
Oh, and there it is.
That's it! Aditya returns to the finals of the North American World Championship. Back-to-back years. It's never been done until now.
Aditya will have a chance to defend his North American World Championship qualifier title.
I honestly can't believe it.
I never expected this to happen. I don't think anybody would have expected this. What a run from Aditya, the #1 points earner 2 years in a row. Both years he fails to qualify through the points playoffs.
Yes.
Both years he makes it to finals.
Wow. Wow. Like, it's one thing to win back-to-back, potentially. It's another thing to win back-to-back, potentially, in the exact same way you won the first time.
The exact same way. He grinds this game. Aditya is one of the pillars of this competitive community, and I love to see him have an opportunity to defend his crown.
But you can tell Julian gave him a run for his money. We were in Game 3 in the heat of everything, and he had to pull out all the stops, going for what he said it was his favorite board of all time to win the third game. And Julian, you put on an amazing show. You were definitely the player of this specific weekend. And I'm super happy you'll be representing us at the World's Finals no matter what.
That's incredible. I guess set 3 Firewall Pass is a move.
He did say it was his favorite Enfield.
I mean, he was right. He was right. But I have to repeat myself. What is this tournament?
It is the Fairy Tale Tournament. This is truly a Fairy Tale NAWCQ between Ruben almost making a run, going from a defending world champion to deep run here at the NAWCQ. Aditya now making it to finals. Julian almost winning 2 tournaments essentially in 1 weekend. So many amazing things. So many what ifs.
Guys, I don't know if you can believe me, but my Malice Heart Scripter is going crazy right now. I am just beating.
And let's talk about that. Malice is in the finals. It has not won a YCS all year.
And this
People
isn't a
have been
YCS.
saying, why hasn't Malice been able to pull it off and win a tournament? Not a YCS, but arguably
kind of a bigger deal.
Yeah.
No, for sure. But I guarantee if this wins the NAWCQ, there will still be duelists in the chat saying, it still hasn't won a YCS.
It still loses to Lancia, though, right, guys?
Technically has not won a YCS, but I think you're happy to walk away as
100%.
NAWCQ champion and also back-to-back. I mean, like, the fact that this is even possible. And it's also a new deck going up against it, Orchest, the deck that everyone kind of wrote off. I talked to so many of the top duelists, and they said, nah, it's Ryzeal Mitsurugi. Like, that's what you need to be playing. Or, like, some Ryzeal variant, whether it's the Anamat or even, like, the Heraldic Beasts. But, no, Ryzeal's not in the top 4, not in the finals. It's Malice versus the new kid on the block, Orchest.
Wow. Speaking of new kid on the block, think of Willie himself. He is the new kid on the block. The veteran duelist taking on somebody in his first premier top, making it all the way to the finals. This is just...
If you're at home right now and you have friends that you know aren't watching the stream, shoot them a text. Give them a call. Message them on any app that you can get a hold of them. Tell them they need to watch his finals because we have an opportunity for a champion to defend his title and be the first Malice to win a tournament, or for the new deck to actually overcome Malice and keep denying it again so that it will not have won a tournament all year. Either way, it's an incredible story.
But this is shaping up to be a real David versus Goliath finals, and I cannot wait to see it.
This is just, you know, I've been going to, I did the math in my head, I think 14 NAWCQ. Sorry I missed 1 or 2.
Wow.
But I've never seen anything like this. And that is not throwing any shade on any of the prior duelists. But speaking of duelists, let's go to the stage to hear from our returning champion going to the finals.
Aditya, you're going to the finals again.
Yeah,
He's speechless, everybody.
It's unbelievable. Like, I never thought like this would even be possible.
Yeah, you were chatting with me earlier, and you're like, I can't believe twice, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's only one person to have won a championship twice, and that was Hansei before me, and this is, if I won a second time, at back-to-back too, is actually wild.
If you won a second time, are you going to win a second time?
I'm not planning on losing, so...
Okay, we'll take that. Oh, the crowd loves that answer. And you're going to be going to Worlds for a second time. I mean, how do you feel about that?
I'm very excited. Paris is a great place. I have a lot of friends in Europe I can't wait to visit. And most importantly, I can't wait to redeem myself from last year's performance. I didn't perform super well, so I'm so grateful that I get the chance to go back.
Reflecting over the last year, what lessons have you learned? What do you think you're taking away?
Just focusing on myself, taking time. I took a little bit of time away. I wasn't like traveling to regionals like I did before. I mostly just went to the YCSs and my local regionals, and I just took some time off to just like reflect on my gameplay and improve the, places where I needed to improve.
Is there anything that you think you've changed mindset-wise, or any major changes that you can tell us about?
I definitely don't get as nervous on stream anymore as I used to, so this is a pretty big step up.
Yeah, you seemed calm and collected playing Julian, who's a very talented player. In that Malice matchup, was there anything that you were like, oh, okay, I need to be ready for this, or?
No.
Oh, okay, talking a little smack there. Do you have any shout-outs for the crowd? Look at this giant crowd here. Oh my goodness, they're going wild. Anything you want to say to them?
Shout out to all my friends who came here. Shout out to everyone who supported me. Especially my testing partners, Aaron and Nick. You guys are the best.
All right, crowd, let's hear it one more time for Aditya! Yay! Let's send it back to our casters.
Oh.
What can you say? I mean, what a story. And they got another reason to cheer because they got one more match ahead of them. Keep that energy up, everybody in the crowd, because we have a finals ahead of us as well.
Just absolutely inspiring performance there. And I love that Aditya, not riding his own hype. Certainly he's not worried about the Malice mirror match because he's done it before he's playing the deck. But in terms of reviewing his own gameplay, thinking, I wasn't the best representative I could be. And he fought his way all the way back here. He's already going to Paris, and he wants to be better for his community. That's incredible.
He got back in the lab, started cooking some stuff up, and now he's back here once again to defend his title. Ooh, you gotta love it.
And if Malice can't win a tournament with Aditya's narrative buff, like, what are we doing at that point? Let's talk about Willie and the kind of the dynamic here. I got to interview him on stage, and he said, I've been bubbling out of these regionals, these YCSs.
Right.
Like, I've been struggling at these tournaments I've gone to. I'm always close, but just barely not there at the top cuts. And a Cinderella run from him.
Beautiful.
Now going up against a defending champion on Malice of all decks.
If this isn't an episode of the anime, I don't know what is.
It feels like
it
one.
is.
It feels like an episode of the anime.
Full tournament arc, having just like these unexpected situations. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about.
We had 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday. We've had, this is about to be our 9th broadcast, 9.5 because we've had a couple backup ones today. I don't think I can sleep tonight. Like, I have so much energy right now.
Oh my gosh, we're
just
so jazzed.
based on what's happened so far in this bracket.
Oh, it's electric for sure, and I am so excited to see how this actually shapes up because even though Aditya is clearly like the defending champion, it can go either way. Like I believe wholeheartedly that both of these duelists deserve to be here and deserve the championship title. Can't wait to see who it is.
So this is kind of a funny advantage. Technically, Aditya had to do more duels because he was in the WQP.
Sure.
So we get to find out what's better, more dueling experience or a little bit of rest on Friday.
That's a good point. Well, hey, Willie's been channeling all of that, those bubbles, barely missing out of the top 64, top 32s in the tournaments he was going to. He's been channeling that energy, and he's ready to show Orcus what he can do. But let's remind everybody, all the duelists that were competing here by revisiting the bracket, because we want to shout out everybody on their journey here, especially those that have qualified. Julian, Aditya, Isaias, Willie, going to the World Championship, and we're still waiting because Julian already got his ticket from Friday's Points Playoffs. So everybody on the left side of your screen there that had losses are battling it out off stream to see who's 5th seed. That is in contention also to get you to Worlds.
Yeah, Mario, Craig, Charlie Futch, or even Clifton Land could all be your 5th place representative also going to Worlds, which would just be super exciting to see any one of them do it.
And all their stories incredible too. Like Clifton's also similar to Willie. I mean, he's been making it to top cuts, but can't quite get up to win that YCS. He's been close a couple of times, and I know that Clifton's hungry for it. Mario also battling through the points playoffs. Everybody else, a lot of those others battling through the points playoffs. So,
wow,
what an incredible
this
bracket.
event has just been incredible. But if you want to join in the action, why don't we talk about the events that are upcoming? So, YCS Vancouver is going to be here before you know it, August 16th through 17th. But if you're not in Canada, you can also check out YCS Lima, Peru. And also in California on October 4th through 5th, Anaheim is bringing back the big ones. And what else we got?
We got YCS happening in Sao Paulo, Brazil, October 11th through the 12th, as well as Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, happening November 8th through 9th, and the Remote Duel YCS North American Championship happening December 6th through 7th. You can play from the comfort of your own home.
I'm still keeping my September 27th and 28th open for Lima, Peru. I feel like, guys, we can get the team together.
Have a good time.
Yeah, we could.
South America sounds beautiful that time of year.
Never been to Peru. No. Maybe we check it out.
Time to start. This has just been...
I'm going to play Orcus.
What? Okay. Well, just an incredible tournament, though. But I got to say, since we won't be on the finals, it has just been fine working with you gentlemen. What an incredible weekend we had. What a handshake we got here going on. Yeah, here, I'll shake all hands. I don't know what's going on. We're a bunch of idiots. But thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. But don't go anywhere, because I know where I'm going to go. I'm going to go watch the finals. Are you going to go watch the finals, chat?
What's up, everybody? Kangas at the NAWCQ 2025. I brought a couple of cards. Let's see if you can guess them before the duelists here. All right, I got John here. John, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, sounds good. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it released last 5 years?
Yes.
Is it released last 2 years?
No.
Is it a board breaker?
Yes.
Is it Triple Tactics Thrust?
No.
Triple Tactics Talent?
Yes. It's you had those on lock, man. You were ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like once you get into the spells, like, you gotta, there's only a certain amount of good spells, right? Yeah. And I feel like, especially a lot of those are gonna be board breakers, kind of nailing that down.
When you saw me walk over, did you already know what questions you were gonna ask?
No, but when we were standing here, I definitely gave it a bit of thought. So I was like, I feel like I had to nail it down the most. I think once I got to the spell too, it's going to be a board breaker most of the time, unless it's an archetype card. So that was kind of my strategy.
Newly at 1, I miss it, but congratulations.
Absolutely. I love this card, man. I love this card.
All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Gotcha. Okay, is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
No.
Quick play?
Yes.
Is it side decked?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Is it on the Forbidden Unlimited list?
No.
Okay. Was it released in Rarity Collection?
Which one? Yes, I guess, yes.
Yeah, okay, is it Forbidden Droplets?
No.
Ooh, is it a board breaker?
I guess you would say yes, maybe. It's very specific questions for a card.
Is it a staple?
Yes.
It's a staple. Crossout Designator?
No.
Okay, it's not a Forbidden Limited list. It's not that. Enemy Controller?
No. You're getting closer. Warmer.
Warmer. Okay. Is it
10 seconds?
It's a quick play. Last 5 years. Does it have a QCR printing?
Yes.
Yes.
I think.
Oh no.
Last guess.
I'm out of guesses.
Mystical Space Typhoon. Is this a board breaker? It kind of is. You know, you clear back row.
Okay, we'll go with it.
New support coming out. You excited?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for playing, man.
Thank you.
All right, I got Landon here. Landon, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
No.
Is it a level 5 or higher?
Yes.
Is it Pankrotop?
No.
Is it a level 6?
No.
Level 7?
No.
8?
Yes.
Blue Eyes White Dragon?
No.
Trihorn Dragon?
No.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
I'm not very good at 8s.
20 seconds.
Chaos Dragon Levineer?
No.
Is it a dragon?
No.
What?
I'll give you a hint. Blue Eyes, stats-wise, very close.
Blue Eyes, stats-wise, very close, but it's not a dragon.
In fact, stats-wise, exact.
What?
5 seconds.
It's not a normal. It's an effect.
It's effect monster. People might be side decking it today.
They might be.
Might be.
Yeah.
Final guess?
For higher. I really don't know, honestly.
Lava Golem.
Oh.
Lava Golem or Spheres mode? Which one do you think is better side right now?
I would say Lava Golem.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think it
Luna Lights, they're scary?
Yes.
All right, thanks for playing, man. All right, I'm live here with Jesse. Jesse, you say that you do guess the card in the car with your friends, so expectations are high for you. Yep. You have 60 seconds before Twitch chat gets it. Go.
Okay, is it a monster?
Yes.
Okay, is it meta relevant?
Yes.
Okay, does it activate in the hand?
Yes.
Okay, is it a fire?
No.
Okay, is it a earth?
No.
Is it a dark?
No.
Is it a light?
No.
Wind?
Yes.
Is it a level 4?
No.
Shoot. Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure chat's got it already, Jesse.
Okay, is it Wing Beast?
No.
Oh, is it Drone Lockbird?
Yes, it is.
Yes! I did it. How much time do I have left?
You had 30 seconds left. Not bad. Not bad, Jesse. All right, do you feel like you did your friends proud?
I think I did very good. Yeah. I kind of fired through the attributes, but I did it under 20 questions, so that's what matters, right?
True. All right, thanks for playing, man. That was fun. All right, I'm here with Connor. Connor, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay. Is it a dark monster?
No.
Is it in the main deck?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Do you think it'll be played a lot this weekend?
Probably not. I think it'll be played, but not a lot.
Okay. Does it draw cards?
No.
Does it destroy monsters on the field?
No.
Is it Monster Reborn?
No.
Does it special from grave?
No.
Does it search a card?
No. Warmer. 25 seconds.
Did anyone in the anime use it?
I don't know. We'll add 5 seconds for that one.
Is it newer?
No.
Gold Sark.
No. You're on the right train of thought though. 15 seconds.
Normal spell. follows. A lot of people are.
It doesn't search, but it does.
No idea.
Final guess?
Nothing.
Foolish Burial. It doesn't search, it sends from deck to the grave, which is kind of similar. But, you know, maybe Lunalight, maybe if there's any Orcust out there that'd be playing
I'm
this.
terrified about Lunalight this weekend.
Are you prepared for it?
Not at all.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for playing, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, Indianapolis, are you ready? Hold on, I can't hear y'all. No. Hold on a second. Are y'all really ready for finals? Okay. Who will be our champion? I'm hearing a lot of willies. Aditya? Well, we shall see. Kangas, take it away. Woo!
2,819 duelists entered the Indiana Convention Center, and now only 2 remain. Duelists around the world, join me in welcoming to the stage, up first from Port St. Lucie, Florida, on his Cinderella run, dedicating this finals to all of his friends, Willie Flores! And his opponent today in the red chair from Plano, Texas, here to defend his NAWCQ title. Welcome, Aditya Dara! Willie, I gotta start with you. This is your first time at a finals stage. And I got one question on my mind. Does this feel real?
Not really. Not really at all, to be honest.
You mentioned you wanted to dedicate this match to all of your friends out there that helped support you. Do you want to name any of them right here, right now?
Any of them. I wish I could name all of them, but I guess I'll say Hunter Lloyd, Joseph Grillo, Ethan. I'll just say Ethan. And then I'll say Nikolai Hallett too. That guy gives me a lot of tough times at locals, so.
Well, hey, they've had your back so far in this event, and I promise you, they have your back now. Aditya, you've been on this stage before. You've won on this stage before. Can you do it again?
Absolutely. I'm looking to do what's never been done before.
Back to back?
Back to back, and that's it.
Not only back to back, but the same story. Back to back. Not qualifying through the points playoffs despite being the highest point earner through the year and having to go through a grueling 12 rounds of Swiss into the top 64 bracket. What would it mean to you to be able to claim that you are a back-to-back NAWCQ champion?
I have no words. It's so unbelievable that I wouldn't know how to describe it other than just being the champ.
The GOAT, as the audience just said. Do you want to dedicate this match to anybody either here or at home, anybody that supported you?
I want to dedicate this match to my duo, my testing partner, Aaron, and I want to shout out M-Beast!
All right, Aditya, best of luck in this grand finals. Willie, best of luck in this grand finals. 2 duelists enter the arena, but only one will leave with that trophy. Everybody here at the arena, make some noise for your NAWCQ 2025 finals. Let's go to the caster for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we are here and going to be in the finals of the NAWCQ. It's going to be Willie taking on last year's champ, Aditya, and it's absolutely incredible that Aditya has the opportunity to win 2 NAWCQ championships in a row. But I think Kangas pointed out something important is not only is this could be his chance to win the second one in a row, he came in first in the world's qualifying point playoff. That means has the most amount of points from playing through regionals, YCSs throughout the entirety of the year for 2 running years in a row, and made it this far. He didn't get it in the point playoff, but made it. It's because of how much he's played Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the course of the past few years is why he's sitting in this seat.
It's absolutely astounding to think the same person reaching the finals 2 consecutive years. In Yu-Gi-Oh! History, we have had NAWCQ champions who have been able to repeat, but it was, I think, about a decade apart that Hanze was able to do that. We have Aditya here who's trying to do it within just about 365 days.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He has been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the years, but even though he is the opportunity to win back-to-back, Willie has so many fans out there. They have been cheering for him the entire way up into the finals. And something that's even cooler to me is that Willie brought a strategy that had been on the radar for a lot of players, but they did not expect it to be even like probably part of the top cut, let alone making it all the way to the finals. And that's that Orca strategy with all those new cards they received out of Battles of Legend, Monster Mayhem.
And I really want to point out that Willie has leaned into it. Now, we've seen the Orca strategy incorporated into Mitsurugi. We are really seeing a deck that's dedicating almost being just upfront in Orca's deck with the Fiendsmith package as the complement, as opposed to the Orca strategy being a complement to something else. He's leaned into this new strategy.
Yeah, definitely one of the more Orca focused decks in the room out of all the Orca strategies, because there were many other Orca decks. We saw a lot of Mitsurugi Orcas throughout the weekend, but no Mitsurugi cards here in the finals. No Razil cards here in the finals, but Aditya does bringing the Malice deck. This is the deck that has been at the top of everyone's radar and the deck to beat. That's why there's 3 copies of Artifact Lancey in almost every player's side deck this weekend, but that has not stopped Aditya from making it all the way here to the finals. And man, what a year 2 with that, a beautiful trophy featuring the Millennium Eye.
I know, it's absolutely astounding. Different than the one last year, so I can just imagine imagining placing that right on the shelf next to the one he's already earned.
Oh, I didn't even think about how good that would look to the one he won last year. Just having those 2 trophies together would just be absolutely incredible. But man, this is going to be an epic match between these 2. They are both already going to go to the World Championships in Paris, France, and there's a chance they'll have to face each other there. But first, they're going to have to face off here in the finals against each other. You know, not in terms of the players, but in terms of the deck strategies, this might be a little bit of a David versus Goliath, because the Malice deck, you know, known for using copies of the Bestials as well, which could line up really well into the Orca's theme that Willie has brought up.
I think Aditya is actually playing more copies of the Bestials than any player that I've seen this weekend.
And this is it. This is going to be game number 1 of our finals here at the 2025 NAWCQ in Indianapolis, Indiana, here at the Indiana Convention Center. And here comes the die roll.
9.
Aditya rolls a 9.
I will choose to go first.
And Aditya will be starting the duel. Fist bump, good luck. It's time to duel one more time here at the North America World Championship qualifier.
So just to extend on the point that I made, we've seen many duelists play Druisworm, Magnamut, and potentially, usually the flex one was Baldrake. Aditya has elected to play 2 copies of Baldrake and the additional Serenair. So he's playing more Bestials again than any duelist that I've seen in the arena match area this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. Just wanting to maximize the way to play with having just one Malice monster, but looks like we're starting things off with the Malice March here. That's immediately met by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring as he was trying to draw 2 cards, and then he's going to link it away, sending it to the graveyard to link summon Ling Karibo.
Now we see here backup at Ignister. I think that was a Chessie Cat that the Ash Blossom negated.
And now backup at Ignister is going to add a Dark Cybers monster from the deck to the hand.
And if it's not obvious why I'm emphasizing the importance of Bystials, the Orcus monsters all being dark really make it such that those Bystials are a perfect counter. Just imagine what it would have been like for the Orcus strategy years ago had the Bystials been printed.
Oh yeah, they definitely line up really well into what the Orcus are trying to do, being able to take out maybe a Harpor before it's able to activate the effect. But for now, Aditya is going to continue his plays by adding Malice Marchair to the hand. Marchair was a huge addition to the Malice deck in Alliance Insight, as it almost kind of works like a pseudo Bestial within the strategy. And now he's going to have to discard a card from his hand at the resolution of backup at Ignister, sending him that Dormouse from the deck to hand, the card he was probably trying to banish with the Chessie Cat.
Yeah, and this is great really here because he's going to be able to go into a copy of SP Little Knight, and then he's going to be able to banish the Chessie Cat from his graveyard. He also has the Marchair that can banish the Dormouse whenever he needs as well. So we saw there the backup at Ignister starts something that wasn't just Wizard, demonstrating the variety of plays that the small at Ignister package has provided Aditya and other Malice players this weekend.
Set one.
All right, so he's going to set a card face down, then link away the SP Little Knight and the Chessie Cat. Trying to probably decide which Malice Link 3 he wants. Is it going to be a Red Ransom or a White Binder here first?
Red Ransom. Red Ransom.
It's going to be the Red Ransom. Red Ransom on summon will allow Aditya to add a Malice spell from the deck to the hand.
Malice and Underground.
Looks like he still values the Malice and Underground, so an extender as opposed to an interruption.
Yep, we've seen Malice and Underground be able to banish Malice in the mirror, but for now it's only going to banish Malice White Rabbit. White Rabbit will summon itself to the field at the cost 300 life points. This is an excellent start here for Aditya on his way trying to win a back-to-back NAWCQs. White Rabbit's going to set Malice MTP 07. If you're not familiar with Malice, the trap cards can be activated the turn they're set by banishing a Malice monster. His other trap might be the GWC 06.
I was just about to say that. So a lot of times you'll see players set into the spell and trap card zone as a way of playing around cards like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler, although those cards are not nearly as popular this weekend as they've been in the past. So you saw the fact that he sent that GWC prior to going into Red Ransom, or rather into the White Rabbit, into the Red Ransom the prior play, to give him that resistance against some of the hand interactions that were possible.
Definitely. Now the GWC 06 has to banish the Red Ransom to summon back the Chessie Cat. Aditya's going to pay 900 life points to special summon back Red Ransom, and then he can banish a Cybers monster for the deck. He's going to banish another copy of Marchair, which is going to trigger the effect of Marchair, where Aditya pays 300 life points to add a Malice monster that is banished back to his hand, and it's going to be that same copy of Marchair.
I think if you've been watching a lot this weekend, you see a lot of these high-level Malice players making sure that not only do they get to resolve a Marchair on their own turn, they're also able to ensure that they have a copy in hand so they can use it on the opponent's turn, banishing whatever the Malice monster is, particularly Link monsters, for instance, or maybe even White Rabbit, so that they can use it as an interruption on their opponent's turn.
Definitely the case. And I really like what we're seeing here from Aditya. He's making sure to layer his cards, like having the Marchair and the GWC 06 before he's able to go into the cards. Is making, instead we've seen players earlier go into Splash Mage quicker, he's going to make sure that if something goes wrong, like an Imperm on the Splash Mage, it's not going to stop his turn.
So we see here summon of Dormouse. I think I actually note in Willie's hand the single copy of Magnamut. But one of the things that we've been talking about this weekend is how often Splash Mage targets a Cypress in the graveyard, specifically one of the Malice monsters that have already been special summoned from the Banish pile. Sometimes it happens where that doesn't occur, so the Magnamut's not nearly as powerful of an interaction.
Yeah, and Aditya did that on purpose for sure, and now he's going to link away the Splash Mage and the Dormouse to Malice. White Binder. White Binder on summon will allow Aditya to banish up to three cards from either player's graveyard. He's going to banish nothing, it looks like, and he's just instead going to use the effect to set a trap card from his graveyard so he can reset the GWC 06. And now he's going to activate Malice Marchair to banish the Dormouse to summon one of those Marchairs from his hand to the field, and then pay 300 to special summon back the Malice Dormouse.
And then to continue on the point that I had started, that you continued, we notice how he played around the Bastille on the Dormouse. Well, now he's going to banish it on his own terms with that March here so that he knows the effect will in fact resolve.
Very smart stuff here from our reigning NAWCQ champion, looking to go back-to-back.
You know, had he sequenced his plays where he had already used that March Air effect, the Dormouse effect earlier in the turn, that Bastille Magnum may have actually been a counter to the Splash Mage. That's not the case here, though.
By design here from Aditya, for sure. He already has both of the Malice Traps in his deck set face down, but he's not done with his turn just yet. That White Binder has not been banished just yet. And you're going to for sure want to do that so you can get a fresh card from the top. But he's going to send 1, 2, 3 monsters to the graveyard for a Link summon from Malice Hearts Cryptor. Hearts Cryptor, the one Malice Link 3 that does require 3 monsters to be able to be summoned, but then both of those Malice Link 3 monsters are going to go to the graveyard to Link summon. Looks like he's considering his options. It's going to be Topologic Bomber Dragon.
So we've seen this in the feature match area during some of the matches that we did not commentate. Bomber Dragon's a really fantastic conclusion in this strategy because you can special summon to those zones quite frequently during your opponent's turn.
And it looks like during the end phase, Willie here is going to activate that Bestial Magnet that you saw in his hand, banishing the white rabbit that has already used its effect to special summon from the banishment. And during the end phase, Willie's going to be able to add a dragon from the deck or graveyard to his hand thanks to that Bestial Magnet. And he's going to choose Bestial Druid's Worm.
But we do see him here target the White Rabbit, a monster that has already been special summoned back from the banished pile. It's important there that Willie, keeping track of what Malice effects have been utilized this turn, ensures that he can still stick his Magnum,
900 ransom,
but also not play into any of Peach's effects.
I have certainly the case here. Making sure they have life points all correct
21
here.
I've taken. So 59.
I think he's taken, 2,100 makes sense. That's 900 for the 3 Malice monsters, 300 for the March Hare, so that's 1,200, plus 900 from the Red Ransom should be 2,100, leaving him at 5,900 life points.
Got it, Jerusalem? Okay.
And just double checking which dragon he added. It is the Bestial Druid's Worm, and now Willie will draw for the turn.
I think that was a Droll and Lockbird, which probably not the type of card that he wants to see here.
Probably a card that's going into his side deck after this game.
Yeah.
A normal summon of Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, is going to be Willie's first move here on his turn. Good. On summon, the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears will be allowing Willie to send a Fiendsmith card from the deck to the graveyard. And he's going to elect to send Fiendsmith Engraver.
If I recall correctly, I think Dude actually won this tournament with Fiendsmith in his deck just a year ago. So it's funny to be on the opposite side of the table of that strategy here tonight.
Definitely. It was before Lacrima of the Crimson Tears, but it was with the other Lacrima that is no longer legal. But that now this has prompted Aditya to make a move. He's going to activate his GWC-06 to special summon a Malice monster from his graveyard or banishment. He's going to choose that Hearts Cryptor.
He's putting it all the way over there on the right side as opposed to utilizing the Topologic Bomber Dragon.
Since he controls that Link 3, the Hearts Cryptor, he'll be able to gain some of those life points he had to pay in the first turn right back. And now he's going to use the Hearts Cryptor effect to return a banished Malice card to his deck to banish the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears before it can be used for a Link summon for something like Fiendsmith's Requiem.
I think he values not putting the Lacrima in the graveyard by putting that in the Topologic Bomber Dragon zones.
Sorry, SP Little Knight, my bad.
All right, so Willie's going to activate Bestial Druid's Worm, targeting the SP Little Knight in Aditya's graveyard.
Can't? Okay, that's fine.
Special summoning Bestial Druid's Worm from the hand.
I was asking if it was possible.
Okay.
Yep.
Now we're going to send Bestial Druid's Worm and Bestial Magnet to the graveyard for a Link summon for, looks like he's thinking about SP Little Knight?
That would be an interesting choice. I'd have to look over all of his options. Obviously, he didn't use an extra deck monster.
It's going to be Moon of the Closed Heaven instead. So since Druid's Worm was sent to the graveyard, he's going to be able to activate the effect to try and send a special summon monster on Aditya's side of the field to the graveyard. And it looked like he targeted the Topologic Bomber Dragon. So it's going to have to go to the graveyard before Aditya is able to utilize the effect to destroy the monsters. But now the MTP-07 is going to be activated. This will allow Aditya to add a Malice monster from his deck to his hand. He's going to choose Dormouse. And since he controls that Hearts Cryptor, he's going to be able to banish a card off of Willie's field And that's going to be it here for game number 1. Aditya now just 1 game win away from winning back-to-back NAWCQ. That's just absolutely insane. But we have seen Malice win game 1s before in feature matches this weekend, but then fall just a little bit short in games 2 and 3, because this is where things get a little bit harder for the Malice strategy. If there is a card that you would guess that could be in almost every player's side deck going into this tournament, had they prepared correctly, Artifact Lancia is definitely the one you got to watch out for.
I'm not sure I saw a deck list this entire honestly, not even just this weekend.
I
don't know if there has been a deck list and an event that I have been a part of the commentary team in months that has not included 3 copies of Artifact Lancia.
And I think that just side deck. Yeah, and I think that just really speaks to the power of the Malice deck, that it's a card that you always want to have. And it also helps that Artifact Lancia has some overlap with other decks where it can play well into them as well. Things like Luna Light, even things like Orcust.
Yeah.
Artifact Lancia can have some applications, preventing them from banishing those Orcust monsters from the graveyard to activate their effects. It's just an excellent card, but it's one that the Malice players have been dealing with for a while, and Aditya has been facing against it every single round. And Alliance Insight really brought new cards into the fold that helped the Malice strategy play through things like that. As we saw that backup Attic Nister in this game 1 was able to access the Malice portion of his deck. It's also ways to just get 3 monsters on the field, including a Malice name, which allow you at least get to a white binder to have MTP 07 set for your opponent's turn. So even when you get Artifact Lancia, you still find a way to get some disruptions during your opponent's turn.
What's fascinating is if you look at Aditya's side deck, there is a copy of Crossout Designator, which I imagine has been there for the mirror matches that he anticipated playing, the sort of myriad of mirror matches, honestly, that he's probably played throughout the weekend. I wonder if he brings it in here because it's very logical for him to side in his own copies of Artifact Lancia so that he has a little bit of additional resistance. It is only that 1 single copy of Crossout Designator. It's now limited. It's no longer at 3, but it'll make it such that if he has to try and play through an Artifact Lancia when he goes second, he has some resistance to it, and then potentially in a game 3, he can have that in addition to the Call by the Grave as an out to that Lancia.
Yeah, I think if I'm Aditya, I'm putting the Crossout and the Called by the Grave in, even going second here.
100%. Because
you're just going to want to have it, because even though Willie's going to be going first, you know those Lancias are going in.
One thing to note, when we talk about that though, if Willie is able to establish Orcust Crescendo, which he would certainly have in going first, he might be able to have some resistance to a card like Crossout Designator.
Yeah, definitely. Orcust is somewhat of a combo deck, so going first, you will be able to access cards like that Orcust Crescendo as well, which is, we've been talking about it all week, and I know you brought it up. It's all about those layers of disruption. You want to have the disruptions on the field that are visible to the opponent, the interactions that they already know they're going to have to worry about. But when you can add on trap cards like Orcust Crescendo, when you can add on having Fiendsmith Requiem with Lacrima the Crimson Tears in your graveyard to access Fiendsmith and Paradise as well, those layers are where it gets really difficult to break through those turn 1 fields that decks like Orcust can produce.
Yeah, and really the key thing again with a card like Crescendo, if it's not obvious to the viewers, and it may not be because Orcust haven't really been in the feature match area for a while, at least up until this weekend. It is a counter trap. So if the second turn of the duel begins with Artifact Lancia, chain Crossout Designator, if there's an Orcust Crescendo there, that's going to end the chain, and that's going to be it. That Artifact Lancia will in fact resolve. Of course, that assumes that Willie both naturally drew that Artifact Lancia and was able to establish some of the sort of basic Orcust plays, usually ones with Galatea that would access him. That Crescendo, but that's a very common play sequence that we could potentially see here in this pivotal game too.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned like Orcust hasn't been a strategy that has been in the forefront of the metagame for too long, but with that release of Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem, it is back in action. They now have that Galatea Link one and plenty to do, and we're going to have to see if Willie's going to be able to find a way to play through this. In game number 2, he's going to need to run it back and win the back 2 games in order to call himself an NAWCQ champion and stop Aditya from winning back-to-back WCQs from last year to this year.
So I see almost...
Willie let Aditya go first. I'm telling you, Joe, I did not see that one coming, but it might pay off here for Willie as Aditya probably sided for going second, and he's met by an Artifact Lancia when Aditya activates Dormouse effect.
Is he trying to catch them with, multiple Mulcharmies?
That's such a bold move here from Will. I don't know if I could make that decision to go second. I was just talking about how Orcust is a combo deck, but he must be confident in the cards he sides for going second, and it's going to pay off as the Lancia is going to shut Aditya down for the turn.
He has Gear Suit and Call by the Grave in hand as well.
This is huge. What a bold move letting Aditya go first in game number 2. And now Willie is on the play. The Gear Suit's going to send down the Orcust Harpor. Now the 2 Orcust tokens are going to be summoned to either player's side of the field.
Have you been sick about playing against the Charmies all weekend? You just get to a point where you can go first.
Yeah, maybe he's just sitting with some Charmies in the hand. And that's also maybe why Willie didn't just snap, use the artifact Lancia. He wanted Aditya to commit a monster on the field so he won't have to worry about those Charmies. Oh, the bold play could pay off huge. So we're going to see the Link summon. Going to be coming down to get into Moon, and then Fiendsmith Requiem. Requiem's going to activate the effect to tribute itself off the field to try and special summon a Fiendsmith from the deck. But Aditya does have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
We're going to see the call by? No, he's just
holding
going to go right into the Engraver.
It seemed like he didn't even think or hesitate for a moment for the call by.
Oh, wow.
And that's enough. And Willie's going to take it game number 2. And just like that, we're in game number 3 after the bold choice from Willie to go second in game number 2 after losing game 1. Oh, man, I don't know if I could make that decision in Willie's seat. And he's cool, calm, collected, focused, stoic, has the friends cheering in the background for him.
I need to know if that was a game plan all weekend or right now in the finals.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he knows what he just did. He knows how impressive that was. Oh my gosh. This is just incredible Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, this entire weekend is going to come down to one final game here in the finals.
The crowd is all behind Willie. They want to see him win the NAWCQ, but Aditya's going to have to, oh man, he's going to have to focus, lock in here.
Our reigning,
do you choose to go first?
Defending NAWCQ champion, one game away from defending his title, has the swiftest defeat that we've seen this entire weekend on the back of Willie's bold decision to go second.
Just with an Orcus deck.
With an Orcus deck.
That you would think it's a combo deck that wants to go first. Never in a million years would I have guessed would happen. Like, what do you do here? I mean, now Aditya gets to decide. He gets to fix his side deck to where maybe he'll want to go first. Like, there's no way Aditya's going to make Willie go first, but look at how many cards it looks like he's side decking. I don't know what is going on and what is... Oh, this is incredible. It's showing why both these duelists are here in the finals.
You know, one of the things that Aditya really needs to just focus on right now, and I know he is a stoic player that just very analytically looks at all of the scenarios. He cannot be results-oriented based on one game. Whatever the strategy has been this weekend that has brought him here to the finals, to game 3.
This is it.
He needs to go first. I don't think there's any consideration right now for going second to try and maybe catch Willie with the incorrect side deck patterns that maybe potentially just cost him game 2.
It's just incredible. I mean, Aditya won the NAWCQ last year, went to the World Championship, came up short. I mean, anything of not winning the World Championship is coming up short. So you know from that moment, he has stayed locked in and focused to make it back to the World Championship. He's played an entire year of Yu-Gi-Oh! Came in first in the World's qualifying point playoff in terms of points out of all the duelists that were competing in that. And now he's back here in the finals. Oh, this is just incredible. All this dueling has led up to this moment, this opportunity, this chance.
The entirety of the year, and again, you made this comment earlier. I think you could argue, the most consistent player based on his regional and YCS performance, as demonstrated by the point accumulation, for 2 straight calendar years.
And that is why he is going back to the World Championship. Oh, man. I just don't. If Aditya lets Willie go first, I'm out. I'm heading out. You're going to have to finish this one without me, Joe. I'm going to have a heart attack. I can't take this. It's too stressful. It's too much, but there's no way.
I choose to go first.
All right, Aditya's choosing to go first. Okay.
We can't get a next level of a next level of a next level.
Now, you know, Willie, I mean, if I'm Willie in my head right now, I'm thinking Artifact Lancia, please be on the top of my deck. Artifact Lancia, please be on the top of my deck. So, you see a smile there from Willie. Aditya focused and stoic. And there's that beautiful trophy that one of these players will be walking away with after the conclusion of this final game of the North America World Championship qualifier. Aditya versus Willie. Only one can win. And you hear the crowd just chanting, Willie, Willie, Willie.
Stand by main.
Here we go.
Stand by main. Sends one.
Okay. That could be very good or very bad.
Normal Chelsea Cat.
All right, normal summons Chelsea Cat.
Does he have Ash?
He activates
no
the effect.
Ash.
Banishes the White Rabbit to draw 2 cards. No Lancia, no Ash Blossom.
You're fine.
White Rabbit. Aditya's going to pay 300 life points to special summon the Malice White Rabbit from the banishment to the field. On summon, White Rabbit will set a Malice trap from the deck.
And this is where Aditya knows. I'm going to say he's not in the clear entirely.
But
he's past the Lancia check. If you move past that check, the remaining hand interactions that can stop him, the level of impact are significantly lower.
It would need to be a combination of cards.
Has to be a combination. Just Nibiru, not enough. Just Ash Blossom, not enough. Ash Blossom and Nibiru, honestly, may not be enough. He needs multiple, very ideally timed hand interactions to whittle down this opening play sufficiently.
DJ's going to send both his monsters to the graveyard for a link summon of Cyber's Wicked.
Bestial Baldrake.
And then he's going to activate Bestial Baldrake, targeting the Chessie Cat to try and special summon Baldrake. No response from Willie. Baldrake's going to summon to the middle zone. Chessie Cat is going to allow Aditya to pay 300 to special summon back the Chessie Cat to the field, and Cyber's Wicked is going to add a monster from his deck to his hand as well. He's probably going to look for that backup Adagnister, and there it is.
We saw him utilize that to access his Malice engine in the first game. I'm curious what he chooses to search out with it this particular game.
Anything here?
The crowd has quieted down. They know things are looking good here from Aditya from the start. Moment of consideration here from Willie, and he has the Nibiru, the Primal Being, and if it's going to have an impact, it's going to be right now.
Yeah.
And it works.
Aditya just gives him the thumbs up, and honestly, though, that's a lot of what we would sometimes call floaters on the field. Monsters that have basically already replaced themselves.
Baldrake targeting.
But he's going to immediately activate the Baldrake afterwards because he's going to have another form of interruption. The Baldrake can stop the Link Spider and banish it off the field by him tributing the Nibiru. And that'll prevent the backup Adagnister from coming from the hand from Aditya.
This is
I needed a combination of cards. This is a combination of cards.
This is a very high level play. Basically, I have to say close to 100% of players this weekend playing Malice check Nibiru by putting the Link Spider in their deck because they knew they'd be able to search the backup early enough into the combo. This Baldrake here is a critical piece.
Will this be enough for Willie? Or will Aditya find a way to play through this? So here comes the Link summon. He's going to use the normal Nibiru token to Link summon Link Spider. And then immediately, Willie was planning for this. He's going to send the Nibiru, banish the Link Spider with Bestial Baldrake, and now Aditya's going to have to find another way to get a Mouse Monster on the field. But he doesn't have it. He's going to set a card face down.
He's so thankful that Nibiru is a light monster.
He has the combination. Now it's Willie's turn.
That is a very particular combination that he needed, demonstrating just how valuable the Bestials can still be against the Malice deck.
Absolutely incredible. He's going to start off with Fiendsmith Engraver. This is going to allow him to add a Fiendsmith card from his deck to his hand. Fiendsmith's tracked. We've seen a lot of Fiendsmith, but I haven't seen Fiendsmith tracked back to his yet, but here it comes. Is there an Ash Blossom? Something to stop this from resolving?
And 3. No,
what does Aditya have?
He says, that's fine.
My heart is pounding out of my chest right now.
I'm just so thankful we've seen multiple ways the Bestials have lined up well in this matchup.
I love that he's playing a deck from Battles of Legend Monster Man with the new Orcus cards and using the awesome new variant artwork of Fabled Glory that you can also find in that incredible set that has clearly had an impact on the NAWCQ this weekend.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh,
sorry.
same thing.
All right, Fabled Glory special summons itself back, and now it's going to be sent right back to the graveyard from which it came for the Link summon of Fiendsmith Requiem.
I made the point already, but it's just so poetic to see Aditya facing down.
He has the World Legacy World Crown that he's going to special summon from his hand. I heard you say ooh in the crowd also with the ooh.
Well, that's a newer card, right? That's how we can bridge the new Galatea into a Link 2. World Legacy World Crown allows you to special summon it in defense to any zone that a Link monster points to.
Here's claps coming down. They're trying to support their man, Willie. Fiendsmith Requiem is going to tribute itself off the field, a special summon. Got ahead of myself. This is going to be a copy of Fiendsmith Engraver.
But it's just so poetic that the DJ is facing down the same types of cards that he won this tournament with last year here in this critical game 3.
He's going to activate the effective Engraver to put back a light fiend to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard. Aditya checking his cards. There's nothing there he wants to use just yet. This is already a lot of damage on the field.
Nip check.
Does he go into Caesar and continue his plays, or is he just going to try and find a way to get to 8,000 as fast as possible? He does know his opponent has GWC 06 set face down, which will provide a monster. He's going to link away his Fiendsmith Engravers to summon Fiendsmith Sequence.
Negate effect of an extra deck monster and destroy it.
Yeah, so that's only special summon from the extra deck. Very important.
All right, sequence is going to be met by an infinite permanence. Aditya is not done just yet.
It's so hard to get a read from Aditya too. He's just so stoic right now.
Always the same.
Nothing that you can read.
Normal. This is why he didn't summon the Lacrima off the Requiem. He has the normal summon available still. It's going to be Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. He's going to activate the effect. But no, he's not. He's just going to go ahead and link summon into, is it Agunde? It is going to be Agunde, and this is a good way to get a lot of damage on the field.
Attempt to go to battle phase.
Thinking at the end of main.
You're good.
Oh boy, thinking at the end of main. I have to imagine he would have used Nibiru earlier because he was, threatening the High King Caesar.
MTP 07.
No response.
Are going to activate MTP 07 to add a Malice monster. He wants to do this still in the main phase because if he adds Malice March here, it's only a quick effect that he can use during the main phase. And right now, he needs to get monsters on the field to make sure he keeps his life points high enough to have another turn.
Thinking here.
Sure.
I hear rumblings in the crowd. Everyone trying to talk about what's going to happen, who's going to win, how is this going to play out.
This end of main, I think, is going to be the decider of the whole tournament. Because if Aditya is able to pull out just enough here to survive, he might be in great position.
Just 600.
But if he's just putting up monsters to basically block damage, I'm not liking his chances.
So this would be 18.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now, heart pounding out of my chest.
Just double checking the text. Really vital, you don't want to miss an effect that you overlooked. Those tertiary effects that sometimes really matter. But we're going to see the activation of March Hare. It's going to banish that Chessy Cat. Summoning the March Hare.
In attack mode?
Chessy Cat.
You're good.
Now bringing back the Chessy Cat.
Also in attack mode.
Still go to battle.
Yes.
All right, now we're going to the battle phase. Agunde is going to attack over the March Hare.
I'll take 12.
12.
Use me a 59.
Agunde targets Engraver.
Yes. So it's a 36, right?
Yeah, 36 attack over.
36 into 15.
21.
Taking the damage. I'm going to see what is going to be out after all of these attacks go through.
And again, they're in attack mode to avoid the piercing damage with the Gunde. One of those tertiary effects. You saw him double check that. That's probably why he put it in attack mode. We see the GWC 06.
Bringing back the White Rabbit. Doesn't have anything to set from the deck. Both the traps are already in the graveyard. Just going to try and keep his life points up a little higher.
Main phase 2.
Now we're going into main phase 2. Going to send the Engraver back to the graveyard.
Probably for Necro Quip.
Yes.
And he's going to...
I will pass to you.
Pass back with the Necro Quip.
So he has some interruptions here. He also has the Requiem with the Lacrima in the graveyard to access Phoenix in Paradise if it is in the deck still.
Yep.
Good.
I believe. Yep, you're good.
And of course, he has the World Legacy World Crown.
And we know Aditya has a Dormouse in the hand that he added off the MTP 07, I believe. And here comes that Dormouse.
You're good.
Was it enough just to put all those Malice monsters on the field that basically just block direct attacks?
Chessy Cat effect.
You're good.
Gonna use Dormouse to banish Chessy Cat. Chessy Cat is gonna allow Aditya to pay 300 to special summon Chessy Cat back from the banishment to the field.
So what's interesting is he didn't banish anything in his hand last turn, but he is this turn. So he may have had cards that he knew he needed to banish on the following turn, maintaining them in his hand now. Banished of the March here, able to bring that back to his hand.
Right.
After he draws a couple cards here from the Chessy Cat.
Now at the end of all this, he has a pretty big grip of cards there. Sometimes it's hard to tell how many cards he has in hand, but I think he's upwards of 5 or 6 at this point.
Willie put up a pretty good fight, but those blocked attacks might be enough for Aditya to have enough life points to really get back into this game. I'm gonna send a couple monsters, or just send, first thing to send Dormouse to just link summon Link Karibo.
Yeah.
Yep. Many players this weekend electing to play 2 copies of Lingeribo.
And
play
Willie,
enough with Malice, it constantly comes up.
Willie does have the ball drake he could use at some point here.
Effective backup at Ignister.
And he has the backup at Ignister. He did not ball drake the Ling Karibo. Backup Ignister is going to special summon and allow Aditya to add a Dark Cyberus monster, and then he'll have to discard a card. He's going to add the Wizard at Ignister.
Discard another backup.
Discards the card for part of the effect. I'm pretty sure Necro Crypt you only draw when it's discarded as a cost or an effect.
Or can I activate to get a draw? Or no?
It wasn't to activate.
No, it was just by part of sort of the resolution of the effect.
You're good.
It's worth double checking. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It is the finals of an NWACQ. Or NAWCQ. Yeah.
Now what is going to be next for Aditya?
Wizard.